After his parents were captured, the 80-year-old Shuang ascended to the role of chieftain of his tribe. On the arduous journey to rescue his parents, Shuang embarked on a path of cultivation, transcending himself to achieve extraordinary prowess and becoming a being of remarkable capabilities. In the year 9616 of the Longshan calendar, during winter in the province of Anyang, Qinghe County, within the city limits of Yishui, a boy of approximately 8 or 9 years, with ruby-red lips and pearly white teeth, donned a finely tailored white fur coat. With a spear bag slung across his back and a short spear with a black wooden handle in his right hand, he nimbly darted through the forest, pursuing a panicked deer that fled before him, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble and snow to cascade down. Got it. The boy suddenly raised his short spear high, leaning slightly backward, channeling strength from his core in his right arm, and with a powerful flick, he hurled the spear forward. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, brushing past some leaves and traversing over 30 meters, narrowly grazing the edge of the deer's back before plunging into the snow, leaving only a faint trail of blood. The deer, sensing the danger, bolted deeper into the forest, on the verge of escaping. Suddenly, with a swift sound, a stone was propelled forth. The stone transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the forest for over 100 meters, and with a resounding thud, it pierced through the trunk of a large tree, accurately entering the skull of the deer. The deer's sturdy cranium could not withstand the impact, and it staggered forward, propelled by inertia for over 10 meters before collapsing, sending a flurry of snow cascading around. "Father," the boy turned to the distance, exclaiming with a hint of frustration, "Please refrain from intervening, I was so close to hitting it." A robust, middle-aged man with black hair and eyes, equipped with a weapon box on his back, stood nearby. Another figure, even more imposing, towering over 2 meters with arms as thick as a typical person's thighs, bore a lion-like head indeed, a rare specimen among the beastmen, known as a lion man. His disheveled golden mane cascaded around him, and he too carried a weapon box. Copper 3, do you see how exceptional my son is? At merely 8 years old, he already possesses the strength of an ordinary adult man. The middle-aged man chuckled. Indeed, Shuang is remarkable. He will surely surpass you in the future, the lion man teased. Of course, he will be stronger than I at his age. I was merely frolicking with the village children, utterly ignorant. It was only later, upon joining the military, that I had the opportunity to cultivate my fighting spirit. The middle-aged man reflected. As a father, I may not provide my son with the finest conditions, but I shall dedicate myself to nurturing him with all that I can. Donghua, your journey from a commoner to a celestial knight, and acquiring a territory to become a nobleman, is truly commendable, the lion man smiled. This middle-aged man was none other than Donghua Lai, the baron overseeing the vast territory of over 100 miles. The title of baron is the lowest noble rank within the Shazu Empire, known as the Longshan Empire. In the early days of the empire, the granting of noble titles was quite stringent, however. After over 9,000 years since its establishment, this colossal entity has begun to decay, leading to the official sanctioning of even low-ranking titles for sale. In the beginning, Donghua Lai and his wife decided to purchase a noble title and acquire a territory upon the arrival of their child, naming this land Snow Eagle Territory in homage to their son, clearly showcasing their affection. Naturally, this was merely a small domain within Yushu County. I only attained the ability to harness battle energy at the age of 20, but my son is different. He is merely 8 this year, and I estimate he will cultivate battle energy by around 10. Haha, he will surely surpass me, Donghua Lai remarked, gazing at the boy with a fatherly indulgence and anticipation. Considering his strength, 10 years old seems about right, agreed the lion-like man. They had experienced much, and their insight was undoubtedly sharp. Father, can you really throw a stone from so far away to pierce such a thick tree? The boy stood beside a massive tree, attempting to embrace it with both arms, but still struggling to encircle it completely. A large hole had been pierced through the trunk. Such a thick tree. It would take me ages to chop it down. Now you understand the might of a celestial knight, the lion-like man said, and Donghua Lai smiled proudly, relishing the opportunity to boast before his son. Is a divine being truly formidable? The boy feigned a pout. Divine? Donghua Lai and the lion man, Tong San, were momentarily at a loss for words. The founder of the Longshan Empire, the great Emperor Longshan, was a powerful deity known to nearly all the citizens of this world. Dong Bo Lai was recognized as a fierce general in the army, but compared to a divine entity, there was no basis for comparison. It seems that practicing the spear 500 times this evening will be insufficient. Let's increase it to 1,000 times, Dong Bo Lai mused aloud. Father, the boy exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. You. Tong San produced a dark flute from around his neck and blew a deep note, the sound echoing through the mountains. Swiftly, 20 soldiers clad in armor approached. Yes, my lord, they responded with utmost respect. Dong Bo Lai, the Lion Man, and the boy, Snow Eagle, ascended to the peak of the mountain, where a multitude of horses and nearly 100 soldiers gathered. A vast expanse of snow was adorned with a massive white blanket, upon which sat a mysterious woman in a purple robe. Beside her was a delightful toddler, no more than 3 years old, who stumbled excitedly. The soldiers regarded the purple-robed woman with reverence, for she was a formidable sorceress. Stone, look who has arrived, the purple-robed woman said with a smile, prompting the toddler to turn around, his eyes lighting up at the sight. Brother, pick me up, brother. The child wiggled his bottom and sprinted toward him, and the purple-robed woman smiled at this heartwarming scene. Stone, the boy Snow Eagle rushed forward and knelt down, allowing his younger brother, Qing Shi, to leap into his embrace. Brother, pick me up. Snow Eagle lifted his brother, planting a kiss on his forehead. Stone, today we hunted a wild deer. Look, he pointed to the soldiers carrying the deer behind them. Night furnace? Night furnace? The younger brother, Qing Shi, widened his glossy eyes and produced indistinct sounds. At merely 2 years of age, Dong Bo Qing Shi struggled to articulate his words clearly and grasp their meanings. It's a wild deer, a creature that dwells in the mountains behind our home, Shuang explained. Shuang, hand the little one to me, the woman in the purple robe approached. Yes, mother, Shuang complied, passing his brother over. The woman in the purple robe continued. I brought some osmanthus pastries, still warm, in the basket. Hurry and eat them. Pastries? Shui Ying's eyes sparkled, and he felt a rush of saliva, eager to dash over. I want some too. I want some too. Qing Shi wriggled in his mother's embrace, his enthusiasm ignited by the mention of pastries, while he often displayed disobedience during mealtimes. Of course, there's some for you, you little glutton, the woman in the purple robe said, glancing at Dong Bo Lai and the Lion Man, Tong San, who had just entered. You two should hurry, as well there's food prepared for you too. Ha! Not only is the master skilled in magic, but also in culinary arts, the Lion Man boomed. Once a slave in his youth, the Lion Man had become a devoted servant to the woman in the purple robe. Though years had passed and their bond resembled that of family, he still insisted on addressing her as master. After satisfying his hunger, Shuang gazed into the distance. Their camping site was atop a mountain, and from this vantage point, he could see other mountains and vast stretches of farmland, all belonging to their estate. His parents had ceased their adventurous pursuits upon his birth, acquiring noble titles and a sprawling territory, which they named the Shui Ing domain. Dong Bo Shui Ing stretched languidly, his face beaming with joy. He was blessed with loving parents, an adorable younger brother, and many kind-hearted subjects in their domain. He felt immense satisfaction with such a life, though the only source of slight distress was the rigorous training imposed by his father. An additional 1,000 repetitions with the short spear, on top of the original 1,000 and the primary focus on marksmanship, plus Dong Bo Shui Ying's expression soured, resembling that of a bitter melon. As night fell, a waning moon hung in the sky, and the wind howled. Boom! At an altitude of several thousand meters, a colossal bird resembling a dark cloud soared at high speed. This enormous creature, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters and 4 wings, flew at near sonic speeds. It was a fearsome magical beast known as the four-winged vulture. Upon its back sat 2 figures, a man clad in silver armor and another wrapped in a gray robe, wielding a dark purple staff. Where have we arrived? The figure in gray inquired. Reporting to my master, we have entered the territory of Yishur County and should reach Shui Ing domain in approximately half an hour. The silver-armored man responded, peering down with a cold gaze, keenly discerning their position below. In half an hour, I shall behold my sister. The gray-robed figure's voice was laced with complexity. She truly knows how to hide, She has evaded our family's pursuit for a full 15 years. The four-winged vulture soared through the night, heading straight for Shui Ing domain. Chapter 2. Extraordinary Night. In the warmth of his bed, Dongbo Shui Ing was engrossed in a book. Illuminated by the radiant glow of a fire crystal lamp that filled the room with light, the book was titled The 10 Extraordinary Nights, a biographical novel. It captivated Dongbo Shui Ing, who had a penchant for tales, especially those steeped in legend and the extraordinary. As a noble with a mother who was a mage, he was surrounded by a wealth of literature and had long acquired a wealth of knowledge. He understood that nights could be categorized into 7 tiers: human, earth, heaven, meteor, silver moon, tidal, and extraordinary. Among these, human, earth, and heaven tiers were considered ordinary nights, while meteor, silver moon, and tidal nights were deemed star nights. Above the star nights lay the extraordinary realm, 3 grand levels that were exceedingly difficult to surpass. His father and Uncle Tong were merely heaven tier nights. Star nights were characterized by their brilliance on the battlefield, akin to stars shining brightly, impervious to countless arrows, commanding armies, and prevailing invincibly. Yet, these were still the powers of mortals. Even a tidal knight capable of decimating an army of 100,000, despite being hailed as a one-man legion, the limit of mortals, and possessing godlike strength, was ultimately bound by mortal limitations, easily worn down by sheer numbers. However, transcending into the extraordinary realm represented a fundamental transformation, a leap into an entirely different echelon of existence, no longer merely mortal, but an extraordinary life form. In their presence, the numbers of ordinary mortals became inconsequential. Under normal circumstances, no amount of mortals could exhaust or even injure them. They wielded incredible, transcendent powers beyond the material realm, instilling trepidation even in deities. Legendary beings such as the towering lava giants and the infernal demons from the abyss were also classified as extraordinary life forms. Humans, too, could ascend to the extraordinary through cultivation. These human paragons repelled invading demons and eradicated all who dared to resist. They served as the formidable guardians of humanity, instilling fear in all foreign entities. Oh, how I wish to become an extraordinary knight, to toy with a few demons, to ride a dragon, and to share a drink with the gods. Dongbo Shui mused, chuckling at the biographical tales, envisioning himself as one of those extraordinary knights. Suddenly, the fire crystal lamp extinguished with a chime. What? Has the lamp gone out so soon? Dongbo Shui Ing's excitement over his reading turned to a frown. How unfortunate it was to have a mother who was a mage. She couldn't even keep the lamp lit. Well, time for sleep. With no light to guide him, he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he transformed into an extraordinary knight, invincible and omnipotent, smiling unconsciously in his sleep, clearly lost in a sweet reverie. Meanwhile, Dongbo Lai and his wife were also preparing to rest. Dongbo, I have been feeling rather unsettled lately, his wife confided, nestled in her husband's embrace. Ayu. Do not worry, he reassured her. We have been in Yushui City for 8 years now, and it has been peaceful. Your family has not made any attempts to contact us. You need not fear. Nothing will happen. Our family will continue to live in tranquility for 10 or 20 years. Until we grow old together, and they shall never find us. Never. Dongbo Lai gently embraced his wife, her head resting against his chest. She spoke little, fully aware of the immense power of her family, fearing that one day they might indeed be captured. A faint smile graced her lips. She held no regrets about her past choices. Had she submitted to her family's wishes, it would have been a disaster. She had escaped the clutches of her family, ventured into the unknown, and ultimately found herself with the one she loved, even blessing them with 2 adorable sons. She was content. Dongbo, will you regret this? She asked softly. Once captured, they will not spare you either. How many times have we faced life and death together, and yet you still ask this? Dongbo Lai chuckled. The night had deepened, and the castle lay in serene silence. Aside from the vigilant soldiers on duty, almost everyone else was in slumber. A massive bird, resembling a dark cloud, soared through the sky with great speed, its thunderous approach causing the glass windows of the castle to tremble. The bird hovered high above, while a figure cloaked in gray and a man clad in silver armor gazed downwards. We've arrived, the gray-cloaked figure remarked, his eyes filled with complexity. Sister, I truly do not wish to take you away. On guard. A powerful roar echoed throughout the castle. The Lion Man, a member of the Orc tribe, let out a thunderous growl. Is that a lion from the Orc clan? The silver-armored man inquired, intrigued. It is a lion slave assigned to my sister by the family long ago. I never imagined that after all these years, he would still remain loyal to her. The gray-cloaked figure mused as he observed the robust lion man, recalling the time when the young lion slave had been confined in a cage, silently following his sister. Now, he stood as a figure of great strength. The castle sprawled over 2 miles, divided into the outer and inner fortresses. The outer fortress housed 4 battalions of soldiers and servants, while knights could bring their families to reside there. A battalion patrolled the outer fortress walls at night. Enemies. Enemies. The 300 soldiers on the walls readied their massive dark red crossbows, their thick bolts already prepared, aimed at the 4-winged vulture high above. "You go," commanded the gray-cloaked figure. "Understood." The silver-armored man leaped from the heights, descending nearly 56 meters without any cushioning, landing with a thunderous impact upon the stone floor of the castle, causing the ground to tremble and the stones beneath him to crack. As he surveyed the scene before him, Dong Bo Lai and his wife had emerged, along with Dong Bo Shuering and his brother Qin Shi. The outside was filled with roars and booming sounds. Sleep was impossible under such conditions. "Emo Yangyu," the silver-armored man called out, standing in the castle courtyard, unfazed by the multitude of soldiers on the walls aiming their crossbows at him. "At this juncture, do you still wish to resist? Or will you come along with us peacefully? Just look around you," Dong Bo Lai shouted. The silver-armored man cast a sweeping glance around, noting the distant castle walls where soldiers encircled the area, each brandishing a dark red crossbow. His pupils narrowed slightly before he smiled and remarked, "The Starbreaker crossbow. Impressive. A mere small territory within a county is capable of equipping such a multitude of Starbreaker crossbows? With so many aimed at me, there is indeed a chance of my demise. You, a noble meteor knight, would undoubtedly find none within our castle a match for you in one-on-one combat," spoke Dongbo Lai. "Yet, with 500 Starbreaker crossbows, each capable of injuring you, and with our combined efforts, we are confident in our ability to surround and eliminate you. This is the territory of the Dongbo family," added the purple-robed woman, Imo Yangyu. "Your intrusion into a noble's domain is a provocation against our family, and we possess every right to eliminate you. Your death would be in vain. According to imperial law, nobles are protected, and their lands are inviolable. You and your partner should come with me without further resistance." The silver-armored man frowned. "Are you suggesting that you would defy imperial law by forcibly abducting 2 nobles?" Imo Yangyu replied coldly. "Xiaoyu," a somewhat hoarse voice called out, prompting all to look up. They beheld a figure in gray robes perched upon a great bird in the sky, wielding a staff. Suddenly, a formidable and terrifying power coalesced, thick clouds materializing above, rife with flickering lightning. Tendrils of electricity manifested in numerous spots around the castle, illuminating the night with a stunning display. As these arcs struck the soldiers, they cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground, the Starbreaker crossbows scattered about them. In a mere instant, hundreds of soldiers found themselves utterly powerless to resist. He had shown restraint, for had he not, they would have been reduced to cinders. The 4-winged vulture descended, and the gray-robed figure dismounted, lifting his hood to reveal a slightly pale, yet still strikingly handsome face, bearing a resemblance to Imo Yangyu by a considerable margin. "Xiaoyu, do you still wish to resist?" the gray-robed youth inquired. "Brother." Imo Yangyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling slightly. Chapter 3, Separation. Snow Eagle, anxiously clutching his younger brother, was both nervous and astonished. Could this young man in the gray robe truly be his mother's brother? "Brother, it has been so many years," he stammered. Imo Yangyu beamed with delight. "I am truly elated to see you again. Have you ascended to the celestial realm? Are you now a silver moon mage?" "Yes," the gray-robed youth nodded. The mage's celestial realm is categorized into 3 grand tiers: meteor, silver moon, and tidal. This gray-robed youth was indeed a silver moon mage, holding a significant position within the family. Achieving the rank of silver moon mage through one's own efforts placed him among the top 3 of the younger generation in the clan. Imo Yangyu expressed her admiration. "Once you attain the title of Grand Mage, it will be truly remarkable. Our family has yet to see a Grand Mage. The path to that level is fraught with difficulty." The gray-robed youth sighed. The title level signifies a unique honor throughout the entire Longshan Empire. Such individuals command profound respect, having reached the pinnacle of mortal existence. Beyond that lies the realm of the extraordinary. Despite the gray-robed mage's formidable capabilities, capable of effortlessly annihilating an army, he would likely find himself powerless against a title-level being. "You have transgressed the family laws. You must understand. Our lineage has thrived for over 1,000 years on these very regulations. The gray-robed youth asserted. A family without rules, no matter how prosperous, will ultimately decline. Our clan has faced hardships, yet we have risen again, all thanks to our adherence to the clan laws. To violate these laws is to invite punishment. Tell me your decision. The atmosphere grew tense, with Dongbo Lai, the burly lion man, and Snow Eagle, still clutching his brother, all filled with trepidation. I am a noble. I am protected by the laws of the empire. You cannot apprehend us in defiance of imperial law, though you are powerful. Violating the empire's laws would lead only to your demise. Mo Yongyu glared at her brother. Noble? You remain obstinate until the very end. Do not look so shocked. I have indeed come bearing an edict, the gray-robed youth replied. The expressions of Mo Yongyu, Dongbo Lai, and the lion man shifted dramatically. The gray-robed youth extended his right hand, from which a golden scroll appeared seemingly out of thin air. As he unfurled the scroll, a wave of mysterious energy emanated forth, captivating Snow Eagle, who felt an overwhelming sense of reverence wash over him. By imperial decree, the Mo Yang clan's edict states, Mo Yongyu is sentenced to a century of confinement. Baron Dongbo Lai is sentenced to a century of hard labor. Executor, Mo Yangchen. The gray-robed youth's voice resonated throughout the castle. Dongbo Lai and Mo Yongyu exchanged glances, a flicker of relief passing between them. A century of confinement? A century of hard labor? Such sentences were unbearably long. The lion man, distressed, exclaimed, a normal lifespan is merely around 100 years. Even upon reaching the celestial realm, one's life expectancy barely exceeds 100 years. At their age, a century of confinement and hard labor. Wouldn't that mean they would perish in captivity and toil? No, uncle. You are the executor. Please save my parents. Save them. Snow Eagle cried out desperately, his plea echoing in the air. The word uncle caused the gray-robed youth to tremble. No one can save them. Not a single soul. The rules of the family are unyielding, and no amount of pleading will alter their fate, the youth clad in gray solemnly declared, wailing softly. The 2-year-old Qing Shi nestled in his brother's arms, tears streaming down his cheeks. Though he could not fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, he sensed the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. Meanwhile, Xue Ying, at the tender age of 8, felt a surge of urgency. His parents were condemned to a century of confinement and labor, a punishment that seemed to stretch until the end of their days. They were his own flesh and blood, his most cherished kin. Please, save my parents. Save my parents. Tears welled in Xue Ying's eyes as he implored, Uncle, you must have a way. Do not weep. Xue Ying. And you too, Qing Shi, do not cry. Mu Yongyu approached, squatting down to embrace her 2 sons. She then turned her gaze toward the young man in gray. Please give me and Dongbo some time, will you? Very well, the gray-clad youth nodded in agreement. On an unnamed mountain, a wooden cabin stood. Thud, thud, thud. The path trembled beneath the urgency of a lion man named Tong San, who rode a swift frost beast steed. He had hastened from the snowstone castle without armor, arriving at the mountain top in mere moments. Zhongling, Zhongling. The lion's voice boomed urgently from afar. The door of the cabin swung open. A man with silver hair, draped in a dark robe, emerged, though his body was concealed. A long, serpentine tail, almost 2 meters in length and as thick as a human thigh, betrayed his identity as a member of the Beastman clan, specifically a 6-armed serpent demon of royal blood. Tong San, what brings you here? Zhongling inquired. The master's family has finally caught up with us, and they bear an edict. Tong San lamented, his voice thick with emotion. You are the wisest among us. Please, think of something. Zhongling shuddered slightly, shaking his head. The family has already invoked their edict. No one can rescue them unless one becomes a legendary extraordinary being, which may compel the family to release Dongbo and the others. Is there truly no hope left? Tong San's heart ached with despair. He could not forget those darkest days, when a girl had brought him joy amidst his suffering. Year after year, he had followed her unhesitatingly, even escaping the family. His loyalty was unwavering, forged through countless perils. In his heart, his master was more precious than his own life. Is it a you who sent you here? Zhongling asked. Yes, my master instructed me to find you, Tong San replied. Let us go then. We must see them one last time. Zhongling clenched his fists beneath his robe, sharp nails digging into his palms. Both Dongbo and Yu were companions with whom he had faced life and death. How could he not feel urgency and rage? Yet, he remained composed, his true emotions rarely surfacing. Let us depart. Beside the wooden cabin stood another frost beast steed, and Zhong Ling and Tong San swiftly mounted their horses, racing toward the castle. Within the confines of Snowstone Castle, the couple, Dong Bo Lai and Mo Yongyu, were imparting their final instructions to their son. Shuang, this pendant is a rare storage artifact, possessing an internal space of great value, equivalent to the entirety of the Shuang territory. From this day forth, it is yours. You must keep it a secret. Aside from your Uncle Tong and clan uncle, do not divulge this to a third person. Even your younger brother must remain uninformed, as he is still but a child, unguarded in his speech, and could inadvertently expose it. The territory cannot be seized. But should the existence of this storage artifact be revealed, it is susceptible to theft. Mother, you carry it, Shuang insisted. If my father and you are taken away, the treasures on your persons will be searched. Mo Yongyu gently touched Shuaying's finger, drawing forth a drop of blood. She silently chanted an incantation, and soon, the droplet formed a magical sigil, branding the pendant. Shuang immediately sensed a spiritual connection to the interior of the pendant, which contained various materials, gold coins, and scrolls. The most important treasures from the castle have been placed inside. Ah, and your father possesses another treasure, Mo Yongyu remarked, glancing at her husband. Dong Bo Lai retrieved a tome crafted entirely from gold leaf. Such a book, made of gold, known for its enduring nature, was reserved for only the most precious texts. This is a manual of spear techniques left by an extraordinary being, he said with a smile. The fundamentals I taught you were based on this very technique. The ancient aristocrats each had 3 or 4 tomes from extraordinary lives. Our family possesses but this one, and it is merely a treatise on spear techniques. Hence, I have taught you diligently. Study it well, and remember, it must remain confidential, except to your clan uncle and Uncle Tong. No one else, haha. They were present when this tome was acquired. Shuang accepted the golden book, feeling a peculiar wave emanating from it, and with a mere thought, he stored it within the pendant. Let us depart, and await your clan uncle and Uncle Tong. Dong Bo Lai and Mo Yongyu, accompanied by Shuang and his younger brother, Qing Shi, waited in the hall. Soon, 2 figures burst through the entrance. Uncle Tong and Clan Ling Dong Bo, Mou. Clan Ling began, but hesitated to continue. Before we leave, we must trouble you both, Mo Yongyu smiled. Uncle Tong, your temperament is rather rough, and you have struggled to manage the territory. Thus, it will be up to Clan Ling to govern it. You will also be responsible for guiding Shuang and Qing Shi. Do not worry, Clan Ling assured, nodding. Leave it to me. Shuang, remember, all matters concerning the territory will be entrusted to your clan uncle. You will formally assume control at the age of 18. Mo Yongyu gazed at her son with concern, fearing that without support, the 2 children might soon be consumed by outsiders. Understood, Shuang replied, cradling his younger brother. Qing Shi nestled in his brother's embrace, no longer sorrowful, but feeling a tinge of fear towards Clan Ling and Uncle Tong. After all, at just 2 years old, he found himself intimidated by Uncle Tong's lion-like demeanor and Clan Ling's serpentine tail. Mother, please tell me, where exactly is the Muyang family? And how can I save you all? Shuang exclaimed with urgency. Safe. Mo Yongyu and Dong Bo Lai exchanged glances. Stop worrying about such matters. Focus on living well, do you understand? As long as you 2 brothers are happy, your father and I will be content, Mo Yongyu replied. The thought of rescuing them seemed implausible. The Muyang family's laws were rigidly enforced. To contravene these regulations, one would need to possess extraordinary powers and unimaginable prospect for one's own child. Tell me, how can it be done? There must be a way. Shuang pleaded anxiously. When you obtain the Black Iron Order from Longshan Tower, I will reveal all the details of this matter to you. And then you will naturally know how to save them, Zhong Ling interjected from the side. Mo Yongyu and Dong Bo Lai were momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Zhong Ling, perhaps we should give this child a glimmer of hope, Zhong Ling suggested. Dong Bo Lai nodded in agreement. Shuang, now 8 years old and exceptionally intelligent, would not easily forget this incident. Providing him with a goal might be beneficial. Yes, when you receive the Black Iron Order from Longshan Tower, your Uncle Zhong will inform you of everything. The Black Iron Order from Longshan Tower? Shuang silently committed this to memory. In the deep of night, the drawbridge of Shueshi Castle was lowered. Outside the castle, a silver-armored man and a gray-robed youth stood waiting, while Dong Bo Lai and his wife bid farewell to their sons. Shuang, take good care of your brother. Do you understand? Mo Yongyu urged. Yes, Shuang nodded, his eyes reddening as tears streamed down his cheeks. Wah wah. Shuang held his younger brother's hand, but his brother, Qing Shi, suddenly burst into tears. Unable to contain herself, Mu Yongyu crouched down to embrace her two sons, showering them with kisses, while Dong Bo Lai stood silently by, his eyes glistening with emotion. "We must go," Mu Yongyu said through gritted teeth, turning towards the gray-robed youth. "Wah, don't go," cried Qing Shi. I swear I will save you. No one can stop me," Shuang declared passionately. Mu Yongyu pressed her hand to her mouth, unable to suppress her tears, while Dong Bo Lai trembled with emotion. Together, they ascended onto the back of the four-winged vulture. "They have departed," the gray-robed youth remarked gently. "Save? But how?" Shuang, as the elder brother, yearned to rescue them. Yet the family rules were merciless. No plea could alter the stringent laws of the Mu Yang family. Only an extraordinary being could facilitate their rescue. With a powerful flap of its wings, the four-winged vulture soared into the sky. On its back, Dong Bo Lai and Mu Yongyu turned to look down below at the castle entrance, where their two frail children stood. Their hearts tightened. How could they bear to leave their little ones behind? "Live well, live well," Mu Yongyu silently chanted, vowing to pray for her children's safety for the rest of her life. Shuang held his brother's hand and gazed upward. The vulture rapidly flew into the distance, shrinking against the nighttime sky. Don't go," cried Qing Shi. Chapter 4. Brothers. The following morning, in Yishui City, at the Dragon Mountain Tower. Every city in this world boasts a Dragon Mountain Tower. The one in Yishui City is an ancient 5-story stone edifice. Powerful knights guard its entrance, and within a 10-meter radius of the main gate, neither commoners nor nobles dare to approach. Any who do may face lethal force, even nobles. An elderly man clad in a white robe with flowing white hair rushed into the Dragon Mountain Tower. "Lord Yu too," the two knights in green armor greeted respectfully. "Is the Tower Master present?" the white-haired elder inquired. "Indeed, the Tower Master has not been in good spirits since early morning," one of the tall green-armored knights replied. The elder stepped inside the Dragon Mountain Tower and ascended to the 3rd floor. "Knock, knock. Come in," a voice called from within. The white-haired elder pushed open the door and closed it behind him. Inside, a smooth, dark yellow long table was laden with stacks of papers and books. Seated behind the table was a middle-aged man with black hair, engrossed in reviewing a document. This man was Lord Xian, the master of the Dragon Mountain Tower in Yishui City. "You too, what news do you bring?" Lord Xian raised his gaze. "The information is confirmed. Last night, the Baron and Baroness of Shuang territory were apprehended," the elder reported. "The guards of Shuesher Castle attempted to resist, but within a mere breath, they succumbed to the tempest of lightning." "Humph, the Moyang family truly embodies tyranny." Lord Xian furrowed his brow. "I had only just received word from the county city, and by nightfall, they had already taken them away." The interior of the Dragon Mountain Tower was equally austere. In the Empire's 19 provinces, each provincial capital is home to a Dragon Mountain Tower, wielding secretive and formidable power. The hierarchy consists of provincial capitals, county cities, and district towns, each level meticulously governed, with the entire realm under surveillance. After all, they are the Moyang family. They rank among the top 10 families in the Eastern Domain province, the elder remarked. "Humph," Lord Xian scoffed. "The Moyang family ranks last among the 10 great families of the Eastern Domain province. They owe their status solely to the legacy of their ancestors. Otherwise, they wouldn't even qualify for the top 10. Yet, their mere display of power can easily crush our colossal entity," the elder sighed, shaking his head. "It is lamentable that the Shuang territory is left with only 2 children. My inquiries reveal that their 2-year-old son has been inconsolable since his parents' abduction, causing much sorrow among the soldiers and servants within Shuesher Castle. The Baron and Baroness were indeed beloved by their subjects." Lord Xian nodded in agreement. In the Shuang territory, atop the majestic Snowstone Mountain, within the Grand Snowstone Castle, some servants quietly whispered among themselves. However, under the imposing presence of the Lionman Copper 3 and the 6-armed serpent demon Zone Ling, the castle continued its operations as usual. Though it was already daytime, the younger brother, Qing Shi, had only just begun to regain his composure. Following the forcible capture of their parents, he had been inconsolable, and no amount of comfort seemed to soothe him. In the past, it was the mother who personally cared for the children. As a sorceress, her voice effortlessly possessed a hypnotic quality, making it exceedingly simple to lull the little ones to sleep. However, the current predicament with Qing Shi has left everyone in distress. Shiren, Tong San, and Ling from the Snake Demon sect have instilled a deep fear in Qing Shi. The maids have never put the younger brother to bed. So it falls upon Dongbo Shuiying to take on this responsibility himself. Though his heart is heavy with sorrow, he must endure and soothe his brother to sleep. At long last, daybreak arrives, and the younger brother, utterly exhausted, seems to have forgotten about their parents, as is typical for a child of merely 2 years. Be good. Sure too. Sleep well, he murmurs. I want to sleep with brother, the child replies. All right. I am here to accompany you, he reassures him. Brother, I want to hear you sing. Gradually, the weary younger brother finally drifts off, resting upon Dongbo Shuiying's chest. Dongbo Shuiying remains perfectly still, fearful of disturbing him. As evening approaches, Zhongling and Tong Sen arrive outside the room. Let me take a look, Zhongling whispers, gently pushing the door open. Peering through the crack, he observes the chubby little Qingshi sprawled across his brother's chest, drool pooling on Dongbo Shuiying's attire, who is also fast asleep. His clothes somewhat disheveled and only half covered by the blanket. Tong San gazes through the door as well, his heart aching at the sight of the two brothers nestled together. In the past, it was Ayu who cared for Shirtu, never allowing the maids to tend to him. Seeing them together like this raises concerns for the future. Will Dongbo Shuiying have to lull him to sleep every night? Zhongling contemplates anxiously. Uncle Zong, Uncle Tong, Dongbo Shuiying has quietly managed to awaken his brother. Sleep a little longer, dear, Zhongling encourages, knowing that Dongbo Shuiying must not have rested for long. In truth, Dongbo Shuiying has barely slept. His emotions tumultuous as he kept his brother calm, only succumbing to light slumber when sheer exhaustion overcame him. He awakes immediately upon their arrival, but fortunately, his exceptional constitution allows him to endure. It's all right, Uncle Zong, Uncle Tong. Shirtu has always been cared for by our mother. He has never been looked after by anyone else, Dongbo Shuiying explains. Now that my parents have been forcibly taken away, this news cannot be concealed. I cannot permit those servants to care for my brother. He is frightened of the two of you, so it must be me. After all, it is merely putting him to sleep. During the day, there are plenty of people in the castle to keep an eye on him. Many can watch over him during the day. There is no need for concern, Tong San assures. Then it rests upon your shoulders. Once your brother grows a bit older, I expect it will become easier, Zhongling adds. Indeed, Dongbo Shuiying does not elaborate further. After all, this is his younger brother. With their parents captured, he has only one sibling left to care for. By the way, Uncle Zong, Uncle Tong. Earlier you mentioned that obtaining the Black Iron Order from Longshan Tower would grant me knowledge of everything. How exactly can I acquire this Black Iron Order? Dongbo Shuiying presses on. Zhongling and Tong San exchange a resigned glance. This child, it seems, is steadfast in his quest to rescue their parents. As long as your strength is sufficient, Longshan Tower will naturally present you with the Black Iron Order, Zhongling responds. How strong must one be? Dongbo Shuiying inquires. Neither your father, Tong San, nor I possess the Black Iron Order, Zhongling admits. Zhongling remarked. On the day you become sufficiently powerful, Longshan Tower will undoubtedly present you with the Black Iron Order. Dongbo Shuiying instantly comprehended the implication. To acquire the so-called Black Iron Order, one must first surpass Zhong Shu and his companions. I understand, Dongbo Shuiying replied, refraining from further inquiries. How long has Shirtu been asleep? Zhongling inquired. Nearly 3 hours, Dongbo Shuiying responded. Then it's time for him to awaken. It is already evening. Shirtu has been restless for so long without much to eat. Let him rise for dinner. Also, allow those maids to entertain him a bit. This way, he will be able to sleep well at night. Otherwise, if he sleeps now, he will surely cause a ruckus in the middle of the night. Zhongling advised. Night had fallen. In the dining hall, at a square table, Dongbo Shuiying occupied the seat of honor while his younger brother, Qingshi, sat beside him, attended by servants who brought forth the meal. Dongbo Shuiying's fare consisted of refreshing juices and exquisitely prepared beast meat, while his brother enjoyed some beast milk and grains. Qingshi was relishing his meal, and Dongbo Shuiying smiled at him, though his heart ached. Once, their parents had graced this table, but now it was just the two of them. Are you full? Dongbo Shuiying asked. Yes, I'm very full, Qingshi replied, patting his little belly. Curiously, he then asked, Where's mother? Where's father? Why are they not here? Are they still sleeping? They have gone out, sure too. Why don't you go play in the back garden? Dongbo Shuiying suggested. The back garden. Let us go to the back garden, Qingshi exclaimed. His attention swiftly diverted. The back garden, filled with numerous play areas, had been specially constructed by their mother for the brothers. In his own childhood, Dongbo Shuiying had delighted in playing there, which even boasted some magical artifacts. Take young Master Qingshi to the back garden, and keep a close watch. Dong Bo Shuang instructed the three maids standing nearby. Yes, sir, the three maids replied respectfully, fully aware that from this day forward, this young man would be the master of the entire Shui-ing territory. As he watched the maids escort his brother downstairs, Dong Bo Shuang leaned against the railing, gazing at the back garden. More than 20 fire crystal lamps illuminated every corner of the garden, where over a dozen servants were already entertaining his brother, all carefully chosen for their loyalty. Subsequently, Dong Bo Shuang made his way to his study. The study was spacious, standing 6 meters high, 15 meters long, and 10 meters wide. Such dimensions were quite ordinary for the expansive Schwescher Castle, which spanned 2 miles. The study was furnished with a table and a bookshelf brimming with numerous books, many of which were biographies and novels. In his youth, Dong Bo Shuang had a penchant for stories, and his mother had provided him with a plethora of reading material. Seated at his desk, he waved his hand, and a gilded book materialized in his grasp. The gun techniques of extraordinary knights? Dong Bo Shuang exclaimed, promptly opening it to delve into its contents. Chapter 5. The Art of the Spear. I, Gu Yuanhan of the Summer Clan, the Xuanbing Knight, hereby record the techniques of spear play. The gilded pages of the tome are adorned with intricate illustrations, depicting a diminutive figure practicing the spear techniques. A resonant, mysterious energy permeates the air, causing the very atmosphere of the study to quiver. Startled, Dong Bo Shuang raised his gaze, his attention drawn to the shimmering silver light that began to manifest above the open pages, coalescing into the image of a beggar-like elder. This silver apparition, the beggar elder, was but a miniature figure, scarcely the height of a book, wielding a long spear. The frigid aura that enveloped him made Dong Bo Shuang involuntarily shiver. With a flourish, the spectral beggar elder began to practice, executing each movement with precision. The spear danced like a dragon, striking fiercely, parrying, and thrusting. It was all too familiar. This was the very spear play that Dong Bo Shuang had been honing since the age of 6. A widely practiced technique throughout the Longshan Empire, known as the Sini spear technique. The Sini spear technique is revered across the land as the simplest and most fundamental form, regarded as the source of all spear play. It lacks any particularly formidable killing moves, consisting solely of foundational techniques. Many spear experts begin their journey with the Sini spear technique. Having practiced for nearly 3 years since he was 6, and now at the age of 8 in the midst of winter, he reflected on his training. His father's instruction had been precise and standard, adhering to the same technique, yet he could not shake the feeling that his spear play diverged from his father's. Dong Bo Shuang scrutinized the display. Although it was the same foundational technique, the mastery exhibited by the elder was distinctly different from that of a novice. There was an inherent power in every thrust, as if every ounce of strength was perfectly channeled through the spear. Dong Bo Shuang began to discern a subtle understanding. The book lay open, the Sini spear technique continuing its demonstration. After a half-hour of watching, having lost count of how many times he had observed, Dong Bo Shuang finally turned to the next page. This page was filled with dense text. The essence of spear play lies in its foundation. The first technique I impart is the source of all methods, the Sini spear technique. Only when you attain true mastery may you hope to grasp my spear play. Below this was a set of instructions for channeling one's energy. My spear play is known for its swiftness. This energy channeling method will enable you to strike more rapidly. The subsequent dense text detailed the incantations for energy channeling. Though the extraordinary knight spoke casually, this method was indeed a priceless treasure. When 2 knights of equal caliber engage, one might only execute 2 or 3 strikes, while the other, utilizing this unique energy channeling technique, could unleash 4 or 5. The outcome of the duel could be determined in mere moments. My spear play is the Xuanbing spear technique, divided into 3 realms. The first realm is falling snow. Mastering this signifies your entry into the discipline, granting you the title of spear play master. The second realm is blood rain. Mastering this maneuver bestows a title sufficient to dominate, with the potential to ascend to the extraordinary. The third realm is Xuanbing. Every extraordinary individual has their own path, and this technique embodies my journey into the extraordinary. Hence I am known as the Xuanbing Knight. My path may not necessarily suit you, if you have reached this stage. You might borrow some techniques for the manipulation of fighting spirit. Dong Bo Shuang observed with excitement. Truly, the marksmanship bequeathed by the extraordinary knights leads one toward the realm of the exceptional. As he continued to turn the pages, the subsequent one revealed a dense array of explanations regarding the mystic eye spear technique, accompanied by various specialized techniques for manipulating fighting spirit. These explanations spanned over 20 pages, articulated with utmost clarity, allowing Dong Bo-shuang to grasp the essence of the predecessor's teachings. Yet, the technique was too rudimentary for him to fully comprehend. Upon reaching the final page, he discovered a myriad of intricate patterns. Above these patterns, a burst of light emerged, conjuring the image of a beggar elder who began to demonstrate the mystic ice spear technique. The elder first executed snowfall perfectly, appearing to unleash hundreds or even thousands of strikes, resembling countless snowflakes drifting through the air, so fast that Dong Bo-shuang could scarcely perceive them. Then, the elder performed the technique in a sluggish manner, akin to slow motion, enabling Dong Bo-shuang to observe with remarkable clarity. Following this, the elder demonstrated blood rain, and ultimately mystic ice. This technique is characterized by one word: speed. It epitomizes the relentless pursuit of swiftness. However, one must commence with the foundational mind-intent spear technique. Only when this spear technique reaches its utmost perfection can one begin to learn the simplest aspect of the mystic ice spear technique, namely snowfall. Otherwise, it would be utterly unattainable. That evening, Dong Bo-shuang had to soothe his younger brother to sleep. His brother was indeed quite clingy, and it took a considerable amount of time for him to finally drift off. The following morning, after breakfast, he found himself at the training grounds. Dong Bo-shuang surveyed the area. His father had practiced there daily as well. Let the training commence. He donned weighted gear and began to run, covering the entire inner castle, which spanned about a mile. Running a full lap amounted to several miles, serving as a warm-up routine he had long been accustomed to. He seized a short spear and effortlessly hurled it, striking the thick target 80 meters away, already marred by numerous wounds. Go, go, go! Dong Bo-shuang exclaimed as he sprinted, simultaneously launching the short spear. He executed return sprints while shooting, hitting targets in motion. Throw it to me, Dong Bo-shuang commanded. Yes, master, replied the servants obediently, tossing small targets into the air. As they soared, Dong Bo-shuang, while running from nearly 80 meters away, hurled the short spear. Sometimes he hit the mark, other times he missed, clearly indicating that hitting moving targets while in motion required further practice. In his father's words, the short spear was merely an auxiliary. Achieving 100% accuracy while running and shooting at moving targets would suffice with daily practice of 200 repetitions for warm-up. After completing 1,000 throws with the short spear, Dong Bo-shuang felt the fatigue in his arms and was drenched in sweat. He was already accustomed to such exertion. Once the spear practice concluded, he engaged in the cultivation of fighting spirit, which proved most effective when the body was weary. The martial arts incorporated both rigidity and flexibility, harmonizing with his breath, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort as a mysterious energy coursed through his body, invigorating each part, restoring his stamina rapidly. All right, let us begin practicing the spear technique. Dong Bo-shuang grasped a long spear that stood beside him. Due to his height, the spear measured an impressive 8 meters in length and weighed approximately 10 kilograms. With determination, he commenced practicing the mind-intent spear technique. Having honed this skill for nearly 3 years, he had become quite proficient. However, today felt distinctly different. Yes, this is how the force should be executed, he thought. Yesterday, he had observed extraordinary knights demonstrating their spear techniques, and while practicing, he instinctively emulated that sensation, resulting in significant insights. With a swift movement, he held the spear loosely with his left hand while firmly gripping the rear with his right. Suddenly, he exerted force, and with a flick of his right wrist, the spear spun as if it were a great serpent, launching forth with remarkable speed. Should an enemy be present, they would find the spear aimed at their face, yet as it rotated, the tip would unexpectedly pierce their throat. This spin served to confound the adversary while simultaneously enhancing the penetrating power of the strike, marking it as one of the technique's crucial elements. Thud. The spear's tip struck a stationary alchemical dummy anchored to the ground. This dummy, crafted from metal with a resilient layer of alchemical material, possessed remarkable durability and self-repairing properties, rendering it impervious to harm from anything below the stellar level. The training hall housed 5 such dummies, each valued at 500 gold coins. In his mother's magical laboratory, there existed an even more precious alchemical dummy, reserved for her experiments. With relentless vigor, Dong Bo-shuang repeated his thrusts, thrusting low, high, to the left, and to the right. After 1,000 powerful strikes, his right hand ached intensely, and beads of sweat covered his body. Previously, he would have settled for 500 repetitions. But today he was pushing his limits. With one final, forceful thrust towards the alchemical dummy. The recoil left his hand numb, and with a clatter, the spear fell to the ground. Kneeling before the earth, he gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, his gaze fixed on the fallen spear. Despite his resolute spirit, the overwhelming fatigue tempted him to surrender. He lifted his head to the side, recalling how his father would stand nearby, vociferously admonishing him. Pathetic. Is this all you're capable of? You've barely struck 300 times. Given your physique, 500 should be the norm. 1,000 would truly exhaust you. And 1,500 might just be your limit. Even at your limit, even if you sustain injuries, you have the restorative bath to recover. This bath can rejuvenate you even if you suffer cuts or fractures. Your condition is far superior to mine in my youth. You can't even manage 500? Get up, or you're a coward. Just 500 strikes, and you, a noble young master, can't accomplish that? Rise. My son, Dong Bo Lai's son, is no coward. Up. His father's booming voice echoed in his mind. Get up. Stand. With renewed resolve, Dong Bo Shuai grasped the spear and rose to his feet once more. With unwavering determination, he thrust forward again. Father, how I long to hear your voice scolding me once more. Even being called a coward by you would bring me joy. Dong Bo Shuai, with eyes aflame, struck furiously time and again. Only upon losing did he come to realize just how precious everything truly was. Chapter 6. Cultivation. After enduring a grueling session of 1,500 repetitions, drenched in sweat, with his right arm feeling almost foreign and his fingers completely numb, he persevered solely through sheer willpower. Water, East Bo Shuai rasped. His servant, who had been watching in astonishment, quickly brought him water. East Bo Shuai extended his left hand to grasp a large cup and drained it in one go. During his training of the fighting energy technique, his entire body tingled with discomfort, most notably his right arm and hand. It was evident that some mysterious force from the heavens continuously penetrated his right arm and hand. The more fatigued he became, the more effective his training proved. Of course, one's body could not be pushed to the brink of collapse. Most individuals, if they exerted themselves as fervently as East Bo Shuai, would likely incapacitate their hands within 10 days. However, he benefited from expensive medicinal baths daily. Such treatments could bankrupt an ordinary noble after just a year. Having practiced 3 full cycles, he felt the absorption of heavenly energy had diminished significantly, prompting him to halt. At this moment, his left hand and arm were entirely unwearied, while his right hand still bore some soreness. He then grasped his weapon with his left hand. Come, he commanded, his eyes gleaming as he focused on the alchemical dummy before him. With his right hand loosely gripping the shaft of the spear and his left hand firmly on the butt, he thrust forward with vigor. Have you seen Shuai? Asked Tong San. I have not, replied Zhong Ling, a hint of surprise and concern in his voice. It was nearly lunchtime, yet Shuai was nowhere to be found. With East Bo Lai and his wife recently captured, they were anxious about Shuai's well-being. Where is the Lord? Zhong Ling inquired of a maid. The master has been at the training grounds since morning, the maid responded. Still at the training grounds? It's almost noon, Tong San remarked, astonished. Typically, Shuai trained for only 1 or 2 hours in the morning, yet he had been at it for nearly 3 hours now. Zhong Ling, however, remained silent and hurried towards the training grounds. As they approached, they could hear the resounding thuds of impact echoing from within. With a shared glance of understanding, they pushed open the gates of the training yard. What they witnessed left them momentarily speechless. The previously flushed youth was now wielding a long spear with both hands, relentlessly striking the alchemical dummy. With each thrust, he drew power from his core, unleashing a furious barrage. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The same technique repeated in a relentless flurry, the spear slicing through the air as it struck with maximum speed and force. His skin was flushed red, and steam rose from his body, a testament to the intense heat emanating from him. To have his blood and energy surging to such an extent? Zhong Ling marveled. Shuai, you must take a break. You're going to overexert yourself, Tong Sen urged, panic rising within him. He had never witnessed East Bo Shuai exerting himself with such fervor, and at this level, he was nearing his physical limits. Just a little longer. I'm not done yet, East Bo Shuai replied resolutely. Don't worry. Shuai takes medicinal baths every day, his body won't fail him. Let him unleash his energy, another voice chimed in. Zhong Ling felt a profound sense of worry. He was not afraid of the training causing physical injury, for the daily medicinal baths would effortlessly nourish and mend his body. What troubled him was the potential transformation of Shuai's mindset. Having watched Shuai grow, he harbored hopes that his character would not become peculiar. Dongbo Shuang turned to glance at his two uncles, smiling as he reassured them. Uncle Zong, Uncle Tong, fret not, I am fine. His words were not a mere outburst. They stemmed from a plan he devised after studying the gun techniques of the extraordinary knights. Without sufficient diligence, how could one ascend to greatness relying solely on a single tome? Time passed, measured by the brewing of tea. After lunch, he spent some moments with his younger brother before resuming his practice with the long spear. With both hands exerting force, the spear thrust forth, every ounce of strength coursing through his arms and channeling into the weapon, its power manifesting with remarkable ferocity. The spear repeatedly struck the alchemical dummy with precision, targeting the marked points on its face, throat, and chest. This was the fourth phase of Dongbo Shuiying's spear training regimen, the dual-handed thrust. He practiced the 2,000 thrusts, honing his combat energy techniques. Archery. Dongbo Shuiying commanded. Yes, master. 10 servants stood 10 meters away, each wielding bows with arrows stripped of their tips, exchanging hesitant glances. Previously, Dongbo Shuiying had practiced blocking with his father as a sparring partner. But now he was to face arrows directly. If he failed to block, the impact, though lacking a sharp tip, would still be quite painful, and skin could easily break and bleed. The servants shared their concerns. Hurry, follow my previous command, Dongbo Shuiying ordered, and the servants complied without question. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, and Dongbo Shuiying, spear in hand, swiftly blocked it, extending forward to intercept and deflect the projectile. One by one, the arrows came. Although the distance was merely 10 meters, the servants had not cultivated their combat energy. Thus, the arrows, while swift, were manageable for Dongbo Shuiying. He executed the techniques of block, seize, and deflect with remarkable finesse. However, when two arrows flew simultaneously, Dongbo Shuiying found it increasingly challenging. As he was struck 3 or 4 times out of 10 attempts, his skin began to show red and purple marks, and occasionally there were abrasions. Yet he paid little heed to these minor injuries. The mind-intent spear technique is the source of all methods, the most fundamental spear technique within the Xia clan. Repeatedly practicing the forms without comprehension would yield mere embellishments. One must deconstruct the spear techniques and practice them relentlessly to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. The spear training comprises 6 phases: left-handed thrust, right-handed thrust, sweeping strikes, dual-handed thrust, blocking, and free attack, interspersed with techniques for cultivating combat energy to alleviate physical fatigue. Otherwise, such intense training would be unsustainable. His daily cultivation spanned a full 6 hours. After completing his training, he would immerse himself in the medicinal bath, allowing it not only to prevent his body from breaking down, but also to continuously restore and enhance his strength. His physique, particularly the muscles and sinews of his arms and hands, underwent a remarkable transformation. In the evening, it is a time for rest, sharing dinner with my younger brother, playing together, and then perusing some books before retiring for the night. Though it may seem exhausting, it is akin to the toil of ordinary folk who labor throughout the day. Once accustomed to it, it feels entirely normal. Dongbo Shuiying can perceive that his marksmanship has been steadily improving, and his physique is continuously becoming more robust. Rather than feeling fatigued, he finds himself increasingly relishing the process. Even while practicing his shooting, he bears a smile, occasionally pausing to furrow his brow in deep contemplation, evidently engrossed in the intricacies of his craft. This immersion enables Dongbo Shuiying's skills to advance at a remarkable pace. 2 winters later, amidst a flurry of snow, a valiant youth wields a sleek black spear, honing his thrusting technique. At this moment, a servant stands before him, bearing a shield enveloped in thick layers of animal hide and cotton, appearing rather bulky. However, without such padding to absorb the impact, the servant would be unable to withstand the force. The servant dodges left and right, but Dongbo Shuiying suddenly unleashes his spear. It darts forth like a serpentine dragon, spiraling and thrusting with a piercing whistle, striking the shield with a jolt that reverberates through the servant's entire body. The thrust is formidable, and during a sweeping strike, the power escalates even further. Master, I cannot evade it at all, the robust servant laments. Each successful dodge earns you a silver coin. Practice diligently, Dongbo Shuiying replies, while the other servants look on with envy, knowing that a single silver coin is worth a month's wages. In earlier days, a few servants occasionally managed to evade the strikes, and Dongbo Shuiying had dispensed hundreds of silver coins. However, as of late, acquiring even one has proven exceedingly challenging. My marksmanship has stagnated for a few days now. This vigorous exertion has reached a plateau, Dongbo Shuiying muses inwardly. According to the ancient text of the Xianbing Knights, should I not begin to practice retraction? This force must be capable of both release and retraction. Suddenly, a maid bursts into the training ground, distraught. Master, master, something is amiss. She exclaims breathlessly. Dongbo Shuiying's heart skips a beat at her urgency. What has happened? It is Lord Zongling. He has sustained grave injuries. The maid replies, panic-stricken. There is blood everywhere. Uncle Zong. Dongbo Shuiying gasps in shock. For the past 2 years, Uncle Zong has been tirelessly managing the myriad affairs of the territory, allowing him to immerse himself in his marksmanship without distraction. Where is he now? He is at Lord Zongling's residence, and Commander Tong is there as well. The maid informs him. Without hesitation, Dongbo Shuiying sets down his spear and rushes towards Uncle Zong's dwelling. Chapter 7. The Long-Wind Night inside the room. Zongling reclined on the bed, while Tong San sat on a nearby stool. They both turned to see Dongbo Shuiying rushing in from outside. Uncle Zong, are you all right? Dongbo Shuiying scrutinized him closely. Zongling had changed into a clean white robe, appearing seemingly unharmed, though his complexion was pale. With a smile, Zongling remarked, indeed, the leader of the Curved Blade Alliance is formidable. Had it not been for the alchemical armor protecting me, I might have truly lost my life. Cough, cough. He began to cough, hastily covering his mouth with a handkerchief, which quickly became stained with crimson as blood spread across its surface. A pang of concern gripped Dongbo Shuiying. Coughing up blood? Is it an internal injury? He quickly moved to sit beside the bed. Fear not. I shall not perish, Zongling reassured him, discarding the handkerchief into a basin with a chuckle. This injury is trivial. In the past, during our adventures with your parents and Uncle Tong, we faced far graver wounds. Shuiying, rest assured, injuries of this magnitude will heal within a month. Given the constitution of the six-armed serpent demon, Tong San stated calmly, accustomed to the perils they had once faced. By the way, Zongling, how did you sustain such a severe injury? You took an entire regiment of soldiers with you. Is the leader of the Curved Blade Alliance truly that powerful? He is indeed formidable, surpassing my expectations. Truly the most formidable bandit within the Yushui realm, Zongling replied. Who is the leader of the Curved Blade Alliance? What is his background? Dongbo Shuiying inquired, perplexed. It is time to enlighten you on these matters, Zongling said. For the affairs of the Snow Eagle territory would soon be entrusted to you. He gazed at Dongbo Shuiying, as a lord. You must possess dominion over your territory, but equally, you must safeguard it and protect all your subjects. Should bandits intrude upon your lands, wreaking havoc and plundering, they must be eradicated. Dongbo Shuiying nodded in agreement. When your parents were alive, your mother was a celestial tier mage. With a powerful mage by our side, the army could unleash even greater strength. Moreover, our Snow Eagle territory is equipped with a substantial number of star-breaking crossbows, deterring any bandits from daring to offend us. Zongling explained. However, after your parents were captured, those bandits likely remained watchful, aware of the threat posed by the star-breaking crossbows. Dongbo Shuiying understood well the might of the star-breaking crossbows, for his father had once equipped 500 of them. The mere cost of these crossbows amounted to 50,000 gold coins, sufficient to purchase the entirety of the Snow Eagle territory, thus ensuring the Dongbo family held considerable renown throughout Yushui County. The Snow Eagle territory imposed low taxes, earning the affection of its subjects. In recent years, the lives of the people had improved, inciting envy among many bandits. With your parents' abduction, the bandits grew restless, and ultimately, the most powerful bandit faction in Yushui County, the Curved Blade Alliance, invaded our territory to pillage. I received word and led a regiment of 300 soldiers, all mounted and armed with star-breaking crossbows, only to find that over 500 innocent civilians had already been killed and their possessions stripped away. Dongbo Shuiying's eyes reddened upon hearing this. More than 500 lives lost? These wretched bandits! What grievance have those innocent civilians caused them? As I rushed to pursue the bandits' trail, I was ambushed by the nefarious leader of the Crescent Blade Alliance, the infamous Gai Bin, who had concealed himself amidst the slaughtered village. Zongling lamented that we were caught off guard. Even the 300 soldiers were thrown into disarray, leaving me to confront him alone. Gai Bin, a meteoric knight, was a formidable opponent. My past encounters with meteoric knights had allowed me to withstand their attacks for a time. However, Zongling noted that Gai Bin's swordsmanship was astonishingly swift, surpassing that of an ordinary meteoric knight. I suspected he wielded some extraordinary martial arts techniques. Dong Bo Shuang was also aware of this. In terms of strength, among my father, Uncle Tong, and Uncle Zong was the strongest. Though merely a heavenly tier knight, he belonged to the royal lineage of the serpent people. As a six-armed serpent demon, his might was considerable, and during battle, he could strike with all 6 arms simultaneously. Furthermore, his serpentine tail granted him enhanced agility and dexterity. Thus, even when facing meteoric knights, he could endure for a while. My swordplay was swift, yet his was swifter, and I could not withstand his onslaught, falling victim to 3 strikes. Thankfully, my alchemical armor provided some protection, leaving me with internal injuries, while the 300 soldiers retaliated with their star-breaking crossbows, forcing the leader of the Crescent Blade Alliance to flee, albeit with some minor wounds. Zhong Ling reflected on his speed and agility. No wonder he bore such a fearsome reputation. A wave of apprehension washed over Dong Bo Shuang. Had Uncle Zong been struck 3 times, a twist of fate or a prolonged skirmish could have cost him his life. Fear not, Shuang, boomed Uncle Tong's voice. In the entirety of Yusher County, there are only 4 meteoric knights and a singular meteoric-level Grand Mage. Among the bandits, Gaibin stands alone. Now that he has been injured and has witnessed the might of our star-breaking crossbows, he is unlikely to take risks again. For next time, we shall be far better prepared. The Crescent Blade Alliance will think twice before attacking, and other bandits will be even more hesitant. Yes, Dong Bo Shuang sighed in relief. Why would Gaibin, as a meteoric knight, choose a life of banditry? Humph, Uncle Tong scoffed. Even the most formidable of experts in this world sometimes prefer to reap without sowing, indulging in plunder. It is said that Gaibin turned to banditry out of greed after murdering a noble for treasure, ultimately revealing himself and becoming a wanted man. Zhong Ling added, his reputation has long been tarnished, but until now, no one had managed to catch him in the act. With so many heinous deeds, a day of reckoning was inevitable. He eventually became a fugitive, yet his strength, combined with his concealment in the Desolation Mountains and his leadership over a band of outlaws, has allowed him to remain brazen until now. Let it go. This is not our concern, and we cannot intervene. Dong Bo Shuang nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot intervene. Those hiding in the Desolation Mountains are beyond the reach of the Imperial City Guards who are loath to engage. It is essential to remember that the Desolation Mountains stretch over 100,000 miles, linking 4 provinces, standing as the largest mountain range in the empire, teeming with countless fearsome beasts. Many outlaws conceal themselves in the periphery of the Desolation Mountains. Indeed, the depths of the mountains are far too perilous. I shall disregard them for now, but once my strength is sufficient, I shall eradicate this malignant presence, East Bo Shuang mused silently. By the way, Shuang, have you considered the matter regarding Changfeng Academy? Zhong Ling suddenly interjected. Shuang, Copper 3 beside him urged eagerly. For Changfeng Academy stands as the foremost institution in the Anyang province, a formidable force far surpassing your mother's Mo Yang family. The headmaster, the Changfeng Knight Chi Bai, is indeed the most powerful figure in the entire province. Your qualifications would undoubtedly grant you admission to this esteemed academy, and as winter has already arrived, it would be too late to apply if you delay any further. 10 years old is the ultimate threshold. Beyond this age, Changfeng Academy will no longer accept applicants. Zhong Ling also turned to East Bo Shuang. East Bo Shuang remained silent, having contemplated this for quite some time. Changfeng Academy admits only boys under the age of 10. This age is ripe for cultivation, particularly during the critical period of physical development. It is the most pivotal moment for a knight's training. Some who develop early may experience remarkable growth spurts by the age of 10. Thus, the Academy's rationale for establishing this age limit is quite sound. Changfeng Academy is the most powerful entity in Anyang province. The headmaster represents the pinnacle of strength within the province. The students nurtured by the Academy enter as ordinary youths, yet upon graduation, the least among them emerges as a celestial knight. Many even ascend to meteoric rank, but the admission process is indeed rigorous. However, given East Bo Shuang's physical condition and marksmanship, it would be a rather effortless endeavor. I have pondered for a considerable time and have reached a decision, East Bo Shuang declared. Chapter 8. The decision. Zhong Ling and Tong San gazed at Dong Bo Shuang, awaiting his resolution. Emotionally, they were reluctant to part with Shuang, for the Long Wind Academy lay over 30,000 miles away, and once he entered, he would be confined within its walls for a substantial duration, typically exceeding 6 years, with some students remaining for over a decade before graduation. The thought of such an extended separation was unbearable for them. Both men, devoid of children, had forged deep bonds with Dongbo Lai and his wife. In Tongsan's heart, Mo Yongyu was his most cherished master. Zhongling harbored a silent affection for Mo Yongyu as well, though it was evident that a six-armed serpent demon would be unacceptable to her. Ultimately, the adventuring party had seen Mo Yongyu unite with Dongbo Lai. Later, when she became pregnant, the two older men were filled with joy, accompanying them as Xue Ying was born and grew. Deep down, they had come to regard Xue Ying as their own child. Could they truly endure a prolonged separation? They were reluctant to let go. Yet, the Long Wind Academy represented the pinnacle of education in the Anyang province, providing immense support for Dongbo Xue Ying's development. I have decided not to go, Dongbo Xue Ying declared. Why? Zhongling pressed urgently. Why not? You must become a powerful knight. Long Wind Academy is the finest institution. We desire to attend but cannot. After the new year, when you turn 11, it will be impossible to enter. Tongsan chimed in, equally anxious. Weakness leads to a bleak future. This is a world of the strong. The aristocracy wields formidable power. Do you hesitate for sure to? Zhongling suddenly inquired. Dongbo Xue Ying nodded. Indeed, I cannot bear to leave Shirtu behind. He is but 4 years old and lacks the bond with you both. He clings to me the most. Even now, he sleeps by my side each night. Shirtu scarcely remembers our parents. He only desires me as his brother. I cannot allow his childhood to be devoid of parents, and even a brother. Zhongling and Tongsan fell silent, acutely aware of Xue Ying's affection for his younger sibling. I at least had my parents until I was 8. My brother is but 4, without parents or a brother. I cannot do this, Dongbo Xue Ying asserted. Moreover, I seek to rescue my parents. Will attending Long Wind Academy truly aid me? Zhongling and Tong San exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, Long Wind Academy offers exceptional training, producing numerous heavenly stage knights, some even becoming meteor knights. However, will becoming a meteor knight suffice to save my parents? Humph, my uncle is a silver moon-level grand sorcerer, and he is powerless against the Mo Yang family's regulations. Dongbo Xue Ying explained. To rescue my parents, I must surpass my uncle, become a title-level knight, perhaps even an extraordinary being. Zhongling and Tong San shared a moment of astonishment, though they had not discussed the intricacies of the Mo Yang family in detail. Dongbo Xue Ying had deduced that only by achieving title-level knight status or transcending into a superior life form could he secure a chance at success. This child was indeed astute, for his reasoning was sound. Title-level knights were exceedingly rare in the annals of history. Out of 125 extraordinary beings who meticulously cultivated their powers through numerous life and death trials, 109 emerged as transcendent entities. In contrast, the academic factions produced a mere 16. Dongbo Xue Ying regarded Zhongling and Tong San, pondering what this revelation implies. It suggests that those aspiring to become extraordinary beings find the academic path to be a disadvantage. Both Zhongling and Tong San were taken aback, never having contemplated such an idea. They had always perceived academies founded by extraordinary beings as sanctuaries of enlightenment, where countless heavenly tier knights, and even star tier knights, flourished. Yet, the legends passed down from ancient times reveal that the vast majority of these extraordinary figures never set foot in an academy, instead embarking on solitary journeys of self-discovery and cultivation. How could this be? Tong San stood in disbelief. The text resided in my study. I had even commissioned individuals to gather books that chronicled extraordinary beings from Yishui City. Dongbo Xue Ying asserted, such is the reality. Although many exceptionally gifted individuals join academies, they ultimately struggle to attain the extraordinary. He continued, I have delved into the reasons behind this phenomenon. Based on the treatise on extraordinary knightly techniques left by my father, I have formulated a hypothesis. To become extraordinary, one must forge a path uniquely their own. The academy-trained knights, guided by their instructors, benefit from a more accessible early cultivation phase, consistently breaking through barriers. However, when the time comes for them to carve their own paths, the absence of their mentors renders them blind, uncertain of how to advance. Conversely, those outside the academic realm lack systematic guidance, forcing them to navigate challenges independently, grappling with each obstacle. Though arduous, this journey cultivates their own insights, as the path they tread is one they have forged themselves, leading them to extraordinary heights in their own right. Dongbo Xue Ying's eyes sparkled with clarity. While detailed and systematic guidance aids in the mass cultivation of knights, It paradoxically becomes a constraint when striving to nurture a genuine, extraordinary being. Breaking free from such constraints proves exceedingly difficult. Tong San gazed at Dong Bo Shui-ing, awestruck, exclaiming, "Truly, you are your father's son," eloquently articulating profound truths. Zhongling chuckled. "I never anticipated that those biographical tales contained such wisdom. I find your hypothesis quite compelling. My conjecture may be flawed, but the data remains unassailable. Of the 125 extraordinary knights who have made their mark in history, 109 never attended an academy. Therefore, I too shall not join one," declared Dong Bo Shuiying. That is because your aspirations are lofty. For many children, merely becoming a heavenly tier knight is commendable, and attaining star tier knight status is remarkable. How many dare to set their sights on the lofty goal of becoming an extraordinary being? Zhongling remarked. From the perspective of cultivating knights below the extraordinary level, the academic factions indeed provide significant support, as evidenced by the multitude of knights they have produced. Indeed, Dong Bo Shuiying nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Zhongling's words. Yet, his ambitions reached even further. In biographical narratives, one often encounters the summarization of data. Truly, he is the son of Au. Should you pursue the path of a mage, you would likely find a promising future, Zhongling praised. A mage must delve into the profound mysteries of the universe, and such analytical thinking is of paramount importance. Every genuinely powerful mage possesses immense wisdom. Alas, my mental fortitude is insufficient, Dong Bo Shuiying remarked with a smile, indicating that he is not suited for the mage's vocation. Unlike knights who, through relentless training and sheer determination, can strive for greatness irrespective of gender, mages are held to far more stringent standards of innate talent. The requirements for mental prowess are exceedingly high. Without adequate mental strength, one lacks even the right to attempt the endeavor. By the time he celebrates his 5th birthday after the new year, Shirtu will be eligible for assessment. It will be interesting to see how his mental fortitude measures up. Dong Bo Shuiying noted, perhaps he will reach the threshold at this very moment. The earlier one meets this threshold, the greater the innate talent. Generally, if one does not achieve this milestone before the age of 10, hope diminishes significantly. My mother reached this threshold at the age of 6. Chapter 9. Transformed after 5 years after dinner, Dong Bo Shuiying, along with his younger brother Qishir and their companion Zhongling, gathered together. Dong Bo Shuiying retrieved a crystal orb the size of a watermelon from a nearby bundle, a precious relic left by their mother. "Brother, what is this? It's so beautiful," Qingshi exclaimed, his adorable features reflecting their mother's beauty. While Dong Bo Shuiying bore a closer resemblance to their father, it was evident that Qingshi would grow into quite the handsome young man. While Dong Bo Shuiying felt he could not quite match his brother's charm. "Come, Shirtu, place your hand on it," Dong Bo Shuiying encouraged. "Okay." Qingshi obediently placed his small hand upon the orb. The moment his palm made contact, the orb responded to the inherent spiritual fluctuations within his body, emitting a soft crimson glow that filled the room with a warm radiance. The faces of Dong Bo Shuiying and the others lit up with joy. "Brother, how can there be light?" Qingshi asked, intrigued. "Great mage, come here and give it a kiss," Dong Bo Shuiying said playfully, planting a happy kiss on his brother's cheek. Unlike knights, who must begin their training at a young age, with the admission threshold of Chanfeng Academy set at a maximum age of 10, mages have the opposite requirement. They are typically unable to train in their early years. Those from affluent families often start their training around the age of 10, while some may even begin as late as 16, 17, or beyond 20. The admission age for mages in Chanfeng Academy is a full 30 years. Those under 30 are welcome to enter the academy, as the path of a mage demands a high level of cognitive ability, particularly when it involves the soul during training. Starting too young can lead to disastrous results, such as soul injuries that may render one mentally incapacitated. Conversely, individuals who begin their training in their 40s or 50s, armed with the wisdom of experience, can achieve remarkable success and even transcend the ordinary. As the days passed, 5 years swiftly flew by. Outside, snowflakes as soft as goose feathers danced through the air. A young man clad in a black tunic stood at the railing, gazing at the swirling snowflakes. His features were sharp and defined, a testament to years of rigorous training that imbued him with a striking aura, characteristic of a master marksman. "Brother," a stout boy called out from a distance. Qingshi, Dong Bo Shuiying smiled, leaping down from a height of over 6 meters to land gracefully on the thick blanket of snow below. Qingshi had grown, and Dong Bo Shuiying now addressed him directly by name rather than his childhood nickname, Shirtu. Brother, let us go play in Ishui City. There are so many fun places to explore, and it's so boring being cooped up at home, Qingshi exclaimed excitedly. Why don't you ask Uncle Zong to accompany you? Dongbo Shuiying suggested with a smile. You always stay within the confines of Shuiying territory. Don't you ever get bored not venturing into the city? Qingshi murmured. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled, choosing not to respond. His younger brother had little recollection of their parents, and he was blissfully unaware of the night their lives had irrevocably changed. I will practice my martial arts for a while longer, Dongbo Shuiying declared, removing his upper garment to reveal his well-defined physique, a testament to his strength, which was not apparent when clothed. Years of diligent training have undeniably rendered his physique astonishingly robust. Snowflakes cascade upon Dongbo Shuiying's skin, each movement resonating more profoundly with the surrounding realm. Practice at your own pace. I shall take my leave, Qingshi exclaimed, racing away. Meanwhile, Dongbo Shuiying continued to hone his martial arts amidst the swirling snow. Each technique seemingly languid, yet the power within him flowed as smoothly as water. By the age of 13, his mastery of marksmanship had reached a state of unity between man and gun. Yet, this was merely insufficient. He required his entire strength to harmonize as one, with every ounce of power precisely and delicately controlled, to truly earn the title of master marksman and perfect the first tier of the Shin Bing gun technique. Over the past 2 years, he had diligently practiced his punches, introspecting and seeking that spark of inspiration and tranquility, aspiring for his physical prowess to achieve perfect unity. He was nearing his goal, having subtly grazed the threshold of complete physical harmony. Since the age of 6, and now at 15 winters, he had devoted nearly a decade to his marksmanship. His dedication likely surpassed the efforts of others who trained for 20 or 30 years. While he had no concerns regarding his marksmanship, he pondered why he had yet to awaken his fighting spirit. Dongbo Shuiying grasped a long gun resting nearby and began to execute his techniques with abandon. The weapon seemed to meld into his very being, transforming into a magnificent dragon, surging forth with unstoppable momentum, casting numerous shadows with each thrust. According to initial estimations, he should have manifested his fighting spirit by the age of 10, and by 15, he ought to have ascended to a Knight of the Earth tier. Yet, the reality was starkly different. He had not yet generated fighting spirit, thus failing to become a knight. Dongbo Shuiying, along with Zhong Ling and Tong San, felt no disappointment, but rather an air of intrigue. The principles governing the fighting spirit were rooted in absorbing the energies of heaven and earth to nourish the body, ultimately reaching a limit where no further absorption was possible, resulting in the formation of fighting spirit within. At 10 years old, Dongbo Shuiying's physical strength had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Over the subsequent 5 years, his body continued to grow stronger, perpetually absorbing the energies of the world, which hindered the awakening of his fighting spirit. What could be the cause? My current physique is tenfold stronger than that of an average person, yet I still absorb the energies of heaven and earth, Dongbo Shuiying mused. This peculiar situation left Zhong Ling and the others, seasoned as they were, equally puzzled. Suddenly, the long gun struck the ground with a resounding thud, crashing onto the stone slab beneath the snow and rebounding with a fierce thrust, accompanied by a terrifying shriek. At that moment, Dongbo Shuiying felt an inexplicable itch deep within his body, in the most subtle recesses. Dongbo Shuiying immediately sheathed his long gun, feeling an itch in every bone and muscle, a sensation so profound that even his considerable endurance struggled against it. Soon after, a wave of heat surged through his body. As if being scorched, his bones felt as though they were melting, his skin flushed crimson, and a layer of fascia began to form beneath the surface. On his bare torso, a faint crimson energy swirled, vaguely resembling the silhouette of a towering giant. In a moment of dazed perception, Dongbo Shuiying beheld a towering giant, clad in a skirt of animal hides and barefoot, roaring towards the desolate heavens. As the crimson flow of energy dissipated, the tumult within Dongbo Shuiying's body intensified with alarming ferocity. Overwhelmed by agony, he could no longer contain his suffering. He knelt upon the ground, his hands pressing against the earth, the searing heat radiating from his form, causing the surrounding snow to begin its slow melt. Chapter 10. Gulping down a petite maid hurried through the heavy snowfall, cradling a large wooden basin filled with clothes. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a figure in the distance, who appeared to be kneeling on the ground, surrounded by an area devoid of snow. It was her master. As she drew closer, she recognized him as the lord of the Snow Eagle territory. His bare back glowed faintly red, emanating an intense heat, and wisps of steam rose around him, with the snow within a 10-meter radius completely melted away. Such a scene would undoubtedly astonish any powerful knight or mage. Yet, the young maid, being an ordinary person, could not fathom the significance of such a phenomenon caused merely by the warmth radiating from his body. Why has the snow melted all around? She pondered, a thought flickering in her mind. Could this be the power of fighting spirit? Unable to suppress her concern, she called out, "Master, are you all right?" A hint of trepidation laced her voice. She recalled how her master, Dongbo Shuiying, would practice his marksmanship until he was drenched in sweat, often collapsing from exhaustion. Thus, she assumed he had once again lost himself in his training. "I'm fine," Dongbo Shuiying rasped, slowly rising to his feet. "I feel quite well." He turned to glance at the maid, his expression indicating a sense of vitality. "Please relay my command to the kitchen. I wish for an entire magical beast to be roasted and brought to me," he instructed. "An entire one?" The maid's eyes widened in disbelief. Typically, even a regular horse weighed between 700 to 800 pounds, with the Frostwing magical beast full weighing around 2,000 pounds. Some magical beasts were even more massive, often tipping the scales at several thousand pounds, or even exceeding 10,000. Within the castle, Dongbo Shuiying's daily sustenance primarily consisted of magical beast meat, rich in energy, which was also the staple for the knights residing there. Consequently, the castle's cold storage would house 1 or 2 magical beasts, intended to supply the entire castle for several days. Yes, an entire one. I recall the last time I checked, there was a 3rd-tier magical beast and a 2nd-tier one. Roast the 3rd-tier beast and bring it to me, Dongbo Shuiying commanded. Understood. The maid replied obediently before setting off to convey the message. Watching her dash away with the large basin, Dongbo Shuiying smiled softly, then moved aside to don his clothing. He still appeared to be the same seemingly valiant youth. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone but himself, his youthful form had transformed into something remarkably formidable. "Let us see how high I can jump," he mused, gazing at the grand main building of the castle where he resided. The castle was indeed magnificent, with the railing on the 2nd floor towering 7 or 8 meters above. In the past, he could barely grasp the railing to pull himself over. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he soared into the air like a phantom, reaching heights that surpassed the castle itself before landing with a jolt, startling even himself. At that moment, amidst the swirling snow, no one noticed this fleeting spectacle. "To think I can leap so high." The main building stands over 20 meters tall, and I recall that while the walls of Yushui City are quite imposing, they are merely 18 meters high. With a graceful leap, I effortlessly surmount the formidable walls of Yushui City. Dongbo Shuiying, somewhat astonished, begins to faintly grasp the extent of his newfound prowess. He swiftly descends from the rooftop and makes his way to the dining hall, eagerly anticipating the arrival of roasted meat, for he is profoundly famished, an unprecedented hunger overwhelming him. Though exhilarated by his enhanced abilities, it is the gnawing sensation of hunger that drives him to command the preparation of roasted meat without delay. He swiftly seizes a few pastries from the fruit platter on the dining table, devouring them in mere moments. However, the energy they provide is woefully scant. "Master, master!" A burly servant rushes into the dining hall, his voice gruff. "The master desires an entire roasted beast, the 3rd-tier one, correct?" "Indeed," Dongbo Shuiying replies, casting a quick glance. "Prepare it as swiftly as possible." "Understood, understood." The burly servant, startled, hastens to comply. Typically, when the Lord issues a command, a mere chef would not dare to question it. Yet this particular request is astonishing. An entire 3rd-tier beast, weighing a staggering 12,000 pounds, an immense value. Furthermore, the messenger is merely a laundry girl, prompting the chef to inquire further. Otherwise, had the maid been deceitful, she would have faced dire consequences, and the chef would surely suffer severe penalties for the loss of such a valuable prize. To order an entire beast for roasting is an extravagance beyond comprehension. The burly chef muses silently, yet dares not voice his thoughts. The Lord's commands are beyond reproach. His sole obligation is to obey, as Dongbo Shuiying awaits. He grapples with the overwhelming hunger that causes his very being to tremble. At last, the delectable aroma of roasted meat wafts through the air. In an instant, he darts from the dining hall, standing at the railing, gazing below. A cart slowly advances, accompanied by a group of sturdy servants. Within the cart lies the entirely roasted beast, now severed into 2 halves. The weight of 12,000 pounds reflects the pure mass after removing entrails and blood, rendering it impossible for the ordinary servants to maneuver. The laborious effort expended in transporting such a bounty is considerable, necessitating collaboration to hoist it into the dining hall. Suddenly, the ground trembles as a figure clad in black stands before the cart. "Master." The robust servants momentarily pause, then respectfully address him. "Very well, I shall take the beast," Dongbo Shuiying proclaims, moving to lift the colossal platter filled with the roasted halves of the creature. Cradling a dish far larger than himself, he swiftly strides toward the dining hall. A group of male servants stood nearby, utterly dazed. Good heavens, he just carried it away? The meat of a magical beast weighing 12,000 pounds. Even accounting for the fat that dripped away during roasting, it must still have exceeded 10,000 pounds. A collective effort from these robust servants could barely manage to drag it upstairs. To simply carry it away like that? What immense strength must he possess? "Do not gossip outside," Dong Bo Shuang admonished, casting a glance downward. "Yes, sir," the servants replied in unison. Yet, Dong Bo Shuang was acutely aware that his act of transporting an entire magical beast's meat would inevitably circulate among the townsfolk. However, such news bore little weight. After all, it was quite common for the affluent aristocracy to indulge in extravagant displays. The more ostentatious the extravagance, the more the nobility felt their family's might was underscored. Without the fortitude to be lavish, who could afford such luxuries? As for lifting over 10,000 pounds of magical beast meat, it was a mere demonstration of his prowess. The master can indeed lift over 10,000 pounds of beastly flesh. He must be a celestial knight, they mused. Indeed, a 15-year-old celestial knight, soon to be 16 after the new year, was quite remarkable. Humph, you see the master's current prowess, yet remain oblivious to his relentless training. The servants at the martial arts arena speak of it with trepidation. The male servants whispered among themselves. Suddenly, a colossal platter was set upon the dining table with a resounding thud, causing the table to tremble. Dong Bo Shuang swiftly closed the dining hall door. The servants believed their master was merely indulging in extravagance, squandering resources. Yet, in truth, Dong Bo Shuang was genuinely eager to eat. "Let us begin." He seized a knife from the side and, with deft strokes, sliced through a 10-pound hunk of meat, devouring it with great fervor. The bones crunched as he consumed them, swiftly reducing the meat to mere remnants, energetically digesting and absorbing every morsel. His ravenous body eagerly extracted energy from the feast. "Eat, eat, eat." Dong Bo Shuang devoured with astonishing rapidity, visibly diminishing the golden, roasted flesh of the magical beast, leaving behind only the larger bones. "Shuang, Shuang, how can you be so wasteful?" came the resonant voice of Lion Man Tong San, tinged with irritation. In the entire castle, only Tong San and Zhong Ling dared to voice their discontent towards Dong Bo Shuang. With a huff, Lion Man Tong San pushed open the hall door, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. The massive platter was now reduced to a mere skeletal frame of the magical beast, with all smaller bones vanished, leaving only the core structure. Dong Bo Shuang, having cleaned up and seated himself with a smile, remarked, "Uncle Tong, I assure you, I have not wasted anything." Chapter 11. The Power Within You. Copper Lion San gazed incredulously at the remaining skeletal remains of the magical beast. "Shuiying, have you concealed all the beast meat? Where could you have hidden it?" As he spoke, Copper Lion San began to search the dining area, even kneeling to peer beneath the dining table and the cabinets. "Uncle Tong, I truly consumed it," Dongbo Shuiying replied with a hint of exasperation. "You ate it? Over 10,000 pounds of meat. And you, of such a diminutive stature, managed to do so?" Copper Lion San's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can I possibly believe that? Not even a titled knight could devour such an immense quantity in one sitting." Dongbo Shuiying sighed, aware that this transformation in his life had left every cell in his body insatiably hungry, necessitating such a massive intake. He knew that in the future, he would not be able to consume as much again. "Uncle Tong, look," Dongbo Shuiying said as he picked up a silver plate beside him. With a sudden, forceful compression, the plate rapidly shrank in size. With a couple of firm squeezes, a silver metallic sphere emerged in the palm of his hand. This, Copper Lion San was left speechless. With the metallic sphere in his right hand, Dongbo Shuiying exerted more pressure, causing the silver metal to flow slowly between his fingers. He then brought his hands together, rubbing them for a moment, transforming the sphere into a slender silver metal rod. "How did you accomplish that?" Copper Lion San could hardly believe his eyes. He and Zhong Ling were incapable of such feats. While he could crush the silver plate with a slap or deform the metallic sphere, to manipulate it, as Dongbo Shuiying had done, was utterly extraordinary. I told you, I truly consumed that magical beast's meat, Dongbo Shuiying reiterated, a hint of resignation in his voice. Now do you believe me, Uncle Tong? You haven't even trained your fighting spirit, not yet a human tier knight. How is this possible? Copper Lion Sin struggled to comprehend. But I am now. Dongbo Shuiying rose to his feet. Uncle Tong, please wait here for a moment. With that, he commenced practicing his martial arts within the spacious dining hall. Each movement flowed like water, as power surged through his entire being, drawing the forces of nature into himself. A wondrous energy began to manifest within his muscles. It was fighting spirit. In truth, after consuming all the magical beast meat, some fighting spirit had already begun to develop within his body. Repeating the techniques of the fighting spirit, Copper Lion Sin initially felt bewildered and shocked, but as the hours passed, he gradually regained his composure. However, after 2 hours, he began to feel a sense of helplessness. How long must he continue practicing? When will this end? Copper Lion Sin pondered, perplexed. It was important to note that the training of the fighting spirit does not improve indefinitely. Before becoming a knight, practicing 2 or 3 times is typically sufficient, as the body reaches its absorption limit. After becoming a knight, the growth of fighting spirit is also a slow process, with daily absorption having its limits. Thus, the number of practice sessions is quite restricted. Dongbo Shuiying had been practicing for over 2 hours, which was decidedly unusual. The thunderous roar resonated as Dongbo Shuiying felt every fiber of his being pulsating with energy. Realizing that he could no longer absorb the forces of the world around him, to his astonishment, he found that instead of merely breaking through, he had ascended to the rank of an Earth Tier Knight. He quietly acknowledged that while his energy was that of an Earth Tier Knight, his actual prowess surpassed that classification by a considerable margin. Typically, the emergence of the first trace of energy within one's body signifies the attainment of a human tier knight. Subsequently, this energy nurtures the muscles and bones, causing more areas to gradually produce energy. As the energy spreads throughout the body, enveloping the muscles and bones, one becomes an Earth Tier Knight. Once the entire body is suffused with this energy, it culminates in the formation of an energy source within the Dantian, marking the status of a Heaven Tier Knight. When the energy within the Dantian coalesces into a liquid state, one attains the rank of a Meteor Tier Knight. In this liquid form, the energy undergoes a qualitative transformation, becoming neither solely vigorous nor exclusively gentle, but possessing a harmonious blend of both. This duality enables the energy to form a resilient protective layer on the body, allowing Meteor Tier Knights to defy countless arrows, owing to the high defensive capabilities of this energy shield. Simultaneously, the liquid energy penetrates deeper, fortifying the body further. As the liquid energy condenses into a pill-like form, it exhibits even greater wonders and strength, capable of permeating delicate internal organs and facilitating profound transformations within the body. This is the realm of the Silver Moon Tier Knights. To reach the Heaven Tier Knight status, one must achieve a harmonious unity with the cosmos, thereby harnessing the forces of nature to ascend to the title rank. The title rank stands in stark superiority over the Silver Moon Tier, presenting a staggering disparity. A single strike can annihilate a Silver Moon Knight. Representing the pinnacle of mortal capabilities, the title rank allows some extraordinary individuals to engage with transcendent beings and emerge alive. They stand on the precipice of the extraordinary. With the perfection of his muscles and bones, Dongbo Shuiying realized he could elevate himself to the status of an Earth Tier Knight without the gradual nurturing. He contemplated his next step, to cultivate the energy source, which requires the accumulation of a substantial amount of energy. Shuiying. As Dongbo Shuiying paused, Tongsen called out, "Haha, Uncle Tong, follow me." Dongbo Shuiying replied cheerfully, exiting the dining hall and leaping down from the main building, with Tongsen promptly following suit. Soon, the two arrived at the martial training ground, which was devoid of servants at that moment. "Shuiying, what brings you to the training ground?" Tongsen inquired, perplexed. "Patience, Uncle Tong," Dongbo Shuiying said as he walked over to retrieve a long spear, one he frequently used, weighing a hefty 50 pounds, the finest spear in the entire Shuesher castle. With the spear in hand, Dongbo Shuiying fixed his gaze upon the alchemical dummy before him. Tongsen held his breath, understanding that his nephew was eager to showcase his strength, eager to witness the extent of Dongbo Shuiying's prowess with the spear. In an instant, the spear moved like a phantom, leaving a flurry of afterimages. The alchemical dummy emitted a series of punctuated sounds as the spear struck its target. Within the blink of an eye, Dong Bo Shuang retracted his spear. So swift. Shuang, your marksmanship is beyond my ability to counter. Tong San was astounded by the speed of Dong Bo Shuang's technique. And as he turned his gaze toward the alchemical dummy, his eyes widened in disbelief. The dummy was riddled with countless holes, which collectively formed the phrase impressive, isn't it? Are you capable of piercing it? Tong San exclaimed in astonishment. This alchemical dummy could not be harmed in the slightest by anyone below the stellar level. Allow me to demonstrate something even more formidable. Suddenly, Dong Bo Shuang unleashed the latent power within him, and a faint crimson aura surrounded his body, emanating a ferocious energy that filled Tong San with trepidation. Dong Bo Shuang swung the spear in his hand. The pole bent to an exaggerated arc as it struck the alchemical dummy. With a resounding crash, the dummy trembled and cracked. With another thunderous boom, the dummy shattered into fragments that scattered into the distance, leaving only its lower half anchored to the ground. With a final explosive sound, the spear struck the foundation of the alchemical dummy. Crack! The spear shattered completely, and the lower half of the dummy was left in ruins. Dong Bo Shuang stared at the broken spear, now reduced to a mere half, in astonishment. He had wielded this spear for quite some time, and never did he expect it to break under such force. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, which had grown dark. Chapter 12. The Primordial Era Well, the Lion Man. Tong San could only suppress his curiosity. After all, he would learn the truth after dinner, and he possessed enough patience for that. The happiness of his younger brother each day was something Dong Bo Shuang was more than willing to witness. After dinner, the playful Qing Shi quickly succumbed to fatigue and retired to bed, while Dong Bo Shuang, Zhong Ling, and Tong San made their way to the study. What brings you to Shui Ying's study, Tong San? Why do you appear so restless? What has transpired? Zhong Ling inquired, still somewhat bewildered. Dong Bo Shuang, however, wore a cheerful smile as he approached the bookshelf, beginning to search for a book he had once perused. I have something to tell you. Tong San took a deep breath. Today, Shuang roasted a 3-tiered magical beast meat weighing over 10,000 pounds, and he devoured it all by himself. Zhong Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. One person consumed over 10,000 pounds of meat? Is he even human? He must be a dragon. Tong San continued. With his current strength, he could likely defeat both of us with a single strike. You should see the alchemical dummies in the training grounds. They were utterly shattered by Shui Ying's spear with just 3 blows. Even the spear itself could not withstand the force and broke. What? Zhong Ling exclaimed, astonished. Shui Ying's spear weighs 50 pounds, crafted by an alchemical master. Though it is not a classed weapon, it is more than sufficient for a celestial knight. To break such a spear? What tremendous power must that require? I am curious as well, but Shui Ying mentioned he would reveal it to both of us together. Tong San said, glancing at Shui Ying, who nodded in affirmation. Zhong Ling turned his attention to the book, intrigued. Oh. Zhong Ling took the book and examined its cover. The title read The Woodcutter Knight. It is he, the Woodcutter Knight? Zhong Ling and Tong San were momentarily taken aback. Though they were not avid readers, they had heard many legends during their adventures, and the tale of the Woodcutter Knight was widely known. This knight lived over 5,000 years ago and gained fame due to his extraordinary strength. Once a humble woodcutter in a mountain village, he embarked on the path of knighthood and, at the title level, famously slayed an extraordinary being with a single axe strike. In the realm of the extraordinary, he was truly unmatched. His title, Woodcutter, was self-chosen. He was revered as the strongest extraordinary being of his era. For no extraordinary life could withstand even a few of his axe strikes. Such power is indeed terrifying. Yes, it was at this moment that the Woodcutter Knight awakened the legendary bloodline of the colossal axe hidden within him. It is important to clarify here that every human, including you and me, harbors countless bloodlines within. In the primordial world of the Empire, during its inception, there was no life whatsoever. The environment was exceedingly harsh. Gradually, through the long passage of time, this world nurtured and birthed a group of powerful beings, the earliest life forms of the primordial era. Each of them possesses a formidable strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas, sprinting while bearing the weight of a massive mountain, tearing apart a colossal dragon to drink its blood and feast on its flesh. Before them, even dragons appear diminutive, and the deities from beyond dimensions dare not descend. These powerful beings continually procreate, giving rise to humanity. Thus, within each human resides a trace of the bloodline from those ancient beings. Over the long passage of time, deities have indeed descended, leaving behind descendants among humankind. Humanity perpetuates, and it is likely that any individual, when traced back through millennia, can find a connection to the same lineage. Every human carries within them the blood of these primordial beings and deities, albeit in exceedingly diluted forms. The direct descendants boast a more potent bloodline. For instance, our founding emperor of the Dragon Mountain Empire, the Dragon Mountain Emperor, after becoming a deity, had a son, the legendary 12th Prince, who was born as an extraordinary being. This was due to his father being an immensely powerful deity, endowing him with an innate extraordinary life. In the ancient, primordial, and archaic eras, until now, we remain mere mortals, as the blood of those mighty beings is exceedingly thin. Yet, occasionally, some awaken their ancient bloodlines, some possess the blood of the giant axe. Some the blood of the divine archer, others are adept in swiftness. Some can teleport, some can wield lightning. And some are said to possess the ability to transform in myriad ways, while others are nearly immortal. However, according to my observations, those who initially awaken their ancient bloodlines tend to make a stunning entrance, yet soon fade into obscurity, struggling to transcend the ordinary. My admiration for the woodcutter knight stems from his composed acceptance of his bloodline, ultimately becoming the most formidable extraordinary being of his era. After the woodcutter knight awakened his ancient bloodline, the giant axe bloodline, he soon encountered the most significant woman in his life. The details of this encounter shall be revealed as I narrate his legendary journey. As for the ancient bloodline, Zhongling and Tongsen turned their gaze toward Dong Bo-shuang. Indeed, I believe I have awakened an ancient bloodline, Dong Bo-shuang stated. What sort of bloodline? Zhongling inquired curiously. Can you teleport? Tongsen exclaimed excitedly. Can you manipulate lightning? Show us some flames. Alas, I cannot. Dong Bo-shuang replied with resignation. The ancient bloodlines are numerous, as the primordial beings birthed in the earliest epochs of the dimensional world were diverse, and the one I awakened is relatively ordinary. The texts mention that ancient bloodlines have certain specialties, Zhongling remarked. Doubling in strength? Both Zhongling and Tong San were filled with fervor. They too desired it. What knight does not yearn for double power? Although lacking in teleportation or transformation abilities, enhanced strength remains exceedingly practical. However, once I unleash that augmented power, my stamina will deplete at an accelerated rate. Typically, I can engage in battle for an hour without fatigue, but once I exert myself, I fear I would soon be utterly exhausted. Thus, my time for desperate endeavors is quite limited. What is your current strength like? Zhongling asked, intrigued. During a typical battle, one might speculate on the prowess of the meteor knight, remarked Dong Bo-shuang. If the strength is doubled, wouldn't he that make one akin to the Silver Moon Knight? Both Zhongling and Tong San were quite exhilarated. However, although the strength may increase, the speed would inevitably lag behind that of the Silver Moon Knight, and the duration would be brief as well, Dong Bo-shuang chuckled. Nonetheless, even so, you stand as the mightiest in the entirety of Yushui City, Zhongling expressed with anticipation. Haha, I knew it. Shuang, your diligence in honing your spear techniques for nearly a decade, without manifesting any apparent fighting spirit, seemed rather unusual. Indeed, if you do not erupt, it is one thing. But when you do, it is astonishing. Dong Bo-shuang smiled. In truth, he harbored his own thoughts regarding this awakening. Every human conceals an ancient bloodline, and after countless generations of propagation, it has grown quite rare. Why is it that some individuals can awaken it? Dong Bo-shuang had scant examples to reference. Yet the woodcutter knight offered a glimpse. A fellow who took great delight in chopping wood ultimately awakened the bloodline of the colossal axe. Meanwhile, his own rigorous practice of spear techniques had pushed the limits of his arm and finger strength to the brink, compelling him to immerse in medicinal baths for recovery. Perhaps such relentless effort was also a catalyst for awakening this power of bloodline. Dong Bo-shuang remained uncertain about the identity of the towering roaring giant he vaguely glimpsed during his awakening, thus he simply referred to his ancient bloodline as the power bloodline. This was merely the beginning, Dong Bo-shuang stated. Akin to an ordinary human body continuously growing under the nourishment of fighting spirit, I can feel my body growing stronger with the essence of fighting spirit. Ha ha ha. Zhongling and Tong San erupted in laughter. They were exceedingly joyful today. Initially, they believed the vow uttered by that young child was merely the whim of a youth, and none of the others present had taken it to heart. Dong Bo-shuang could truly rescue his parents, for such a feat was daunting. Yet today, both witnessed a glimmer of hope. By the way, starting today, I shall no longer require medicinal baths, Dong Bo-shuang proclaimed with a smile. Although my body cannot be deemed immortal, Its recuperative capabilities far surpassed those of medicinal baths. As he spoke, Dong Bo Shuang picked up a paper cutter from his desk and drew a line across his palm, inflicting a wound. With a medicinal bath, one would fully heal by the next day. Yet at this moment, the wound on his palm swiftly healed, vanishing entirely within a mere breath. In truth, the stronger the body, the more astonishing its restorative powers. For instance, the internal organs of a silver moon knight undergo transformation under the nourishment of fighting spirit, resulting in remarkable recuperative abilities. Title-level knights can harness the forces of heaven and earth, rendering them nearly immortal, even more so than Dong Bo Shuang. Although it is said that title knights can be worn down by mere mortals, that remains theoretical at best, as the cost is exorbitant. Should a grand army be dispatched, the title knight would have long since fled, providing no opportunity for encirclement. To slay a title knight typically requires an opponent of equal rank or an extraordinary intervention. And one more significant matter, in a couple of days, I plan to visit Yushui City, Dong Bo Shuang suddenly declared. Chapter 13. Entering the city. Are you heading to Yushui City? Zhongling and Tong San were still in a state of excitement, taken aback by Dong Bo Shuang's words. In the past, Dong Bo Shuang had been diligent in his training, rarely venturing to Yushui City even once a year. Shuang, are you planning to purchase weapons? Zhongling suddenly inquired. Dong Bo Shuang paused momentarily, then smiled. Uncle Zong, I nearly forgot. It is indeed time for me to acquire a long spear. My intention to visit Yushui City is also influenced by the approaching New Year. After the New Year, Qingshi will turn 10. He cannot continue this way forever. I have long promised him that upon his 10th birthday, I would find him a reputable mage instructor to commence his formal education. Indeed, a mage's mentor holds great significance. Both Zhongling and Tong San remarked solemnly. A mage embodies vast knowledge and wisdom. Without the guidance of a proficient teacher, it is exceedingly challenging to cultivate into a learned and wise mage solely through self-discovery. Furthermore, the advancement in mage training involves the soul. Reckless practices could inflict harm, resulting in irreparable regret. In all of Yushui City, there exists only one star-level mage. Master Bai Yuanji. Dong Bo Shuang stated, Master Bai Yuanji resides within the city, and I intend to pay him a visit, hoping he will accept my brother as his direct disciple. Direct disciple? Zhongling expressed concern that may prove to be quite challenging. The teachings of a mage encompass comprehensive knowledge and thought processes. The bond between a mage and a direct disciple is akin to that of a parent and child. Therefore, the more formidable the mage, the more inclined they are to accept nominal disciples, offering only casual guidance. One's accomplishments depend entirely on personal effort. As for direct disciples who receive meticulous instruction, a formidable mage may only take a few throughout their lifetime, as they too must devote time to their own cultivation. And accepting too many direct disciples could hinder their progress. How will we know unless we try? Dong Bo Shuang replied with a smile. 2 days later, having become accustomed to his newfound strength as a near master of spear techniques, Dong Bo Shuang was fully prepared. He set forth towards Yushui City accompanied by his brother, Zhongling, and a cavalry detachment of 100 soldiers. It has been a long time since I entered the city with my brother, Qingshi exclaimed with excitement. Dong Bo Shuang rode atop his frost steed, while Qingshi nestled in his embrace, brimming with exhilaration. As a second-tier magical beast, the frost steed galloped with remarkable steadiness, and its current pace was merely a leisurely stroll. After all, they needed to ensure the cavalry could keep up. If the frost steed were to unleash its full speed, it would vanish in the blink of an eye. In just half an hour, a magnificent city loomed ahead. The castle was merely 100 miles from Yushui City. When their parents chose their territory, they specifically selected a location close to the city. The borders of Shui Ying's territory had reached the foot of the castle. It was the cavalry of the Shui Ying territory. The lethargic guards of Yushui City, upon spotting the thundering cavalry approaching from afar, held their breath. From the insignia, a soaring snow eagle, on the soldier's armor, they immediately recognized the identity of the approaching party. Each cavalryman bore a formidable crossbow, a distinctive emblem of the Snow Eagle territory. Leading the procession was the youthful lord of the Snow Eagle, cradling his younger brother, young Master Qingshi, in his arms. It was indeed a rare occasion for this young lord to venture into the city. His brother frequented the place, and I had seen young Master Qingshi several times in the past month. The city guards stood idly by, conversing amongst themselves as they allowed the cavalry to enter the city. Since the establishment of the empire over 9 millennia ago, such lowly city guards had long since decayed. merely serving to intimidate minor bandits. They dared not provoke the formidable nobility or the more notorious brigands. Make way for the young lord of the Snow Eagle. The citizens of the city, curious and respectful, parted to create a path, recognizing the significance of the current lord's presence. The Suming General Store loomed large, an exceptionally prominent establishment. "Stop here," commanded Dong Shuiying, pulling the reins of his horse. "Wait outside for me." "Yes, my lord," the soldiers replied with utmost respect. "Uncle Zong." "Let us proceed," said Dong Shuiying as he entrusted his steed to a subordinate, taking his brother's hand, and entering the Suming General Store alongside Zhongling. Though referred to as a general store, the establishment stretched nearly 100 meters, with dozens of staff and a considerable number of patrons. This was the largest and finest weapons shop in all of Yushui City. Given that Yushui City was merely a county-level city, the finest alchemical weapons were far beyond the means of most. Zhongling remarked, a second-tier alchemical weapon could fetch tens of thousands of gold coins, equivalent to the value of the entire Snow Eagle territory. How many nobles in Yushui City can afford such prices? If they wish to purchase, they would likely have to travel to the prefectural city or even the provincial capital. Thus, the majority of the wares here were of the first tier, with perhaps a second-tier alchemical weapon serving as the store's prized possession. Dong Shuiying nodded slightly, recalling that the long spear he had previously damaged was, in fact, of the first tier. "Ah, you must be the legendary Dong Shuiying of the Snow Eagle territory." A middle-aged man in a purple robe approached with a broad smile. "I have long heard of your esteemed name, but this is our first meeting." "Greetings, Count Quan," Dong Shuiying replied with a smile. The abundance of treasures within the store hinted at a considerable influence. "I shall be bold and call you Brother Shuiying," the purple-robed gentleman laughed. "What brings you to my humble shop? What do you seek?" "A long spear," Dong Shuiying stated. "Bring forth your finest spear, Count Quan," Zhongling added. "Indeed, the best you have." Young Master Qinsher chimed in excitedly. "Haha, such ambition. However, being a modest establishment, I only possess 3 commendable spears," the Count responded. The middle-aged man in the purple robe felt a subtle stir within upon hearing this. Generally, those of lesser strength would find it unnecessary to employ advanced alchemical weaponry. It appears that this young lord possesses considerable prowess. Perhaps he has already ascended to the ranks of a celestial knight. He promptly turned and commanded, "Bring forth the 3 finest spears for my young friend Shuiying to choose from. Let us retire inside and converse at our leisure." Numerous patrons in the establishment had taken notice of Dong Shuiying, engaging in hushed discussions. After all, although Dong Shuiying seldom ventured into the city, his name had been a topic of much speculation among the inhabitants of Yushui City. Becoming a lord of a territory at the tender age of 8, it was said he practiced his spear techniques relentlessly, even to the point of obsession. There were rumors regarding his parents. Some claimed they had been taken, while others suggested they had long since perished. Such tales varied wildly, with many being nothing but fabrications. In the private room, tea and pastries were served, and a few casual remarks were exchanged. 6 maidens entered, 2 of whom bore a weapons chest, followed by 3 ornate weapon boxes being ushered into the room. "Open them up so that my young friend Shuiying may take a look," commanded the middle-aged man in the purple robe. With a series of soft thuds, the 3 weapon boxes were unveiled. Dong Shuiying's eyes instantly brightened as he examined the contents with keen interest. Chapter 14. The Snowy Spear. The middle-aged man in the purple robe secretly nodded upon witnessing Dong Shuiying's expression. The people of Yushui City had even bestowed upon him the moniker Spear Demon, implying that he had become almost possessed by his spear practice. While this was not overtly malicious, it was hardly flattering. However, the seasoned man in the purple robe understood that in the vast world outside, the true rulers were the powerful beings, those with astonishing titles and even transcendent lives. Only those who diligently pursued their training had the hope of ascending to such heights. Thus, he was reluctant to offend these industrious individuals. "Excellent spear," Dong Shuiying remarked, his gaze sweeping over the long spears, from which he could discern their faint aura. This resonance was a natural result of spending time in close proximity to the weapons. The 3 spears were each designed to be disassembled into 2 segments. After all, the length of a spear could exceed 2 meters, making it cumbersome to carry in one piece. "Brother Shuiying, allow me to introduce these 3 spears, all of which I personally acquired," the man in the purple robe stated. "Thank you, Count Quan," Dong Shuiying replied with a slight nod, generally indifferent to social niceties. His focus was primarily on his training, though he did not wish to appear discourteous. He pointed to the first spear in the box on his left, this black spear. Named Black Cloud, measures 3.2 meters and is exceptionally popular in the outside world, sought after by many nobles. You will understand its merits once you try it. Oh. Dongbua Shuiying frowned slightly, finding the spear too lengthy for his liking. He stepped forward, grasped the two segments of the spear, and swiftly locked them together. With a single hand, he executed a flick, launching a thrust. The spear, weighing over 100 pounds, was held aloft effortlessly, its tip piercing through the air with a ripping sound that left the two handmaidens pale with fright. The purple-robed man was inwardly astonished, exclaiming, "Such strength! Such remarkable spear technique! Soft, too soft." Dongbua Shuiying shook his head. The Black Cloud spear's excessive length and slender neck led to a lack of control during thrusts. While true masters desired a fluid motion of the spearhead, this should be entirely within their control, rather than a result of the spear's inherent softness. For those less skilled in spear techniques, wielding a spear over 3 meters long and thrusting it suddenly would dazzle the eyes of most, making it difficult to evade. Thus, for nobles who did not invest effort into their spear training, it could indeed be considered a fine weapon. Dongbua Shuiying casually assessed. Having achieved a harmonious unity with the spear at the age of 13, and now nearing the realm of a master. With just a brief test, he could discern the weapon's strengths and weaknesses. The Black Cloud spear was advantageous for the less skilled, potentially enhancing their abilities. Yet it would not impress those with advanced techniques. Impressive, indeed. I have encountered several genuine masters in the world, and they too dismiss the Black Cloud spear. Favored by the indulgent nobility, the middle-aged man in the purple robe pointed to another dark purple spear beside him, known as the Purple Blood Spear, truly wielded by skilled warriors. This spear measures 2.5 meters in length, with a shaft robust enough to be grasped by one hand, and its tip is exceptionally sharp. Designed solely for the purpose of slaughter, it is said that the dark purple hue of its shaft is the result of blood that has seeped into it over time. A rather mystical notion. With a smile, Dongbua Shuiying picked up the Purple Blood Spear. Instantly, a sense of delight surged within him. He casually swung the spear, and with a whoosh, the weapon sliced through the air, generating a tempestuous wind within the expansive chamber. As he twirled the spear, it transformed into a furious thrust in an instant. Dongbua Shuiying's effortless movements exhibited a grace and mastery that transcended that of an ordinary spear master, elevating the middle-aged man's assessment of him even further. The transfer of force felt remarkably effortless. Dongbua Shuiying nodded slightly. The shaft was flawless, and with the assistance of the alchemical array, the tip was indeed exceptionally sharp. It was a fine weapon, well suited to his use. Now, allow me to introduce the final spear, the middle-aged man in the purple robe said, gesturing towards the last long spear. Dongbua Shuiying turned his gaze towards it, finding it to be his favorite at first glance. The entire shaft was a silvery gray, adorned with countless specks resembling snowflakes, allowing Dongbua Shuiying to faintly sense its latent brilliance. The other two spears were first-tier alchemical weapons, while this one, as I unexpectedly acquired, has been identified as a second-tier alchemical weapon, the middle-aged man explained. A second tier? Dongbua Shuiying and Zhongling were taken aback. They had indeed encountered a second-tier alchemical weapon in Yishui City? It feels icy to the touch, and its creator dubbed it the Flying Snow Spear, the middle-aged man continued. Its greatest attribute lies in the illusion it creates when wielded. Countless snowflakes dance around the spear, confounding foes. I shall give it a try, Dongbua Shuiying declared, assembling the two segments of the spear and beginning to practice. The middle-aged man, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. Alchemical weapons typically possess unique advantages, speed, sharpness, or even the ability to engulf in flames. Yet this flying snow spear merely conjured snowflakes to deceive enemies. For true masters, such illusions would be easily seen through, allowing them to discern the spear's tip with ease. Hence, this second-tier alchemical weapon found itself in this place. As for its origin, it was a tale of the Count of Rights, who, while trading abroad, encountered an old beggar he deemed extraordinary. He provided for the beggar's needs for 3 years. Before departing, the beggar forged a weapon, declaring, "This is the Flying Snow Spear, sufficient to repay your hospitality." And with that, he took his leave. The Count had initially believed this Flying Snow Spear to be a remarkable weapon, and upon testing, it was indeed classified as a second-tier alchemical weapon. Yet it bore no enhancements, far exceeding the value of the food and drink he provided. With a swift motion, Dongbua Shuiying wielded the silvery gray spear, executing over a dozen maneuvers before pausing, His expression calm, yet a surge of excitement coursed through him. A splendid weapon. This is truly an exceptional weapon. Even the most skilled practitioners of man and gun in Unizame struggle to grasp the true value of this long spear. However, over the past few years, Donghua Shuiying has diligently trained in martial arts, striving for a harmonious mastery of strength, and has now reached an understanding of this profound realm. Thus, he is able to discern its intricacies. Yet, Donghua Shuiying cannot speak freely, for he must negotiate. He is, in truth, lacking the funds to purchase a second-tier alchemical weapon. The spear is indeed impressive, living up to its classification as a second-tier alchemical weapon. Donghua Shuiying gazed at the middle-aged man in the purple robe. But he felt that apart from the enchanting effect of the snowflakes, it seemed to lack any other distinctive features. Typically, alchemical weapons possess unique effects, perhaps enhancements to spell power, or exceptional sharpness. Why does this spear lack any such qualities? As for bewildering foes, do true masters really struggle to distinguish between snowflakes and the spear's tip? The reason it is deemed a second-tier alchemical weapon is likely due to its ability to withstand battles of tidal-level intensity. Donghua Shuiying remarked that for those of us with lesser strength, it is inferior to a first-tier alchemical weapon. A first-tier alchemical weapon can handle combat below the tidal level without issue. However, the sheer might of tidal-level battles could easily shatter an ordinary first-tier weapon. With the explosive power he possesses, Donghua Shuiying can instantly reach the level of a Silver Moon Knight, and it won't be long before he attains tidal-level strength. If he were to wield a first-tier spear, it would likely not endure for long. This is also why he yearns to acquire this snowflake spear. Of course, the primary allure lies in the mysteries it encapsulates. Nevertheless, it is ultimately a second-tier alchemical weapon, and I can discern your fondness for it. The middle-aged man in the purple robe stated, "Name your price." 30,000 gold coins, he declared outright. Donghua Shuiying chuckled, though internally he felt a profound sense of helplessness. For the entire Donghua family now possessed merely over 15,000 gold coins. This amount was even supplemented by his uncle, as the family had run out of funds 2 years prior. The reason? Donghua Shuiying had spent nearly a decade, since the age of 6, indulging in medicinal baths that drained their gold reserves. The cost of these baths amounted to 5,000 gold coins annually, totaling 50,000 gold coins over nearly 10 years. At the time, Donghua Lai and his wife believed their son would become a knight around the age of 10, after which he would no longer need the baths, as fighting energy would suffice to nurture and restore his body. Little did they anticipate that Donghua Shuiying would only break through just shy of 16. And how much for the purple blood spear? Donghua Shuiying inquired, turning his attention to it. It requires only 5,000 gold coins. The middle-aged man in the purple robe replied. Though it cannot compare to the snowflake spear, being a second-tier alchemical weapon, it still holds merit despite lacking auxiliary effects. In battle, one must consider practical functionality. I can offer a maximum of 10,000 gold coins, Donghua Shuiying countered. The negotiations continued. Agreed, Donghua Shuiying said, unwilling to prolong the bargaining, for he understood the true worth of this long spear. However, I can only make an initial payment of 8,000 gold coins. The remaining amount of 10,000. Can I defer it? I shall settle within 3 months. I am truly out of funds. Deferred payment? The middle-aged man in the purple robe was taken aback. I did not bring that much today. I did not expect you to possess a second-tier alchemical weapon. Donghua Shuiying remarked with composure that, given his extraordinary strength, earning 10 to 20,000 gold coins was not a daunting task, particularly now that he possessed this spear, which served to amplify his prowess. Very well, it's a deal, chuckled the middle-aged man in the purple robe. I have faith in the Donghua family's capabilities. Let us draft an IOU. Is collateral required? Donghua Shuiying inquired. Not at all, the purple-robed man replied with great generosity, eager to foster a good relationship with Donghua Shuiying. Uncle Zong, Donghua Shuiying addressed him. Zong Ling had remained silent throughout, allowing Donghua Shuiying to make the decisions. At that moment, Zong Ling produced a substantial stack of gold notes from his pocket, extracting 2 and handing them to the purple-robed man. Subsequently, Donghua Shuiying pinned an IOU for 10,000 gold coins. And then, the flying snow divine spear was in his possession. You must not have encountered a master of spear techniques. Otherwise, how could it have fallen into my hands? Donghua Shuiying thought, exhilaration coursing through him as he grasped the weapon's case. Little did he know that in the entirety of Qinghe County, there was not a single master of spear techniques to be found. While there were many skilled in weaponry, those who specialized in spear techniques were few. And to truly harmonize man and spear was a remarkable feat achieving mastery. It was an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Chapter 15. The demands of the Grand Sorcerer Dongbo Shuang swiftly hoisted the flying snow divine spear weapon case onto his back, pressing the mechanism button on the side of the case. With a whoosh, 2 long spears emerged from the top of the case. He promptly seized the spears with both hands and effortlessly inserted them back into the case, securing it with a satisfying click. "Brother, you look so cool," Qingshi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "You'll look even more impressive as a sorcerer." Dongbo Shuang chuckled at his younger brother's enthusiasm. "Haha, this weapon case was specially customized by me." The middle-aged man in the purple robe felt a sense of satisfaction at having sold a long-sought item. The case had several compartments, allowing for the storage of ropes and other items needed for adventures. It was lightweight, yet capable of holding numerous belongings. Moreover, it facilitated the rapid retrieval of heavy weaponry. "Customized weapon case?" Dongbo Shuang inquired with a smile. The creator of this flying snow spear didn't provide a specific case, which seems rather unusual. Many alchemical sorcerers meticulously prepare accompanying items for their crafted weapons, often with exquisite packaging. Yet, this spear's case appeared to be an afterthought. Dongbo Shuang was intrigued by the spear's origin, especially since the creator must have recognized its value, likely pricing it at an astronomical sum. The shopkeeper, Count Quan, had sold it for a mere 18,000 gold coins. Deepening Dongbo Shuang's curiosity about the spear's backstory. "Rest assured, having purchased it, I shall not regret my decision," Dongbo Shuang affirmed. The purple-robed man hesitated momentarily before confessing, "Snow Eagle, I won't conceal the truth from you. During my travels, I encountered an old beggar who dined on my territory without paying. I sensed he was no ordinary person, so I allowed him to indulge. 3 years later, he forged this spear as payment for his meals and departed. I was thrilled to have met such an extraordinary individual, and I promptly sent it for appraisal. After several evaluations, it was found to have some snowflake-like effects, though it lacked any particularly special enhancements. Fortunately, it could withstand considerable force and was classified as a second-tier alchemical weapon." Dongbo Shuang nodded slightly in understanding. After completing their weapon purchase, Dongbo Shuang and his companions set out to visit the Grand Sorcerer by Yuanji. The sorcerer's residence was located at the end of a narrow alley. "Dismount. The others can wait here." "Uncle Zong, sure too, let us proceed," Dongbo Shuang instructed, taking his younger brother's hand as they ventured down the ancient passage. To his surprise, Grand Sorcerer by Yuanji resided not in an affluent area, but in this secluded locale. "The noble districts are too chaotic. This place is more conducive to focused study," Zhong Ling remarked. Upon reaching the alley's end, they beheld an expansive estate, the main gate firmly shut. Dongbo Shuang approached and knocked on the door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a short-haired youth who regarded them with curiosity. "Who are you looking for?" "Snow Eagle, Dongbo Shuang, here to visit the Grand Sorcerer," he replied. "Are you the spear demon?" The short-haired youth gasped, quickly covering his mouth. "Junior, who is it?" Voices of other young boys and girls echoed within the estate. The master was engrossed in his studies, and no one dared to disturb him. "Baron Dongbo, you may need to wait for half an hour," the youth explained, "once the master emerges. I will relay your message immediately. I cannot let you in right now." "Very well, I am not in a hurry," Dongbo Shuang replied patiently. Half an hour later, Bai Yuanji, clad in a loose white robe, his skin somewhat wrinkled and his long black beard reaching his belly, appeared. At over 90 years of age, he looked at the black-clad youth before him, who carried a weapon case, and was secretly astonished. He could sense a sharp aura emanating from the youth, indicating he was no ordinary marksman. "Great mage," Dongbo Shuang said humbly. "What is it? Speak quickly. I have many matters to attend to," Bai Yuanji replied straightforwardly. "The great mage speaks plainly, so I shall do the same," Dongbo Shuang said. "My younger brother will turn 10 after the new year. He possesses exceptional talent in magic, and I hope he can apprentice under you. It is not difficult to accept a nominal disciple. A few conditions are required," Bai Yuanji said casually. "No." Dongbo Shuang gently shook his head. "I wish for my brother to become your direct disciple." "Direct disciple?" Bai Yuanji frowned. "Though I have surpassed 90, I am not considered old among stellar-level mages. I still aspire to progress further in the realm of magic, so I cannot easily expend too much energy. To date, I have only accepted one direct disciple. If you wish for your brother to be my direct disciple, it is not impossible, but I have 2 conditions. As long as you meet one, I will take your brother as my direct disciple." Dongbo Shuang inquired, "Please, great mage, state your conditions." I urgently need a magical beast material. The heart of the silver moon wolf. By Yunji's eyes shone. It must be the heart of a fourth-tier magical beast, the silver moon wolf king. It must be fresh, with a preservation time not exceeding 3 days. What is the other requirement? Dongbo Shuiying asked. The heart of the silver moon wolf king. And it must be fresh? Such high demands, he remarked. The mage requires funding, by Yunji's side. All kinds of research require money, and earning it is not easy. For 50,000 gold coins, I can accept another direct disciple. Among the nobility of Yushui City, only a handful could muster 50,000 gold coins, even if they sold their territories. Yet, territories are the foundation of nobility. It is exceedingly rare for someone to part with such funds. Understood, Dongbo Shuiying stood up. By Yunji's side, aware that his demands were indeed steep. I will return within a month, either with the heart of the silver moon wolf or 50,000 gold coins. To seek you out, great mage, Dongbo Shuiying declared. Bai Yunji was taken aback. You agreed? The great mage could not help but feel a surge of excitement. I await your arrival, my lord. Bai Yunji, now considerably more courteous, acknowledged that his first direct disciple was the child of a dear friend. Without sufficient conditions, he was reluctant to waste his energy, and his high demands had yet to be met by any noble in Yushui City. Yet, Dongbo Shuiying had accepted. Farewell. There is no need for the Grand Mage to see me off. Dongbo Shuiying rose and walked towards the exit. The Grand Mage Bai Yuan stood by the window, observing the courtyard below, as Dongbo Shuiying held his brother's hand and exited the estate. Accompanied closely by Ling, the six-armed serpent demon of the Silver Hair sect. It seems this young lord is quite extraordinary, Bai Yuan mused with a faint smile. Brother, how is it? Qingshi asked eagerly. We won't have results until after the new year, Dongbo Shuiying replied with a smile. Do not worry, Qingshi. The Grand Mage will likely take you as his disciple. Just wait a little longer, until after the new year. However, Dongbo Shuiying was secretly calculating. A month's time to secure either the silver moon heart or 50,000 gold coins. The time frame he had set for himself was rather lenient, and he believed it should not pose a problem. Nonetheless, he decided to keep this plan to himself until it was accomplished. He could not boast to his brother just yet. Chapter 16. The Desolation Mountains Night. Within the Snow Eagle territory, inside the Snowstone Castle, in the study, Dongbo Shuiying sat behind his desk, while Zhongling and Tongsan casually took their seats. Shuiying, did you summon us? Tongsan inquired with a hint of confusion. Today, I sought out the Grand Mage, who agreed to accept Qingshi as a personal disciple. But he stipulated 2 conditions, either 50,000 gold coins or the heart of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Fulfill one of these requirements, and Qingshi's apprenticeship will be assured. Dongbo Shuiying explained. 50,000 gold coins. Tongsan's eyes widened in disbelief. That is quite exorbitant. Your uncle and I, along with the master, braved countless perils in our youth and barely amassed any treasures. It was only after the master's pregnancy that we stumbled upon a significant windfall. Otherwise, how could your father have purchased a noble title and acquired the Snow Eagle territory? And now he demands 50,000 gold coins? This sum is preposterous. Even a meteor knight would struggle to part with such wealth. Indeed, our parents were among the fortunate few who survived their ventures into perilous lands. The mortality rate for adventurers is exceedingly high. They managed to return alive, which allowed them to acquire their titles and lands. Moreover, those who dare to venture as adventurers possess an unparalleled ferocity and fearlessness towards death, which explains why the nobles of Yushui City, despite knowing the wealth of the Snow Eagle territory, dare not covet it. The heart of the Silver Moon Wolf King is even more challenging to procure, Zhongling interjected, furrowing his brow. If it were merely a solitary 4th-tier magical beast, the Silver Moon Wolf King, with Shuiying's current prowess and our assistance, we might stand a chance. However, the Silver Moon Wolf commands a vast pack of wolves. A wolf pack is far more terrifying than a single wolf king. While the wolf king itself may not be fearsome, it is the pack that poses the true threat. Consequently, despite being a 4th-tier magical beast, its carcass is valued comparably to that of a 5th-tier beast. I intend to venture into the Desolation Mountains, declared Dongbo Shuiying. Absolutely not. That is far too perilous. Both Tongsan and Zhongling exclaimed in alarm. What kind of place are the Desolation Mountains? They are the largest mountain range in the entire world, connecting 4 provinces. Within their depths dwell countless magical beasts, even extraordinary life forms. Generation after generation, the human empire has failed to eradicate this colossal threat. The Imperial Army primarily focuses its defenses around the magical beast mountains. They frequently conduct large-scale exterminations at the periphery, allowing for the purchase of vast quantities of low-tier magical beast meat. Thus, first, second, and third-tier magical beast meat is relatively affordable, but the prices escalate dramatically from the fourth tier onward. Fourth-tier magical beasts cannot be hunted by ordinary military forces. Only the elite among the elite can undertake such endeavors. Even the army, when mobilized, only sweeps through the outermost 3,000-mile radius. Zhongling added, even Silver Moon Knights and Titled Knights are reluctant to enter the Desolation Mountains. There are scant rewards to be found within the outer 3,000 miles, and venturing deeper may lead one to encounter terrifying magical beasts at any moment. Indeed, Shuiying. Tongson chimed in. Even during our adventures, the Master and I never considered delving into the depths of the Desolation Mountains. It is akin to seeking to hunt a fourth-tier magical beast. The odds of encountering one are slim, and you may instead stumble upon a fifth or even sixth-tier beast. That would spell certain doom. They were all in a state of urgency. The Desolation Mountains? That is the ultimate stronghold of the great enemy of humanity, the Beast of Chaos. To venture inside is to wager one's life. You have not heard me out completely. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. I intend to enter the Desolation Mountains, but only within the outermost range of 3,000 miles. My primary goal is not to hunt the beasts, but rather to target the Crescent Blade Alliance. The Crescent Blade Alliance? Zhongling and Tong San's eyes brightened. The outer 3,000 miles have been frequently swept by the military, causing the more formidable beasts to have retreated long ago. Only lower-tier beasts remain in abundance. Each sweep is essentially a large-scale clash between the military and these lesser creatures. These lower-tier beasts continuously emerge from the depths of the Desolation Mountains. Countless human soldiers have fallen in that 3,000 miles. Yet the military has also nurtured many formidable warriors. The Crescent Blade Alliance? These bandits hide within the Desolation Mountains, but they too dare not venture too deep, remaining within the outer 3,000 miles. Zhongling nodded thoughtfully. Moreover, the leader of the Crescent Blade Alliance, Gai Bin, is a meteor knight. He often indulges in greedy plundering, so there must be plenty of treasures. However, attacking their stronghold will not be an easy task. With the enemy aware of my presence while I remain concealed, Zongshu, how do you perceive my strength in comparison to Gai Bin? Dongbo Shuiying inquired. You are far superior to him. I can still hold my own against him for a while, but against you, if you were to unleash your full power, I would not withstand it, Zhongling replied with a wry smile. In normal circumstances, Dongbo Shuiying had already reached the pinnacle of Meteor Knight status. During a burst of power, he could ascend to the level of a Silver Moon Knight. His marksmanship approached that of a master, and his combat techniques were derived from the Xuanbing Knight Gu Yuanhan. Your only weakness is your lack of bloodshed, Zhongling remarked. Although you have executed some of the most wanted criminals within our territory, your life and death battles have been too few. The sparring between us ultimately remains mere practice. I understand. Therefore, this journey to the Desolation Mountains will undoubtedly present numerous encounters with beasts, providing ample opportunity for honing my skills, Dongbo Shuiying stated. Finding the stronghold of the Crescent Blade Alliance will not be easy, Zhongling expressed concern, as the journey would likely involve repeated encounters with beasts. There was even a minuscule chance of facing some powerful creatures. Although the outer 3,000 miles rarely harbored those at the extraordinary level, such as 6th-tier beasts, 4th and 5th-tier ones could still occasionally be found. Once the military swept through, they would typically retreat at the first sign of danger. However, for someone like Dongbo Shuiying, who ventured alone, the risk of encountering these formidable beasts was considerably heightened. Surely, luck will not be so cruel, Dongbo Shuiying assured. Moreover, my marksmanship is quite adept at defense, so I possess a fair chance of survival. Besides, to earn 50,000 gold coins without venturing into the Desolation Mountains, how could one achieve that? Dongbo Shuiying shook his head. Do you wish to avoid risks? A meteor knight serving as a guest guard for a prominent family is quite safe. Yet the annual salary is merely 3,000 to 5,000 gold coins. To accumulate tens of thousands of gold coins, one must embrace significant risks. Very well, Zhongling acquiesced. I shall accompany you. At least I have traversed the outer 3,000 miles several times. You have been there, Zongshu? Dongbo Shuiying exclaimed in astonishment. Upon the acquisition of the Snow Eagle domain by your parents, I embarked on a solitary journey of self-cultivation, traversing the outskirts of the Destruction Mountains to hone my skills. Zhongling, as a member of the Serpent Clan royalty, harbored a deep sense of pride and aspired to transcend to the celestial level, pushing himself relentlessly. When venturing into the Destruction Mountains, heed your uncle's counsel and remain vigilant, cautioned Tongsan. After thorough preparations on the morning of the fifth day, Dongbo Shuiying and Zhongling set forth with a contingent of 100 soldiers. The castle's drawbridge had long been lowered. I understand, Qing Shi replied, nodding heavily, though a sense of reluctance gripped his heart. Having never been apart from his brother for an extended period, he lamented that this time. His brother's affairs were said to last 10 days to half a month. Unbeknownst to him, Dongbo Shuiying's journey was primarily to earn his tuition fees. The cavalry unit traveled with ease, reaching the edge of the Destruction Mountains, over 900 miles away, by evening. The soldiers began to set up camp and prepare their meal. Old Yang, Zhongling, and Dongbo Shuiying found themselves in the company of a burly man named Yang Cheng, a knight of the earth rank, loyal to the Dongbo family and the captain of this 100-man squad. Tomorrow morning, the Lord and I shall venture into the mountains. This area will be entrusted to you, Zhongling declared. Rest assured, my lord, I shall handle this minor matter with utmost diligence, Yang Cheng replied with concern. However, you must exercise caution. In my days within the army, although I swept through the peripheries of the Destruction Mountains, it was always with a large force. I have never ventured alone. The relentless assault of the magical beasts is fearsome. Among the brothers who served alongside me, only 3 or 4 out of 10 could retire safely. The rest perished within the Destruction Mountains. Dongbo Shuiying nodded in agreement. The Destruction Mountains were indeed a forbidden land. Those who dared approach the outskirts were primarily soldiers and desperate bandits. As for venturing deeper, the numbers dwindled pitifully. At the break of dawn the following day, as the first light of day gently illuminated the horizon, Dongbo Shuiying, burdened with a weapons crate, stealthily ventured into the Destruction Mountain range alongside Zhongling. In this treacherous terrain, riding was simply not an option. Even the slightest disturbance from a steed could potentially attract fearsome magical beasts. My lord, do exercise caution, cautioned Captain Yang Cheng, along with several concerned soldiers. As they watched the cloaked youth and the silver-haired serpent man gradually recede into the depths of the ominous mountains, until they vanished completely from sight amidst the dense forest of the Destruction Mountain range. Chapter 17. The Days in the Mountains in the Depths of the Forest. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, where sunlight struggled to penetrate, casting an ambience of darkness and dampness, with remnants of snow lingering in many areas. The silver-haired serpent man and the youth in black both wielded their weapons with utmost caution. Uncle Zong, we have ventured in for nearly half an hour. Yet we have yet to encounter a single magical beast, Dongbo Shuiying whispered, a hint of tension lacing his voice, coupled with a sense of eager anticipation. For he had yet to fully unleash his newfound strength. You, indeed, Zhongling shook his head in resignation. Despite his nephew's seemingly mature demeanor, he retained a touch of youthful exuberance. We have only just entered the mountains, remaining on the very outskirts, where magical beasts are naturally scarce. As we delve deeper, we are bound to cross paths with them. At that moment, we shall see the extent of your prowess. Indeed, Dongbo Shuiying nodded gently. A faint rustling sound reached Dongbo Shuiying's ears, prompting him to swiftly halt Zhongling beside him, who, though unable to hear the noise, felt a sudden tension as well. Dongbo Shuiying's senses had sharpened remarkably since awakening his ancient bloodline. There, Dongbo Shuiying fixed his gaze on the left front. Zhongling followed suit, their attention drawn to the distant thicket, where a series of faint rustling sounds began to emerge. Gradually, slender, dark figures with 4 legs made their appearance, resembling wolves but significantly smaller in stature. Their bodies were shrouded in a dense layer of black scales, and their dark red eyes glinted with a frigid intensity. They merely regarded the 2 humans with an eerie calmness. Black-scaled jackals? A sense of unease gripped both Dongbo Shuiying and Zhongling. Encountering such magical beasts upon entering the Desolation Mountains was indeed a formidable challenge. The black-scaled jackals were classified as 3rd-tier magical beasts. They exhibited remarkable composure and ferocity, adept at coordination, and their claws and teeth were laced with potent venom. What does 3rd tier signify? It denotes an individual strength equivalent to that of a celestial knight. These creatures formed small clans for survival, and the group emerging from the thicket comprised no fewer than 35 black-scaled jackals. Even a solitary 4th-tier magical beast would be torn to shreds by such a multitude. This is troublesome, Zhongling said, his anxiety palpable. Shuiying, be cautious. Yes, Uncle Zong. You protect yourself. I shall handle them. Dongbo Shuiying inhaled deeply, his breath steady and powerful, fixating on the formidable assembly of black-scaled jackals before him. As the multitude of black-scaled jackals began to disperse, they formed a fan-like formation around Dongbo Shuiying and Zhongling. With so many pairs of dark red eyes fixated upon him, Dongbua Shuiying felt a tightening in his chest. His will was formidable, and his marksmanship exceptional. Yet encountering such a formidable adversary was a novel experience. A low, unpleasant growl emanated from the mouth of the leading black-scaled jackal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, all the black-scaled jackals lunged simultaneously from their positions, aggressively surrounding them. Even a meteor knight would struggle to withstand such an onslaught from multiple celestial knights. Die. The long spear in Dongbua Shuiying's hand surged into action. Swish. The spear darted forth like a flash of lightning, swift as the very essence of speed. In the moment the spear thrust forward, a flurry of snowflake-like petals erupted, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. The black-scaled beast that had been attacked immediately swung its razor-sharp claws to deflect the spear. In that fleeting moment when the spear's tip was obstructed, the entire weapon spun violently, the force of the rotation shattering its claws. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced through the creature's lower jaw. Emerging from the back of its skull, the formidable three-tiered beast convulsed violently before falling silent, with a swift motion akin to a viper striking. Another black-scaled beast met its demise. These beasts were skilled fighters, yet the spear techniques honed by Dongbua Shuiying through a decade of relentless training were overwhelmingly superior. A chorus of deep roars erupted as the remaining black-scaled beasts showed no sign of hesitation in their assault. In a brief span, Dongbua Shuiying managed to slay 3 of them, only to be besieged by 8 more simultaneously lunging at him. With a swift motion, the spear danced like a shadow, striking and slashing with precision. Just as he had practiced with the alchemical dummies over countless days, a single swing sent 4 beasts flying, while a sweeping counterattack dispatched another 4. In terms of raw strength, Dongbua Shuiying held an undeniable advantage. However, the terrifying aspect of the black-scaled beasts lay in their relentless, fearless onslaught. Shuiying, speed. If you cannot hold them off, retreat. From the high branches of a towering tree, Zhongling observed, his tail coiled around the trunk. His agility had been his salvation during previous ventures into the perilous Destruction Mountains. I understand. Dongbua Shuiying's focus was razor-sharp, though his spear techniques were refined. The pressure of life and death bore down on him. Moreover, the tough sinews and scales of the black-scaled beasts made drawing the spear back after thrusting a time-consuming endeavor, thus slowing his movements. I must stay mobile. I cannot allow them to surround me. Gradually, he began to apply the skills he had cultivated during training sessions within the castle, where he often faced large groups of soldiers simultaneously. Relying on his spear techniques and agile footwork, he had managed to navigate those encounters without weapons. With every breath, he learned to make simple movements, reducing the number of black-scaled beasts he faced at any one time, effectively diminishing their target. Now, he only had to contend with 3 beasts at most. As snowflakes danced in the air and blood splattered, one beast after another fell to his spear. The resonance of power surged through his weapon as he struck with unparalleled force, twisting and breaking the body of another black-scaled beast, leaving it writhing on the ground in agony. From his perch high in the tree, Zhongling observed with growing satisfaction. He is adapting quickly, even faster than I anticipated. Under such life-and-death circumstances, his strength is coming to the fore. Zhongling nodded slightly. In another 2 or 3 days, he would likely be fully acclimated. Suddenly, a short, fearful roar erupted from the remaining black-scaled beasts, prompting some to turn and scatter in retreat. Dongbua Shuiying pursued, slaying 2 more before finally coming to a halt, breathing heavily. Dongbua Shuiying finally exhaled, his breath slightly heavier, the flow of blood throughout his body quickening significantly. How do you find it? Zhongling leaped down from a height. Indeed, it is different. Dongbua Shuiying nodded gently. 3 years ago, during my life-and-death struggle with the prisoners of the territory, I experienced a similar tension. But that was a one-on-one encounter. This kind of life-and-death assault has given me new insights into the application of marksmanship. A high level of marksmanship merely signifies the attainment of exceptional skill. However, during actual combat, how do the techniques interconnect? How do the footwork and movement synchronize? These are all matters of practical experience. Moreover, in life-and-death battles, the blood surges through the veins and power flows intensely. The control over one's entire strength becomes more refined. Dongbua Shuiying articulated. This is the instinct of living beings under the threat of death. Zhongling remarked. My marksmanship may advance more swiftly. The fervor deep within Dongbua Shuiying ignited. After 10 years of arduous practice, his remarkable skills had been honed. Wasn't this the perfect setting to showcase them amidst the Desolation Mountains? We should hurry. The stench of blood here is overwhelming and will soon attract more magical beasts. Zhongling urged. Agreed. Dong Bo Shuang nodded. They paid no heed to the corpses of the third-tier magical beasts, while they held some minor value. How many could the two of them possibly carry? The worth was too low to warrant the effort. As for storage treasures, Dong Bo Shuang's could barely accommodate a single black-scale beast. The space was far too limited. Upon arriving at the Desolation Mountains, Dong Bo Shuang felt as if he were a dragon entering the sea, his combat experience accruing continuously and his marksmanship being refined. They decided to camp for the night, as they required rest. Spending the night in the mountains would be excessively tiring. As days passed, Dong Bo Shuang's progress astounded Zhongling, who observed him becoming increasingly seasoned. After each battle, Dong Bo Shuang would reflect and learn from his experiences, striving for perfection in his next performance. From a young age, he understood the importance of reflection and summarization, even in combat. No wonder his marksmanship was so formidable. Zhongling mused quietly, having always regarded Dong Bo Shuang as exceptionally intelligent. He considered himself quite clever as well. Aware of the necessity to learn from past experiences, a principle many comprehend. However, Dong Bo Shuang's thought process was uniquely insightful, his efficiency markedly higher. For instance, in his youth, while most children reading biographical novels would only remember the thrilling tales of extraordinary knights, Dong Bo Shuang discerned the patterns of their growth. For example, nearly 90% had never entered an academy. The brief mentions in the biographies revealed that many placed great emphasis on foundational skills, leading Dong Bo Shuang to pursue the fundamentals of marksmanship to an almost obsessive degree. Chapter 18. The Ambush atop a lofty peak within the Desolation Mountains. Dong Bo Shuang and Zhongling sat in a crouched position, gazing into the distance. Uncle Zhong, Dong Bo Shuang inquired, we have been in the Desolation Mountains for 12 days, scouring every nook and cranny, yet we have not uncovered any trace of the Curved Blade Alliance. The Curved Blade Alliance has always fled into this region of the Desolation Mountains, Zhongling replied. Based on years of intelligence gathered from various locales, the area we have delineated should be accurate. Our primary objective in venturing into the Desolation Mountains is to hunt down the Curved Blade Alliance. They have wreaked havoc in the Ishui realm for far too long, repeatedly committing malevolent acts and evading capture. Given the frequency of sightings, we can surmise their approximate geographical location. The encampments stationed outside have been strategically chosen. From these camps as our base, we have ventured 500 miles into the Desolation Mountains, which is the area we have identified. We are convinced that the Curved Blade Alliance resides within this range. These desperate rogues from the Curved Blade Alliance frequently traverse this territory, suggesting there must be a relatively safe route they follow. However, this is still the Desolation Mountains, where monstrous beasts may lurk at any moment, thus they cannot venture too deeply. Otherwise, each ingress and egress would require 7 to 8 hours. Their walking pace cannot match ours, especially since many among them are not even knights. Let us search gradually. We are bound to find them, Zhongling stated. Indeed, Dong Bo Shuang concurred. 500 miles may seem modest, yet it proves challenging for just the two of us to search thoroughly. After all, the Curved Blade Alliance would have chosen a remarkably concealed stronghold. Dong Bo Shuang and Zhongling continued their cautious search, although they occasionally encountered magical beasts. Dong Bo Shuang's formidable prowess, which could momentarily match that of a Silver Moon Knight, along with his exceptional marksmanship, allowed them to fend off any threats. Generally, in the outer regions, it was rare to encounter beasts exceeding the third tier. In the shadowy forest, where ancient snow lay undisturbed and the chill pervaded the air, Dong Bo Shuang and Zhongling stealthily traversed the area, seeking traces of the Curved Blade Alliance. Dong Bo Shuang's ears twitched as he spoke softly, Uncle Zhong, let us investigate that direction. He gestured towards a distant highland. What have you discovered? Zhongling inquired as they quietly approached together. You'll see soon enough, Dong Bo Shuang replied, carefully ascending the highland. Zhongling followed suit, and the two cautiously peered ahead. Before them lay a vast lake, its beauty akin to a colossal emerald, and beside it gathered a considerable pack of snow-white wolves. In clusters, they either lowered their heads to drink from the water or lounged on the grass by the lakeside. A glance revealed that the number of wolves likely exceeded 200 or 300. These wolves were significantly larger than the black-scaled jackals, each comparable to the Frostfang war beasts. Their fur is strikingly smooth and pristine white, exuding elegance. Silver Moon wolves. Zhongling swallowed hard, his complexion paling. And a wolf king. Dong Bo Shuang observed the largest Silver Moon wolf, reclining on the shore, surrounded by a dozen larger companions. I never expected to encounter the Silver Moon Wolf King here. Dong Bo Shuang forced a bitter smile. Let's go. There's no way to fight, not a glimmer of hope. Zhong Ling shook his head. Dong Bo Shuang fixed his gaze. Indeed, there is absolutely no hope. The sheer size of the silver moon wolf, a third-tier magical beast, dwarfed the black-scaled jackals significantly. The impact of a silver moon wolf is formidable. It weighs around 4,000 kilograms, and when it charges, its force could reach several tens of thousands of kilograms. How ferocious! Dong Bo Shuang could effortlessly sweep aside 4 or 5 black-scaled jackals with his spear, but against a silver moon wolf, he could likely manage to fend off only one. Moreover, there were 200 to 300 of them. Even a few meteor knights would be unable to withstand such a horde. And there was also the mightiest, the silver moon wolf king. Calculating in silence, Dong Bo Shuang resolved to dodge and confront only a few silver moon wolves at a time. However, with the silver moon wolf king orchestrating the pack, things would not transpire as he envisioned. Any misstep could lead him to be ensnared by the pack, leaving him no chance to escape. Let us go. Dong Bo Shuang decided to retreat. He had spent some time in the Destruction Mountains and was well aware of the terrifying nature of these magical beasts. Attempting to engage the entire Silver Moon Wolf pack would yield less than a 10% chance of success, with the probability of death looming at 70 to 80%. It was an unnecessary risk. 3 days slipped by in a blink. Dong Bo Shuang and his companion tirelessly searched for the lair of the Curved Blade Alliance. This alliance was exceptionally well hidden. Gritting his teeth, Dong Bo Shuang lamented, "It's been half a month. We've scoured a 500-mile radius at least twice." They were apprehensive, fearful of being discovered at the lair. Zhong Ling, however, chuckled, "Shuang, your patience is lacking. When I, along with your Uncle Tong, your parents, and your mother sought a treasure, we searched for over 3 months. Did you find it?" Dong Bo Shuang inquired. "We did not," Zhong Ling replied. "Did not find it?" Dong Bo Shuang was taken aback, having assumed that Uncle Zhong mentioned this due to a significant discovery. Zhong Ling laughed. "Is that surprising? Is it a given that treasures will be found? Most matters in this world seldom unfold as one wishes." Dong Bo Shuang nodded gently, feeling a stir within. In life, most occurrences are unlikely to align with one's desires. Although in numerous respects, such as certain financial matters of his territory and various cultivation techniques, he believed he surpassed Uncle Zhong and the others. He acknowledged a considerable deficiency in the understanding of life's truths. The two continued their relentless search. At that moment, a slender, shadowy four-legged beast perched on a tree trunk, observing Dong Bo Shuang and Zhong Ling below. Remarkably, neither of them sensed its presence. With a swift motion, the four-legged creature leaped gracefully to another tree, continuing to watch Dong Bo Shuang and Zhong Ling. Despite Dong Bo Shuang's keen senses, he remained oblivious. This creature, with its streamlined physique, bore a resemblance to the black-scaled jackals, yet its fur shimmered like satin, creating an illusion that its body was but a phantasm. This was a terrifying predator, a fifth-tier magical beast known as the Shadow Leopard. The Shadow Leopard, a creature of immense terror, traverses the darkness with an eerie silence. When it reveals its fangs, the target is often already slain, marking it as the apex predator of the mountainous realm. Legends speak of the sixth-tier beast, the Shadow Leopard King, which can meld entirely into the shadows, rendering it invisible even to the keenest of eyes. Hush, hush, hush. The Shadow Leopard stealthily approaches, its gaze fixed intently upon the cloaked youth. As a premier hunter, it senses that this boy poses a far greater threat than the silver-haired serpent beside him. The elimination of the boy would be a trivial task. In a flash, the ominous glint of murder ignites in the leopard's dim eyes, and it lunges forth with ferocious speed. A blur of gray. So swift is it that even Dong Bo Shuang's utmost velocity pales in comparison. A terrifying speed that leaves the Silver Moon Knights in dismay. Suddenly, Dong Bo Shuang, walking alongside his uncle, feels an electrifying change. His body bristles with alarm, and his heart constricts in dread. Die. The Shadow Leopard's claws strike against the shaft of Dong Bo Shuang's spear, forcefully compressing it down, and with the rebound, it viciously rakes at his back. A wave of horrific force surges through Dong Bo Shuang's body, propelling him forward uncontrollably. Thud. As its claws strike the spear, Dong Bo Shuang, a near master of spear techniques, utilizes the momentum, twisting the spear in a rapid 180-degree motion, delivering a powerful blow to the Shadow Leopard, which had been caught off guard in mid-leap. Though propelled forward, he exerts himself to twist and strike with the spear, unleashing a tremendous force. The Shadow Leopard crashes to the ground, its lithe, boneless form absorbing the impact as it swiftly retreats to evade further confrontation. Meanwhile, Dong Bo Shuang tumbles towards the earth, executing a roll midair before landing, spear in hand, glaring fiercely at the distant shadow leopard. He feels a sharp pain in his back, his insides jolted, and a mouthful of blood rises uncontrollably, spitting out the blood. Dong Bo Shuaying's teeth are stained crimson as he fixes his unwavering gaze upon the shadow leopard. Chapter 19. A fleeting moment between life and death. The shadow leopard. Zhong Ling was taken aback, but his numerous experiences with life and death allowed him to retreat swiftly. With a remarkable agility, he propelled himself away, using his serpentine tail to leap thrice, ultimately finding refuge high in the branches of a distant tree. However, the shadow leopard merely cast a frigid glance at Zhong Ling before refocusing its attention on Dong Bo Shuang. It dismissed the silver-haired serpent man entirely, for it was a renowned fifth-tier magical beast, capable of obliterating a heavenly knight with a single strike. Its formidable physique rendered it impervious to any assault, and it paid little heed to Zhong Ling, concentrating instead on the true threat, the young man in black. "Uncle Zhong, keep your distance, as far as possible," Dong Bo Shuang spoke in a low voice. "Shuang, be cautious. The shadow leopard is exceptionally swift," Zhong Ling called from afar. Realizing he could offer no assistance and promptly retreated further, Dong Bo Shuang fixed his gaze firmly on the shadow leopard, a smile breaking across his face. "I never anticipated that my first visit to the Desolation Mountain Range would lead me to encounter a fifth-tier magical beast." With that, he tore away the two straps from his chest, causing his weapon box to clatter to the ground. The box was utterly ravaged, and his outer garments were torn. But thankfully, he wore protective inner armor. Otherwise, that claw strike would have inflicted severe injury. The shadow leopard emitted a low growl, circling Dong Bo Shuang with a stealthy grace, its padded paws barely making a sound. Dong Bo Shuang remained vigilant, locked in a tense standoff with the beast, each focused intently on the other's eyes, the line between life and death hanging precariously. Suddenly, the shadow leopard sprang into action, leaping to the side before pivoting sharply to charge directly at Dong Bo Shuang. "Die!" Dong Bo Shuang shouted, as the tip of his spear lunged forward like a venomous serpent, closing the distance to the shadow leopard in an instant. The leopard's dull eyes remained fixed on Dong Bo Shuang. As it surged forward, its hooves grazed the ground, allowing it to dart aside with lightning speed, narrowly evading the sharp spear tip. With each attack, it twisted and turned, forcing Dong Bo Shuang to expend every ounce of energy in defense. The shadow leopard became an elusive phantom, weaving around him, while countless spear-tip illusions danced in the air, accompanied by the flurry of snowflakes conjured by the flying snow divine spear. It was too fast, far too fast. Dong Bo Shuang sensed his own sluggishness. Although he had mastered certain techniques from the profound ice spear technique, famed for its speed, it paled in comparison to the leopard's agility. The creature circled him with an ease that suggested it had yet to reach its limits, continuously searching for an opening. The leopard's gaze remained calm, fully in control of the unfolding encounter. Suddenly, with a tremendous roar, the air warped as the shadow leopard surged forth, its speed escalating dramatically as it charged towards Dong Bo Shuang. And at that moment Dong Bo Shuaying's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, as a faint blood-red aura enveloped his body, signifying the complete unleashing of his ancient bloodline. Power surged forth. With a thunderous roar, the tip of his spear whirled, tearing through the air in a distorted arc, aimed at the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard was taken aback. The speed of this strike was entirely beyond its expectations. Had it been on high alert, it could have easily evaded such an attack. However, in its frantic charge, it had closed the distance to Dong Bo Shuang with reckless abandon. The proximity was too great, and the velocity too swift to dodge. It let out a fierce growl, its forepaws striking simultaneously against the spear. The spear twirled like a serpentine creature. This assault diminished much of the impact, yet it continued to pierce towards the shadow leopard's abdomen. The shadow leopard twisted and contorted as if devoid of bones, desperately attempting to evade the terrifying thrust. With a tearing sound, the spear's tip grazed the soft, white underbelly of the shadow leopard, leaving a streak of blood. Utilizing the force from its strike against the spear, the shadow leopard soared into the air, landing upon a high branch of a great tree. A wound approximately 2 feet long marred its abdomen, though it had forcefully closed, with a few drops of blood trickling down. Its dim eyes glinted with a savage madness, fixated intently on Dong Bo Shuang below. "You have survived. Truly a testament to your fortune." Dong Bo Shuang gazed upwards at the shadow leopard, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. His sudden surge of power had caught the adversary off guard, yielding optimal results. Now that the shadow leopard was on high alert, the situation had become troublesome. With a furious rush, the shadow leopard descended, sprinting straight down the tree, and with 3 powerful leaps, it landed before Dong Bo-shuang. The blood-red aura around Dong Bo-shuang surged once more as he thrust his spear with lethal intent, but the shadow leopard skillfully evaded the strike. Die. With a missed thrust, Dong Bo-shuang swiftly transitioned from a stab to a sweeping motion. The spear swept across with cataclysmic force. And the shadow leopard displayed a look of alarm. Should this strike connect, it would be grievously injured, if not killed. Little did it know. Dong Bo-shuang's awakened ancient bloodline was a lineage of power, and in this moment, the sweeping motion fully channeled the spear's potential. The shadow leopard's body rippled like water, its claws lightly tapping the spear shaft, using the momentum to evade the strike. The spear swept past with a resounding crash, striking a nearby tree, which erupted in a thunderous explosion, splitting in 2 as it began to topple. Give me death. Dong Bo-shuang charged forward, his spear either thrusting, cleaving, or sweeping in a relentless barrage towards the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard continuously retreated and dodged. While the surrounding forest bore the brunt of the chaos, Dong Bo-shuang's spear could shatter boulders that required 2 or 3 people to embrace, piercing through them entirely. The trees stood no chance against such devastation. In the midst of the fray, Dong Bo-shuang realized he had distanced himself from his uncle, which brought him a sense of relief, yet a gnawing anxiety lingered within him. In the throes of explosive power, he appeared to launch a frenzied assault, gaining a semblance of advantage. Yet, as he retreated, the shadow leopard pursued him relentlessly, refusing to allow any escape. The speed of the shadow leopard was astonishing. If it desired to follow, Dong Bo-shuang could not shake it off. What to do? My stamina is dwindling, and I cannot sustain this much longer. In the midst of this power surge, Dong Bo-shuang felt the acute depletion of his energy. Once his stamina was exhausted, death would surely follow. The shadow leopard, the most seasoned of hunters, was ever vigilant for an opportunity. At last, the severe drain on Dong Bo-shuang's strength revealed vulnerabilities in his attacks, and the shadow leopard lunged forth with lightning speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. A chill ran through Dong Bo-shuang. His skin prickled with the sudden realization of imminent death. Die, 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 he raged, eyes aflame with desperation. It was a battle of life and death. He summoned every ounce of power within him, thrusting his spear with all his might. This was his final struggle, like a wild beast fighting for its life. Dong Bo-shuang's primal instincts surged forth in response to the looming threat of death. His entire being pulsed with energy, and time itself seemed to slow around him, allowing him to perceive the glint of the shadow leopard's fangs with startling clarity. The wind generated by the battle brushed against his face with vivid intensity. The rush of blood coursing through his veins felt like a mighty river, palpable and powerful. The strength of his sinews and muscles communicated with exquisite clarity. His power was complete, pure as one. Under the peril of death, propelled by the instinct for survival, Dong Bo-shuang finally shattered the barrier that constrained him. He felt the flow of blood, the connections of his bones, the transmission of muscle power, all harmonizing in a magnificent symphony. In that fleeting moment, every ounce of strength was under his command, exquisitely refined, without a trace of waste or excess. With a surge, his energy flowed like water. Never before had he experienced such exquisite control over his own body. The spear whirled through the air, its velocity suddenly surging. With a sickening thud, the spear's tip pierced the astonished shadow leopard's chest, emerging from its back. Grasping the spear, Dong Bo-shuang observed as the creature writhed in its death throes, blood pouring forth relentlessly. He fixed his gaze upon the shadow leopard, which, despite its agony, returned his stare, its once fierce eyes now filled with panic, fury, and desperation. Its formidable vitality allowed it to struggle for nearly half a minute, blood pooling around it, until it finally succumbed to silence. With a deep sigh of relief, Dong Bo-shuang collapsed onto the frigid blanket of snow, gazing at the lifeless form of the shadow leopard still impaled on his spear. You have perished, and I have lived, he reflected, filled with a profound sense of gratitude for his survival. Chapter 20. The first layer of the frosty spear technique. Zhongling descended from a great height, gazing upon the desolate forest, seemingly ravaged by some monstrous force, his heart heavy with anxiety. Snow Eagle, you must be safe. You must be safe. Following the trail of destruction, Zhongling hurriedly pursued, his heart racing with urgency. Damn it, why have I not yet become a meteor knight? If I had broken through, I could have aided Snow Eagle today and prevented him from facing such peril alone. His dear friend, Dong Bo-lai, had entrusted him with the care of his 2 children, and having watched Snow Eagle grow from a wailing infant to the person he was now. Zongling's affection for him ran profoundly deep. The sight of the ravaged woodland only heightened his panic. Nothing must go wrong. Nothing must happen. Zongling advanced with haste, darting through the trees. With a powerful leap, his serpentine tail struck a nearby tree trunk, propelling him several dozen meters into the air. In that moment, he spotted a figure clad in black, standing in the distance. The sight of the young man in black brought a wave of relief to Zongling's heart, allowing him to exhale deeply. Snow Eagle. He rushed towards him. Uncle Zong. Dong Bo Shuang was in the process of removing the corpse of a shadow leopard from his spear. Did you kill the shadow leopard? Zongling regarded the body in disbelief, for this creature was a formidable hunter known for its speed and agility. Dong Bo Shuang responded with a smile. Luck. Sheer luck. I nearly lost my life. This was the closest he had come to death. Although he had battled beasts before, where their claws and fangs had grazed past him, he had always held an absolute advantage in those encounters. However, this time, even though it was merely a single shadow leopard, it had completely overwhelmed him. With a swift motion, Dong Bo Shuang extended his left hand, revealing a spear pouch containing 12 short spears, which had been stored within a pendant. He set down the pouch and lifted the shadow leopard's body, curling it slightly. In an instant, the corpse vanished, filling the space within the pendant to near capacity, leaving only a few corners with some gaps. Uncle Zong, we should depart swiftly. The scent of blood will likely attract more beasts, Dong Bo Shuang said, shouldering the spear pouch and grasping the flying snow divine spear. No need to worry too much. The scent of the shadow leopard will deter ordinary beasts from approaching. However, after such a fierce battle, you should take the time to rest, Zongling replied with a light-hearted smile as they began their journey back. Dong Bo Shuang felt elated. Despite experiencing the most harrowing life and death struggle, the value of a single shadow leopard exceeded 100,000 gold coins. Its silken fur, possessing camouflage properties, served as a precious material for crafting. Naturally, the pelts of the shadow leopard often found their way into the hands of wealthy nobles, who cherished them. Donning a shadow leopard fur coat not only conferred elegance, but also garnered envy and admiration from many. To Dong Bo Shuang, it mattered not what the purpose was, as long as it held value. Within the encampment of the Desolation Mountains, the fire pit continued to blaze, dispelling the chill of the night. Dong Bo Shuang sat cross-legged beside the flames, the flying snow spear resting gently upon his knees, his eyes closed in tranquil meditation, the flickering light illuminating his face. Silence enveloped the night. Dong Bo Shuang attentively attuned to his own body, sensing every sinew and muscle, the rhythmic expansion and contraction of his heart, as blood surged through him like a mighty river. Having previously brushed against the brink of life and death, he had attained a state of perfect unity in his strength, and now he sought to consolidate and familiarize himself with it. Suddenly, Dong Bo Shuang rose, wielding the flying snow spear, and commenced his practice of spear techniques. Man and weapon became one, resembling a soaring dragon. The spear danced with flickering shadows, snowflakes swirling in the air. A fine spear indeed. Dong Bo Shuang paused, gazing at the spear in his hands, his face alight with joy. The human eye experiences visual persistence. If the spear technique is swift enough, one may perceive multiple spears attacking simultaneously. Naturally, the duration of visual persistence varies among individuals. Ordinary knights, Earth-tier knights, Celestial-tier knights, possess relatively common visual persistence. For Star-tier warriors, it is exceedingly brief. For transcendent beings, it is even shorter. During this venture into the Desolation Mountains, Dong Bo Shuang's spear technique could reach the 5-spear realm. To the naked eye of a star-tier powerhouse, it would appear as though 5 spears were striking simultaneously. Even with the ancient bloodline's power unleashed, it would barely graze the 7-spear realm. And now, with strength perfectly unified, every ounce of his power meticulously controlled, he could effortlessly achieve the 7-spear realm even without an explosive surge of strength. Moreover, the internal mechanism of the flying snow spear would perfectly convey this power, maintaining its potency for a brief duration. Typically, spear experts might disregard the recoil from the spear, even finding it cumbersome. Yet, as a master of spear techniques, he could harness this force to execute even swifter assaults. With strength and perfect harmony, he had reached the 7-spear realm. The flying snow spear could flawlessly utilize all forms of power, amplifying its might, while sheer speed could attain the 8-spear realm. Should I unleash my bloodline's power once more, it would transcend to the 10-spear realm. Dong Bo Shuang felt a surge of excitement. The death of the shadow leopard was not in vain. In that climactic moment, his final desperate strike had reached the terrifying realm of 10 spears, a speed formidable enough to suppress a Silvermoon Knight. Weaker Silvermoon Knights would likely perish after but a few strikes. Yet this was not my limit. My spear technique could accelerate further. Dongbo Shuiying began to practice the extraordinary spear art, mysterious ice spear technique, left to him by his father. A powerful transcendent knight's ultimate skill, it could only be grasped by those who had attained mastery in spear techniques. With a deep breath, he channeled his internal energy to enhance his physical prowess. The long spear twirled like a great python, its thrust taking on a breathtaking arc. With every thrust and retraction, the formidable rotation and counter-rotation conceal a latent power within the gun barrel. Such immense force can leave even the most skilled marksmen with their hands tingling, causing the weapon to slip from their grasp. However, the frozen ice spear technique seeks to harness this very power. No, the exertion is incorrect. The rotational force lacks purity. Dongbo Shuiying practiced the spear technique repeatedly. As the night enveloped the camp, the whooshing sound seemed to reverberate, sending shivers down the spines of the watchful soldiers. They gazed in awe at their young lord, who was fervently honing his spear skills by the fire, filled with respect. A lord is indeed remarkable. Even in the perilous Destruction Mountains, he relentlessly trains at night. It is no wonder he possesses such prowess. He was already fervently dedicated to his craft at the tender age of 8, a feat I cannot endure. The soldiers whispered among themselves. Dongbo Shuiying tirelessly practiced the myriad techniques of the first layer of the frozen ice spear technique. Although the esteemed elder Gu Yuan Han had provided meticulous descriptions, mastering it proved to be quite challenging. Fortunately, as a spear master, Dongbo Shuiying possessed exceptional control over his strength, offering him a glimmer of hope for success. The night swiftly passed, giving way to the dawn's faint light. With a swift thrust of the spear, Dongbo Shuiying's expression brightened. A faint crimson aura suddenly enveloped him, unleashing his full power as he executed his formidable spear technique. Whoosh, 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 the snowflakes danced around the spear, and the spear tips formed blossoms that lingered in the air like delicate snowflakes. 12 exquisite blossoms suspended momentarily before dissipating, achieving the terrifying 12-spear realm. The first layer of the frozen ice spear technique, known as Snowfall, evidently amplifies the speed of the spear technique, which is already renowned for its swiftness. The subsequent layers, the second and third, promise even greater speeds, yet they are also increasingly arduous. With a smile, Dongbo Shuiying recognized his accomplishment. The first layer of the frozen ice spear technique, Snowfall, had finally been mastered. Having become a spear master and initiated into the frozen ice spear technique, Dongbo Shuiying experienced an astounding enhancement in his abilities. Chapter 21. Reporting to the chief, frost blanketed the ground, rendering it solid and unyielding. After all, the Anyang province lay at the northernmost reaches of the continent, and during winter, it became even more frigid. The carcass of a shadow leopard held a value exceeding 100,000 gold coins. Dongbo Shuiying had come to the Destruction Mountains primarily to secure tuition for his younger brother, a goal now accomplished. However, Dongbo Shuiying smiled, stating that his battle with the shadow leopard had led to a breakthrough in his marksmanship. He had trained tirelessly throughout the night and was now eager to refine his skills further. After a good night's rest, he planned to return to the Destruction Mountains and eradicate the Silvermoon Wolf Pack. "Are you confident in defeating the Silvermoon Wolves?" Zhongling inquired, startled. "I am indeed confident," Dongbo Shuiying affirmed with a nod. Prior to his breakthrough, his chances against the entire Silvermoon Wolf Pack had been less than 10%, with a high likelihood of death. But now, his marksmanship had improved dramatically, even without unleashing the full force of his bloodline. He could achieve the 10-shot realm, a significant qualitative leap from his previous 5-shot realm. That is reassuring, Zhongling thought, feeling a surge of happiness at the sight of Shuiying growing stronger. The following day, around noon, within the shadowy forest of the Destruction Mountains, the howls of wolves echoed, filled with fear and fury. The bodies of Silvermoon wolves lay scattered across the ground. Atop a massive boulder stood the colossal Silvermoon Wolf King, roaring defiantly as swarms of Silvermoon wolves charged toward a cloaked youth. "Kill!" The boy in black advanced. As snowflakes danced through the air, the icy flashes of his spear struck down one Silvermoon wolf after another, piercing throats and vital areas with lethal precision. His marksmanship was so swift that, despite the frenzied assaults of the wolf pack, they could not breach Dongbo Shuiying's defensive perimeter. Any who dared approach met their demise. This pack of Silvermoon wolves reigned supreme in the region, feared by other magical beasts, and even human armies suffered grievous losses when encountering them. With their imposing size and fierce tenacity, they were akin to the combined might of 200 to 300 celestial knights, truly a nightmare to contend with. Yet now, Dongbo Shuiying had become the very nightmare of these silver moon wolves. Die, die, he commanded, showing no mercy as he dispatched these beasts. Magical creatures were the enemies of humanity, which explained the repeated military campaigns to eradicate them. Time and again, magical beasts had slaughtered human cities, especially when humanity was at its weakest. At last, the Silver Moon Wolf King charged forth, racing towards Dongbo Shuiying. Come at me. Dongbo Shuiying's eyes glimmered with excitement. Get away. With a flourish, his spear moved like a nimble dragon, striking out at the surrounding Silver Moon wolves, sending them tumbling or crashing to the ground. As a master of marksmanship, his control over the spear's power was exquisitely fine-tuned. With a decisive strike, the Silver Moon wolves parted like grass before him, and Dongbo Shuiying pressed forward toward the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King was taken aback, initially intending to join its subordinates in an assault. However, confronted by the formidable aura of the approaching human youth, it felt a flicker of panic, even contemplating retreat. Yet, it was too late. With a swift thrust, the spear whistled through the air, aimed directly at it. The Silver Moon Wolf King leaped with all its might to evade the strike, narrowly avoiding the spear that pierced the space beneath its body. Rise. Dongbo Shuiying suddenly exerted his strength, transforming the thrust into a powerful upward jab. The spear struck the Silver Moon Wolf King's body with a resounding thud, landing a brutal blow to its abdomen. It let out a piercing howl, blood seeping from its mouth and nose as its body tumbled to the side. In a flash, a spear, as swift as lightning, followed through, piercing the Wolf King's throat, embedding itself deep within its fur. The massive beast was pinned firmly to the ground, its body writhing in futile struggle. The remaining 100 or so Silver Moon wolves, witnessing the display, began to retreat in alarm. This cloaked human youth was truly terrifying. Awoo! Awoo! The Silver Moon wolves emitted frantic cries as they quickly turned and scattered in all directions. Impressive, Shuiying. I never anticipated you could handle the entire pack of Silver Moon wolves with such ease, Zhongling remarked as he appeared on the scene. My spear technique is well suited for dealing with encirclements, Dongbo Shuiying replied with a smile. Quickly, let us dissect and gather the materials, Zhongling urged. The stench of blood is overwhelming here. Although we are within the territory of the Silver Moon wolves, lingering too long may attract other beasts. Leave the dissection to me. I am far more adept at it than you, he added as he swiftly drew 6 knives, his 6 arms deftly maneuvering to dissect the Silver Moon Wolf King's carcass. This is the heart of the Silver Moon, Dongbo Shuiying said, promptly storing it in an iron box and placing it into his storage pendant. Due to the presence of a shadow leopard's corpse, space was limited, yet he managed to stow away several smaller items. After harvesting some precious materials, he proceeded to skin the entire pelt of the Silver Moon Wolf King. What a pity! The meat of the Silver Moon Wolf King could fetch a high price. Yet we must waste it, Zhongling lamented. With nearly 20,000 pounds of meat from such a large creature, how could we possibly carry it? Even if we managed to lift such weight, the bloody scent would surely attract more beasts, he reasoned. Let us go, Zhongling said, folding the pelt and binding it with a cloth strap, which stood taller than a person. This pelt must weigh nearly 2,000 pounds, Zhongling exclaimed in astonishment. I will carry it, Dongbo Shuiying replied, his strength allowing him to disregard the weight. He hoisted the enormous, folded pelt of the Silver Moon Wolf King upon his back, the Wolf King's head drooping beside him. The pristine white fur of the Wolf King was indeed exquisite, its color more lustrous and pure than that of an ordinary Silver Moon wolf. This material was favored by many nobles, suitable for draping over beds or adorning floors, and would make for a striking decorative piece when hung on walls. The Blade Alliance. Their stronghold is remarkably concealed, nestled within the belly of a great mountain, merely a couple 100 miles from the outer reaches of the mountain. One ear, have you heard that the Luo family is unwilling to pay? 2 fierce bandits were perched atop a mountain peak near their lair, concealed within the tall grass, vigilantly observing their surroundings while engaging in idle chatter. The Luo family stated they would only pay half. Otherwise, it would be a matter of mutual destruction, the gaunt man with a single ear remarked. It seems the Luo family has been thoroughly exploited and is nearly out of funds. Their leader has declared that not a single copper coin can be missed. Who dares to defy this? Next time, we shall launch a savage assault on the Luo territory, annihilate a few villages, and the Luo family will learn to fear us. These damned nobles do not shed tears until they see the grave. The one-eared bandit muttered under his breath. Look, someone is approaching. Can you believe it? Someone dares to enter the Desolation Mountains. The two bandits on guard were taken aback. Around their lair, there were a dozen bandits assigned to watch, primarily concerned about the approach of magical beasts. As for humans, it had been an eternity since any human had dared to encroach upon their stronghold. Regarding human military forces, they had friends within the army. As soon as any significant movement was afoot, they would have already retreated to the mountains and waited outside. Look, isn't that a six-armed serpent demon? It's Song Ling from the Snow Eagle territory. The one-eared bandit immediately recognized him. The six-armed serpent demon had faced off against their leader and survived. The youth beside him carried a pelt that was astonishingly beautiful, far surpassing any silver moon wolf pelts they had encountered. Moreover, the pelt was enormous. It must belong to the Silver Moon Wolf King. The two bandits exchanged glances. The pelt of the Silver Moon Wolf King? That is worth nearly 50,000 gold coins. The entire Snow Eagle territory could be sold for about that amount. Such a stunningly white wolf pelt, so pure, so large, so lustrous. It had to be the Silver Moon Wolf King. It simply had to be. One ear. Go quickly and report this to the leader. I will keep watch here. The two bandits were filled with excitement, nearly drooling at the prospect. This was undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. However, whether to seize the Silver Moon Wolf King's pelt would ultimately be up to their leader to decide. Chapter 22. Hell has no doors. You must forge your own path within the lair of the mountain's belly. The ground lay meticulously leveled, with the bandits assigned various dwellings according to their rank. My lord, come, indulge in this. My lord, taste mine. It's delectable. 5 alluring maidens encircled a burly man, his chest bared and hair coarse, offering an array of fruits in servitude. This man was none other than the leader of the entire Scimitar Alliance, the most formidable bandit in all of Ishui City, Gai Bin. The unfortunate women, abducted and held captive, quaked in fear of this bandit leader. For even the slightest displeasure from him could lead to their torment or death. Their terror compelled them to flatter him ceaselessly. Last of all, in my prime, I feasted daily, surrounded by countless beauties. Now, I am confined within this mountainous fortress, reduced to the company of these gaudy, painted dolls. Gai Bin's slanted eyes burned with malice. Ever since he became a fugitive, a bandit, an unquenchable rage had simmered within him. This existence was intolerable. Who among the sane would wish to hide in a perilous mountain range? Even sustenance had to be smuggled in from the outside, with lurking beasts potentially lurking at every corner. The captured women had to make do, but none could compare to the adulation he once received as a meteor knight, where he was free to choose from a plethora of beauties. He needed to gather wealth, to find a way to persuade the Empire to revoke the bounty on his head. A fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes. The demands of the Sea family were exorbitant. A minimum of 200,000 gold coins to lift the warrant. Damn them. The Sea family wielded immense power throughout Xinghe County, fully capable of manipulating matters to their advantage. Perhaps with 10 more years of effort, he could amass the required sum. Then, he would be free once more. Gai Bin yearned for freedom. For it was only after becoming a wanted man that he truly understood its value. Leader! 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 A shrill voice pierced the air from outside. What in the blazes are you shouting about? Gai Bin erupted in fury, rising abruptly, causing the nearby maidens to scatter in fright. He stormed out, his ire palpable. Leader! It's good news indeed. The clamor outside suggested that the intruders were aware of the consequences of disturbing the leader. Oh, good news? Stepping through the door, Gai Bin's cold gaze fell upon his ruffian subordinates. What sort of good news? The normally fierce bandits appeared subservient before the meteor-level Gai Bin. One of them managing a nervous grin. It's the pelt of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Second in command and the others are waiting for you. The mention of the Silver Moon Wolf King's pelt startled Gai Bin, prompting him to hasten towards the council chamber. In the council hall, Gai Bin occupied the principal seat, surrounded by other leaders, all of whom were formidable figures at the heaven level. As the largest bandit faction within Ishui City, the Scimitar Alliance naturally attracted its fair share of powerful outlaws. I was tasked with reconnaissance, and to my surprise, I encountered 2 humans. The one-eared bandit began. One of them is Ling, the 6-armed serpent demon of the Snow Eagle faction. The other is a young lad in black, perhaps 16 or 17 years of age, carrying the immense pelt of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Ling? Gai Bin's fingers lightly tapped against the armrest, the sound cold and resonant. The audacious youth of Ishui City, renowned for their prowess with firearms, was likely tied to Zhong Ling. It must be that young lord of the Snow Eagle domain, whose mastery of marksmanship bordered on the supernatural. "Brother, shall we seize the opportunity?" shouted a robust, bald bandit seated nearby. "If we could acquire the pelt of the Silver Moon Wolf King, could it be that Zhongling has already ascended to the meteor level?" Gaibin murmured. "Quite possibly," the elder in the gray robe nodded. Zhongling had long been at the celestial level. It was indeed plausible that he had now reached the meteor level. Moreover, he was of the Serpent Man royal lineage, a six-armed serpent demon. Under the frenzied assault of 6 blades, the wolf pack would likely be ravaged. Coupled with some meticulously prepared traps, capturing and slaughtering the Silver Moon Wolf King was still within reach. Dong Bo Shuiying excelled at dealing with mass attacks. But if Zhongling, with his 6 arms and tail, had become a meteor-level warrior, he too would be exceptionally adept at countering group assaults. Could that young lord of the Snow Eagle domain also be at the meteor level? The dim-witted bald bandit bellowed. How is that possible? How old is he? Even if he became a knight at 7 or 8, he would only be a celestial knight at most now, the other bandits immediately countered. The bald bandit scratched his head and laughed heartily. "I must have miscalculated." Gaibin replied coldly. "Zhongling has likely become a meteor knight. As for that young lord, he should still be at the celestial level. Even if he has also attained the meteor level, 2 meteor knights are merely a challenge. With our numbers, and on our home turf, we stand a good chance of annihilating them. That would be the worst-case scenario." "It is unlikely that young lord is at the meteor level," said the gray-robed elder. "We have a significant advantage." "Very well. Then we shall slay them, and seize the pelt of the Silver Moon Wolf King." Gaibin grinned widely, considering that the young lord, being a leader, might possess valuable treasures. "Seize. Take them down. Kill them." The hall erupted with various excited shouts. "One Ear, where are they now?" Gaibin inquired immediately. "They are still far off, heading towards the mountains. They will surely pass through the canyon ahead," replied the one-eared bandit. "Excellent. We shall set an ambush in the canyon ahead. Second, I leave the arrangements to you." Gaibin turned to the gray-robed elder, who was a celestial-level mage, holding a position second only to his own within the band. This mage had been discovered for secretly capturing numerous humans for experiments and was subsequently wanted. "Leave it to me," the gray-robed elder nodded gently. In the depths of the mountains, Dong Bo Shuiying carried the pelt of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Walking side by side with Uncle Zong, they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Yet with Dong Bo Shuiying's current strength, even 5th-tier magical beasts posed no threat to him. As they traversed a wide canyon, Dong Bo Shuiying suddenly furrowed his brow. "Uncle Zong, halt." "What is it?" Zhongling asked, startled. "The atmosphere feels off." Dong Bo Shuiying observed, gazing ahead. Ever since he became a master marksman, his understanding of marksmanship had transcended into a realm of comprehension, allowing him to sense the natural elements around him. Up until this point, the air had been imbued with a sense of nature's essence. Yet, within the depths of the canyon ahead, Dong Bo Shuiying sensed a malevolent aura lurking, discordant with the natural ambience. "There might be an ambush. Let us turn back," he suggested, observing whether they would reveal themselves. Dong Bo Shuiying. Zhongling immediately noticed that along the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, waves of bandits lay in concealment, densely packed, numbering close to 1,000. All the bandits fixated their gazes upon Dong Bo Shuiying and his companion, as if they were gazing at a pair of helpless lambs. Boom! A group of individuals approached from the canyon's entrance, led by a fierce man with twin blades at his waist, accompanied by a throng of subordinates. "Gaibin." A glint of cold light flashed in Zhongling's eyes. "Ha ha. Zhongling, you have unwittingly tread into hell." Gaibin sneered. "Even if you have become a meteor knight, on my territory, you are doomed to perish." "Ha ha. If you had hidden behind Shuiying, I would have been at a loss, yet you dared to approach me? Are you not courting death? I shall grant you your wish. Oh, and that delicate little lord, fret not. I will ensure your demise is swift and devoid of suffering." Chapter 23. The killer Gaibin led a group of subordinates, as numerous bandits on both sides of the canyon watched with predatory eyes. "We must hurry," urged Zhongling anxiously. Without hesitation, Dong Bo Shuiying turned to flee. "Chase them," Gaibin barked coldly. "Pursue," he roared through gritted teeth. Dong Bo Shuiying and Zhongling deliberately fled, inciting the bandits to chase after them, particularly those on the canyon walls who brandished peculiar large crossbows. With a hum, over 10 hunting nets were launched towards Dong Bo Shuiying and Zhongling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The projectiles exploded midair, transforming into a vast hunting net that descended upon the two. Dodge. Both Dong Bo Shuiying and Zhongling sprinted swiftly to evade. Despite their formidable strength, being ensnared by the hunting net would spell great trouble, which was precisely why they had chosen to flee. Fortunately, they had not entered an ambush zone, and with sufficient distance between them, they easily evaded the nets. Their agility was remarkable. The 12 hunting nets fell to empty ground, infuriating Gai Bin and his men who followed closely behind. "Uncle Zong, we've escaped for a mile now. That should suffice. There shouldn't be any ambush ahead." Dong Bo Shuang paused, turning to lay down the pelt of the Silvermoon Wolf King he carried on his back. "Continue fleeing? Ahead lies a horde of magical beasts. I wonder how far you think you can run." Gai Bin and his band of fierce brigands closed in menacingly. Dong Bo Shuang planted the Feishua Divine Spear into the muddy ground beside him, flashing a grin at the pursuing bandits and declaring, "Gai Bin, 6 years ago you invaded my territory, slaughtering over 500 innocent civilians. The number of lives lost in the entire Yushui realm due to your Scimitar alliance is countless. Today, it is time for you to pay your debts." As Dong Bo Shuang spoke, Gai Bin and his men drew nearer. "Pay debts?" Gai Bin sneered. "Many have sought to kill me, yet nearly all have met their demise at my hands." Behind Gai Bin, an elderly figure in a gray robe, holding a staff, began to chant incantations with a hint of caution. Dong Bo Shuang had been meticulously observing the bandits, with most of his attention focused on the gray-robed elder. He was well aware of the presence of a celestial-level mage within the Scimitar Alliance. Allowing a mage to cast spells would be an unwise move. Yes, debts, blood debts of countless lives. In an instant, Dong Bo Shuang drew 2 short spears from the quiver on his back, with a faint crimson aura surrounding him. He unleashed the 2 short spears with lightning speed. His right hand, trained for such precision, propelled the spears forth with an explosive surge of power. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spears sliced through the air with a terrifying shriek, covering a distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, aimed directly at the gray-robed elder. So swift, the short spears were so fast that fear etched itself into the faces of all the brigands. "Be careful." In a moment of astonishment, Gai Bin swiftly unsheathed his blade, a curved dagger gleaming as it positioned itself before the gray-robed elder. With a thunderous sound, Gai Bin felt a terrifying force surge through him, causing excruciating pain in his arm. The slightly deflected spear veered off course, striking another bandit nearby, piercing through 3 of their bodies and creating a gaping wound. The gray-robed elder's eyes widened with horror and resentment, although the first spear was deflected by the chief. The second spear surged forth. Instantly, a layer of black mist enveloped his body, yet under Dong Bo Shuang's explosive might, comparable to that of a silver moon knight, it was utterly inadequate. The fearsome spear pierced through his chest as the dark mist dissipated, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl. A heavenly tier mage had met his demise. Scum perish. Dong Bo Shuang felt no compassion for the bloodstained bandits. He swiftly retrieved another spear from his quiver, channeling his formidable strength into it. As a master of unparalleled power, he perfectly controlled his might, maximizing the spear's potency. With a sharp whistle, each spear flew with terrifying speed, cutting through the air towards the bandits. The canyon walls on either side offered no refuge for the bandits, who found themselves trapped. One bald man, desperately wielding a shield, attempted to defend himself, but with a resounding crash, the shield shattered, and the spear tore through his body, also piercing a bandit behind him. The air was rent asunder as each spear, like a grim invitation from death, struck fear into the hearts of the bandits, who began to crumble in terror. With nearly 1,000 bandits crowded in the narrow canyon, the incoming spears were akin to a string of skewered meat, once struck. Their lives were forfeit. How can he be so powerful? How could this be? Gai Bin, wielding his curved dagger, fought desperately to fend off the 2 spears aimed at him, barely managing to deflect them, yet they still claimed the lives of several nearby bandits. The true terror did not lie with the 6-armed serpent demon sect, but with this youthful lord. Gai Bin fixated on the black-clad youth relentlessly launching spears. After Gai Bin survived 2 spear strikes, Dong Bo Shuang momentarily ceased his assault. Meanwhile, other heavenly tier knights and numerous bandits faced slaughter. Some spears shot forth, piercing through 6 or 7 bandits due to their dense clustering. The looming threat of death made time feel interminable. Yet in reality, only 12 spears were launched, and Dong Bo Shuang's speed ensured that they were soon spent. As the barrage of spears came to a halt, the bandits remained in a state of shock, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. The second leader had fallen, the third leader had perished, the fourth leader lay dead. All that remained was the chief, Gai Bin. The other formidable masters have all perished, leaving not a single celestial tier warrior alive. And over half of the earthly tier knights and bandits have met their demise. The primary reason is that these elites had followed Gai Bin. And when the spear assault commenced, it was the celestial and earthly knights who faced the brunt of the attack, suffering the most grievous losses. The leader, Gaibin, clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, as he fixed his gaze on the distant figure of the cloaked youth. He had not anticipated that merely a single volley of thrown spears would decimate the core members of his curved blade alliance. Dong Bo Shuang, Gaibin growled. I have come to annihilate the mountains, and I aim to eradicate your curved blade alliance. The faint crimson aura that had surrounded the cloaked youth dissipated, for the surge of power had drained considerable stamina. He then seized the long spear that was embedded in the ground beside him. Whoosh! Dong Bo Shuang transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing forward with astonishing speed. What swiftness! The bandits were taken aback. Together, let us slay him. Kill! Gaibin roared madly, a turbulent layer of black protective energy enveloping his form. With a curved blade in each hand, he too became a blur as he charged ahead. Let us strike together. Eliminate him. The bandits rallied behind their leader, some brandishing bows and arrows, while others prepared hidden weapons, swiftly closing the distance. They were no strangers to bloodshed and had merely been startled by the flying spears. In close combat, with their numbers nearing 1,000, would they truly fear a single opponent? Moreover, their leader Gaibin was at the forefront. Gaibin had already reached the pinnacle of the meteor level, his experience unmatched. With a ghostly step, he approached Dong Bo Shuang, executing a sweeping arc to close in from the side, eager to engage in close quarters. The long spear was a lengthy weapon. If he could fully close the distance, Gaibin's chances of victory would multiply significantly. Humph! Dong Bo Shuang let out a cold snort, and with a sudden thrust, the long spear shot forth like an arrow. Clang! 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 The lightning-fast spear strikes enveloped the battlefield, as snowflakes danced in the air. This technique was none other than the first layer of the mystic ice spear technique, known as falling snow. The speed and wide arcs of the spear caught Gaibin off guard. He was already adept at swiftness, yet Dong Bo Shuang's technique was even faster. Instinctively, Gaibin swung his dual blades, managing to deflect 5 strikes in succession, yet he found himself involuntarily retreating. Each thrust bore the chilling threat of death. As if he could be pierced at any moment, facing such a terrifying martial skill, there was no time for contemplation. He was merely relying on instinct to defend himself. After executing 5 rapid thrusts, Dong Bo Shuang channeled power from his core, sweeping the spear horizontally in an instant. Gaibin immediately raised his dual blades to intercept, positioning them before him to block the spear shaft. At the moment of contact between the spear and the blades, a terrifying shockwave surged through the dual blades and into Gaibin's body, causing his expression to change drastically. He was propelled backward uncontrollably, crashing against the nearby mountainside like a sandbag, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Although he still clutched his curved blades, as he collided with the wall, his vision blurred with stars, and he felt a chilling light rushing toward him. Puff! A long spear, akin to a bolt of lightning, pierced through the throat of Gaibin, driving deep into the mountainside behind him, pinning his entire body against the rock. His feet suspended nearly half a meter above the ground. Gaibin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the cold, black-clad youth before him. He never anticipated that he, Gaibin, a notorious figure who had navigated the treacherous world for years, would meet his demise at the hands of a mere boy. Gouts of fresh blood spilled from his mouth, and gradually, the light faded from his eyes. Thus fell the notorious bandit of Yushui City, Curved Blade Gaibin. The slayer was none other than Dong Bo Shuang. Chapter 24. Fear. The bandits who had pursued to surround Dong Bo Shuang and their leader were utterly astonished. Had their chief truly perished so soon? They had barely exchanged a few blows, and yet he was gone. In an instant, Dong Bo Shuang unsheathed his spear, his gaze fixed on the blood-soaked marauders before him. Flee. Escape. Panic ensued among the bandits. Not a single one among them was a celestial knight. Even their leader, Gaibin, could have slaughtered them all, let alone this young lord who surpassed Gaibin in strength. Scum, do you still wish to escape? Dong Bo Shuang charged towards the bandits, snowflakes swirling around him, blood splattering as he struck down those who had ruthlessly slaughtered innocent civilians. Now, these marauders stood equally vulnerable before him. Within mere moments, the remaining 3 Earth Knights fell, and the ground was littered with the corpses of bandits. Run, run. The bandits were in complete disarray. The disparity in power was overwhelming. That spear bore immense strength, and a mere brush could cost them their lives. None could withstand a single blow from Dong Bo Shuang. Death, death. Dong Bo Shuang showed no mercy to the brutal marauders of the Curved Blade Alliance. Those bandits scattered in terror, but he understood that he was but one man. He could not slay them all. To eradicate this malignant presence in Yushui City, he focused first on the formidable adversaries, eliminating all those of knightly caliber. In a fleeting moment, the bandits had completely dispersed, leaving behind over 200 corpses on the ground. The entire leadership of the Curved Blade Alliance, the Celestial Experts, the Earth Knights, had been utterly annihilated. The Curved Blade Alliance was thus extinguished. The remaining foot soldiers could likely be thwarted by mere guards from a mountain village. Spare us! Spare us! 5 bandits found themselves cornered by Zhong Ling against a rock wall, too afraid to move, for those who had dared to move had met their demise. Shuang! Zhong Ling laughed heartily. What a delightful sight! The Curved Blade Alliance, this great scourge, has been vanquished. I have searched the bodies of Gai Bin and several other skilled warriors, uncovering numerous treasures, particularly a storage artifact on Gai Bin's person. Dongbo Shuai-ing was taken aback at the discovery of a storage treasure. This notorious thief was indeed well off. Approaching Zhong Ling, he received a package filled with gold notes issued by the Imperial Bank. Clearly, the bandits had lived day by day, stashing their valuables on their persons, including a ring. Upon taking the ring, Dongbo Shuai-ing felt an immediate resonance. His fighting spirit seeped into the ring, cleansing its interior. Instantly, it connected with his consciousness. Night mages could refine storage artifacts using their fighting spirit or magic, while ordinary folk required the assistance of mages, using blood for the process. Good heavens! As he refined it, Dongbo Shuai-ing was astonished to find an assortment of treasures within, primarily gold notes, coins, and various weapons among other odds and ends. However, the entire storage space is merely 2 feet in diameter, significantly smaller than the storage pendant left to me by my mother. So many gold notes, an impressive total of 85,000 gold coins. There are also some miscellaneous treasures, bringing the total to nearly 90,000 gold coins. The combined wealth of the other celestial tier mages and night bandits amounts to over 20,000 gold coins. It seems that the bandits are quite affluent, Eastbo Shuai-ing mused. You 5, Eastbo Shuai-ing addressed the 5 terrified bandits. Lead the way to your lair. If your guidance is correct, I shall spare your lives. If not, you shall all perish. Yes, yes. Rest assured, my lord, we will lead you. The 5 bandits readily acquiesced. The bandits led the way with trepidation, while Eastbo Shuai-ing and Zhong Ling followed closely behind. Uncle Zhong, take this, Eastbo Shuai-ing said as he handed the storage ring to Zhong Ling. This is not appropriate. The Blade Alliance was eliminated by you, and these spoils rightfully belong to you, Zhong Ling insisted. Haha. My mother has already bequeathed me her storage pendant. I have no need for this, Eastbo Shuai-ing replied. But you could reserve it for Qin Shi. He aspires to become a mage, and a mage certainly requires storage artifacts, Zhong Ling countered, shaking his head. Eastbo Shuai-ing gently shook his head in response. It's still quite early. Qin Shi will require several years of study under his master before he can truly become a mage. By then, I shall gift him something even better. Uncle Zhong, let us not forget that our haul this time is substantial. Zhong Ling paused, then smiled in agreement. Indeed. With the Shadow Leopard and the Silver Moon Wolf King, the value alone exceeds 100,000 gold coins, adding the defeat of the Blade Alliance. We have indeed made a significant profit. Very well, Zhong Ling conceded, accepting the storage ring and effortlessly refining it. Zhong Ling was taken aback as he discovered a considerable amount of gold notes and coins within the storage ring, with the notes alone valued at 50,000 gold coins. The corpse of the Shadow Leopard was kept within the storage space, and the absence of air in this absolute vacuum proved highly beneficial for preserving items. Indeed, Zhong Ling contemplated, nodding slightly. Eastbo Shuai-ing's strength would undoubtedly continue to rise, and his expenses would naturally increase as well. After walking for a short while, one of the bandits declared, "My lord, we are almost there." The 5 bandits were exceedingly respectful and obedient, with one small bandit stating, "Our lair is within the mountain's belly. Ordinary people would not discern it even upon reaching the mountain's face, for the entrance is exceedingly concealed. Proceed ahead." Eastbo Shuai-ing commanded, gripping his spear and remaining vigilant. The 5 bandits advanced with remarkable familiarity, yet Eastbo Shuai-ing sensed an ominous threat lurking ahead, as though some dreadful presence lay in wait within the mountain's depths. Since attaining the mastery of his spear technique, his awareness of the natural world had become increasingly profound. He could often detect magical beasts and even anticipate bandit ambushes. Observing the mountain before him, he noticed moss growing on the rocky surface. "Shuai-ing, what troubles you?" Zhong Ling inquired, puzzled. "Something feels amiss. I sense a foreboding atmosphere." Dongbo Shuai-ing whispered urgently, We must leave, swiftly. Zongling's expression shifted dramatically, his trust unwavering. In a flash, the two turned and hastily departed. Lord, the passage into the mountain's depths is quite concealed, hidden behind these chaotic rocks. Wait, where are they? The five ruffians, upon turning, realized that Dong Bo Shui Ing and his companion had vanished without a trace. They're gone. The young lord of Snow Eagle has fled? One of the ruffians exclaimed. Brothers, the bladed alliance is finished. Let us hasten to find some treasures and escape. The ruffians, quick-witted as they were, swiftly retreated to their lair. As they did, a colossal visage emerged on the mountainside, sculpted by the ages. Its brow, eyes, and mouth formed an imposing countenance, radiating an air of supremacy. It gazed intently at Dong Bo Shuiing and Zhong Ling, who were now several miles away. A flicker of confusion crossed the giant's face. How could they discern my presence? A mere boy, yet so formidable. Perhaps there lies a powerful entity amongst humanity behind him. I must relocate my observation point. The immense face receded swiftly, and the mountainside returned to its mundane state. Boom. Deep within the earth, a gargantuan creature silently departed, shifting its location elsewhere. Outside the Desolation Mountain Range at the encampment, Dong Bo Shuiing and Zhong Ling emerged from the mountains at an exhilarating pace. We have finally made our escape, Dong Bo Shuiing remarked, glancing back with lingering trepidation. Chapter 25. Intelligence. What exactly have you discovered? Snow Eagle? Although Zhong Ling trusted Snow Eagle, he still felt utterly perplexed. I'm uncertain. Dong Bo Shuiing replied, shaking his head. It is merely an instinct. If we linger there any longer, we might lose our lives at any moment. But the headquarters of the Curved Blade Alliance has been nestled in that mountain for so many years, and they seem to be just fine, Zhong Ling queried. His brows furrowed. The two walked side by side towards the camp, where a 100-strong battalion of soldiers from the Snow Eagle territory was stationed. Lord. The patrolling soldiers greeted reverently as they approached, and soon the captain of the 100-man squad, Captain Yang Qing, came forth to welcome them. Dong Bo Shuiing smiled. We ventured into the Desolation Mountains early this morning to hunt the Silver Moon Wolf Pack. After slaying the Wolf King, we began our journey back. Although we were slightly delayed by the Curved Blade Alliance, we still have a couple of hours until nightfall. Rest assured, Lord Zhong Ling, Captain Yang Qing assured, thumping his chest. Before long, Dong Bo Shuiing and Zhong Ling mounted their respective Frostwind steeds and set off towards the Snow Eagle territory. The Frostwind magical steeds exhibited remarkable endurance and strength. Despite the Wolf King's pelt weighing nearly 2,000 pounds, they maintained a swift pace throughout the journey. When the steeds began to tire, Dong Bo Shuiing and Zhong Ling exchanged mounts to allow the horses a moment of respite. As darkness enveloped the land, the two Frostwind steeds transformed into streaks of wind, racing ahead with vigor. We are almost there, Dong Bo Shuiing observed, spotting in the distance the majestic mountain that bore the names of himself and his brother, Snowstone Mountain. At this hour, Qing Shi should be preparing for dinner. Dong Bo Shuiing thought joyfully, having fully achieved the purpose of his journey to the Desolation Mountains, with results surpassing his expectations. At the very least, his brother's apprenticeship was undoubtedly secured. The two Frostwind steeds galloped along the mountain path, ascending steadily. Lord, soldiers patrolling the mountain pass recognized their esteemed leader and Zhong Ling, greeting them with utmost respect. Unimpeded, they continued their swift ride until they reached the castle gates. Open the gates, Dong Bo Shuiing called out as he rode forward. Ah, it is the Lord. The patrolling soldiers recognized him instantly and hurriedly shouted, quickly, lower the drawbridge and open the castle gates. With a rumble, the drawbridge was slowly lowered, and the castle gates were pushed open with great effort by the soldiers. As the gates swung wide, Dong Bo Shuiing caught sight of a boy, bundled up like a small bear, joyfully rushing towards him. Brother, Qing Shi exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Haha. Dong Bo Shuiing dismounted and handed his steed to a nearby soldier, then joyfully embraced his brother, effortlessly lifting him despite the weight of the Wolf King's pelt on his back. Have you had dinner yet? Dong Bo Shuiing inquired. The pelt isn't completely cleaned yet. Once it's ready, I will let you play with it. Dong Bo Shuiing remarked. Let us go and have dinner. As he cradled his younger brother and made his way into the castle. Uncle Zhong, Uncle Tong, come, let us dine together, he continued. Come along, everyone. Tong San and Zhong Ling both laughed heartily. Meanwhile, on another front, the core members of the Curved Blade Alliance had been utterly vanquished, suffering heavy casualties. The remaining lowly minions hastily gathered some treasures from their lair and scattered in all directions. Once they fled, the news that the Curved Blade Alliance had been eradicated by the young lord, Snow Eagle, spread like wildfire. In the deep of night, at Longshan Tower in Yushui City, Lord Xian stood outside a room, a white-haired elder named Yu whispering beside him. A middle-aged man with black hair yawned, his eyes half closed, and casually inquired, "You, why did you wake me in the middle of the night?" "My Lord Xian, a significant event has transpired in Yushui City." The white-haired elder replied in a hushed tone. "A significant event? What sort of event?" Lord Xian asked, puzzled. "The Curved Blade Alliance has been destroyed," Yu whispered. Lord Xian was taken aback. The Curved Blade Alliance? The largest and most formidable band of robbers in all of Yushui City. Led by the powerful Meteor Knight, Curved Blade Gai Bin, with a host of heavenly mages and knights. They've been obliterated? Are you certain? Indeed. It is the Curved Blade Alliance led by Gai Bin. Even Gai Bin himself has been slain. All the heavenly and earthly mages, as well as the majority of the ordinary knights, have been wiped out, and it was accomplished by a single individual. Who? Lord Xian inquired. It was the legendary young lord known for his mastery of the spear. Yu replied softly, Dong Bo Shuaying. Lord Xian was astonished. One person, single-handedly annihilating the entire Curved Blade Alliance? What kind of power must he possess? At least meteor level, and quite possibly a Silver Moon Knight. What about the detailed records? Lord Xian asked. Here they are. Yu promptly presented the documents. The news has only just arrived, and our people at Longshan Tower have already apprehended a few remaining ordinary bandits from the Curved Blade Alliance. They will be brought to meet you by tomorrow. As Lord Xian perused the records, any remnants of fatigue vanished, leaving him remarkably alert. The intelligence network of Longshan Tower was the most extensive. The preliminary reports nearly captured the entirety of the situation as it unfolded. If the information were accurate, then the foremost expert in Yushui City was likely this young lord. Lord Xian murmured softly, "It is truly unimaginable." How old could he be? The former Dong Bo Lai and Mo Yang Yu couple have indeed raised an extraordinary son. Chapter 26. The Black Iron Order of Longshan Tower. On the following morning, within the confines of Yushui City, in the residence of the esteemed mage by Yuanji. The window stood ajar. The biting chill of the northern winter wind infiltrated the spacious and serene chamber. Clad in a loose white robe and barefoot, Mage by Yuanji sat cross-legged, undeterred by the cold gust that reddened his face. What is amiss? Why has the experimental subject succumbed? Bai Yuanji pondered the perplexities encountered during the previous night as experiment. Suddenly, a timid voice called from outside, Master, the Lord of Shuaying is here. It was well known that the great mage despised being disturbed during his morning meditations. However, while he found such interruptions irksome, they were not entirely intolerable, except during experiments, when disruptions were absolutely forbidden unless a calamity arose. The young lord? Bai Yuanji was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued. It had not been long since the last visit from Dongbua Shuaying. Could he have already secured the heart of the Silver Moon Wolf King or amassed 50,000 gold coins? Please, do let him in. Bai Yuanji promptly rose from his meditation chamber to greet the guest, standing at the threshold of the living room. Bai Yuanji awaited the arrival of the young lord. A youth clad in black, bearing a weapon case, approached, instilling a sense of apprehension in Bai Yuanji. The aura surrounding this young lord had become increasingly restrained. Yet the great mage's formidable mental acuity allowed him to perceive the underlying intensity of that presence, a sensation both alarming and profound. Great mage, Dongbua Shuaying greeted with a smile. Please, my lord, Bai Yuanji responded with equal courtesy. They took their respective seats. The purpose of your visit today, Bai Yuanji began, observing Dongbua Shuaying closely. Great mage, please take a look, Dongbua Shuaying said, revealing an iron box from his palm. A faint metallic scent wafted from within as he extended the box toward Bai Yuanji. Realization dawned upon Bai Yuanji, causing a tremor of excitement to course through him as he eagerly accepted the offering. Upon gently opening the box, he beheld the heart of the Silver Moon Wolf King, remarkably fresh. Nearly a day had passed since its demise, and it had been preserved within an airtight storage pendant, ensuring its pristine condition. The heart of Silver Moon? Bai Yuanji marveled, estimating that it had been harvested less than an hour prior. His excitement surged. While the 50,000 gold coins were enticing, it was the heart he craved. Acquiring the heart would enable him to swiftly realize a long-desired creation. It was a rare fortune to come across such a fresh specimen, especially one procured so expeditiously from the mountains. For 8 long years, he had awaited the opportunity to obtain the Silver Moon heart. To hire a master to venture into the mountains and hunt the Silver Moon Wolf King would entail exorbitant costs, beyond what he could afford. Great mage, Dongbua Shuaying interjected, pulling Bai Yuanji from his reverie. Suppressing his elation, Bai Yuanji lifted his gaze and assured, "Rest assured, my lord, since you have brought the heart of Silver Moon, I, Bai Yuanji, shall undoubtedly dedicate myself to imparting knowledge to your younger brother, taking him as my personal disciple. As soon as he attains the requisite spiritual prowess, I assure you he shall become a mage. Given such a precious opportunity, he will certainly strive to excel. I must trouble you, great mage." Dongbo Shuiying replied with a smile, inquiring when his brother might arrive. "Anytime," Bai Yuanji responded, producing a wooden token inscribed with the character Bai. "This serves as a token. Your brother may present it upon his arrival." Dongbo Shuiying nodded, unperturbed by the notion of Bai Yuanji reneging on the agreement. Bai Yuanji too would not dare to turn against him after receiving such a treasure. For the swift delivery of the fresh Silver Moon heart suggests that eliminating him would not be a challenge. After all, slaying a Silver Moon Wolf King is no less difficult than taking down a meteor-class Great Mage. After the new year, I shall send my brother to you, and at that time, I will impose upon you, Great Mage, Dongbo Shuiying said, accepting the token before rising to take his leave. Bai Yuanji also stood to see him off. As he watched Dongbo Shuiying depart, he pondered silently. This young lord had previously promised to deliver either the Silver Moon heart or 50,000 gold coins within a month. Now, he had presented the heart so swiftly and in such freshness, clearly having just slain a Silver Moon Wolf King. Who could have accomplished this? The Snow Eagle Lord does not seem to possess such formidable prowess. Zhongling and Tong San are already renowned, yet neither could have vanquished a Silver Moon Wolf King. Could it be this young lord? Bai Yuanji speculated quietly. He had previously encountered Zhongling, despite being a formidable foe. The six-armed serpent demon Zhongling had not instilled a sense of threat in him. Only this young lord left him somewhat perplexed. Entering through the castle's main gate, the soldiers and servants along the way displayed utmost respect. Brother, you went to Ishui City this morning without taking me along," Qing Shi exclaimed from the third floor of the castle, leaning on the railing to gaze down below. "When I set off, you were still asleep," Dongbo Shuiying replied, leaping effortlessly to his brother's side and presenting the token he held. "Qing Shi, take a look at this." Qing Shi, puzzled, grasped the wooden token. "What is this wooden piece? It has the character Bai on it? This is the token of Great Mage Bai Yuanji. After the new year, you shall be able to visit him and become his personal disciple," Dongbo Shuiying explained. "Ah, the Great Mage is willing to accept me as his disciple? Ha, ha, ha," Qing Shi exclaimed excitedly, dancing with joy. "But brother, won't that mean I want to get to see you?" he asked with a hint of reluctance. "Indeed," Dongbo Shuiying acknowledged. Qing Shi nodded earnestly, having already perused many books on magic left by their mother, and he eagerly anticipated a life as a mage. Later that afternoon, the sky was gently adorned with falling snowflakes. As the northernmost province of the empire, snowy weather was far too commonplace. Dongbo Shuiying sat cross-legged indoors, gazing at the heavy snowflakes cascading outside. Having attained mastery in marksmanship, he still devoted an hour each day to practice. However, the primary benefit of this endeavor lay in accelerating the growth of his physical form. To enhance his skills in shooting, he understood that what he truly needed was a profound comprehension of the natural world. One must take nature as a mentor and glean insights from it. Master, there is a visitor outside who claims to be the Lord of Longshan Tower, seeking an audience with you," a servant announced, panting slightly from his hurried arrival. Longshan Tower? A glint of realization sparked in Dongbo Shuiying's eyes. He was aware of certain details regarding Longshan Tower, a mysterious organization that spanned the entire empire. The status of the Lord of Longshan Tower in Ishui City was on par with that of the city's own lord. Without hesitation, he rose and made his way to the castle's main entrance to personally greet his guest. "Open the door and allow the honored guest to enter," he commanded as he approached the entrance. Before him stood a group, led by a distinguished middle-aged man with black hair, accompanied by a white-haired elder, and followed by a retinue of celestial knights. "Ha ha, I have long heard of the renowned marksmanship of Dongbo Shuiying. Today, seeing you in person is indeed remarkable," the black-haired man remarked with a smile. "I am Xian, the Lord of Longshan Tower in Ishui City." "Greetings, Lord Xian," Dongbo Shuiying replied courteously. "Please, come inside." Walking side by side, Dongbo Shuiying and Lord Xian proceeded, with the others trailing behind. "Lord, you single-handedly eradicated the Curved Blade Alliance. Is such a monumental feat to be kept secret?" Xian inquired as they walked, a playful smile on his face. "Moreover, you recently traversed over 900 miles while carrying the pelt of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Many have witnessed this. Must we conceal the slaying of the Silver Moon Wolf King as well? Dong Bo Shuang felt a surge of astonishment. It appeared that everything he had accomplished the previous day was already known to Lord Xian. Longshan Tower truly was formidable. Indeed, I have come today for 2 reasons. The first is to deliver the bounty for the capture of the wanted criminal, Gai Bin. The second, and more significant, is to present you with the Black Iron Order from Longshan Tower, Lord Xian declared. The Black Iron Order? Dong Bo Shuang's heart quivered slightly. He had awaited this day for far too long. Chapter 27, The Bloodblade Rankings and the Dragon Mountain Rankings within the castle, in a quaint pavilion along a corridor. Dong Bo Shuang sat opposite Lord Xian, who was being served delicate pastries and steaming tea by a servant. Outside the pavilion, others, including Zhong Ling, Tong San, and Yu Tu, awaited their turn in the corridor. Lord Xian took a gentle sip of his hot tea, gazing out at the swirling snowflakes. My lord, this serene and comfortable place is truly delightful. The city, after all, is far too bustling, with a constant ebb and flow of people that even disturbs one's sleep with its clamor, he remarked with a smile. Once I have stepped down from my position, I too shall seek a tranquil refuge to enjoy. Dong Bo Shuang chuckled. So many aspire to high office, yet find it unattainable. High office. Merely the leader of the Dragon Mountain Pavilion in a small county, hardly a lofty position, Lord Xian replied, flipping his hand to reveal a small stack of gold notes. Here are 800 gold coins, a reward from Gai Bin. While it may be modest, it is nonetheless deserved. Dong Bo Shuang accepted the coins. A criminal wanted by the Empire, typically. Only those of stellar rank or those who have committed heinous acts warrant a bounty. Ordinary thieves do not qualify for such rewards. This is the Black Iron Token. Lord Xian continued, producing a black token inscribed with the characters Dragon Mountain. Citizens of the Empire who attain meteor-level strength generally receive this Black Iron Token. Meteor-level strength? Black Iron Token? Dong Bo Shuang pondered thoughtfully. There are primarily 2 types of tokens, Lord Xian explained casually. One is the Black Iron Token, and the other is the Bronze Token. A Black Iron Token is awarded for achieving meteor-level strength, while only those who reach title-level strength may obtain a Bronze Token. Beyond that lies the Extraordinary. The Extraordinary represents the foundational might of our entire Xia clan and the Empire as a whole. It belongs to an entirely different realm, and thus requires no further elaboration. Take this. It is your very own Black Iron Token, which holds significant value. Lord Xian placed the token before Dong Bo Shuang. Dong Bo Shuang examined it closely. The black token, aside from the inscription Dragon Mountain, was adorned with intricate patterns that appeared both natural and harmonious, evoking a sense of beauty. Lord Xian casually produced a scroll and handed it over. This is the Imperial Gazette compiled by our Dragon Mountain Pavilion, which generally records major events across the Empire, with a particular focus on detailed happenings within the Qinghe Prefecture. For instance, your triumph over the Silver Moon Wolf King and your solitary annihilation of the entire Curved Blade Alliance will be documented in the next edition of the Imperial Gazette, ensuring that all the formidable figures in Qinghe Prefecture will see it. Oh, Dong Bo Shuang exclaimed, eagerly flipping through the pages. The entire newspaper comprises over a dozen pages, with merely 1 page documenting events outside Qinghe County, while the rest pertain exclusively to it. On the 19th of November, 9623 in the Longshan calendar, the 5th Division stationed in Qinghe County encountered a slumbering 6th-tier magical beast, the Dark Magic Bear, on the 3rd day of their expedition into the Destruction Mountain Range, resulting in the annihilation of 2,000-strong battalions. On the 10th of November, within the confines of Tianping City in Qinghe County, an extraordinary being appeared, a venerable old man, barefoot and clad in tattered garments, with hair as white as snow. On the 5th of November, the families of Si and Zhang entered into a marriage alliance. The newspaper meticulously chronicles significant events across Qinghe County, emphasizing their importance, even detailing the calendar year. In contrast, anecdotes from various locales are recorded with much more leniency. Dong Bo Shuang was astonished to discover the multitude of occurrences transpiring across the nearly 10,000 miles of Qinghe County's terrain. Sir Xian, an extraordinary entity has appeared within Tianping City? Dong Bo Shuang inquired with curiosity. It manifested briefly before vanishing, Sir Xian replied with a smile. Such extraordinary beings are lofty and pursue aspirations vastly different from our mundane desires. Wandering the world in this ascetic manner is not uncommon. The records in the newspaper serve as a caution for families and nobles across the region to remain vigilant and avoid offending the extraordinary. To provoke them could bring calamity upon the entire family, potentially leading to their obliteration. Dongbua Shuiying nodded in agreement. Indeed, a beggar by the roadside could easily be mistreated, only to reveal himself as an extraordinary being. Wouldn't that be terrifying? The existence of extraordinary beings is exceedingly rare throughout the 19 provinces of the empire. They are few in number. Even in Qinghai County, which is relatively large, there are no native extraordinary life forms. Sir Cian shook his head. The empire's newspaper is published monthly, providing insights into both major and minor events. It is beneficial to stay informed about which powers to avoid offending. The newspaper serves as a source of amusement. What follows is of even greater significance. This is the second most important item. 2 lists. Sir Cian's expression became serious as he produced 2 tomes, one with a black cover inscribed with the characters Longshan, and the other with a blood-red cover featuring a blood-dripping blade. 2 lists? Dongbua Shuiying asked, intrigued. This one is the Longshan list, compiled by our Longshan Tower. The other is the Bloodblade list, created by the Bloodblade Tavern. Sir Cian explained. Dongbua Shuiying accepted the 2 hefty volumes, first opening the black-covered Longshan list, which contained rankings of numerous names densely packed with brief annotations. The Bloodblade list is a ranking of assassins. Sir Cian's revelation startled Dongbua Shuiying. An assassin's list? He echoed, glancing at the blood-red tome. Indeed. The Bloodblade Tavern possesses a profoundly mysterious background, and our Longshan Tower prefers not to provoke it. Bloodblade taverns can be found in every city across the empire. Lord Cian remarked that, based on the actual achievements of the assassins, the Bloodblade Tavern has compiled this list, where the names are predominantly code names, as assassins typically conceal their identities. Another list, the Longshan ranking, holds greater authority and is esteemed by the formidable beings throughout the empire. A proud expression crossed Lord Cian's face as he stated that the Longshan ranking, curated by our Longshan Tower, encompasses the top 3,000 bronze-level powerhouses from all 19 provinces of the empire. He elaborated that from the 1st to the 3,000th. This ranking is a meticulous assessment made by Longshan Tower, considering performance and various other factors. 3,000 powerhouses within the entire empire? Dongbua Shuiying's eyes sparkled with interest. Bronze level. Only those of title-level combat prowess are qualified to receive the bronze token. This document chronicles the number of 3,000. The extraordinary beings of the empire are limited. Thus a list need not be compiled. Lord Cian continued, stating that those below the extraordinary title level are just a step away from it, some of whom possess dazzling capabilities that rival the extraordinary. In the whole of the empire, the number of title-level individuals is relatively substantial. In the entire Qinghai County, there are 12 bronze-level powerhouses, among which 5 have made it onto the Longshan ranking, Lord Cian noted. Dongbua Shuiying nodded slightly, understanding that the Longshan ranking's limitation of 3,000 means not every bronze-level individual can be included. Among these 5, the one ranked 5th is named Chang Qingsa, holding the 2,895th position on the Longshan ranking. The 4th is Zhang Yong, ranked 2,822nd. The 3rd is Dan Shun, holding the 1,259th position. The 2nd is Si Lianghong, positioned at 569th. The 1st is Xiang Pengyun, ranked 525th. Lord Cian effortlessly recited the detailed rankings of these 5 individuals. Chapter 28. Achievements for Humanity. Lord Cian continued. Si Lianghong is a master of the title rank, having lived for over 5 centuries. Typically, the lifespan of an ordinary mortal does not exceed 200 years. Yet Master Si has successfully transformed herself into a blood demon, thus extending her life significantly. This ancient witch, who has seen over 500 years, possesses unfathomable strength. The Blood Demon Tower, where she cultivates, is fraught with innumerable dangers that even extraordinary beings dare not enter. The Si family is the foremost clan in the entire Qinghai prefecture. The prefect, generals of the city guards, and lords of several counties, such as Yishui City and Feng City, are predominantly members of the Si family. Many significant positions across various regions are held by the Si family. In Qinghai prefecture, thus, the Si family wields unmatched power. Lord Cian spoke with a calm demeanor. Dongbua Shuiying was astonished. The prefect, the generals. So many important positions are held by the Si family? Such is the nature of the entire empire. This is not a world of mortals. It is a world of the extraordinary. Lord Cian explained. Though the old witch Si Lianghong is not truly extraordinary, she is nearly so. And she maintains excellent relations with several prestigious families possessing extraordinary beings, thus securing the governance of Qinghai prefecture. All power rests in the hands of the Si family. Which means, If the C family declares you guilty, even the innocent shall be deemed guilty. Conversely, if they proclaim you innocent, even the guilty shall be absolved. Dongbo Shuiying was somewhat shaken. Could it be that you have forgotten? Your parents, although nobility, were seized due to a mere decree? Lord Xian remarked. Dongbo Shuiying's expression darkened slightly. Extraordinary beings can issue decrees. They can transcend the law within a certain scope. Lord Xian added. Does the Muyang family possess extraordinary beings? Dongbo Shuiying inquired eagerly. Rescuing his parents was his lifelong pursuit. There exists one extraordinary being, albeit a pseudo-extraordinary, Lord Xian replied. This pseudo-extraordinary is the weakest among extraordinary beings. It is likely that the old witch Si Liahong and that madman Xiang Pengyan possess strengths comparable to that of the extraordinary from the Muyang family. Pseudo-extraordinary? Dongbo Shuiying questioned. Somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, he recalled the lumberjack knight from the books he had read, who had awakened an ancient bloodline. That lumberjack knight had, while at the title rank, slain an extraordinary being with a single axe. Defeating the extraordinary at the title rank is entirely plausible. Once the lumberjack knight became extraordinary himself, he became invincible among the extraordinary, earning the title of the strongest extraordinary of his era. Extraordinary matters seem so distant, Lord Xian chuckled. What I wish to convey is that one must never offend a title rank expert. Each possesses formidable power. Si Liahong and Xiang Pengyan are the two most fearsome figures in Qinghe Prefecture. They are the very pillars of this realm. The Si family is deeply entrenched. Lord Xian continued. As for Xiang Pengyan, he is an exceptionally terrifying madman. A madman? Dongbo Shuiying asked, puzzled. Indeed. Lord Xian remarked that very few names are disclosed on the Bloodblade rankings, and Xiang Pengyan is one of the rare individuals who has made his name public. He possesses an insatiable thirst for bloodshed, as each act of murder is sanctioned by the Bloodblade Tavern's assignments, rendering him blameless. The notion that one can commit murder without consequence through the Bloodblade Tavern piqued Dongbo Shuiying's curiosity. You too can issue tasks at the Bloodblade Tavern. However, the bounty is determined by the tavern itself. Lord Xian explained, they retain 80% of the bounty, leaving merely 20% for the assassin. The bounty set by the tavern is based on various factors, including the target's rank, strength, and background, resulting in exorbitant prices. Lowering his voice, Lord Xian continued. Let me put it this way, the Bloodblade Tavern has existed in this realm for countless millennia, making it one of the two oldest powers alongside the Earth Temple. Dongbo Shuiying nodded in understanding. This world indeed harbors deities, and the Earth Temple emerged shortly after the inception of this realm. Its history almost parallel to that of the world itself. It stands as the only officially recognized temple in the empire, while all others are deemed heretical gods or demonic entities. The Bloodblade Tavern, serving as a sanctuary for assassins, is equally ancient. Xiang Pengyan is a terrifying lunatic. Yet he is seldom encountered unless someone places a bounty on your life at the Bloodblade Tavern. Lord Xian added. The Si family, however, is different. They have infiltrated every aspect of Qinghe County, making it easy to encounter their members. One must tread carefully when dealing with them, as they can fabricate any pretext to apprehend you, unless you possess title-level strength and acquire a bronze token. Lord Xian chuckled. With such power, you would command considerable influence, and the Si family could not act against you at will. If you become extraordinary, even the Si family would be compelled to show deference, provided you are a genuine extraordinary being, not a counterfeit. Curious about the authority conferred by the bronze token, Dongbo Shuiying inquired further. Indeed, this is the subject I wish to elaborate on. The black iron token not only signifies your identity but also bestows certain special privileges. With a flourish, Lord Xian produced a thick tome and a scroll. He handed the scroll to Dongbo Shuiying, stating, Our Xia clan thrives in this world due to the relentless efforts of countless formidable individuals. Long ago, an exceptional alchemist from our clan established rules to categorize various arduous tasks into different levels, allowing the strong to undertake them. Those who succeed earn merit points, which can be exchanged for nearly anything one desires. Lord Xian then presented the other hefty volume to Dongbo Shuiying, explaining, This is the Redemption Compendium, encompassing everything from mundane gold coins to extraordinary artifacts, even the possibility of slaying an extraordinary being or ascending to the throne of the entire empire. As long as your contributions to the Xia clan are substantial enough to amass a significant number of merit points, you could even become an emperor. Dongbo Shuiying was taken aback. The regulations established by the alchemist from the human Xia clan were astoundingly formidable. With ample merit points, anything could be realized. What about saving my parents? Dong Bo Shuang couldn't help but exclaim. The credit points are sufficient. Eliminating the Mo Young family is merely a matter of words, let alone rescuing your parents. Lord Cian shook his head with a smile, emphasizing that everything hinges on merit points. It ultimately depends on how much you have accomplished for humanity and your kin. These are all black iron level tasks, and the rewards and merit points are rather meager. With such limited points, do you truly believe you can eradicate the Mo Yang family? 1,000 years of toil would yield no hope. Dong Bo Shuang perused the dossier, which contained a list of tasks. For instance, eliminating a certain notorious bandit would yield 10 merit points, while venturing into the Desolation Mountain Range to recover a special necklace would grant 50 merit points. Lord Cian observed Dong Bo Shuang and remarked, "This black iron task list and the redemption manual are of utmost importance. You may examine them closely. Once your merit points exceed 1,000, most laws will be waived, except for certain ironclad edicts of the Empire that cannot be transgressed. After all, even extraordinary beings can transcend most laws, yet some ironclad rules remain immutable. 1,000 points?" Dong Bo Shuang was rendered speechless. The task of eliminating someone of Gai Bin's caliber typically rewards only around 10 merit points. The endeavor to search for lost treasures in the Desolation Mountain Range is fraught with danger, time-consuming, and uncertain in its outcome, offering a mere 50 merit points. To amass 1,000 points is an arduous challenge. Generally, rewards for black iron-level tasks range from 10 to 100 merit points. Lord Cian chuckled. Bronze-level tasks, however, start at a minimum of 1,000 merit points. Dong Bo Shuang could hardly contain his excitement. "Very well, I kindly ask you, Lord Cian, to expedite your inquiries and ascertain the current status of my father and mother. Leave it to me. Since the Mo Yang family resides in the Eastern Domain Province, it will require some time, approximately a month, to clarify the situation regarding your parents. When the time comes, I shall assist you in identifying the most feasible method of rescue." Lord Cian assured him, "Thank you for your assistance." Dong Bo Shuang felt his heart race. "Father, mother, are you both well? Then I shall take my leave," Lord Cian declared as he rose. "Each month, my associates at Longshan Tower will deliver an imperial newspaper along with a task list, from which you may select tasks at your convenience to accrue merit for our entire human Xia clan." Chapter 29. The Past of Parents. Dongbo Shuiying, Zhongling, and Tong Sen stood at the entrance of the castle, watching as the people from Longshan Tower departed. They then turned and began to make their way inside. "Uncle Zong." "Uncle Tong," Dongbo Shuiying said softly, the snow crunching beneath his feet. "Now that I have obtained the black iron token, it is time for you to tell me about my parents' past." Zhongling and Tong Sen exchanged glances. "Perhaps it is best if Uncle Tong shares the tale with you, as he has followed your mother closely and knows the details more intimately," Zhongling suggested. "I have only heard your mother speak of it." Tong Sen gazed at the falling snowflakes and began, "I once lived in a remote lion man tribe. One day, our tribe caught the attention of a powerful merchant caravan that sought to capture us. Those who resisted were nearly all slaughtered. After being captured, we were branded as rebels and became slaves." "Rebels?" Dongbo Shuiying exclaimed in astonishment. "Slavery is exceedingly rare in the Empire. Such a fate is reserved for those who commit heinous crimes, like a commoner killing a noble or outright rebellion against the Empire itself. Only those who commit unspeakable atrocities become slaves. I became a slave, sold and traded to the Mo Yang family," Tong San continued. "The Mo Yang family is an exceptionally powerful clan in the Eastern Province. They have held absolute control over the Duoyu County for over a millennium." Tong San recounted, "As slaves, we were given arbitrary names: Tong Da, Tong Air, Tong San, Tong Si, Tong Will. I am Tong San. It was during the selection by the young masters and mistresses of the Mo Yang family that I encountered your mother. She was just a child then, merely 13 years old, even younger than you are now." Dongbo Shuiying listened intently. "Your mother was carefree and joyous, oblivious to the machinations of others, treating me, her slave, with kindness and respect. Even when I was injured by the servants of other young masters, she cried in distress and fiercely defended me." As Tong San gazed up at the snowflakes, he continued, "I thought I would spend my entire life within the Mo Yang family, but unexpectedly, when she turned 24, the family forced her into an arranged marriage with a man who was 152 years old." 152? Dongbo Shuiying's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your mother was only in her early 20s at the time. What absurdity is this? It is said that the family was even more powerful than the Mo Yang clan. Among the top 3 families in the Eastern Province, the Mo Yang family shamelessly offered their young heiress in marriage to forge an alliance," Tong Sen explained. "Your mother, having never faced significant hardship, could not bear such a predicament. Seizing an opportunity during a spring outing, she swiftly escaped. She fled from Duayu County and even the eastern province, embarking on a long journey to the Anyang province. I followed her, and thus began our adventurous life. Soon, I met Zhong Ling and your father, Dong Lai. Haha. Zhong Ling nodded beside him. We only learned about the Mo Yang family from your mother later on. We care not for life or death. Why should we fear the Mo Yang family? Haha. Of course, we continue to venture forth together. Later, your father joined the master. Shirin Tongsan chuckled, and even after your mother became pregnant with you, they decided to cease their adventures and find a place to settle, arriving at your father's hometown, Qinghe County. You know what happened next. We lived quietly in Qinghe County for 8 years, and the Mo Yang family still came for your parents. Dong Bo Shuang nodded gently. So this is how it all unfolded. It is one thing for a powerful family to arrange marriages, but to bind someone to a 152-year-old man? It is well known that even among those of title-level strength, reaching 200 years is remarkable, as most pass away in their 70s or 80s. The Mo Yang family is an ancient lineage with a history spanning over 1,000 years, governed by strict family rules. Shirin Tongsan remarked, your mother dared to escape, thus violating the family code. The Mo Yang family would naturally impose severe punishment. I do not understand. Zhong Ling scoffed. Do these prominent families not feel ashamed to sacrifice their kin? Or do the true powers within these illustrious families care little for the younger generation? Zhong Ling, the Mo Yang family has a lineage that has endured for a millennium, with an immense number of members, countless thousands. What do the lives of 1 or 2 juniors matter? Shirin Tongsan replied. Dong Bo Shuang said coldly, if they were truly powerful, they would not need to force their younger generations into unions with men over 100 years old. If the family is indeed on the decline, then let it perish naturally. It is repugnant to rely on such disgraceful and shameless marriages to bolster family status. This was not merely a stance in support of his mother. Rather, it was indeed Dong Bo Shuang's perspective. Strength will draw admiration. Weakness will lead to natural decline. There is no family that can endure eternally without faltering. The Mo Yang family even issued a decree to capture your parents. What can be done now? Tongsan shook his head. Have you had any contact with Long Shanlu? Do you have a plan? Zhong Ling inquired. As Tongsan turned to look at Dong Bo Shuang, there is no accurate news yet. Let us wait another month, Dong Bo Shuang replied. Based on the strength of the families, the entire empire consists of 19 administrative provinces, including both land and maritime provinces. The family of Longwen Naichi Chiobai. The strongest in Anyang province is the foremost family there, possessing influence that can affect the entire province. This is what constitutes a top-tier family in the empire. In contrast, the Si family of Qinghe County and the Mo Yang family of Duayu County in the eastern region are families that control a single county. The strongest of the Si family, Si Liang Hong, has transformed his body into a blood demon as a title-level grand mage, while the most formidable member of the Mo Yang family is a pseudo-superior. Such families that govern a single county are merely considered second tier within the empire. My current fighting spirit only reaches the level of a land-tier knight, yet with the power of my ancient bloodline and my marksmanship, I possess strength comparable to that of a Silver Moon Knight. Dong Bo Shuang secretly vowed that in the future, he would undoubtedly surpass Si Liang Hong and transcend that false extraordinary state. Like the lumberjack knight who awakened the ancient bloodline, he had once felled an extraordinary life with a single swing of his axe. This was his ultimate goal. Yet, he remained troubled, uncertain about the well-being of his parents. Dong Bo Shuang felt a deep anxiety gnawing at him. He feared for their safety and dreaded the possibility of unforeseen calamities. If anything were to happen, he could scarcely bear to think of it. He was resolute in his determination to make the Mo Yang family regret their actions. In just a month, news would arrive from Longshan Tower. Dong Bo Shuang could only suppress his mounting anxiety as time slipped by day. Half a month later, his brother's mentor, the Great Mage by Yuanji, unexpectedly arrived at the Shueshi Castle. Great Mage, what brings you here? If there is anything, please feel free to send word. Dong Bo Shuang said, personally greeting him at the castle entrance. It turns out the Silver Moon Wolf King was indeed slain by you, the Lord. I had my suspicions earlier, and now it has spread throughout the entire Yishui city. The Curved Blade Alliance, envious of your Silver Moon Wolf King's pelf, was ultimately vanquished by your spear. Now, it is said that you are the foremost expert in Yishui city. The Elder in the White Robe, by Yuanji, laughed heartily while a group of curious and anxious disciples looked towards Dong Bo Shuang with anticipation. Chapter 30. Neighbors, the esteemed Grand Sorcerer is too kind. Please, come in and let us converse further, smiled Dongbo Shuiying. Certainly, Bai Yuan replied, not daring to regard Dongbo Shuiying as merely a youth. At such a tender age, he had already vanquished the Silver Moon Wolf King, fiercely guarded by a pack of wolves, earning the title of the foremost expert in Yushui City. In a few years' time, it was entirely conceivable that he would ascend to the realm of a titled figure, becoming a prominent figure throughout Qinghe County, capable of shaking the very foundations of the land with a mere stamp of his foot. Moreover, it was said that Dongbo Shuiying had become utterly absorbed in the art of marksmanship. In many extraordinary tales, there were individuals who became consumed by their passions for painting or forging weapons, or who would spend their days gazing vacantly at the sky, only to awaken one day and transcend into the extraordinary. Such fervor from a young age, combined with his current strength, suggested he might very well attain a title in the future. Perhaps he could even break into the realm of the extraordinary at any moment. Bai Yuan mused quietly, acknowledging that such musings were merely his fleeting thoughts, for those who truly grasped the essence of the world and transcended were exceedingly rare. As the two walked side by side, they entered the parlor and took their seats. Zhongling and Tong Sen accompanied them. I'm still in shock at the news from outside. Just a few moves and he dispatched the notorious Gai Ben. The entire Curved Blade Alliance was left in shambles. In my lifetime, I have only heard of such prodigious talents from illustrious families, but to witness it firsthand is a first for me. Bai Yuan said with a beaming smile. Grand Sorcerer, I hope you did not come solely to praise me, Dongbo Shuiying remarked. Those young scions nurtured by powerful families did not pique his interest. He bore no prideful airs, as his aspirations had always been set on the extraordinary. Indeed. I have come today with a request for the Lord, Bai Yuan stated. Please, Grand Sorcerer, speak freely. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. Dongbo Shuiying replied. You see, I have been frequently disturbed by various nobles at my residence in Yushui City, and it has become quite unbearable. Bai Yuan sighed. Moreover, several other sorcerers have taken an interest in my research, resulting in petty thieves attempting to steal my findings. Since receiving the Silver Moon Heart from you, my studies have finally yielded significant results. I fear numerous small troubles may ensue. Thus, I plan to relocate away from Yushui City. Relocate from Yushui City? Dongbo Shuiying was taken aback. Has the Grand Sorcerer chosen a new residence? His younger brother was set to seek a mentor for further study, after all. Is that not why I have come to seek your assistance, my lord? I wish to select a site atop your snowstone mountain to construct a modest abode. Bai Yuan smiled. Your lordship's location is both secluded and perched atop a mountain peak, with paths so treacherous that few could pass. Any small thief seeking entry would find it exceedingly difficult. As for the nobles, those willing to traverse hundreds of miles to reach me would be significantly reduced. I apologize for troubling you, my lord, Bai Yuan added. Dongbo Shuiying exchanged a glance with Zhongling, both understanding each other's thoughts. I could not have wished for anything more. It is indeed a blessing for our Snow Eagle territory to have a Grand Mage in residence. Dongbo Shuiying remarked with a smile. With the numerous peaks of Snowstone Mountain, there are ample vacant spaces. Feel free to choose any spot you desire. Esteemed Mage. Bai Yuanji's face lit up with joy, knowing that the prospects were favorable, yet he felt a surge of happiness at Dongbo Shuiying's agreement. I shall shamelessly select one of the nearby peaks, he stated. It is a trivial matter, Great Mage. You may commence construction at your convenience. Should you require my assistance? Do not hesitate to ask, Dongbo Shuiying offered. Erecting a small building is rather simple. Among my disciples, there are those skilled in earth magic. Bai Yuanji smiled. Constructing a castle, a magnificent city, would pose a significant challenge if relying solely on mortals to chisel and transport massive stones. However, with adept practitioners of earth magic, a powerful spell can cause the very earth to crack open, birthing countless boulders, thereby accelerating the construction process. The snowstone castle of Dongbo Shuiying was originally built with the help of other mages. Although his mother was a heavenly tier mage, she was not proficient in earth magic. Dongbo Shuiying and Zhongling stood by the railing, gazing into the distance. Their eyes traversed beyond the castle walls, observing the rapid construction of a stone tower atop a distant peak. Under the influence of magic, the surrounding soil and rock swiftly transformed into smooth, large stones, which soared into the air to commence the building process. Additionally, glimmers of water and flames danced along the walls, rendering them smooth and unified. Great Mage Bai Yuanji was busy etching magical arrays upon the surrounding ground and walls. Shuiying, will Bai Yuanji's arrival bring about any troubles for us? Zhongling expressed some concern. Fear not, Bai Yuanji has resided in Yushui City for many years without causing any disturbances. His presence here will not lead to any troubles. Dongbo Shueing reassured him with a smile. Even if issues arise, they would not be formidable. If someone of tidal-level strength were to seek trouble, it would be futile for them to come here. As long as they are not of tidal-level strength, there is nothing to worry about. Zhongling nodded in agreement. At this moment, Dongbo Shueying's spirits were exceedingly high, for with the Grand Mage residing here, Qing Shi could learn magic without having to leave his side. Snowstone Mountain boasts several peaks, with the main peak hosting Snowstone Castle. And only a few miles away lies the Mage's Tower. Additionally, on a secluded peak of Snowstone Mountain, situated 5 miles from the Mage's Tower and over 3 miles from the castle, a new bamboo house had been constructed. The bamboo house, crafted by Dongbo Shueing himself, was a testament to his mastery of power control and was quite exquisite. From this day forth, I shall reside mostly in the bamboo house on the back mountain, Dongbo Shueing informed Zhongling, Tong San, and Qing Shi. I leave the matters of the territory in the capable hands of Uncle Zhong. Should anything of significant importance arise that necessitates my presence, do come find me. Understood. Zhongling replied. Brother, won't you find it too dull living in the bamboo house? Qing Shi could not help but inquire. Haha, not at all. Dongbo Shueing chuckled, for this was the notion he had entertained ever since attaining mastery in marksmanship. As he honed his marksmanship to a higher realm, he became acutely attuned to the natural world around him. The growth of the grass, the weighty presence of the earth and stones, the lively dance of the wind, the fluttering of leaves, all of these phenomena filled him with awe. For many years, he had been oblivious to the exquisite beauty of nature. To him, residing in a secluded bamboo dwelling was a profound enjoyment. The journey of mastering marksmanship diverged into various paths. Some soldiers, with rather ordinary foundations, endured the trials of life and death, uncovering numerous flaws in their techniques, and through relentless refinement, they gradually achieved perfection, ultimately merging with their weapons, reaching the status of a master. Yet, they too would eventually tread the path of learning from the natural world. Dongbo Shueing was different. He did not favor pushing himself through life-threatening situations. Rather, he preferred to reflect upon his shortcomings during ordinary training sessions, seeking to improve himself. This remarkably solid foundation was attained through an extraordinarily intense and fervent practice. Consequently, his skills were immensely robust, allowing him to naturally transcend into the unity of man and weapon. During his battle with the Shadow Leopard, he achieved the mastery of marksmanship with just a slight nudge of life and death pressure. In truth, even without such pressures, he would inevitably break through within a year or two. Dongbo Shueing leaned towards this gradual accumulation of strength rather than repeatedly courting danger. Brother, is it all right if I come to find you often? Qing Shi inquired. Haha, anytime. I will come to find you as well, Dongbo Shueing teased with a smile. Zhongling gazed at Dongbo Shueing, clad in black, and inwardly marveled. To learn from the natural world? It is easy to say, yet without the requisite level of mastery, one cannot even begin to grasp its essence. Thus, Dongbo Shueing began to reside permanently in the secluded bamboo house on the back mountain of Shueshi Shan, embarking on a life of fetching water, chopping wood, and cooking meals, sipping the mountain's spring water, meditating by its side, and practicing his marksmanship amidst the bamboo groves. Chapter 31. Kong Yue. The news of the Archmage Bai Yuan residing on Snowstone Mountain swiftly spread throughout the Yishui realm. On the mountain path leading to Snowstone Mountain, soldiers stood guard. Halt! The soldiers observed a group of young men and women approaching the checkpoint, dressed in simple attire and possessing modest demeanor. They clearly appeared to be ordinary civilians. What do you want? Barked one soldier. Esteemed brothers, a young woman with a striking appearance implored. We have heard that the Archmage resides on Snowstone Mountain, and we wish to seek an audience, hoping to become his disciples. Yes, esteemed brothers. Please show us some leniency and allow us to meet the Archmage. The young ones chorused eagerly. They were all youthful, their futures brimming with aspirations. To be a mage, such a lofty status. They too yearned to become mages. Humph, scoffed the gaunt middle-aged captain in charge of the checkpoint. Let me ask you, do you possess any innate talent for magic? Unsure, they replied. The Archmage will discern our abilities upon meeting us. Foolishness. The gaunt man laughed derisively. How precious is the Archmage's time? Would he take the trouble to meet you? Moreover, you don't even know if you have any magical talent. Yet you dare to approach? Do you think the Archmage will evaluate each of you individually? Perhaps among us. There is one with exceptional talent who would be favored by the Archmage, a girl immediately retorted. Enough, enough. The middle-aged soldier shook his head. Be off with you. I have encountered countless dreamers like you in recent days. Youngsters, grasp the reality. In my youth, I joined the army and faced numerous life and death challenges to learn martial arts. Who do you think you are that the Archmage would take you as apprentices? To speak plainly, the Archmage has long since decreed that he shall not meet with guests. Not even nobles are granted an audience, let alone you. The soldier stated firmly. The young ones exchanged glances, filled with resignation. The guards were steadfast in their duty, refusing to allow them entry, rendering their pleas futile. Before long, a carriage rushed forth, trailed by a large contingent of cavalry. The carriage was splendidly adorned, subtly embedded with magical formations, ensuring an exceptionally smooth ride despite its haste. Stop. The soldiers of the Snow Eagle territory commanded once more. We are from the Chow family of the Yun Chui territory. Our master wishes to pay a visit to your lord, the coachman announced. Chow family of Yun Chui. The soldiers exchanged glances. Among the prominent families in Yishui City, the Chow family barely ranked within the top 10. When the Snow Eagle territory was initially weak, the Chow family was even more so. Now, with Dongbo Shuang recognized as the foremost expert in all of Yishui City, the disparity between the Chow family and the Dongbo family had only widened. Only 10 soldiers are permitted to ascend the mountain, the gaunt captain reiterated. This is an order from the Lord, so please understand. The coachman hesitated. All right, old Pan, you 5 come with me up the mountain. The rest stay here. A voice emanated from within the carriage. Understood. 5 formidable knights, exuding an unmistakable aura of power, followed the carriage as it ascended the mountain after passing through the checkpoint. Let us also pay a visit to the Lord. One of the young men and women nearby, unwilling to remain idle, exclaimed loudly. Visit our Lord? If the Grand Mage refuses to see you, what makes you think the Lord will? Scoffed a gaunt middle-aged man, shaking his head in derision. It's time to give up hope. While some commoners sought a stroke of luck, numerous nobles had also come to pay their respects. However, due to the Grand Mage's refusal to receive guests, they turned to seek an audience with Dongbo Shuang, hoping to request his assistance in becoming a registered disciple of the Grand Mage. They believed that since the Grand Mage had settled here, he would surely grant Dongbo Shuang some measure of respect. Yet, Dongbo Shuang also declined all visitors, aided by the unwavering support of Zhongling. In the late morning, a young male servant dashed to the bamboo pavilion nestled in the mountains, only to find it utterly deserted, devoid of Dongbo Shuang. Lord! Lord! The servant called out, his voice echoing through the air. At the mountainside, a spring cascaded from above, crashing into the tranquil pool below, while a stream meandered into the distance. The elemental force of fire continually flowed into Dongbo Shuiying's body, transforming into fiery battle energy. With each breath, he felt as though countless flames were penetrating his being, his physique growing ever more robust, having recently awakened his ancient bloodline. Both his battle energy and body were experiencing rapid growth. Dongbo Shuang practiced his punches, striving to master every ounce of this surging power. Lord! A voice called from afar. Dongbo Shuang abruptly halted, glancing upward. I have turned away all nobles. Why do they still seek me? He pondered, casually grasping the nearby flying snow spear. With a swift motion, he transformed into a phantom, vanishing from sight. To an ordinary observer, it would merely appear as a fleeting shadow. This was the terrifying speed of a true powerhouse. In a flash, Dongbo Shuang reappeared before the bamboo pavilion. What is it? He inquired. The servant, startled by the sudden appearance of his lord, quickly responded, It is Lord Zongling's order. He said that your father's old friend, Lord Kong Hai, has arrived and requests your presence. Uncle Kong. Dongbo Shuang nodded gently. Aside from Uncle Zong and Uncle Tong, his father's friends were exceedingly rare. His grandfather had fled to Yishui City during a famine, facing isolation and bullying as an outsider in the mountain village. After perishing while hunting in the mountains, Dongbo Shuiying's father, unburdened by ties, had enlisted in the military, ultimately mastering battle energy and continuing to brave life and death even after retiring. It had been a long time since Uncle Kong had personally visited, especially with both parents absent. Haha, Shuang. After several years, you have become the foremost master of Yishui City. Remarkable. In the living room, a plump middle-aged man stood up with a smile upon seeing Dongbo Shuang enter. Uncle Kong, Dongbo Shuang replied with a warm smile, while Uncle Kong secretly lamented his absence. After retiring from the military, he became a businessman, charismatic and well-connected. Dongbo Lai was merely one among his many acquaintances. Following the capture of Dongbo Lai and his wife, He visited the Snowstone Castle once to comfort the young Dong Bo Shuang, but he never returned thereafter. Nevertheless, as a businessman, he consistently sent annual gifts to maintain their bond. Each year, he dispatched a multitude of gifts to his various friends, and for some significant acquaintances, he would personally pay them a visit. Previously, he had not paid much attention to the pair of sons left by an old friend. But who would have imagined that this Dong Bo Shuang could single-handedly annihilate the formidable curved blade alliance? It was truly astonishing. Come, Yu, meet your brother Shuang. Chubby Kong Hai said, holding the hand of a green-clad maiden beside him. Brother Shuang, the maiden in green responded shyly. Yu? Dong Bo Shuang smiled. You've grown so much. I met you when you were just 4 or 5 years old, though you probably don't remember. Yu is Kong Hai's eldest daughter, 3 years younger than Dong Bo Shuang. I'm here today to ask a favor of you, Brother Shuang, Kong Hai said with a smile. Yu has a talent for magic, and I wish for her to apprentice under the Grand Mage. I have brought the 5,000 gold coins required for a named disciple. However, with so many named disciples under the Grand Mage, a common one might not draw much attention. I believe having you intervene would ensure that the Grand Mage takes a greater interest in Yu. Oh. This is a trivial matter. You need not worry, Uncle Kong. Dong Bo Shuang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Grand Mage's discipleship comes at a price. 500 gold coins for a named disciple, and 50,000 for a true disciple. Of course, there are limits on the number of slots available. Yet, 50,000 gold is an exorbitant sum for the nobles of Yishui City. Only Dong Bo Shuang has managed to offer the heart of the Silver Moon Wolf King to satisfy the Grand Mage. And here is Kong Hai, prepared with 5,000 gold coins. Thus, it is indeed a small matter for Dong Bo Shuang to merely make an appearance. In the future, as Yu studies magic under the Grand Mage and resides long-term at Snowstone Mountain, I would appreciate your care for her. Shuang, Kong Hai said. It's nothing. The castle has plenty of rooms. I will reserve one for Yu, Dong Bo Shuang assured, as he frequently practiced in the bamboo house on the back mountain. And such matters could be arranged with a simple directive. Ha ha ha, speaking of which, your father and I once joked that if you two children got along well, we might consider a union between you. Kong Hai laughed heartily. Father, Yu's face flushed crimson. It ultimately depends on your own wishes. Your parents had also expressed the same sentiment. Without any pressure, Kong Hai continued with a smile. If I had a son-in-law who was the foremost expert in Yishui City, my grin would be ear to ear. Father, that is enough. Yu, still young and bashful, could hardly bear it any longer. Kong Hai gazed fondly at his daughter. During past conversations with Dong Bo Lai and his wife, they had indeed discussed the prospect of a union between their children, but both had emphasized, let the children decide. Yet now, he brought it up again. It is precisely because of this that he holds great hopes for Dong Bo Shuang, desiring that his daughter will unite in matrimony with him. Should this union come to fruition, the stature of the Kong family would undoubtedly rise. He is even indifferent to the esteemed Archmage Bai Yuan. As a merchant, he believes it is sufficient for his daughter to select any celestial-level mage as her mentor. So why squander 5,000 gold coins on an Archmage? This expenditure is not for the mage himself, but for Dong Bo Shuang. As the Archmage resides in Shueshur Mountain, he wishes for his daughter to dwell there, allowing her to share her days and nights with Dong Bo Shuang. Over time, it is quite likely that they will grow close. A merchant must possess foresight, understanding when to invest. Kong Hai, having transitioned from a soldier to a well-regarded merchant, has demonstrated considerable acumen. On that day, Dong Bo Shuang personally made the introduction to the esteemed Archmage Bai Yuan. Upon receiving the 5,000 gold coins, Bai Yuan's face beamed with joy as he promised to nurture Kong Yue diligently. That evening, as Kong Hai departed, he entrusted Dong Bo Shuang with the care of Kong Yue. In truth, Dong Bo Shuang was not a youth anymore, having been wise beyond his years. He could clearly perceive Kong Hai's intentions, which he had deliberately allowed to surface. As for the younger sister he had met in his childhood, Kong Yue, he had little romantic interest, for she was still quite young, merely 13 after the new year, with her body yet to fully mature, just a Na'vi young girl. Whoosh! The spear danced through the air. Dong Bo Shuang secluded himself in the bamboo pavilion atop the back mountain, honing his spear technique. The spear's shadow whistled through the air, the flying snow divine spear conjuring swirling snowflakes, within which the silhouette of the cloaked youth appeared ethereal and indistinct. Merging with the spear's shadow, Shuang, Shuang, Copper 3, the lion, rushed over, his steps heavy enough to crack the layers of frozen snow beneath him. Uncle Copper? Dong Bo Shuang sheathed his spear. Lord Xian of Longshan Tower has arrived, Copper 3 announced. Dong Bo Shuang's eyes brightened. At last. News from his parents had come. Let us go. He paid no mind to tidying up or changing his attire and hurried alongside Copper 3 toward the castle. Chapter 32. Vowing not to kill you. I shall not be human in the living room. Zhongling was receiving Lord Xian merely a month had passed, and already a mage tower had been erected on Snowstone Mountain. Lord Xian, holding a cup of steaming tea, remarked that the most formidable knights and mages of Ishui City had gathered in Snowstone Mountain. However, Zhongling smiled and replied, "It is merely Ishui City. Compared to some exceptional experts from the outside world, it pales in significance." Just then, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of a young boy clad in black. Upon seeing him, Lord Xian's eyes brightened, and he immediately rose with a smile, saying, "My lord." "Lord Xian, there is no need for formality. Please, take a seat," East Bo Shuang replied. Once seated, East Bo Shuang promptly inquired, "Lord Xian, regarding the situation of my parents. You must have faith in the intelligence capabilities of our Longshan Tower. It is unrivaled in the world," Lord Xian responded. "However, I must caution you to remain calm." Calm. East Bo Shuang felt a knot tighten within him, and Zhongling's expression shifted as well. "Please, go on," East Bo Shuang said, maintaining an outward semblance of tranquility. Understanding that the young lord's inner turmoil was far from calm, Lord Xian sighed inwardly and continued, "Your mother is well. She is a direct descendant of the Mo Yang family, and her brother, Mo Yangchen, is the youngest silver moon level mage in the family. Thus, your mother is merely confined within a forbidden area of the Mo Yang family known as Thundertide Cliff. Although her solitude may be challenging, she lacks for nothing and can devote herself to the study of magic. It is said that your mother has even advanced to the meteor level mage. Yu's innate talent has always been exceptional. She was indeed the first among us to break through to the meteor level." Zhongling nodded slightly. "And what of my father?" East Bo Shuang asked, concern etched on his face. "If my mother is unharmed, then it must be my father who is in trouble?" Lord Xian hesitated before responding, "Your mother fled the family due to her unwillingness to accept an arranged marriage. The Mo Yang family subsequently selected another promising direct descendant to marry. This girl's father, Mo Yangchen, has harbored resentment ever since his daughter was unable to remain with the family. After her marriage, he devoted himself to arduous training for 20 years and has now attained the Silver Moon Knight level. With the aid of the family's alchemical armor, he can display title-level prowess. Our Longshan Tower has also presented him with a bronze token. Mo Yangchen is still bitter about the past and harbors resentment toward your mother, believing that her departure caused his daughter to marry an old man." Lord Xian explained, "How can my mother be blamed for this? After her escape, was it not the Mo Yang family that arranged for his daughter to marry?" East Bo Shuang retorted angrily. "He dares not challenge the authority of the family head and thus directs his fury at your mother," Lord Xian clarified. "Your mother is protected by her uncle and is confined within Thundertide Cliff, leaving him with no recourse. Alas, your father has been made to bear the brunt of Mo Yangchen's resentment." East Bo Shuang's countenance darkened, his fingers gripping the armrest so tightly that they began to sink into the wood. "Your father has been condemned to a century of hard labor in the alchemical workshop of the East Fragrant Lake belonging to the Muyang family, laboring under relentless torment orchestrated by Muyang Chenbai, who has even gone so far as to ensure that the mages within the workshop repeatedly heal your father, preventing his death." Lord Xian remarked that had it not been for the mage's continuous interventions, your father would likely have succumbed within 3 years in that workshop. With a sudden crash, the armrest that Donghua Shuang gripped shattered completely, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Damn it, damn it. The memory of his father, towering like a mountain, whether sternly training him or showering him with affection, flooded back. Muyang Chabai, Muyang family. Donghua Shuang felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, a menacing aura radiating from his being. Zhongling shared in his fury, her expression darkened. Although Lord Xian had spoken succinctly, they could discern the insidious nature of the labor. It was not merely toil but a deliberate infliction of suffering. Even a knight of Donghua Lai's caliber could scarcely endure it, necessitating repeated magical healing. A wildfire of rage ignited within Donghua. He vowed, "I will not rest until Muyang Chenbai is vanquished." The desire for vengeance burned fiercely within him, yet with others present, he refrained from vocalizing such thoughts. Shouting was futile. Action was imperative. And the Muyang family? What of Muyang Chen? Will they simply watch as he tortures my father? Donghua Shuang questioned. The Muyang family shows little concern for your father's fate. As for Muyang Chen, despite his earlier promise to care for your father, it proves ineffectual. Not only is Muyang Chun preoccupied with his own magical studies, but Muyang Chenbai, having attained a bronze decree, holds a status within the family that rivals Muyang Chen's. Moreover, he has expressly dispatched individuals to inflict torment. It is unrealistic to expect Muyang Chen to perpetually shield your father. Lord Xian added, furthermore, Muyang Chen harbors feelings for his sister, but none for your father. Dongbua Shuiying gritted his teeth in understanding. He comprehended it all, yet his resentment swelled. He felt an insatiable bitterness. How could he rescue his parents? Dongbua Shuiying pressed on. According to our investigations, the Muyang family adheres strictly to its own regulations, and none dare defy them. Your mother is imprisoned in a forbidden area, while your father is confined to the East Fragrant Lake workshop. Outsiders cannot penetrate such barriers. Nor can they rescue your father. Lord Xian stated, any attempts at cunning will yield no hope. What of straightforward methods? Dongbua Shuiying inquired. The simplest approach would be to bestow upon your father the title of honorary marquis, Lord Xian explained. The title of marquis is of considerable prestige. Even extraordinary privileges cannot be so easily disregarded. To imprison or execute a marquis would be beyond the capacity of that pretender of the Muyang family to endure the repercussions. The title of marquis is indeed unique, as it cannot be purchased with money like the titles of count or baron, which are readily attainable. In fact, marquises are exceedingly rare. Typically, a family produces only one extraordinary being. Extraordinary beings possess the ability to designate a member of their family with the title of marquis, a rank that can be inherited for a millennium. After 1,000 years, it naturally descends to that of an earl. Thus, a marquis typically serves as the nominal leader of an extraordinary family. As for the extraordinary individuals themselves, they no longer require such titles. Therefore, a marquis is prohibited from being imprisoned, harmed, or otherwise mistreated. A mere pseudo-extraordinary being lacks the qualifications for such actions. Even a true extraordinary being would face significant repercussions for doing so. Honorary marquis, however, cannot be inherited. This title is typically bestowed upon those who have rendered immense service to the empire, conferring powers akin to those of a hereditary marquis, with the sole distinction of not being inheritable. Your father is an honorary marquis, and your mother is a marchioness. Consequently, the Moya family must immediately cease any form of punishment. All forms of confinement and forced labor must be halted, and they must not incur any offense. Lord Xian stated, how can one attain the title of honorary marquis? Dongbua Shuiying inquired incessantly. Chapter 33, 110,000 gold coins. Lord Xian declared. To attain the title of honorary marquis, one must achieve remarkable feats. If you peruse the exchange manual closely, you will discover that this title requires an exchange of 20,000 merit points. Is this the only way? Dongbua Shuiying had certainly examined it beforehand. However, the prospect of accumulating 20,000 merit points seemed insurmountable. The tasks available to him were merely at the black iron level, yielding around 10 to 100 merit points. A single task offering 100 merit points posed significant dangers and consumed considerable time. Completing a task for 100 merit points would necessitate 200 attempts to amass the required 20,000. Even if each endeavor took 2 months, without rest, he could only accomplish 6 within a year, requiring over 30 years to hope for accumulation. Furthermore, the list of black iron level tasks from Longshan Tower was limited, with scarcely enough tasks offering precisely 100 merit points. Is there truly no alternative? Dongbua Shuiying inquired earnestly. None, Lord Xian replied, shaking his head. The title of honorary marquis cannot be obtained through shortcuts. It demands substantial merit. For those of title level, it necessitates enduring countless life and death adventures to accumulate such merit. This is precisely why honorary marquises are held in such high regard, for behind their titles lies a figure of great renown who has risked their life on multiple occasions. With a heavy sigh, Dongbua Shuiying closed his eyes. Father, what should I do? To acquire 20,000 merit points. Embarking on tasks now would be the height of folly. He had recently awakened the ancient bloodline, and his body was continuously strengthening under the nourishment of fighting energy. His progress in fighting energy was rapid. His capabilities were improving significantly each day. Dongbua Shuiying mused at this juncture. My strength rivals that of a meteor-level warrior, and it won't be long before I can match a silver moon level, even a title-level warrior. At that point, I shall obtain the bronze token. I can directly accept bronze-level tasks, each yielding at least 1,000 merit points, with some perilous ones offering 10,000. Completing just 2 would suffice. He contemplated, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. I must enhance my own strength first. as efficiency in completing tasks will be greatly amplified. He understood that this was the swiftest means to accumulate 20,000 merit points. Yet, what a father! Would he be able to endure until the day I gather those points? The atmosphere in the living room was stifling. Fragments of the armrest lay scattered on the floor as Dong Bo Shui-ing sat in silence. Beside him, Lord Xian quietly sipped his tea. I cannot rescue my father. Dong Bo Shui-ing's voice was hoarse. But I must preserve his life. Is there any way? Although Mo Yangqinbai has sent people to torment him, he has also ensured that the alchemists treat him repeatedly with their spells. You should not allow your father to perish, Lord Xian replied. Should not? Dong Bo Shui gritted his teeth. My father's life cannot remain under Mo Yangqinbai's control. Moreover, my father has endured forced labor for several years. Mo Yangqinbai may lose interest in tormenting him at any moment. At that time, my father could very well lose his life. I must safeguard my father's existence. Dong Bo Shui gazed at Lord Xian, acknowledging that with ample gold coins, even extraordinary beings could be summoned. I firmly believe in the power of gold. Money possesses an enchanting allure that captivates countless hearts. Lord Xian, how much gold is required to ensure my father's life? Dong Bo Shui inquired. If I could gather 10 million gold coins in one go, I am certain that extraordinary beings would willingly assist in rescuing and protecting him. Yet it is evident that the sum necessary to engage such transcendent life forms is beyond Dong Bo Shui-ing's means. Gold? Lord Xian pondered momentarily. If the Lord possesses sufficient gold, I have an idea that might bear fruit. Please, do share, urged Dong Bo Shui eagerly. During my previous investigation into your parents' whereabouts, I discovered that the alchemical workshop at Dongxiang Lake, where your father is located, is a crucial establishment for the Mo Yang family, overseen by an exceptionally skilled alchemist. His prowess as a mage is at the Silver Moon level, and he excels in alchemy, holding a position of higher esteem than Mo Yangqun and Mo Yangqunbai within the family, Lord Xian explained. Dong Bo Shui-ing's eyes sparkled with interest. A powerful alchemist is a treasure cherished by every ancient family. He commands the entire alchemical workshop, Lord Xian continued, stating that if he is willing to save your father, he could effortlessly secure your father's life and alleviate his suffering. Request his assistance, Dong Bo Shui insisted. However, this alchemist has high standards. If the gold is insufficient, he may not even consider the proposition, warned Lord Xian. I believe offering 100,000 gold coins should provide a reasonable chance. If you can present 110,000 gold coins, I shall facilitate this endeavor for you. The additional 10,000 is for the benefit of the Dragon Mountain Tower personnel involved in this matter, while the 100,000 is to gain the favor of this alchemist. The Dragon Mountain Tower's intelligence network spans the globe, and its establishment serves not only to monitor the world but also to assist its formidable figures. Such somewhat dubious dealings do not constitute a violation. 110,000 gold coins? Very well. Dong Bo Shui swiftly produced a thick stack of gold notes, totaling 110,000 from the Imperial Silver Bank. Lord Xian was taken aback. Good heavens! 110,000 gold coins just like that. It is worth noting that previously, Bai Yuan's direct disciple demanded a 50,000 gold coins fee for apprenticeship, a lifelong commitment to his direct disciple. Yet Dong Bo Shui ultimately offered only a silver moon heart instead of the 50,000 gold coins. Acquiring such a considerable sum of gold is indeed an arduous task, although it seemed that slaying the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Shadow Leopard brought quick gains. Even titled knights are reluctant to pursue such easy money, as they risk encountering beasts beyond their strength, which could lead to the loss of life. In fact, during the encounter with the Shadow Leopard, Dong Bo Shui narrowly escaped with his life. Generally, acquiring such a substantial amount of gold requires adventurers to undertake perilous quests or engage in desperate endeavors in treacherous mountains, without risking one's life. Obtaining such wealth is exceedingly challenging. Dong Bo Shui produced a staggering sum of 111,000 gold coins. This amount included over 70,000 coins from the sale of the Silver Moon Wolf King's pelt and other significant materials, alongside the gold left behind after vanquishing the Scimitar Alliance. Dong Bo Shui had a total of just over 120,000 gold coins at his disposal, and he decided to part with a considerable 11,000 for this endeavor. Rest assured, you will receive news within a month. This matter is nearly certain, remarked Lord Xian. The mages and alchemists, each keenly aware of the value of money, relied heavily on costly materials for their experiments. Securing a workshop worker for 100,000 gold coins was well within reach. Dong Bo Shui nodded in agreement. If it does not succeed, I shall offer more. His reputation for slaying the Silver Moon Wolf King had spread far and wide, prompting merchants to approach him for the purchase of the wolf's pelt and other materials. However, the shadow leopard carcass, although fully dissected and processed, remained unsold. "I appreciate your assistance, Lord Xian," Dong Boxuang expressed, "should this endeavor come to fruition. I shall not forget the favor you have bestowed upon me." "Haha, rest easy," Lord Xian chuckled upon hearing Dong Boxuang's words. He was confident that once this task was completed, Dong Boxuang would remember his kindness. Presently, Dong Boxuang's goodwill was inconsequential. But should he ascend to a title of prominence in the future, the dynamics would undoubtedly shift. Within the intricate web of relationships at Longshan Tower, Lord Xian swiftly established contact with the person in charge of Longshan Tower in Duyu County of the Eastern Domain Province. He entrusted the matter to this individual. Although the Mo Yang family wielded enormous influence in Duyu County, Longshan Tower operated independently and was beyond the reach of ordinary families. Lord Xian was bold enough to refer to the ancestral figure of the Si family, Si Liang Hong, as an old hag, undeterred by any potential repercussions from the Si family, owing to his own grievances with them. Naturally, the most formidable families, such as the Changfeng family, the foremost clan in Anyang Province, could still intimidate the Longshan Tower from afar. Yet, within Anyang Province, the Longshan Tower would have to yield. However, neither the Si family nor the Mo Yang family possessed such power. In the Eastern Domain Province, Duyu County, at the Alchemy Workshop by Dongxiang Lake, one would find a breathtaking lake that mirrored the sky, adjacent to an expansive, fortress-like alchemy workshop. At its core stood the towering mage tower of Master Su Guanqing. Though merely a silver moon-level mage, Master Su was the foremost alchemist in all of Duyu County. Such a distinguished alchemist received numerous invitations from more powerful families. Yet the Mo Yang family successfully recruited him, granting him the esteemed title of outside elder within their council. His willingness to join the Mo Yang family stemmed from his roots in Duyu County. Otherwise, he might not have aligned himself with them. Amidst the clattering of fervent gears, a middle-aged man drenched in sweat exerted himself, tirelessly pushing alongside a multitude of workers. This was Dong Bo Lai, urging his companions, "Hurry up. You are a heavenly rank knight. Put in more effort." The overseer occasionally cast his gaze upon Dong Bo Lai, and now and then, a whip would crack down upon him. Dong Bo Lai appeared even more gaunt than before. He remained silent, laboring tirelessly. The relentless toil, coupled with the intermittent torment of various punishments, rendered his days an endless torment, truly a hellish nightmare. Yet, Dong Bo Lai gritted his teeth and endured. For he had not yet lost hope. He still harbored desires, his wife, his 2 sons. There were countless ties that bound him to life, and he was determined to survive. Even if it meant living like a dog, he would cling to existence. "Master, master." Suddenly, several overseers trembled and respectfully called out, startling some of the workers. A black-haired elder clad in a crimson robe leisurely entered, and everyone stood in reverent silence. For this was the family elder and the undisputed master of the entire alchemical workshop, Master Su Guanqing. "I require assistance for some experiments," Master Su Guanqing casually announced. "If you accept my experiments, you need not toil, and you will earn even more." All held their breath. The alchemical master's experiments? The overseers turned pale. Who among them would be foolish enough to volunteer? "Which prisoners are available here?" Master Su Guanqing frowned upon seeing no volunteers. Some workers were family members and enjoyed a degree of freedom, but the prisoners could be easily manipulated. Reporting to the master, there are over 2,000 prisoners here. The chief overseer promptly replied, "Provide me with the list of all prisoners, including their strengths. I shall select some for the experiments," Master Su Guanqing commanded. "Understood." The chief overseer immediately complied. That day, 12 unfortunate prisoners were chosen to undergo the Master's experiments, including 2 celestial knights, 5 earth knights, and 5 ordinary knights. Those prisoners, under the sympathetic gazes of others, approached the alchemical master with fear, despair, or numbness. "You, Dong Bo Lai? Stay behind," Master Su Guanqing instructed. As the other prisoners departed, Dong Bo Lai, clad in tattered clothing, stood there, somewhat anxious. Master Su Guanqing glanced down at the scroll and said nonchalantly, "Dong Bo Lai, someone has paid 100,000 gold coins for your life. From today onward, you shall serve as my assistant. You need not engage in meticulous tasks. My apprentices lack the strength for heavy labor, and that will be your responsibility." "Assistant?" Dong Bo Lai was taken aback. "Rest assured, while you are in my tower, no one will dare intrude," Master Su commanded. "Now, you shall remain obediently within the mage tower, Do not venture outside. My disciples will assign your tasks in detail. You may leave now. Yes, master. Dong Bo Lai felt a sense of bewilderment, hardly believing his fortune. Had the nightmarish existence truly come to an end? Being an experimental assistant was far less arduous than the grueling labor of the workshop. Is there an issue with the metal ratios? Master Su Guangqing furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the scroll, contemplating deeply. To him, this was merely a trivial matter, and he was quite pleased to receive 100,000 gold coins for it. Certainly, he could not possibly accept payment without delivering results. For the funds were provided by the Longshan Tower. To receive money from Longshan Tower necessitates the fulfillment of duties. As for Mo Yangchenbai, he is merely a family knight relying on the alchemical armor, of which Master Su Guangqing remains utterly indifferent. It is the master who possesses the ability to ceaselessly forge numerous treasures that truly embodies the family's foundation and reliance. It appears further experimentation is required, alas. The materials are somewhat insufficient. Humph, the elders of the family consistently constrain my supply of materials. Master Su Guangqing furrowed his brows. Chapter 34, 6 years later. After the new year, Lord Cian once again visited the Snowstone Castle. The task is accomplished, he remarked with a smile. The renowned alchemist from the Dongxiang Lake Workshop has received 100,000 gold coins. According to our investigations, your father, Dong Bo Lai, has been summoned to the Mage Tower for some duties. Although the workload remains somewhat arduous, as a celestial knight, he is more than capable of enduring it. After all, the decree from the Mo Yang family imposes a century of hard labor, and while the alchemist has ensured his survival, he is reluctant to contravene the decree by easing your father's burden. That is the most crucial aspect. Preserving his life is paramount, Dong Bo Shuiying replied, unable to suppress his concern. Is my father safe within the Mage Tower? Could there be any unforeseen incidents? Rest assured, Lord Cian reassured him. A Mage Tower belonging to an alchemist is an absolute sanctuary. Even the Mo Yang family, despite their pretensions of power, would require the alchemist's consent to enter. They must show him the utmost respect. Moreover, the Mage Tower is fraught with intricate mechanisms and countless dangers, safeguarding the alchemist's lifelong research. No one dares to intrude recklessly. What status does Mo Yangchenbai hold? Neither his subordinates, nor even he himself would risk entering uninvited. Your father is entirely safe. Thank you, Lord Cian. Dong Bo Shuiying said, a weight lifting from his heart, filled with gratitude. To him, gold is merely a material possession. The preservation of his father's life is of utmost importance. I am truly grateful to you, Lord Cian. Otherwise, the Dong Bo family would be in dire straits. Zhong Ling echoed his sentiment, and he and Tong San both exhaled in relief. Ha! It was a mere trifle, Lord Cian replied. Dong Bo Lai is, after all, one of us from Yushui City. If I can assist, I shall do so wholeheartedly. Dong Bo Shuiying felt a sense of lightness in his heart. However, he remained unsatisfied with the current circumstances of his parents. His mother languished in solitude, confined to a single location, a veritable prison sentence without companionship. Unlike typical incarcerations that offer some camaraderie, his father, too, was burdened with strenuous labor. My strength is still too feeble. I am not even at the title level. He lamented inwardly. There is no hope of securing an honorary marquis title for my father. I must accelerate my progress. Since awakening my ancient bloodline, my physical prowess has significantly improved, but further cultivation will enhance my abilities even more. Dong Bo Shuiying mused, akin to the legendary dragons, those extraordinary beings that, upon reaching maturity, become truly formidable. Among them, those who pursue rigorous training and research possess strengths far surpassing their peers. The principle remains the same. Those who awaken their power bloodline and diligently train will naturally achieve greater prowess than those who squander their potential in idleness. Dong Bo Shuiying was resolute in his determination to elevate his strength to its utmost limits. In a clearing beside the bamboo pavilion on the back mountain, 2 alchemical automatons stood fixed, each valued at 5,000 gold coins, impervious to harm from anyone below the title level. Even those at the title level would struggle to inflict any significant damage, as the automatons possess remarkable self-repair capabilities. Thus, they are commonly utilized as experimental tools by grand mages. These automatons were specially acquired from within Yushui City and meticulously secured by a mage. Relocating proves to be a formidable challenge. Contemplating the prowess of Dong Bo Shuiying's marksmanship, which fails to even slightly disturb them, one can grasp their remarkable stability. The lance, akin to a thunderclap, sweeps, strikes, cleaves, and shatters with each of Dong Bo Shuiying's movements. each technique infused with immense power. Moreover, insights gleaned from nature can be experimented upon during the practice of wielding the spear. As sweat drenches his attire, Dongbo Shuiying feels an unparalleled harmony within his strength. Acutely aware of the fatigue coursing through every sinew and muscle of his body, naturally enhancing areas that require further fortification. Under such rigorous exertion, the latent potential of his bloodline strength is incessantly being unearthed. The grasses upon Shuesher Mountain experience cycles of withering and flourishing over the span of a year, and so, 6 years have swiftly passed. The once youthful and innocent Kong Yuiwe, the mischievous Dongbo Qingshi, and the emerging talent Dongbo Shuiying have all matured with the passage of time. At this moment, a young man clad in black sits cross-legged atop a large rock, his eyes closed in tranquil meditation. His visage, chiseled as if sculpted from stone, bears a resemblance to his father, appearing rather ordinary and not particularly handsome. Yet, a profound and restrained aura emanates from him, distinctly remarkable. His breathing is so slow it becomes nearly imperceptible, with his heartbeat barely registering, perhaps only once per minute, and the flow of his blood languid. Suddenly, he opens his eyes. With each breath, his spine undulates like a great dragon. As he inhales, his abdomen subtly expands, seemingly drawing in vast quantities of air. Upon exhaling, a surge of vigorous energy bursts forth, crashing against the surface of the nearby pond, which erupts in a cacophony of sound, the placid waters collapsing inward and sending sprays of water skyward. With each breath, the tranquility of his body begins to accelerate, and his heartbeat swiftly returns to its normal rhythm. At times, his movements are deliberate, yet at others, they explode with sudden velocity. With a resounding impact, his palm slices through the air, creating a high-pressure current that arcs gracefully across the sky, striking a distant boulder. A tremendous crack appears on the stone, and fragments scatter wildly, tumbling into the ravine below. Dongbo Shuiying diligently practices his martial techniques, each strike and stance generating enough high-pressure airflow to effortlessly rend stone asunder. As he concludes his practice, all energies gradually subside, his aura retracting entirely. My growth and strength has begun to decelerate, Dongbo Shuiying muses. Only upon breaking through to the silver moon level will my body experience rapid enhancement once more. Yet, this is already sufficient. His rigorous training and relentless pursuit of his bloodline's potential have endowed Dongbo Shuiying with extraordinary capabilities. Although my combat energy remains at the meteor level, it is my awakened bloodline strength that ultimately surpasses all. 6 years ago, upon awakening, my power was already at the pinnacle of the meteor level. Now, according to the alchemical dummy's assessments, my physical strength should, under normal circumstances, reach the zenith of the tidal level. Dongbo Shuiying quietly reflected. Although I have yet to achieve the unity of heaven and man, this is the distinction that sets me apart from the titled knights. However, my physique is sufficiently formidable, and when my bloodline power erupts, my strength can double once more. With this absolute power, I would undoubtedly rank among the foremost in the titled realm. Alas, I have not yet reached the state of unity of heaven and man. It is time to undertake a mission. Dongbo Shuiying was aware of this. Suddenly, a warm and melodious voice of a girl echoed from afar, calling, "Brother Shuiying, Brother Shuiying." Chapter 35, Choosing a Task Upon Hearing a Familiar Voice. Dongbo Shuiying could not help but smile faintly. He picked up the flying snow divine spear beside him, and, with a swift motion, vanished, only to reappear on the mountaintop several hundred meters away. By the bamboo house on the back mountain stood a young girl in a pale purple robe, elegantly holding a basket while surveying her surroundings. This was Kong Yuiwe, now grown into a 19-year-old beauty. The once naive girl had transformed into a true paragon of grace. Her prolonged study of magic had left her skin slightly pale, adding to her delicate charm, and her aura exuded a hint of the mystique characteristic of a sorceress. Indeed, she was a captivating young woman. Among the disciples of the Grand Mage Bai Yuan, many male disciples held a fondness for Kong Yuiwe, some even pursuing her ardently. As Dongbo Shuiying approached the bamboo house, he casually set his spear aside and smiled. "You shouldn't overexert yourself with your spear practice, Shuiying Gij." The teacher once mentioned that the path of cultivation requires both relaxation and diligence. Kong Yuiwe, smiling, stood by a stone table and produced some snacks from her basket. "I just made some pastries that you like, Shuiying Gij. Do try them." Dongbo Shuiying leaned over to sniff the plate, a smile gracing his lips. "It smells delightful." He picked up a soft little cake and took a bite, grinning. "Your culinary skills have improved remarkably." Humph, I have been practicing specifically for this, Yue replied with pride. Before long, they finished their meal. Let us go, Dong Bo Shuang announced as he stood up. All right, Kong Yue nodded, and together they walked side by side. Since that winter when she was 12, Kong Yue had been residing at Shuesher Mountain, mostly within the castle. During that time, she often accompanied the younger Qingshi to observe Dong Bo Shuang. Over the years, a bond had formed, and Dong Bo Shuang had grown quite close to Kong Yue. After 6 years of companionship, it was fair to say that Yue was the girl Dong Bo Shuang interacted with the most, and their time together was comfortable. He was wholly focused on his cultivation, intent on rescuing his parents. Meanwhile, Kong Yue silently supported him, never intruding. Sometimes, Dong Bo Shuang contemplated the thought that perhaps marrying Yue would not be such a bad idea. While it lacked the profound love that existed between his parents, he had not encountered other girls, and he believed that as long as they could be happy together, it sufficed. Furthermore, it was evident to all that Kong Yue paid no heed to the advances of other male disciples, her heart solely devoted to Dong Bo Shuang. As for Kong Yue's father, Kong Hai, he was diligently working to foster this union. There's no rush. Yue is still young. We will discuss it after I rescue my parents, Dong Bo Shuang resolved, having no intentions of marrying before achieving that goal. Due to the dedication of knights and mages to their training, marriage and parenthood often come later in life. For instance, Eastbo Lai, the father of Dong Bo Shuang, married his mother when he was in his 30s, nearing 40. Similarly, Kong Hai, the father of Kong Yu, what around the age of 40, resulting in the birth of his eldest daughter, Kong Yu. For a female mage, the age of 19 is indeed quite youthful. It is perfectly normal to marry at 30, and marrying in one's 20s is considered early. Furthermore, in order to rescue her parents, she requires a substantial 2,000 merit points, which can only be obtained through perilous bronze-level missions. Dong Bo Shuang mused, although he possesses confidence. No one can guarantee absolute safety. He might very well perish during a mission, and until all is accomplished, he must not entertain any distractions. In the main hall of the Snowstone Castle, the dining area was occupied by Dong Bo Shuang, Zhongling, Tong San, Qingshi, and Kong Yu, each seated separately. Qingshi, I heard from Yu that you've had a girlfriend for nearly half a year? Dong Bo Shuang remarked with a smile, gazing at his younger brother. Indeed, Qingshi was remarkably handsome. While the castle was filled with soldiers, and Dong Bo Shuang had visited Yishui City, he could confidently declare that among all the young men he had encountered, his brother was the most attractive. Qingshi's eyes sparkled with charm. He had always been good-looking, and now at 16, he had become even more striking. Relying on his looks alone, he would likely never go hungry. He excelled in ice magic, much like their mother, exuding a cool and captivating aura. It was said that many female disciples from the Mage Tower pursued him. Dong Bo Shuang felt a sense of pride in this. At the same time, he was filled with nostalgia. That little boy who had once napped on his chest, drooling at the age of 2, had grown up so quickly. Sister Yu, you really meddle in everything. Telling my brother about this, Qingshi said with an exasperated frown. You've hidden it well. I only just discovered you've had a girlfriend for nearly 6 months. Of course, I must inform your brother. He is, after all, your brother. Kong Yu replied with a smile. If your girlfriend doesn't mind, do bring her to meet me sometime, Dong Bo Shuang suggested. All right. We'll see if she agrees, Qingshi replied with a smirk. By the way, I plan to head out soon, perhaps for 10 days to half a month, Dong Bo Shuang announced. What is the occasion? You're not going to the Destruction Mountains again, are you? Qingshi asked, while Zhongling and Tong San exchanged surprised glances at Dong Bo Shuang. I assure you, I want to be going to the Destruction Mountains. Dong Bo Shuang chuckled. I merely wish to venture out, see more of the world, and practice my marksmanship. He chose not to elaborate further on accepting missions, preferring to keep those details to himself. Later that evening, in the study, the fire crystal lamp illuminated the desk, casting a warm glow throughout the room, where Zhongling and Tong San were present. Dong Bo Shuang sat at the desk and said, Uncle Zhong, Uncle Tong, I plan to take on a black iron level mission first to hone my skills. After that, I intend to apply for the bronze token and embark on bronze level tasks. Be sure to exercise caution, Tong San cautioned. Within the entire Snowstone Castle, they were the only two who understood Dong Bo Shuang's true strength, knowing he had already attained title-level combat prowess. Shuang, I have no doubt about your capabilities. It's merely that you have had limited encounters with formidable opponents. Starting with black iron level missions to practice is a decision I wholeheartedly support. Zhongling nodded, recognizing the importance of accumulating combat experience before undertaking bronze-level tasks. Indeed, Dong Bo Shuang concurred. With a title-level combat prowess, accepting iron-black tasks would undoubtedly be a straightforward endeavor. I have perused the task list and discovered a particularly intriguing assignment, Dong Bo Shuang remarked. What task? Zhongling and Tong San inquired in unison. Behold. Dong Bo Shuang responded as he retrieved the task list from his desk, where a specific task had already been circled. Zhongling and Tong San approached to examine it closely. The details were quite explicit. Within the territory of Qinghe County, there exists a formidable castle. The task entails investigating it, as it is suspected of harboring serious crimes. The castle's strength is formidable, necessitating the recruitment of 5 adept individuals. The task is perilous, and it is advised that the participants possess at least Silver Moon Knight level capabilities. The reward for this endeavor is 100 merit points, with a requirement to convene at Longshan Tower in Qinghe County by June 1st, Dong Bo Shuang stated. I shall inform Lord Xian, and then we shall promptly set off to gather at the county city. Given that this task requires 5 Silver Moon level experts, it will undoubtedly present challenges. However, it should serve as a valuable opportunity for me to hone my skills. Chapter 36. The long journey on the following day, as dawn broke with a gentle light. Zhongling, Tong San, Qing Shi, and Kong Yue gathered to bid farewell to Dong Bo Shuang. Zongshu, I leave the castle in your capable hands. Dong Bo Shuang instructed. Rest assured, Shuang, Zhongling responded. Having not squandered the 6 years that had passed, he had finally ascended to the meteor level. Brother, please take care, Qing Shi implored, his memories of their parents fading over the years, having been deeply nurtured by his elder brother's care. Haha. Dong Bo Shuang laughed heartily as he mounted his snow-stepping steed. Giddy up. With a swift command, the steed took off, galloping at an astonishing speed until it vanished into the distant mountain path. First, he made his way to Yushui City to inform Lord Xian, who promptly relayed the message to Longshan Tower in Qinghe County. Without delay, Dong Bo Shuang continued on his relentless journey toward the county seat of Qinghe. Qinghe County spans vast distances, covering over 10,000 miles. The direct distance from Shuang Castle to the county seat is estimated to be around 6,000 miles. Yet the official roads twist and turn to navigate around formidable mountains, making the actual route likely exceed 10,000 miles. Onward, onward. Clad in black, Dong Bo Shuang, with his weapon case strapped to his back, rode his snow-stepping steed. The steed dashed forth like a fleeting shadow. This snow-stepping steed is a third-tier magical beast, the finest among steeds, with only grander magical beasts above it. Naturally adept at running, a third-tier steed can rival the speed of some fourth-tier magical beasts. In truth, Dong Bo Shuang, with his title-level prowess, riding a mere snow-stepping steed seemed overly modest. If his true strength were revealed, it was likely that powerful factions would offer him mounts of 5th-tier magical beasts or even avian magical beasts. As the snow-stepping steed galloped, the earth trembled subtly beneath its powerful strides, a phantom racing past. In a single hour, it could cover 900 miles, should it charge donning armor. Even Sky-tier knights would not dare to impede its path. However, its price soared to 2,000 gold coins. 20 of these steeds could purchase a territory comparable to Shui Ying's domain. Thus, most families would think twice before making such a purchase. It was only after selling materials like the shadow leopard pelts over the years that Dong Bo Shuang could afford 5 snow-stepping steeds. Stop, stop, he called out as they approached Lungqiong Mountain. A group of merchants had gathered before a grand canyon, and upon spotting the approaching knight, they shouted in unison, Friend, halt. Let us traverse Lungqiong Mountain together. It is perilous. Many merchants and their escorts voiced their concerns. Yet, the snow-stepping steed showed no signs of slowing, transforming into a fleeting specter that zipped past them. Insanity. The merchants and their guards were taken aback. Is this knight mad? Does he think he can simply charge through on a snow-stepping steed? Can one really brazenly storm through a place like Lungqiong Mountain? On horseback, Dong Bo Shuang exhibited an extraordinary sensitivity to his surroundings, readily perceiving the shouts of the merchants. Cultivation Mountain served as an indispensable route to the county city of Qinghe. This mountain is connected to the remnants of the Destruction Mountain range, and it is said to be plagued by numerous bandits who frequently rob passing merchants. The notoriety of these bandits surpasses even that of the Curved Blade Alliance in Yushui City. Typically, merchant caravans would band together, gathering a sufficient number of individuals to traverse Cultivation Mountain safely. However, for Dong Bo Shuang, The only threats in the entire Qinghe County were those with title-level combat prowess. And even then, it was merely a matter of potential danger. The outcome of their encounters was known only through experience. As for a group of bandits, they were but insignificant nuisances. With a whoosh, the snow steed galloped swiftly. Causing the ground to tremble slightly, its presence felt from afar. Who was this man in black, daring enough to venture alone into the cold Xiong mountain gorge? Was he seeking his own demise? Boss, should we take action? One of the bandits hesitated. What nonsense. Let us not take risks with such a tough opponent. Let the cold Xiong 8 eagles handle him, replied another. A number of bandits, upon observing the lone rider, chose to abandon their pursuit, as they too had to weigh the risks against the potential rewards. On the mountainside, a sizable group of over 100 bandits clad in azure armor awaited. They were well equipped, with nearly every ordinary bandit wielding a massive crossbow known as the Starbreaker Bow. The 8 leaders among them, renowned as the Cold Xiong 8 Eagles, boasted an imposing demeanor. Today's haul looks promising. This merchant caravan appears quite substantial, they remarked, their spirits lifted. Nearby, they had captured more than 10 individuals alive from the caravan, the rest having perished. Among the captives were an elderly man, middle-aged individuals, and a pair of young lovers huddled together, their eyes filled with fear and despair as they contemplated their uncertain fate. Leaders, look. A black-clad knight approaches, announced one of the bandits. Riding a snow steed, he was alone. The 8 leaders gazed down from their vantage point, confirming the sight of the solitary rider charging forth. Is he not showing disdain for Cold Xiong Mountain by daring to enter alone? One asked. Boss, shall we engage? The other 7 eagles looked towards their leader. The chief of the Cold Xiong 8 eagles peered down, frowning at the sight. There were only a handful of title-level experts in Qinghe County, each with considerable renown, and he was familiar with their appearances. It was unlikely that a mere youth, riding a snow steed, could be anything but a commoner. This black-clad youth seemed quite young, and the weapon case he carried appeared to hold a long spear. Who was he? He was not one he had heard of. Could he be a Silver Moon Knight? Brothers, fire. Let us test his strength, commanded the chief. If he proves too formidable, we shall retreat. If he is weak, we will feast upon him. Understood. At once. Every bandit, including the chief, readied their crossbows and bows. The ordinary bandits wielded the Starbreaker Bow with devastating efficacy, capable of penetrating the protective aura of even Meteor-class knights. Meanwhile, the chief and the 3 other Meteor-class knights among them were better suited to using bows and arrows. The arrows of the Meteoric Knight possessed the formidable capacity to jeopardize the very life of the Silver Moon Knight. With these projectiles, one could easily ascertain the prowess of the enigmatic youth clad in black below. Yet, they remain oblivious to the formidable entity they have inadvertently provoked. Release, commanded the chief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A deluge of arrows cascaded from the lofty heights of the mountains, enveloping the path of Dong Bo Shuang, who was diligently making his way forward. Chapter 37. Qinghe County Cityham. Dong Bo Shuang raised his head, observing a myriad of arrows hurtling towards him, each arrowhead glinting with a chilling metallic sheen, slicing through the air with immense force, truly overestimating their abilities. Like a flash of lightning, Dong Bo Shuang swiftly drew the 2 sections of his weapon from the box on his back. Whoosh! Each section of the gun barrel extended over a meter in length, and with a casual flourish in Dong Bo Shuang's hands, he deftly deflected the arrows. Due to the breakneck speed of his mount, the snow-treading steed, only a handful of arrows managed to reach him, and as the gun barrels swept through the air, each arrow was sent flying. Not a single arrow touched Dong Bo Shuang, nor did any land on his steed. In an instant, Dong Bo Shuang leaped off his mount, charging up the mountain, while simultaneously merging the 2 sections of his weapon into one. They were formidable foes. Retreat. The large leader above was taken aback by Dong Bo Shuang's ease in blocking the arrows, realizing he was not to be trifled with. Whoosh! The leader's heart sank, sensing disaster looming. The large leader, along with a few others and the bandits, were all engulfed in terror. They gazed downwards. The sight of the black-clad youth who had dismounted and transformed into a shadow ascending towards them was overwhelming. Although he was scaling the steep mountain wall, his speed was staggering, causing their hearts to race and their legs to tremble in fear. So fast, it was beyond comprehension. They were nearly 200 meters above him on the mountain, and the steep path should have afforded them ample time to retreat. Yet, the speed at which the black-clad youth surged upwards was terrifying. The rocks and trees were mere trifles, and the steep incline posed no hindrance. His pace through the forest was swifter than that of the snow-treading steed on the main road, rendering the bandits incapable of discerning his exact form. Only catching a fleeting glimpse of a blurred black shadow. How could it be? How could they possibly encounter a person of such renown? The large leader felt as though his head might burst, sweat instantly soaking his clothes, his legs growing weak. If he could move so swiftly on the mountain, he must surely be of a titled rank. The Silver Moon Knights were nowhere near this fast. At least he could make out their figures and contend with them. There were only a few titled ranks in Qinghe County. From where could such a presence have emerged? How could this be? No. The leader was unwilling to accept the reality before him. Despair and fear surged within him, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. As the chasm between them was insurmountably vast, Meteor Knights might stand a chance against a titled rank. But Silver Moon Knights facing a titled rank were typically extinguished in a single blow. Even a Silver Moon level mage could not cast their spells in the presence of such power. This exemplified the sheer strength of a titled rank. It represented the pinnacle of human capability, a true one-man army. The Meteor Knights were utterly powerless against a titled rank. Spare me, my lord, spare me. The burly and fierce leader suddenly knelt, pleading for mercy. Bang! A shadow of a gun suddenly swept across, and the leader's face contorted in terror. Unable to mount any defense in time, the gun's shadow struck his chest with a resounding boom, causing his torso to cave in and his internal organs to be utterly shattered. Like a broken sack, he was hurled backward, crashing against a distant tree that splintered upon impact. He fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock, already deceased. Flee. Quickly, flee. The other leaders, including the bandits, were thrown into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. It was as though two disparate realms of existence had collided, despite their numbers. The opposing force was gripped by primal fear, fixated on a singular thought: escape. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of Dong Bo Shui Ying was astounding, particularly in the eyes of those bound and captured. 7 or 8 phantoms appeared, as if multiple Dong Bo Shui Yings were simultaneously unleashing their firearms. The slower bandits had no chance to defend themselves, and even if they had, it would have been futile. Thud, 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 including 2 other Meteor-class Knight leaders and a Celestial Mage who barely managed to cast a spell. Each was pierced through by Dong Bo Shui Ying's lance. As for the spells, they disintegrated into mere sharp blades under the pressure of the high-velocity airflow created by his lance, never even grazing the weapon itself. In a single sweep, he dispatched over 30 bandits. The remaining bandits scattered in desperation, some rushing down the mountain, others fleeing upward, scattering in every direction. Dong Bo Shui Ying chose not to pursue them further. After all, a formidable bandit group could not maintain its strength without its core members, rendering the remaining minions ineffective. Dong Bo Shui Ying's gaze swept over the corpses of the most formidable bandit leaders. His perception of the external world had sharpened. As he walked past the bodies, he noticed that the leader's armlet was a storage treasure. With a flick of his lance, the armlet clattered to the ground, dislodged from the arm by the force of his weapon, and he deftly caught it. Master, save us. Please help us. The elegantly dressed elderly individuals, middle-aged men, and a pair of young lovers gazed at him with desperation, fearing that once this powerful being departed, the bandits would return to seize them again. Thud, thud, thud. Dong Bo Shui Ying approached, casually swinging his lance, the sharp edge slicing through the ropes, instantly freeing the dozen or so captives. Thank you, noble sir, for saving our lives. An elderly man with a white beard bowed respectfully, discreetly instructing those nearby to gather their belongings to present to the master. Yes, the merchants, astute as they were, quickly began collecting valuables from the bandits' plundered goods and precious items from the corpses, including gold tickets. Soon, a considerable pile emerged, consisting of a multitude of broken star crossbows and numerous gold coins and banknotes. Master, these are what the bandits left behind. We offer these items to you as gratitude for saving our lives, the white-bearded elder said respectfully. Dong Bo Shui Ying cast a sweeping glance over them. A substantial stack of gold notes indeed holds considerable value, particularly since the other 2 meteor-level knights of the Cold Cheong 8 Eagles possessed no storage treasures, carrying only their personal belongings. East Bo Shui Ying decisively collected the impressive stack of gold notes, valued at approximately 80 to 90,000 gold coins. As for the remaining items, you may keep them. Take the broken star crossbow as well, for it may very well aid in preserving your lives. What of the merchant convoy you were traveling with? Where are your horses? The elders lamented that all others perished, and the horses were abandoned. The cold Cheong 8 eagles were indifferent to those steeds. The white-bearded elder remarked. East Bo Shuang nodded, urging them to hasten, asserting that he would lead them out of the cold Cheong mountain gorge. Beyond the gorge, however, he would no longer be responsible for their fate. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The white-bearded elder knelt, bowing in gratitude, and the others followed suit, expressing their appreciation. The cold Cheong mountains were rife with bandits, and without East Bo Shuang, their chances of survival were grim. Move swiftly. I shall not wait for you, he warned. Already soaring downward, he leapt from a height of nearly 200 meters without a hint of trepidation, landing with a resounding thud, his knees unbending. Quite satisfactory. East Bo Shuang mused as he refined the storage treasure, noting its dimensions were slightly smaller than his mother's. The accumulated gold notes from the bandit leaders exceeded 150,000 coins. The Snowstone Castle was in dire need of funds, and this windfall came at a fortuitous time. Over the years, the sale of shadow leopard pelts and other materials had garnered him nearly 100,000 coins. However, on the year his brother ascended to the rank of official mage, he gifted him a rather fine storage treasure and a mage's staff. The staff, priced modestly at just over 5,000 coins, was appropriate considering his brother's nascent abilities, as a more powerful staff would have been wasted on him. Conversely, the storage treasure had a capacious space, costing him over 50,000 coins, surpassing even his mother's in size. Upon attaining title-level strength, he replaced his inner armor with a second-tier alchemical one, ensuring his vital areas would be protected in battles against title-level opponents. His boots and clothing were also upgraded with alchemical items, though these were relatively inexpensive, with only the inner armor amounting to a considerable 30,000 coins. Thus, East Bo Shuang found himself somewhat financially constrained. To be of esteemed title-level prowess, yet to revel in the possession of mere hundreds of thousands of coins, would likely draw ridicule from other title-level experts who understand the significance of such status. After escorting the fortunate few who escaped the cold Cheong mountain gorge, East Bo Shuang ceased to concern himself with them, urging his steed to accelerate. They journeyed through the night, resting briefly in Huanglong City. The following morning, they resumed their travels, finally arriving at Qinghe County City by evening. After 2 full days, they had reached their destination. Is this Qinghe County City? East Bo Shuang gazed upon the distant, towering fortress, its immense structure stretching beyond the eye's capacity to perceive its end. The city walls, constructed of gray-white stone, were countless crevices that attested to a long and storied past. Rising to a height of at least 100 meters, the walls loomed like a mountain. Upon the towering city walls, every mile is adorned with a black orb, intricately embellished with golden patterns. The entire vast and majestic citadel emanates an intangible force, perceptible only to those with acute sensitivity, like Dong Bo Shuang, who possesses an extraordinary awareness of such energies. The city of Qinghe County boasts a permanent population exceeding 10 million, with a history that predates even that of the Longshan Empire. In truth, both provincial and county cities often possess lengthy histories. Despite the changes in dynasties, these ancient fortresses have been continually reinforced, and the magical arrays have grown increasingly formidable. The provincial capital, in particular, is astonishing, housing over 100 million residents, its grandeur rivaling that of an independent nation. It is said that even the might of deities cannot breach the various defenses of the provincial capital. It is truly an eye-opening experience. Dong Bo Shuang senses that should the entire magical formation of Qinghe County erupt, the power unleashed by each orb could instantaneously obliterate him. A clear manifestation of transcendent strength. He marvels at this, unaware of the staggering consumption required to activate such a grand formation. Entering the city, he rides atop his snow-stepping steed, making his way into the magnificent Qinghe County City. Chapter 38. A gathering. The population of Qinghe County City surpasses 10 million. A staggering figure indeed. Although the main thoroughfares within the city are exceptionally wide, even a snow-stepping horse can only advance at a leisurely pace. The journey from the city gate to Longshan Tower, spanning over 80 miles, consumed nearly an hour, and by the time they arrived, night had completely fallen. At last, they reached their destination. Dongwu Shuang gazed upon Longshan Tower before him. The grand edifice was illuminated by massive fire crystal lamps, far more magnificent than the Longshan Tower of Ishui County. The sheer expanse of its imposing courtyard walls likely stretched for a mile or two. Surrounding the area were numerous guards patrolling diligently. Dismounting, Dongwu Shuang approached the entrance where 2 black-armored guards stood, exuding an extraordinary presence, likely at least of meteor-level prowess. Dongbua Shuang dismounted and produced the black iron token with a flick of his wrist, stating, "The county city should be aware of my arrival." One of the black armored guards approached with a smile. "Are you Dongbua Shuang from Ishui City?" "Indeed, that is I." Dongbua Shuang nodded in acknowledgement. "We have long been informed of your coming. Please allow me to take your horse. You may proceed inside, and someone will escort you to your accommodations." The guard took the reins with courtesy. "Thank you," Dongbua Shuang replied, handing over the horse and entering through the grand entrance of Longshan Tower. Inside, the vast grounds were lush with greenery, adorned with vibrant flowers and plants. Fire crystal lamps illuminated the space, casting a warm glow despite the darkness outside. "Lord Dongbua, please follow me," a maid greeted him. "All visiting guests are accommodated in the Eastern Jiaweiyuan. We have prepared a small courtyard specifically for you. It is advisable to remain within Jiaweiyuan. Other areas may be considered the heart of Longshan Tower. Tomorrow morning, you will naturally be escorted to meet the Tower Master." "Understood," Dongbua Shuang nodded. Within Longshan Tower, the stone-paved pathways meandered through an array of exotic flora with abundant greenery. Some of the courtyard walls even bore faint engravings of magical arrays. After a brief walk, they arrived at a garden gate. "This is Jiaweiyuan," the maid announced, leading the way to the small courtyard designated for the Lord. The courtyard was spacious, with numerous small courtyards surrounding them. Dongbua Shuang smiled as he glanced around, estimating there to be dozens of small courtyards arranged in 2 rows, each facing the other. Due to the numerous tasks within the county, many skilled individuals frequently visited. Today was relatively quiet, with only a majority of guests residing in Jiaweiyuan. During busier times, the entire area would be insufficient to accommodate all guests. "This will be your residence for tonight," the maid said, pushing open the courtyard door. Suddenly, the door of the opposite small courtyard creaked open. Dongbua Shuang turned to look. A maid emerged from the opposite courtyard, carrying a tray, while a young woman in a blue robe was preparing to close the door. Upon seeing Dongbua Shuang, she instantly realized that this black-clad youth was to inhabit the courtyard across from her. A sorceress, Dongbua Shuang sensed. The young woman in the blue robe emanated the mysterious aura characteristic of a mage, the very essence of magical power. Moreover, she exuded a faint chill that was all too familiar to Dongbua Shuang. His mother and brother both excelled in ice-based sorcery, and it was evident that this woman was similarly adept. However, her aura felt even stronger than that of Bai Yuanji, leaving Dongbua Shuang astonished. He marveled at the beauty of this young sorceress, recognizing her as the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered. His brother was the most handsome man he had ever seen, yet this blue-robed sorceress eclipsed all others in beauty, resembling an ice lotus upon a snow-capped mountain, possessing a remarkably unique grace. Indeed, Ishui City was home to many beautiful women. For instance, Yue ranked among the top 10 he had ever laid eyes upon. Yet, this blue-robed sorceress instantly claimed the title of the most beautiful in Dongbua Shuang's eyes, and it was her distinctive temperament that set her apart. Sorcerers are often filled with wisdom, and the more powerful they are, the more erudite they become. This young woman appeared to be stronger than Bai Yuanji, which further astonished Dongbua Shuang. Unbeknownst to him, at the same moment that he was marveling at her, the blue-robed sorceress sensed the exceptional nature of the young man before her. Years of contemplating the natural world had imbued Dongbua Shuang with a refined aura, making his presence appear more grounded and unpretentious. It was precisely this subtlety that took the blue-robed sorceress aback. He was not a sorcerer, yet his mental fortitude was remarkably honed. Sorcerers place great importance on the mind and soul. The two merely exchanged glances, politely nodding and smiling at one another. With a creak, the blue-robed sorceress closed the courtyard door, and Dongbua Shuang stepped into his own small courtyard. "Lord Dongbua, I shall bring you something to eat shortly. I will not disturb you any longer," the maid said before departing. The following morning, shortly after breakfast, a maid from Longshan Tower came specifically to summon Dongbua Shuang. For today, the details of the mission would be announced. In a tranquil hall, Dongbua Shuang entered and immediately spotted a burly old man with white hair. The elder nodded slightly upon seeing him. "Please, take a seat. The host will arrive shortly once everyone is gathered," the maid instructed. After sitting down, Dongbua Shuang lifted his teacup for a sip, only to set it down as others entered the hall. It was none other than the blue-robed sorceress he had encountered the previous evening. She scanned the room and recognized the white-haired elder in Dongbua Shuang, a hint of surprise crossing her features at this serendipitous encounter. She nodded slightly to both men and took a seat. "Is that Master Jingxiu?" The old man's eyes brightened. "I never expected to see you here," What a coincidence. I am Tang Xiong. Dongbo Shuiying felt a twinge of astonishment. He had already perused the list of notable figures within Qinghe County provided by Longshan Tower. Tang Xiong was remarkable in his own right, being a Silver Moon Knight over 160 years old, and it was clear he had little hope of further breakthroughs to the title level. As for Master Jingqiu, she was truly extraordinary. In the entirety of Qinghe County, there exists a remarkable figure, Yu Jingqiu, hailing from an ordinary family. She entered the Changfeng Academy to study the arcane arts and, by the age of 20, had ascended to the rank of meteor-level mage. She was subsequently retained as an instructor at the academy, and by the age of 23, she attained the status of Silver Moon-level mage. According to records, she is now merely 25 years of age. At 25, she has already achieved considerable seniority as a Silver Moon Archmage. Her talent is indeed astonishing. A transcendent Archmage from Changfeng Academy has taken her as a direct disciple and given her youth. There is a high probability, over 90%, that she will soon reach the title level. It is she. Dongbo Shuiying felt a moment of realization. Suddenly, two individuals entered from outside. One was a somewhat cold young man, and the other, an elderly man with black hair. The cold young man, adorned in exquisite attire that seemed to alter the atmosphere around him, was evidently clad in formidable alchemical armor. Jingqiu, I didn't expect to find you here, he exclaimed with excitement. I randomly chose a task for my training journey, and it is truly a coincidence that I encountered you. We must be exceptionally fated. The blue-robed female mage furrowed her brow. It is indeed quite a coincidence. The cold young man's gaze swept the surroundings, landing on the white-haired elder and a younger man in black, which momentarily darkened his expression. He cast a glance at the burly white-haired elder and casually remarked, "Make way." Is that Lord Byron? The burly white-haired elder, Tang Xiong, obediently stepped aside, refraining from interrupting the interaction between the young man and the female mage. Byron. Dongbo Shuiying quickly recognized him. See Byron. He is one of the most prominent figures of the younger generation from the Xi family in Qinghe County. At over 50 years of age, he is a Silver Moon Knight, and typically, such individuals can live nearly 200 years. Maintaining a youthful appearance at this age is quite impressive. Due to his relative youth, he harbors significant potential to reach the title level in the future, thus holding a high status within the Xi family. The Xi family wields immense power in Qinghe County, capable of declaring guilt at will. Hence, even Tang Xiong, a fellow Silver Moon Knight, felt compelled to flatter him, as offending the Xi family is unwise. Apprehending a Silver Moon Knight for any trivial reason is a minor affair for them. Only those who have ascended to the title level possess the strength to overwhelm the mundane. And only families that have achieved title level can engage in conversations with the Xi family on more equal terms. The cold young man then sat closely beside the female mage, leaning in. Jingqiu, why do you always avoid me? Your actions truly sadden me. With a flick of her gaze, the blue-robed female mage stood and departed her seat. However, the hall was rather confined. After a brief glance, she moved to sit beside Dongbo Shuiying, leaving a space between them. Jingqiu, the cold young man, Xi Byron, approached her, only to notice Dongbo Shuiying beside her. Clearly perceiving him as an obstacle, he frowned and said coldly, "Make way." Dongbo Shuiying, holding a cup of tea, took a sip and completely ignored him. Xi Byron's expression darkened instantly. Humph. He scoffed disdainfully. Ha, has everyone arrived? A hearty laughter echoed as a bald elder in a red robe entered the hall. Chapter 39, The Subforum Humph. Very well. Xi Byron lowered his voice and inquired of the elderly man beside him, Old Liang, who is this young man? By his appearance and the long spear he carries, he must be Dong Boshwering from Yishui City, the black-haired elder replied in a hushed tone. He should only be 22 this year. At the age of 15, he single-handedly annihilated the Curved Blade Alliance. Given that he dares to undertake this task, he must be at the Silver Moon Knight level. 22? Xi Byron felt increasingly displeased. Having crossed 50, he now faced a 22-year-old Silver Moon Knight, which naturally irked him. Humph. Xi Byron snorted disdainfully at Dongbo Shuiying and then took a seat beside him, followed by the black-haired elder. As the 5 experts gathered, the bald elder in a red robe scanned the group, observing Xi Byron, the black-haired elder, the white-haired burly elder Tang Xiong, Dongbo Shuiying, and the green-robed sorceress Yu Jingqiu. I am Yuan Wu, the master of Longshan Tower in Qinghe County. The red-robed bald elder announced with a smile. I trust many of you have heard my name, though today is the first time I meet Mage Jingqiu and Dongbo Shuiying. Yu Jingqiu and Dong Bo Shuing exchanged polite smiles. Master Yuan, please proceed with the task, Si Bai Rong interjected boldly. Not so fast. The red-robed bald elder's tone suddenly turned icy. Before we discuss the mission, I must outline the fundamental rules. Firstly, all information regarding the task, including details about your companions, must remain confidential. Any leaks could lead to retaliation against your partners, which is strictly prohibited by Longshan Tower. If anyone deliberately discloses information and is discovered, no one will be able to save you. Secondly, this is the most challenging task among the Black Iron level missions. There are no guarantees of safety. You will face life-threatening dangers. If you perish, do not blame anyone but yourselves. I share these 2 points in advance. If you cannot accept them, you may leave now. The red-robed elder's gaze swept across the 5 before him. None of Dong Bo Shuing and the others rose to depart. Master Yuan, we are all aware of the rules. The white-haired, burly elder Tang Xiong responded with a smile. It was merely Dong Bo Shuing's youth that displeased him. Very well. The red-robed, bald elder nodded. Since you all understand the potential for peril and the necessity of confidentiality, I will now provide the details of the mission. Dong Bo Shuing, Yu Jingqiu, and the others, including Si Bai Rong, leaned in attentively. The mission is of such gravity that it could cost you your lives. The objective is to destroy the family castle of the foremost clan in Chutai City within Qinghe County, the Lu family, and to eliminate their patriarch, Lu Huairu. The red-robed bald elder declared. Lu Huairu? A meteor-level mage? It is said the Lu family also has 3 or 4 meteor-level knights. With such strength, do we truly require the combined efforts of all 5? And how can there be a life-threatening danger? Si Bai Rong questioned skeptically. What? The expressions of Dong Bo Shuing, Yu Jingqiu, Si Bai Rong, Tang Xiong, and the black-haired elder Liang Yong all changed drastically. Evil gods and demonic deities? In the entire empire, only the Earth Temple is legitimate. All others are deemed evil gods and demons. Even the founding emperor of the Longshan Empire did not establish temples to propagate faith. Yet, those malevolent deities who dare to infiltrate this world are indeed formidable, and no one can afford to be careless. Any matters concerning these dark gods must be approached with utmost caution. Here lies but a branch of one such dark deity in our Qinghe County, and the known formidable beings are merely a few meteor-level entities, posing a relatively low threat. Thus, we have dispatched you 5 to investigate. Master Yuan Wulo stated, you are already aware of your mission. Should you hesitate now? You will be confined within Longshan Tower until the task is concluded. Is there any dissent? Master Yuan Wulo gazed at the 5 individuals before him. Are there any Silver Moon or titled-level beings within the Lu family castle? Yu Jingqiu inquired. None have been discovered thus far. Master Yuan Wulo replied. There may be hidden forces, but it is unlikely there are any titled-level entities. Such power is exceedingly rare and would not be squandered on a mere branch. Those dark gods ultimately lurk in the shadows. Si Bai Ronglian remarked to Yu Jingqiu. It is improbable they would indulge in the luxury of assigning a titled-level being to a single county. If there are no objections, we shall depart now, Master Yuan Wulo declared. We at Longshan Tower will provide a flying vessel to convey you. Si Bai Ronglian added, Jingqiu, this mission is quite perilous. As a mage, it is advisable for you to stay close to us. We shall ensure your safety. Yu Jingqiu furrowed her brows. Deep down, she harbored disdain for Si Bai Rong, who persistently pursued her, yet her family resided in Qinghe County, and she was reluctant to create a rift with the Si family. Dong Bo Shuing, carrying his weapon case, had already begun to stride out, and Yu Jingqiu followed suit. Not even a decent storage treasure, and yet he carries a weapon case, Si Bai Rong scoffed. Within the territory of Chutai City, a magnificent castle sprawls across the plains, occupying over 3 miles, even larger than Dong Bo Shuing's Shuesher Castle. This is the Lu family castle. The castle consists of an outer fortress and an inner fortress. The inner fortress, shaped like an octagon, resembles a monstrous creature lying in wait. It was meticulously designed and arranged by Lu Huairu, replete with intricate traps and magical formations. The closer one approaches the castle's base, the more perilous it becomes. My Lord Divine Envoy, are you satisfied with the preparations of these maidens? Lu Huairu inquired with a beaming face. Reclining nearby was a monstrous, brawny man. This man was extraordinarily robust, with a waist as thick as a barrel, standing at an imposing height of approximately 2 meters and 45 centimeters. His arms were as thick as an ordinary man's thighs, his beard as rigid as steel needles. His eyes drooped slightly, yet when opened, They emanated a terrifying pressure that made the air around him tremble. The maidens nearby quaked in fear. Moderate at best, the monstrous man replied indifferently. What? Do I sense that you are afraid of me? The power of the divine envoy is overwhelming. I am merely in awe. Lu Huairu responded hastily. Indeed, indeed. Rest assured. My lord divine envoy, I shall procure a female mage for you without delay, Lu Huairu continued. Go on, and do not linger before my eyes. The monstrous man said dismissively. Chapter 40. Intimidation and threat on a vacant patch of grass at Longshan Tower in Qinghe County, a silver-white flying vessel, approximately 20 to 30 meters in length, lay anchored, adorned with intricate magical patterns. Let us board the vessel, instructed Master Yuan Wu, leading Dongbo Shuiying and his companions toward it. What a magnificent flying boat, exclaimed Dongbo Shuiying, his eyes sparkling with wonder. This was his first encounter with such a vessel. Previously, he had only heard tales of them. It was said that alchemical flying boats cost no less than 200,000 gold coins each, typically reserved for formidable title-level warriors or major factions. With a bemused glance at Dongbo Shuiying, Si Bairong remarked, Master Yuan. This alchemical flying boat is crafted entirely from silver gold, and the cabin is composed of exquisite glass. It must cost around 500,000 gold coins, I presume. Ah. But while your Sea family needs to procure from various alchemical masters, our Longshan Tower received this directly from the central branch, incurring no monetary expense. Moreover, this vessel was forged by the alchemical masters within our provincial headquarters, significantly reducing costs. I estimate it to be merely 300,000 gold coins, replied Master Yuan Wu with a smile. Si Bairong, undeterred by his miscalculation, expressed admiration. Impressive. I am considering purchasing an alchemical flying boat. Can I acquire one from Longshan Tower? Certainly, although the price will be comparable to those available elsewhere, Master Yuan Wu chuckled. It is impossible to provide it at cost. The alchemical masters must also profit. Thud, thud, thud. Meiju Jingqiu, harboring a strong aversion to Si Bairong due to his frequent displays of arrogance and familial pressure, was the first to board the vessel. To her, such ostentation was merely a demonstration of his ability to afford the boat. Having trained under a transcendent archmage, she aspired to attain the same extraordinary prowess. True strength lay beyond mere showmanship and family influence. Such shallow pursuits were beneath her. Thud, thud, thud. Dongbo Shuiying followed suit, leaving Si Bairong without a target for his boasting. Accompanied by his guard Liang Yong and the ever-loyal Tang Xiong, he too ascended aboard the vessel. Safe travels. Master Yuan Wu called out from the grass below. Whoosh. The flying vessel swiftly ascended, climbing higher until it reached an altitude of over 1,000 meters before speeding away into the distance, soaring ever higher and further until it vanished beyond the horizon. Inside the vessel, the entire cabin was constructed of transparent glass, allowing for a clear view of the surrounding scenery, with hints of color glimmering within the glass. Truly a breathtaking sight. The two skilled pilots from Longshan Tower turned to address Dongbo Shuiying and his companions. One, clad in silver armor, asked, Are you all heading to the Lu family castle in Xutai City? Do you plan to strike at night or during the day? If you prefer daytime, the vessel can reach its destination in just 2 hours at maximum speed. Alternatively, if you wish to proceed at a more leisurely pace, we can arrive by evening. There is little difference between day and night assaults, replied Yu Jingqiu, her voice melodious. Lu Huairu is a meteor-level mage and an alchemical expert. Given the secrecy surrounding that location, he has undoubtedly set numerous defensive arrays. Any attempt at infiltration will surely alert him immediately. Jingqiu is a silver moon-level mage. Since she mentioned the existence of a warning spell formation, it is certain that they will be discovered. Si Bairong suggested that, since discovery is inevitable, they should attack during the day. The sooner, the better. We are not in a hurry. Let us wait until dusk, Yu Jingqiu remarked. During the evening, the soldiers of the family castle would be changing shifts or preparing for dinner, thus becoming considerably more relaxed. The daytime was relatively strict, while the night, influenced by darkness, posed greater challenges with hidden traps and spell formations. Jingqiu is indeed clever, Si Bairong commented. Dongbo Shuiying soon exited the cabin and arrived on the deck of the flying vessel. The sensation was distinctly different. The wind on the deck was stronger. However, due to the vessel's design, the wind mostly whistled past above, making it much calmer on the deck compared to the outside. Standing on the deck, gripping the railing and gazing at the surrounding clouds, and the vast earth barely visible beneath them, the scenery was truly beautiful. and Dong Bo Shuang felt a sense of tranquility. Thud, thud, thud. Another person emerged from the cabin and stepped onto the deck. Dong Bo Shuang turned to glance, and the newcomer was none other than the somewhat cold and sinister Si Bai Rong, dressed in splendid attire. Exuding an air of nobility, he approached the railing to admire the scenery. Although I have witnessed it many times, the view from the flying vessel is indeed splendid. Dong Bo Shuang, this is your first experience aboard. I assent it? Dong Bo Shuang chose to ignore him. I know you, Dong Bo Shuang. Hailing from Yishui City. It is said that your parents were captured by the Mo Yang family, and you have a younger brother named Dong Bo Qingshi? Si Bai Rong remarked casually. Dong Bo Shuang furrowed his brow and turned to look at him. In Qinghe County, there is nothing about your Dong Bo family that we, the Si family, do not know. It would be effortless for us to eradicate your minor family. For instance, your family harbors 2 beast men, 1 lion man, and 1 6-armed serpent demon, does it not? Among the beast men, there are many rebellious traitors. We could easily fabricate a reason, claiming that your Dong Bo family is harboring rebellious traitors, and your family would be finished. At that point, you would be rendered powerless, unable to become a knight. Your brother would also lose his magical abilities, destined to become slaves. What do you think of that? Si Bai Rong spoke with an air of casualness. Yet his words carried a venomous threat. Normally, Dong Bo Shuang would dismiss such remarks from the scions of prominent families. But Si Bai Rong's words ignited a flame of anger within him, especially regarding his brother. He had watched his brother grow up, nurturing him with care. And the suggestion of his brother becoming a slave was intolerable. Si Bai Rong, Dong Bo Shuang began. Si Bai Rong, he repeated coldly. Has no one told you that you are a fool? Si Bai Rong was taken aback. You were the fool. Even a 3-year-old is smarter than you. Dong Bo Shuang retorted icily. We are heading to Chutai City to confront an evil deity's cult in our Qinghe County. Even with the 5 of us joining forces, there remains a risk to our lives, and at such a moment, you foolishly threaten me? You dare to intimidate me? Even if I temporarily acquiesce, I would undoubtedly harbor resentment. At the time of the assault on the Liu family castle, I might betray you at a critical moment. And you may very well lose your life. Even if you truly intend to intimidate and threaten me, it would be prudent to wait until the mission concludes. Your current threats serve little purpose other than to incite my resentment towards you. Dong Bo Shuang furrowed his brow and questioned whether you were indeed a fool. You. Si Bai Rong's expression darkened. Are you truly unafraid of me? Do as you please, but be prepared to face the consequences, which may not unfold as favorably as you envision. Dong Bo Shuang turned and strode towards the cabin, weary of engaging in further meaningless dialogue with this fool. This mission was originally intended for him to amass experience. After this endeavor, he would proactively seek to apply for a bronze order to undertake bronze-level tasks. It is essential to understand that the authority possessed by those of title-level prowess is fundamentally distinct. Institutions like the city guards hold no power over him. In truth, even if they wished to act against him, mere mortals would find it exceedingly difficult to threaten someone of title-level might. Thus, even if one were to commit a crime, judgment would be rendered by the Longshan Tower. Therefore, the Si family cannot threaten title-level warriors, as those of such standing are entitled to equal dialogue among themselves. Si Liang Hong is undeniably a formidable presence, ranking around 500 on the Longshan list, and there is no necessity for conflict. Dong Bo Shuang does not desire enmity with Si Liang Hong. You. Si Bai Rong glared at Dong Bo Shuang's retreating figure. His teeth clenched in fury. How dare he disregard me? How dare he? Very well, I shall remember this. Once the mission concludes, I will certainly. Si Bai Rong's expression shifted abruptly. This accursed brat Wu Ti actually betray me during the mission, would he? Chapter 41. The arrival one must not grant him any opportunity. Old Liang should remain at my side at all times. Si Borong felt a genuine sense of apprehension regarding this young man, Dong Bo Shuang, who might undermine him during their mission. For the time being, I shall spare this lad, choosing not to confront him now. Once the mission concludes, however, he shall witness my retribution. A Silver Moon Knight at the tender age of 22? The gap between a Silver Moon Knight and a title level is but a single step, yet that step resembles a chasm. Transitioning from an ordinary knight to a Silver Moon Knight relies heavily on innate talent and the right resources, along with formidable combat techniques that may offer a chance for advancement. Si Borong, owing to his exceptional talent and the nurturing of his family, ascended to the rank of Silver Moon Knight seamlessly, only to find himself stymied at the Silver Moon level. The journey from Silver Moon Knight to title level demands an immense mental fortitude. One must achieve a state of unity of man and nature to harness the powers of the universe for a breakthrough. Unity of man and nature? Si Borong had been a Silver Moon Knight for many years, as had Tang Xiong and Liang Yong. Yet they remained utterly perplexed by the concept of unity of man and nature. Conversely, the path of the mage diverges significantly. Knights rely on their physical prowess, while mages place a premium on wisdom. Mages must delve into the analysis of nature and the cosmos, studying myriad principles to master various spells. Thus, the mightier the mage, the greater their intellect. Typically, those who attain the rank of Silver Moon Grand Mage possess extraordinary wisdom, which is why Yu Jingxiu captivates so many. Such prodigious talent at a young age, coupled with a relentless pursuit of understanding the natural world, augurs well for reaching the state of unity of man and nature in the forthcoming century of life. For mages, the mastery of unity of man and nature arises from rigorous study. However, for knights, achieving such unity proves to be a formidable challenge. Many knights are rather unsophisticated, entirely unaware of how to attain unity of man and nature. Therefore, although Dong Bo Shuiying is acknowledged as a 22-year-old Silver Moon Knight, he is clearly not held in the same regard as Yu Jingxiu. Most presume that Dong Bo Shuiying's ascent to Silver Moon level was merely a product of his physical gifts, allowing him to progress without hindrance. Though Dong Bo Shuiying's marksmanship has reached the level of mastery, with an innate understanding of the art, he has spent over 6 years residing in a bamboo hut on the back mountain, contemplating the essence of nature. His technique has grown increasingly simple and natural, yet he has yet to achieve the state of unity of man and nature. Nevertheless, his formidable physique endows him with the peak strength of a title level. Once his bloodline power erupts, his strength will double, placing him among the foremost even within the title level. Jingxiu. Si Borong approached Yu Jingxiu. Is there something amiss? Yu Jingxiu, who had been sitting in quiet meditation, opened his eyes. Exercise caution when assaulting the Liu family castle, especially concerning that Dong Bo Shuiying. He is too young and impulsive. I fear he may engage in sabotage. Si Borong lowered his voice. You shall follow me and old Liang. We shall ensure your safety. Why would he resort to sabotage? Yu Jingxiu inquired, perplexed. Just be cautious, Si Borong replied, not elaborating further before departing. Yu Jingxiu furrowed his brow slightly. Glancing at the distant Si Borong and then at the black-clad youth, Dong Bo Shuiying, who sat cross-legged nearby, murmuring to himself, they both went out to the deck earlier. Could there have been a conflict? Observing Dong Bo Shuiying, it is evident that he is not a reckless individual. One can only hope that this mission proceeds without unforeseen complications. She felt a subtle sense of apprehension. Dong Bo Shuiying sat cross-legged, his heartbeat gradually slowing, his breath becoming more measured, yet his awareness of the world around him sharpened. He could distinctly sense the presences of Yu Jingxiu, Tang Xiong, Si Borong, Liang Yong, and the two individuals piloting the flying vessel, each aura remarkably clear, even perceiving the fierce winds outside. His mind was tranquil, as calm as a still lake, reflecting the natural world beyond. As twilight descended, the silvery flying vessel continued its flight through the mist. Finally, Dong Bo Shuiying returned to a normal breathing rhythm, his blood flow stabilizing as he gazed outside, noticing the vessel's speed was evidently decreasing. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We will soon arrive at the Liu family's castle, announced a member of the Longshan building crew piloting the vessel. Is it time? A battle approaches. They all rose, each facing the imminent confrontation with varied emotions. Si Borong, embarking on such a perilous mission for the first time, had brought along a Silver Moon Knight from his family as a guard, feeling both anxious and eager to showcase his prowess before Yu Jingxiu. In contrast, Tang Xiong remained composed. A seasoned elder of over 160 years who had weathered numerous storms, Liang Yong exercised caution, intent on safeguarding Si Borong. Yu Jingxiu, although nervous as it was her first mission, maintained her composure, her magician's temperament allowing her to face everything with serenity. As for Dong Bo Shuiying, a being of titled power, he felt no trepidation, only curiosity regarding the Liu family castle. The five of them approached the deck, overlooking the grand castle below. The flying vessel was now merely 300 meters above, yet the vessel's protective array obscured it with mist, rendering it invisible to those below. Shortly, I shall cast a spell to envelop you all. We will leap down and silently infiltrate the Liu family castle, Yu Jingxiu declared. If we can penetrate stealthily and eliminate Liu Huairu, it would be ideal. Very well, I shall follow Jingxiu's lead, Si Borong responded first. It is fortuitous to have a silver moon-level mage accompany us, Tang Xiong added with a smile. With a clang, Dong Bo Shuiying unsheathed 2 segments of his weapon from the case on his back, assembling the Snowfall Divine Spear. Si Bai Rong, noticing this, smirked and brandished a 2-handed sword. All were poised, ready for combat at a moment's notice. Clad in a flowing azure robe, Yu Jingqiu grasped her staff, and suddenly, a whirlwind enveloped the gathered individuals. We descend now, she instructed. Let us go, they echoed. With synchronized resolve, the 5 leapt from the flying vessel. Their formidable abilities ensured that the fall from such heights posed no danger, while the whirlwind primarily served to guide their landing and maintain their concealment. Dong Bo Shuiying gazed downward as they descended, guided by the swirling winds toward the rooftops of the Liu family castle's inner stronghold. The entire inner fortress resembled a bizarre octagonal creature lying in wait. A gust began to stir below, howling and sweeping up leaves and grass, causing some of the castle's soldiers to struggle to keep their eyes open. With a swift motion, the 5 of them, aided by the whirlwind, silently landed upon the rooftop. Let us proceed inside, commanded Si Bo Rong, wielding his great sword, brimming with martial fervor. Suddenly, the vast expanse of the inner fortress roof illuminated with a blinding crimson glow, casting light upon Dong Bo Shuiying and his companions, leaving them utterly exposed. Intruders! A chilling voice resonated from within the castle, reverberating through every corner of the stronghold. Eliminate them from the rooftop. The outer castle walls were teeming with patrolling soldiers, and numerous guards stationed throughout the inner fortress quickly took notice. Over 200 star-breaking crossbows were aimed at their position. The Liu family was fortified by a meteor-class great mage proficient in alchemy, alongside 4 meteor-class knights. Such formidable strength ensured well-equipped castle soldiers. We have been discovered, remarked Tang Xiong. Discovered, and what of it? We shall simply eliminate them all. Si Bo Rong retorted with a cold smirk. We are targeting the Liu family. Your attempts to thwart us are merely a path to your own demise, said Yu Jingqiu, holding her staff. Her voice was melodious yet icy, echoing throughout the castle. As she spoke, a wave of frosty air enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature to plummet drastically. Thick frost formed upon the ground, encasing the earth in ice. The vast Liu family castle transformed into a grand fortress of frost, and the soldiers found themselves encased in ice, trembling uncontrollably. It's so cold. Some soldiers collapsed, shivering on the ground. Exit the realm of frost, and you may survive, otherwise you shall perish in this icy grip, Yu Jingqiu declared, her heart harboring a measure of mercy for the weaker soldiers. Dong Bo Shuiying observed the expanse of ice around him, marveling at the frigid temperature. It was evident that Yu Jingqiu excelled in the mastery of frost. The domain she conjured effectively enveloped the entire castle, and while the temperature had yet to reach lethal levels, her control was undeniably impressive. Of course, prolonged exposure would still result in death. Quick, let us flee. Some of the stronger soldiers began to drag their weaker comrades away, while servants in the castle also sought escape. The 3,000 soldiers under the influence of the frost domain were utterly powerless, retreating in haste, their bodies trembling in the biting cold, fingers numb and devoid of sensation, rendering them unable to operate the star-breaking crossbows. Let us move, urged Yu Jingqiu, staff in hand, as Dong Bo Shuiying and his 3 companions leaped down from the rooftop. Since stealth was no longer an option, they would resort to a direct assault. Humph. A bunch of fools, utterly useless, she scoffed. As Yu Yao observed the soldiers fleeing outside, Lu Huairu let out a cold snort and swiftly dashed along the corridor, making his way towards the hidden depths of the inner castle. It appeared that I must rely on myself and a few guardians. If you choose not to enter, that is your decision. However, should you dare to trespass into the inner castle I have constructed, it would spell your demise. Lu Huairu was brimming with confidence. His intricate traps and arrays, even 3 or 5 Silver Moon Knights would meet their end. Not to mention, a great divine envoy resided here, which only fortified his resolve. Chapter 42. The Demon God Waterstone. This vast octagonal fortress spans an area of approximately 1 to 2 miles, concealing countless mechanisms and traps within its depths. Lu Huairu hides inside, and we must breach its defenses. Si Bo Rong hesitates, gazing at the shadowy corridor that leads deep into the fortress. There are likely numerous traps and formations within, necessitating a knight skilled in survival to lead the way. Dong Bo Shuiying reveals a hint of a smile. Si Bo Rong, clearly torn between wanting to preserve his dignity and fearing danger, makes one wonder how he managed to reach the Silver Moon level. Tang Xiong and Liang Yong remained calm and composed, their gazes fixed upon Yu Jingxiu. To blindly charge in would be tantamount to courting death. Yu Jingxiu's voice, cool and detached, inadvertently instills a sense of calm among them. Although Lu Huairu is merely a meteor-level mage, her proficiency in alchemy undoubtedly means she has set numerous mechanisms and traps. Even a Silver Moon Knight charging in recklessly would struggle to survive. Please wait a moment. I shall cast a spell to scout ahead, she states, gripping her staff as her lips move silently, invoking the incantation. In truth, the chanting of spells by mages serves as a form of self-hypnosis, as some powerful spells are exceedingly difficult to cast without such mental fortification. For lesser spells, however, one can often force them into existence without the need for incantation, as was the case with the Frost Domain earlier, which posed no challenge for Yu Jingxiu. Suddenly, a multitude of ice crystals begins to coalesce before them, swiftly forming a colossal ice serpent, coiled and measuring over 20 meters in length. Its crystalline body glistens, and its raised head exudes a chilling malevolence. The intangible aura emanating from it instills a sense of trepidation in Si Borong, Tang Xiong, and the others. The fifth-tier spell, Ice Serpent. Dong Bo Shuiying nods inwardly. This spell-less serpent possesses no vital points and boasts strength surpassing that of an ordinary Silver Moon Knight, rivaling even the might of a titled level in sheer power. Though slightly lacking in technique, if there were 10 of such serpents, they could potentially threaten a titled level. Yet the unity of heaven and man at that level, coupled with the suppression of natural forces, would render spellcasting nearly impossible. Yu Jingxiu continues to silently chant her incantation while holding her staff. After a while, another equally massive ice serpent materializes beside the first. With limited magical energy and the need to confront unknown challenges ahead, one must exercise caution, she remarks. With these 2 ice serpents, we have sufficient means to forge a path. Ha! With the Silver Moon Archmage accompanying us, I declare it is our good fortune. Tang Xiong exclaims with a smile. The ice serpents possess no vital points. Should we venture forth to scout, we would be risking our lives. Jingxiu is indeed formidable, Si Borong praises. All right, let us set forth. Jingxiu, you shall stand protected among us 4, while Liang and I take the lead, with Dong Bo Shuiying and Tang Xiong bringing up the rear. Earlier hesitant to lead the charge, he now brims with confidence, bolstered by the presence of 2 ice serpents at the forefront. Each time they are struck, the ice serpents gradually lose their icy potency, and when they can no longer sustain themselves, they will shatter completely. Yet, prior to their collapse, they possess no vital points. They can attack fearlessly, unencumbered by the fear of death. Truly terrifying. Dong Bo Shuiying observed from behind, quietly astonished. If given ample time, mages indeed pose a greater threat than knights. The intricate spell formations set by the mages are renowned for their immense power. Mages resemble scholars, delving into the analysis of the universe. Their spells, when cast with sufficient time, can effortlessly obliterate a knight. Should they have a year or more to establish a formidable array, their might would increase exponentially. Conversely, knights exhibit unparalleled valor. They strike with instantaneous ferocity, and the mightiest knights possess a speed that is astonishing. Dong Bo Shuiying himself could cover over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, rendering him nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Such terrifying velocity means that, in the act of assassination, mages would scarcely have time to react. Thus, both mages and knights possess distinct advantages. The ice serpent unleashed a sheer force, nearly on par with legendary beings. While they might appear clumsy in close combat, they excel at dismantling corridors with ease. Accompanied by thunderous roars, numerous walls crumbled, and many traps had no opportunity to activate, as countless formations were disrupted at their very lines. Nonetheless, the inner castle remained remarkably solid. Even with the destruction of certain walls, the castle retained its structural integrity, supported by other walls. With Jingxiu here, we have it much easier. Those mechanisms and traps pose no threat to us, Si Borong chuckled. Do not be complacent, Yu Jingxiu cautioned, gripping his staff as he meticulously surveyed the surroundings. As a formidable alchemist, he recognized the unpredictability of certain traps. Although his ice serpents had successfully crushed and damaged many, he could only assert that over 90% of the mechanisms would be neutralized. Absolute safety could not be assured. Caution was still paramount. Over 90% is more than sufficient, Si Borong replied. Moreover, Lu Huairu is likely not as formidable as you believe. In Changfeng Academy, you encountered truly exceptional masters. Lu Huairu cannot possibly compare. Though he spoke with confidence, his actions revealed a reliance on the seasoned guardian Liang Yong, demonstrating a prudent demeanor. In the concealed depths of the inner castle, within a grand hall, Lu Huairu sat upon a high throne, furrowing his brow. Beside him stood 3 subordinates, each a meteoric knight. Damn it, I did not anticipate that the mage would be of the Silver Moon rank, Lu Huairu lamented. Previously, he had only observed the pervasive frost outside, which had failed to instantly freeze even mere mortals, leading him to underestimate its potency. He had not dared to reveal himself, nor had he seen the faces of Dong Bo Shuiying and his companions, thus remaining unaware of Yu Jingqiu's presence. Master, what shall we do? The 3 guardians inquired, their gazes fixed upon him. What can we do? He replied, frustration evident. 2 ice serpents are wreaking havoc, destroying numerous areas. My formations have been obliterated, and few of the traps have been effective. Even if triggered, they would merely sap a bit of the ice serpent's power. Lu Huairu shook his head, realizing that only one opportunity remained. His inner castle contained certain hidden mechanisms that could serve as lethal surprises. There exist 2 colossal ice serpents, rendering only the most rudimentary and resilient of traps capable of functioning effectively. One such lethal trap lies within the 7th corridor, as Lu Huairu proclaimed. The most formidable trap I have set. However, with those 2 ice serpents standing guard, it seems this trap may only claim the lives of 2 or 3 Silver Moon Knights. Thus, the intervention of 3 guardians is imperative. Once they have been gravely injured by the trap, you shall deliver the final blow. At the most critical moment, the 3 of you, akin to Silver Moon Knights, shall strike. Their demise will be assured. The 3 guardians, responding with utmost respect, retrieved pendants from their bosoms. These pendants could be opened to reveal a small blood-red crystal. In unison, they lifted their heads and consumed the crimson gem, which caused their skin to flush and their vital energy to surge, instigating a transformation within their internal fighting spirit. This precious item, known as the Demon God Waterstone, holds little utility against tidal-level foes. Yet it significantly amplifies the strength of Meteor and Silver Moon Knights, with the enhancement being most pronounced in those of lesser power. Typically, a Meteor Knight consuming this stone can temporarily attain the prowess of a Silver Moon Knight, albeit at the cost of extreme fatigue for 2 to 3 days afterward. Nevertheless, such a treasure that augments one's power is exceedingly rare. As guardians of this division, they each possess but a single gem. Do not lament. Once this endeavor is concluded, we shall surely relocate, and I shall apply to procure another for each of you, Lu Huairu assured. Now, be off and await at the rear of the 7th corridor. At once, the 3 guardians, their complexions flushed, departed. Just then, a behemoth of a man, resembling a monster, strode through a side door, his footsteps causing the entire hall to tremble. Lu Huairu promptly rose in compliance upon seeing him. The monstrous figure casually inquired, "What troubles you?" "Esteemed Lord of the Divine Envoy, it seems we may have been compromised," Lu Huairu reported. Compromised? The hulking figure approached the throne and seated himself, furrowing his brow with a cold snort. "They haven't discovered me, have they? If they had found the Divine Envoy, it would not merely be a few Silver Moon Knights that have come. They would likely have dispatched Si Lianghong and Xiang Pengyun, or perhaps even summoned a transcendent being," Lu Huairu explained. "There are distinctions even among title-level powers. The average title-level individual merely receives a bronze token. Those of greater prowess may rank within the top 3,000 of the empire, and the difference between being listed and not is substantial. Si Lianghong, a blood demon who has lived for centuries, and Xiang Pengyun, known for his ferocity, both rank within the top 500 of the Longshan Empire's title level, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary title-level beings." Chapter 43, The Deadly Trap in the Concealed Corridor at the corner of the 7th hall. 3 guardians stood vigilant with their weapons drawn. "They're coming," whispered a tall guardian, lowering his voice. A thunderous roar echoed from outside, causing the ground to tremble. The slender guardian moved to the front, peering through a viewing hole. He beheld 2 colossal ice serpents advancing, their massive bodies colliding against the walls of the corner hall, causing the ground to buckle and the walls to crack. Such ferocity from the ice serpents. They have destroyed numerous mechanisms and formations, yet fortunately, the traps in the 7th corridor have suffered the least damage, the slender guardian muttered. "Not all traps can be dismantled by the ice serpents. Prepare yourselves. Wait until the intruders enter the hall before activating the mechanisms," instructed the tall guardian. "They are entering now. Heed my command." the slender guardian remarked as he continued to observe. Dong Bo Shui Ing and his 4 companions followed the 2 ice serpents deep within the inner castle, searching for Lu Huairu. The inner castle was octagonal, comprising 8 corner halls. At this moment, they stepped into one of those halls. Si Bo Rong wielded a 2-handed sword alongside the black-haired elder, Liang Yong, as they led the group. Yu Jingqiu, bearing a staff, walked at the center, her body cloaked in a layer of ice armor created by her own frost spells. Dong Bo Shui Ing and Tang Xiong trailed behind, positioned on either side of Yu Jingqiu. This inner castle is quite extensive. Where could Lu Huairu be hiding? Si Bo Rong expressed his impatience. Patience, replied Yu Jingqiu. We must thoroughly investigate every area. The entire inner castle is octagonal, and we have already examined 6 halls. This will be the 7th. Once we have scrutinized all 8 areas, if we still have no leads, she must be underground. We shall then descend. We will sift through each location. And with the Dragon Mountain Tower's flying vessels monitoring the area, she cannot escape. Agreed, Si Bo Rong nodded. Suddenly, the ground of the corner hall began to shift ominously, revealing deep pits below, each filled with sharp spear tips. The spearheads glistened with a deep green hue, indicating a potent toxin. The group swiftly evaded, thankful that the earlier destruction caused by the ice serpents had left much of the ground immobilized. They managed to evade to safety. With a resounding crash, the twisted and cracked walls crumbled in an instant, sending a cascade of stones tumbling to the ground, unveiling a multitude of mechanical crossbows hidden behind the walls. These enormous crossbows were interconnected by gears, with countless bolts densely packed, each as thick as a thigh. Upon seeing the bolts, a chill ran through Si Bo Rong, Tang Xiong, and Yu Jingqiu. The sheer size of the bolts, coupled with the mechanical gears that powered them, indicated an immense draw strength. The force of their release would undoubtedly surpass that of the Stellar Breaker crossbow. This is dire. Yu Jingqiu's complexion turned ashen. Defend from all sides. Each of you take a position. The seasoned Tang Xiong and Liang Yong shouted almost in unison, both acutely aware that the moment of life and death had arrived. The sound of crossbow bolts being released echoed ominously, reverberating through the air. Bolts were hurtling towards them from every direction, front, back, left, and right. Moreover, Dong Bo Shui Ing and his companions were all within the hall, with the nearest distance to the bolts being merely a few dozen meters, and some as close as 10. It was far too close. The air was torn asunder by the rushing wind. Hundreds of hefty crossbow bolts converged almost instantaneously, nearly enveloping the entire corner hall. Fortunately, these bolts were part of a mechanism, targeting almost every corner of the hall, and only a handful of the larger bolts would actually strike Dong Bo Shui Ing and his companions. Block! Everyone block! Tang Xiong and Liang Yong shouted in unison. With a swift motion, the black-haired elder Liang Yong wielded a shield in one hand and a battle knife in the other. He managed to deflect one of the bolts with his shield, which absorbed most of the force, sending the bolt flying off course. Nonetheless, he could still feel the impact. If struck directly, even with armor, he would surely suffer grievous injuries and perhaps even death from just 2 or 3 bolts. Clang, clang, clang. The white-haired elder Tang Xiong, now over 160 years old, adeptly wielded a short sword in each hand, perfectly blocking the incoming bolts with grace and experience. Damn it! Damn it! The fellow Silver Moon Knight, Si Bo Rong, was far more flustered. He wielded a 2-handed sword, struggling to fend off the onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. The bolts came hurtling toward him at high speed. Although he was a Silver Moon Knight, his reactions and speed were quick. Yet his swordsmanship proved insufficient against such an attack. Being a Silver Moon Knight merely indicated that his fighting spirit had reached the Silver Moon level. It did not equate to mastery of the 2-handed sword. Although he practiced daily and sparred with skilled family members, he had yet to achieve the unity of man and sword, possessing only a solid foundation that sufficed for general combat. Yet now, in this life-threatening moment, with bolts flying at superhuman speed, there was no time to contemplate how to block each one. He relied solely on instinctive reflexes. No. Cold sweat beaded on Si Bo Rong's forehead as he suddenly cried out, having finally miscalculated in his defense. At that critical moment, a shield suddenly thrust forward, colliding forcefully with one of the hefty bolts, diverting it from its deadly trajectory and sparing Si Bo Rong from harm. The one who intervened was none other than his protector, Liang Yong. The black-haired elder Liang Yong had devoted nearly half of his attention to Si Bo Rong, for he was tasked with his protection during this venture. However, the bolts were simply too swift. He barely managed to react as fatigue took its toll. In his attempts to deflect the incoming bolts, he found himself disoriented. With great effort, he managed to parry 2 bolts with a single blade, but he could not react in time to the third. "Ah!" Liang Yong exclaimed in a low voice, desperately attempting to evade the impending danger. An arrow from a crossbow soared through the air, violently tearing apart his right arm, causing the arm that wielded the battle knife to be severed and sent flying. Blood gushing forth. Soon, the onslaught of arrows ceased, their ferocious attack lasting only a few fleeting seconds. Alas, faced with such a terrifying mechanical crossbow at such close range, Liang Yong, instead of fully defending himself, dared to divert his attention to assist the young master Bai Rong. It was sheer luck that he had not lost his life. Tang Xiong sighed inwardly. Having narrowly escaped peril, Si Bai Rong supported the black-haired elder Liang Yong, whose severed arm bled profusely. Yet, Liang Yong managed to retrieve a ribbon, gritting his teeth to bind the stump of his arm, while the muscles and blood vessels began to contract, slowing the flow of blood. "I am fine. It's merely an arm," Liang Yong asserted. His loyalty was not unwavering. Rather, he was nurtured by the Si family, and his own family depended on them. If Si Bai Rong were to perish, so too would he and his family. Thus, he was compelled to protect Si Bai Rong. If the young master were to fall, he would have to die in battle to prove his worth. Dong Bo Shuang was indeed formidable. Just blocking those arrows had required all of Liang Yong's strength. Yet this young man seemed to handle the onslaught with relative ease. The silver-haired Tang Xiong cast a sidelong glance at Dong Bo Shuang. He had been utterly focused moments ago and had not noticed how Dong Bo Shuang had managed to deflect the arrows. But now the young man's demeanor was remarkably calm and composed. Regrettably, Dong Bo Shuang stood at the rear of the group, while the others were at the forefront. He felt a flicker of murderous intent towards Si Bai Rong, yet held no grudge against the black-haired elder. If the opportunity arose, he might lend assistance, but alas, he was too far back to intervene swiftly. If he were to dash forward at full speed to save them, it would leave Yu Jingqiu in a dire predicament. Yu Jingqiu was positioned in the very center of the formation, being a mage, and could only passively endure the incoming arrows. "Be careful," Yu Jingqiu suddenly exclaimed, having been silently observing the unfolding chaos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures abruptly emerged from behind a mechanical crossbow apparatus, merely a dozen meters away from the group. These 3 figures possessed the strength of Silver Moon Knights, moving with terrifying speed, covering the distance in an instant. "Watch out, Liang Yong," Tang Xiong shouted urgently. "Young master," cried Liang Yong, raising his shield to defend against the attackers. 2 of the guards charged towards them, having discerned their target, among the Silver Moon Knights. Si Bai Rong was the weakest, and with Liang Yong now one-armed, they were the easiest to eliminate. Another guard surged towards the mage Yu Jingqiu. "A powerful mage must be dealt with first." "Stop," Tang Xiong shouted, wielding a short sword in each hand, intercepting the advancing guard. Meanwhile, Dong Bo Shuang, at the rear of the group, brandished his spear and advanced to engage in the fray. "Young master, let's join forces," the one-armed guardian, Liang Yong, urged, holding his shield steadfastly. Si Borong was taken aback, hastily raising the massive double-handed sword in his grip to defend himself. The clashing of metal rang out as the approaching guardian, wielding 2 curved blades, advanced with lightning speed. Clearly, this guardian possessed superior skills, forcing Si Borong to retreat almost instantaneously. At that moment, he scarcely cared for the fate of a mere guard, let alone the life of Yu Jingqiu. He retreated to the back of the formation, leaving others to shield him. In truth, had Si Borong remained calm, he could have withstood the onslaught alongside Liang Yong, as assistance from Dongbo Shuang would soon arrive. However, Si Borong prioritized his own survival, opting to flee. The guardian promptly redirected his attack towards Liang Yong. With one arm wielding a shield, Liang Yong barely managed to withstand one strike from the guardian, but now, besieged, he could not hold on. In a swift motion, a curved blade slashed through, grazing Liang Yong's throat. His eyes widened in disbelief, tinged with regret, yet a flicker of hope glimmered within them. If he were to perish, let it be in battle, and may his descendants be treated well by the Si family. His body slumped to the side. Guardian Liang Yong met his demise, becoming the first casualty of the group. The exchanges between Silver Moon-level experts transpired with astonishing rapidity, akin to a flurry of blades, capable of delivering over 100 strikes within a second. Such speed elucidates the ferocity of their combat, Barely had 3 guardians emerged when Si Borong was forced to retreat. Liang Yong managed to parry only twice before succumbing. With a whoosh, 2 spear shadows sliced through the air, snowflakes cascading around them. Thud! Thud! The 2 guardians who had just slain Liang Yong were still reeling when they felt the oncoming spear shadows. A sharp pain struck their throats, and they instinctively clutched their necks, eyes widening in shock, blood gushing forth. You. They could hardly believe it. The speed of the spear was unfathomable. In an instant, both fell lifeless. The others nearby were struck with terror. In reality, Dongbo Shuiying had mastered the Xianbing spear technique from his predecessor, Gu Yuanhan. Renowned for its swiftness, even in his meteor-level prowess, his spear technique could fell 5th-tier magical beasts like the Shadow Leopard. At this moment, even with minimal effort, he wielded the strength of a Silver Moon-level warrior. Yet, his mastery of spear technique, coupled with the exceptional skills of a transcendent knight, made his speed formidable enough to easily dispatch 2 foes. After all, Dongbo Shuiying had yet to witness anyone else attain the mastery level. Achieving perfect unity of strength is an arduous task. Few have the dedication to train as diligently as he does. Even his father and Zhong Ling could not match his resolve. Such relentless training may seem simple to articulate, but how many can truly accomplish it? Moreover, beyond mere diligence, one must possess intellect. Dongbo Shuiying, guided by the Transcendent Master's spear techniques, was astute enough to repeatedly analyze experiences and refine his skills. Through this solid foundation of improvement, he reached a state of harmony between man and spear, ultimately stepping into the realm of spear mastery. With daily medicinal baths, fervent training, the guidance of extraordinary spear techniques, ample practice partners among the knights of the castle, and a keen mind, all these elements have forged the Dongbo Shuiying of today. Chapter 44, Flee Quickly. What? How could this be possible? The remaining guardian, entangled with Tang Xiong, was taken aback. After slaying the guard Liang Yong, the 3 guardians felt quite confident facing the 3 Silver Moon Knights, one of whom was notably weaker, Si Borong. However, the situation changed dramatically the moment the young man in black drew his gun. Die. With a thunderous roar, the seasoned Tang Xiong, being over 160 years old, suppressed the guardian, whose experience and skill paled in comparison. In a moment of panic, the guardian exposed a fatal flaw. With a swift flick of his short sword, a red dot appeared on the guardian's forehead, and he fell to the ground, wide-eyed. Snow Eagle brothers, what remarkable marksmanship! Tang Xiong laughed heartily, marveling at the crispness and decisiveness of the gunplay he had not witnessed in quite some time. Yu Jingqiu looked at the young man in black with a hint of astonishment. It's a pity Liang Yong fell so swiftly. He didn't have the chance. Dongbo Shuiying shook his head. Humph. Si Borong, standing at the back of the group, wore a grim expression. With the loss of the guard, he had narrowly escaped death, and the young man from the remote place of Ishui City, whom he found quite displeasing, proved to be exceptionally formidable. Suddenly reminded, Si Borong stepped forward and removed the severed arm's ring from Liang Yong. Dongbo Shuiying, Yu Jingqiu, and Tang Xiong all turned to look at him. Having seen much in his life, Si Borong belonged to a prominent family, one with a rich history spanning centuries, filled with both noble and ignoble heirs. Although he possessed a high talent for martial arts, his character was evidently lacking. However, Tang Xiong was reluctant to offend him, for petty individuals can often be the most troublesome and feared. Crack, crack, crack. Yu Jingqiu advanced, releasing a chilling aura that swiftly enveloped and froze the corpse of Liang Qiu, encasing it in a layer of ice. Strange, none of them had any storage treasures. Tang Xiong skillfully searched the bodies of the 3 guardians, puzzled. Logically, most Silver Moon Knights should possess storage artifacts, and they had very few gold notes on them. Lord Borong, do you wish to take these gold notes? Si Borong glanced at the notes, realizing he had not earned any merit in the recent encounter, and thus sought to maintain a semblance of dignity. I did not slay any foes. You can split them with Dongbo Shuiying, Yu Jingqiu suggested. Haha. I'll take 1, you take 2. Tang Xiong handed over more than 50,000 gold notes to Dongbo Shuiying, who accepted them without hesitation. Let us proceed, Yu Jingqiu stated. Naturally, Dongbo Shuiying moved to the front of the formation, with Tang Xiong following closely behind Yu Jingqiu, while Si Borong lingered at the rear. It was evident that he had become somewhat fearful, especially with no guards left. The journey ahead was smooth. They encountered no formidable traps or mechanisms. After thoroughly exploring 8 areas, Dongbo Shuiying and his team began their descent underground, as the inner castle evidently extended to a lower level. As they traversed the stairway corridor, they soon beheld a grand set of palace doors. "Everyone be cautious. I sense a trace of demonic energy," warned Yu Jingqiu, gripping his staff with vigilance. "Indeed," Dong Bo Shuiying responded, now fully alert, for this was the domain of a malevolent god in Qinghai County. The palace doors stood wide open. Two colossal ice serpents, having shrunk considerably, slithered into the grand hall, followed by the four companions of Dong Bo Shuiying. They were taken aback by the sheer size of the hall. The structure was vast, its walls adorned with carvings depicting a malevolent deity that exuded an aura of wickedness. Even these mere engravings instilled a sense of discomfort in Dong Bo Shuiying and his companions. At the center of the hall, there was a throne. Seated upon it was a monstrous figure of a man, exuding an unsettling presence. Beside the throne stood a man with a faint smile, who Dong Bo Shuiying and his companions recognized immediately. It was their target, Lu Huairu. Who would have thought that your three guardians were so inept? Managing to eliminate only one of you with the aid of traps, Lu Huairu remarked with a grin. Under normal circumstances, I would have likely sought refuge through a secret passage. Given the relentless pursuit from Longshan Tower, my chances of escape would have been exceedingly slim. Fortunately, I find no need to flee now. Yu Jingqiu, wielding a staff, along with Si Borong and Tang Xiong, fixated their gazes on the monstrous man upon the throne. Each felt a profound sense of threat emanating from him. Who is he? Dong Bo Shuiying pondered, sensing the formidable menace of the figure. Wasn't Lu Huairu supposed to be the leader of this branch? Yet here he stood deferentially by the side of this even more imposing man, surpassing even his Uncle Tong in stature. A silver moon mage, Tang Xiong suddenly exclaimed, recalling a figure he had not thought of in over 80 years, a notorious entity long vanished from history. Run. Without hesitation, Tang Xiong turned and dashed towards the exit like a streak of light, urgently shouting, "Hurry! We must escape!" What? Si Borong and Yu Jingqiu were startled. Bewildered by his sudden flight before any confrontation had even begun, causing a ripple of anxiety to wash over them. Attempting to flee? Harmony of heaven and man. Si Borong's face turned ashen, nearly paralyzed with fear. Yu Jingqiu's expression also reflected sheer terror. The monstrous man on the throne casually broke off a piece of metal from the armrest and hurled it with incredible speed. In a flash, the metal transformed into a streak of light, surpassing the speed of sound. Tang Xiong, oblivious to the impending danger, was struck. The metal pierced through his skull with a sickening sound. He stumbled forward, eyes wide, propelled by inertia for several steps before collapsing with a thud. Meanwhile, Lu Huairu gently activated a mechanism beside the throne. Boom, boom, boom. The massive gates of the hall slammed shut in succession, sealing off any chance of escape. A being of tidal rank? How could there be a tidal-ranked existence here? Si Borong's face drained of color, engulfed in confusion. How could a malevolent divine entity in Qinghai County manifest such a powerful being? This revelation left even the usually composed Yu Jingqiu in a state of panic. A tidal-ranked existence? The mastery over the forces of nature rendered her completely unable to summon any external power, preventing her from casting formidable spells. As for casting spells solely through the innate magical power within one's body, their potency diminishes by 1,000-fold or more. It merely amounts to a trifling tidal-level tickle. True spells require the invocation of the forces of heaven and earth to wield significant strength. The beautiful sorceress, do not resist. I never anticipated that this location would be exposed, and before my departure, I would encounter a silver moon-level sorceress so young. How fortunate I am. You shall obediently accompany me, and I will cherish you well. The monstrous man proclaimed, confident in your wisdom to understand the necessary choices. As for those two men, they are utterly useless. It is best to eliminate them, the monstrous man said, grasping a piece of metal. Spare me. With cold sweat pouring down his forehead, Si Borong fell to his knees, pleading, my lord, spare my life. Please, let me live. This esteemed sorceress, Yu Jingqiu, is merely 25 years old and the pride of our Qinghai County. She will undoubtedly comply with your wishes. I am Si Borong, a member of the Si family. I implore you to spare my life. As he spoke, he turned to Yu Jingqiu and urged anxiously, Jingqiu, you should know how to choose wisely. Following a tidal-level existence would not tarnish your honor. Moreover, resisting will lead to death, and we shall all perish. Only by surviving can there be hope. Death brings nothing but oblivion. Humph. Yu Jingqiu cast a cold glance at Si Borong before raising her gaze to the monstrous man seated upon the distant throne, coming to undertake the task from Longshan Tower. It is well known that one faces life and death peril. I had long since prepared for death. Since luck has led me to encounter an unexpected tidal-level entity, I bear no resentment. I can only lament my misfortune. However, if you wish for my servitude, dream on. Yu Jingqiu declared, having accepted the inevitability of death with composure. Yet, she felt a profound sense of unwillingness. She had worked tirelessly to reach this point, analyzing and studying the forces of nature, confident that she would one day attain tidal-level status, yet now it seemed all was for naught. You truly disappoint me, however. The corpse of a sorceress is still a fine collectible, the monstrous man remarked. Si Borong remained kneeling as Yu Jingqiu, staff in hand, fixed her gaze upon him. Her heart heavy with despair. Who would have thought? What was initially meant to be a mere black iron level task to gain some experience had led me to encounter a tidal level existence. The voice of Dongbao Shuiying suddenly echoed. Chapter 45. The Great Collision. In a state of despair, Yu Jingqiu was suddenly startled by the words of Dongbao Shuiying beside her. She turned her head to look. Previously, Dongbao Shuiying had always concealed his presence, having spent years comprehending the natural world, appearing utterly unremarkable. Yet at this moment, as his battle intent surged, it was evident to all that the young man in black had transformed entirely. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and an invisible aura emanated from him, exuding a terrifying sharpness. This was the brilliance of a true powerhouse, typically sheathed, but capable of causing one's heart to race when unleashed. Dongbao Shuiying dared to utter such words. Could he possibly contend with a being of legendary status? Yu Jingqiu found it hard to believe. She had heard he was merely 22 years old, 3 years her junior. How could someone so young possibly rival a figure of such renown? Moreover, she sensed no power over the heavens and earth emanating from him. The air around them distorted and warped. An intangible pressure still enveloped the area, a testament to the monstrous man seated upon the throne's dominion over the elements. In Yu Jingqiu's perspective, if Dongbao Shuiying were also a legendary being, he should be able to manipulate the forces of nature, and their powers should be clashing by now. This Dongbao Shuiying had lost his mind. Completely engulfed in fear of death, Si Baorong turned to Dongbao Shuiying, disbelief evident in his eyes. Did he truly dare to provoke a legendary being? Could he possibly be one himself? Surely, he was merely posturing before his demise, an act that would only lead to a more tragic end. The monstrous man on the throne, however, gripped the armrest and scrutinized the young man in black below, a wide grin revealing his sharp teeth. How amusing, little one. Since you are so eager to court death, enough with the banter. Dongbao Shuiying declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Come forth and show me your true strength. Should you be weaker than I, death is your only fate. Such arrogance. The monstrous man's gaze turned icy. Boom. An invisible force of nature instantly bore down upon Dongbao Shuiying, akin to the oppression previously exerted upon Tang Xiong. Is this all the pressure of the heavens? Dongbao Shuiying scoffed coldly. The oppressive force of nature has its limits. It may be uncomfortable for a meteor-level knight, and it significantly diminishes the strength of a silver moon knight. Yet for one whose physical prowess has reached the pinnacle of legendary status, the threat posed by this force was markedly diminished, amounting only to a mere 1,000 pounds of pressure at any given moment. One stood in the grand hall, the other seated upon the throne, their gazes colliding. Let me see what you are truly capable of, the monstrous man declared, flipping his hand to reveal a black crescent-shaped dart, a favored weapon in his arsenal. The earlier incident of shooting through a silver moon knight's skull with a metal block was merely a result of their vast disparity. With a swift motion, the monstrous man hurled the crescent dart with incredible force. Whoosh! He unleashed a barrage of darts, each one flying forth at supersonic speed, tracing swift arcs through the air, distorting it into an indistinct blur that made them difficult to perceive. Darts, you say? Then let us engage in a few exchanges. In Dongbao Shuiying's eyes, a fierce battle intent ignited. This was his inaugural encounter with a being of tidal-level prowess. With a swift motion of his right hand, a short spear materialized, and he unleashed it with explosive force. Boom! The spear, heavy and menacing, tore through the air with a terrifying shriek. The monstrous figure, a colossal man, changed countenance upon hearing the sound. The spear was too swift for him to draw his weapon in time to intercept. He immediately propelled himself aside to evade the oncoming projectile. Bang! The spear struck the throne, forged entirely of metal, causing it to shatter completely, while the spear's tip penetrated deep into the wall behind it. Dongbao Shuiying too was dodging the bizarre black crescent darts, wielding the flying snow divine gun in one hand, occasionally parrying the incoming threats. As a master marksman, it was a trivial task for him to deflect the flying darts. Boom, boom, boom. Donghua Shuiying continued to conjure short spears from his storage space, unleashing them with relentless force. The oppressive power of the heavens had minimal effect on a being of peak tidal-level strength when casting his spears. One spear whizzed past the monstrous man, crashing into the wall. The incessant barrage of black crescent darts, swift and uncanny, aimed at Donghua Shuiying, were deftly avoided, embedding themselves deeply into the wall. This. Si Borong was left speechless. Is this the might of a tidal-level being? Yu Jingqiu also felt the weight of pressure. At that moment, the two formidable entities merely exchanging hidden weapons instilled a sense of dread within them. The blurred movements of the monstrous man rendered him nearly invisible, making it difficult for them to perceive his actions. Meanwhile, although Donghua Shuiying's movements were minimal, his form also became indistinct within a few meters. Their inability to discern his evasion technique was disconcerting. As for the hidden weapons, whether the terrifying short spears or the eerie, swift crescent darts, they likely couldn't evade a single one. By the grace of the demon god above, how could he be this formidable? Lu Huairu's face turned pale with fear, as he had already discreetly hidden behind a statue within the great hall, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. The clash of two tidal-level beings. Even a mere gust of their power could obliterate him, a meteor-level mage. After evading several attacks, the monstrous man revealed two double-bladed battle axes in his hands. These axes were fearsome weapons, their blade surfaces reminiscent of small shields. Gripping one axe in each hand, the monstrous figure executed a simple block, producing a thunderous clang as he deflected a short spear, the sound reverberating throughout the hall. Watch the spear. Donghua Shuiying wasted no words. Knowing the spear posed no threat to his opponent, without hesitation, he surged forward. Whoosh! His body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, covering nearly 100 meters in an instant. Raising his long spear high above his head, he brought it crashing down with furious intensity, channeling all his power into the spear's tip. This forceful strike, built up with ample momentum, was devastating and relentless. Let us see how strong you truly are. The monstrous man grinned savagely, crossing his axes above him in defense. Boom! The long spear collided with the two axes. The monstrous behemoth's expression shifted abruptly. One braced himself to unleash power while the other stood confidently, prepared to endure. He soon found himself at a disadvantage, and without a thought for his dignity, he was compelled to retreat, releasing the force with each step back. With a resounding thud, every backward stride left a deep imprint on the grand hall's floor, the ground around him fracturing under the strain. It was only after retreating over 10 steps that he finally dissipated the force. Immediately following his furious strike, Donghua Shuiying surged forward, transitioning his spear from a furious slash to a direct thrust. The spear, akin to a bolt of lightning, aimed straight for the monstrous man's face. However, the man, sensing a shift, suddenly released the immense pressure he had been exerting on Donghua Shuiying. His body, which had been burdened by the oppressive force, vanished in an instant. This abrupt change was difficult for most to adapt to, yet Donghua Shuiying responded reflexively, his muscles and bones adjusting instinctively, remaining unfazed. A master of spear technique, his power was harmonious and complete. He was not easily swayed. Damn it! Such mastery at such a young age? This spear technique is terrifying. The monstrous man realized that the spear's momentum had no effect on his opponent. Comprehending that he was undeniably a master of the spear, it is worth noting that even among those of tidal-level strength, only a select few attain mastery in combat skills. Some achieve a transcendental unity while forging iron, others reach a similar state while painting. This transcendence signifies a state of mind, not a reflection of combat prowess. A master requires extensive, dedicated training coupled with insight. With a whoosh, the spear sliced past him, missing its mark but generating a penetrating force that struck the distant wall of the hall, leaving a deep crater. Open up! Donghua Shuiying, having missed his target, pivoted his waist and unleashed a powerful sweeping motion with his spear. The force of a single strike was enough to sweep away 1,000 troops. Regardless of the axe techniques employed, he would simply sweep through. With a thunderous crash, the spear's shaft collided with the axe blade, unleashing a terrifying sound that sent shockwaves radiating outward. The pressure startled Si Borong, causing him to instinctively envelop himself in protective energy, while Yu Jingqiu maintained his icy armor. Under the force of the shockwave, Sibo Rong stumbled back a step, and Yu Jingqiu's icy armor slowly circulated, fully absorbing the impact. The grand hall felt as if it were ravaged by a howling tempest, stones splintering and debris falling in disarray. The monstrous man staggered backward, eventually colliding with the wall behind him. Dongbo Shuiying also felt the tremor, swaying slightly to the side. Their gazes locked, a palpable intent to kill hanging in the air. Suddenly, the monstrous man erupted into laughter, a deep and resonant sound akin to the roar of a tsunami, causing Yu Jingqiu, Sibo Rong, and Lu Huairu in the distance to instinctively cover their ears. Chapter 46. Forbidden Techniques. Dongbo Shuiying's expression shifted slightly. Despite holding an advantage, the monstrous man before him exuded an unsettling confidence that was decidedly abnormal. Young master of marksmanship, your strength surpasses mine, making it quite a challenge to eliminate you, the formidable figure grinned. In the shadows of the grand hall, Yu Jingqiu, Lu Huairu, and Sibai Rong stood in awe, their gazes fixed on the two powerful beings before them. They were astonished, having witnessed the recent skirmish where Dongbo Shuiying seemed to possess a slight upper hand. This was, in fact, quite reasonable. Dongbo Shuiying's strength was marginally greater than that of his opponent. The latter, however, wielded the heaven and earth power suppression, which effectively neutralized that advantage. Yet, with his extraordinary marksmanship, the profound ice gun technique, and the divine weapon, the flying snow divine spear, combined with the consummate mastery of his skills, Dongbo Shuiying could indeed overpower his adversary. While the opponent possessed formidable strengths in several areas, he ultimately lacked the harmonious completeness of power that Dongbo Shuiying had achieved. This flaw placed him at a distinct disadvantage. Show me your techniques. Dongbo Shuiying commanded coldly, sensing an air of peculiarity emanating from his foe. The man's previously robust frame, reminiscent of a thick water barrel, and arms thicker than an average man's thighs began to shrink before his eyes. In an instant, flesh and bone transformed into a terrifying energy, coalescing into a bizarre black mist that enveloped his body. When the transformation concluded, the divine emissary appeared as a well-built man standing at a mere height of 6 feet. How is this possible? Sibai Rong gasped, eyes wide. The great dark god's forbidden technique, Lu Huairu remarked, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Impressive. Truly worthy of the dark god. They have transcended the understanding of most mages regarding the body, Yu Jingqiu marveled, reflecting on how mages often experimented with the physical form and soul, sometimes creating monstrous beings. For instance, the ancestral figure of the Xi family, Xi Lianghong, had transformed his body into a blood demon to attain prolonged life. Crack, crack, crack. The divine emissary slightly tilted his neck, producing a horrifying sound as the black mist swirled around him like a demon. This is true power, the divine emissary fixated on Dongbo Shuiying. Were it not for the pursuit of such formidable strength, I doubt I would follow the dark god. Young master of marksmanship, behold my current prowess. Quite intriguing, Dongbo Shuiying replied, scrutinizing the black mist enveloping his opponent. So, all that flesh and bone has instantaneously transformed into a source of power? Truly, this forbidden technique bestowed by a deity is remarkable. If I am not mistaken, this form represents your true self, does it not? Indeed, mastering this forbidden technique requires an immense consumption, converting one's flesh and bone into power, the divine emissary casually explained. How many ordinary humans could ever attain such a physique? Dongbo Shuiying nodded in agreement. He too found the situation quite abnormal. While some exceptionally tall individuals might reach heights of 8 feet, they were typically slender. As for someone who was both tall and extraordinarily robust, he had yet to encounter such a creature in Qinghe County. Is it over? Yu Jingqiu expressed her concern. This is madness. 2 terrifying maniacs. Sibai Rong quavered. The divine emissary will surely triumph. Lu Huairu's confidence only grew stronger. At this moment, dark currents enveloped the surface of his body, akin to the harbingers of a malevolent deity, instilling a profound sense of dread and trepidation within them. Excellent, truly excellent, Eastbo Shuiying suddenly proclaimed. I found your earlier display rather lacking. It was entirely subdued beneath my might, devoid of any challenge. Now, this is engaging. My inaugural encounter with a title-level adversary should indeed be exhilarating. Otherwise, dispatching you so easily would be utterly unsatisfying. Soon, you shall find your bravado diminished. The deity let out a cold snort, commanding, die. In an instant, he surged forward with even greater speed. while the forces of heaven and earth continually sought to suppress East Bo Shuiying. Since the fluctuations of these forces could not hinder a master of marksmanship, the strategy was to maintain the pressure, thereby diminishing the opponent's strength. Is that so? East Bo Shuiying responded, swiftly lunging forward once more, his hands cleaving downward in a furious strike. With a thunderous boom, the deity abruptly halted, retreating oddly by a step. The long spear of East Bo Shuiying struck the ground with such force that it shattered the very floor of the hall, sending countless debris flying. As the fragments collided with the dark currents enveloping the deity, they were thwarted. With a mocking smile, the deity reveled in his newfound power. Having undergone a comprehensive enhancement in strength and speed, easily evading this attack without even drawing his axes. Yet, the spear, having struck the ground, rebounded with ferocious velocity, thrusting upward with even greater ferocity. So swift. The deity was startled. The techniques of this master marksman interconnected with remarkable rapidity, even flawlessly utilizing the rebound force to unleash more terrifying might. Clang! The deity intercepted with both axes raised before him. The spear tip clashed against the axe surfaces. East Bo Shuiying's body trembled, and in an instant, he spun his spear, transforming it into a multitude of phantoms that descended upon the deity. Snowfall of the profound ice spear technique. Countless snowflakes danced through the air, amidst which glinted the chilling spear tips. Such rapid marksmanship. The deity wielded his axes in quick succession to defend himself. Faster, faster. Even this pace feels sluggish. East Bo Shuiying's eyes blazed with a fearsome combat spirit, as his spear phantoms enveloped the opponent, striking with blinding speed at the head, throat, right leg, right foot, wrist. Different areas were relentlessly assaulted, leaving the deity with no choice but to defend. This speed was unfathomable. East Bo Shuiying was astonishingly swift, his spear phantoms moving too quickly to discern. Was this truly his full strength? He could easily slay me with a single strike. Si Borong was dumbfounded, while Yu Jingxiu found herself breathless. As a grand sorceress of the Silver Moon, she had always taken pride in her magical prowess. Yet today she bore witness to a clash of pinnacle title-level powers. In the face of such strength, what was a Silver Moon sorceress? Even a title-level grand sorceress would need to prepare spells, for an unexpected ambush could prove fatal. Such speed. Everyone present recognized the extraordinary swiftness of East Bo Shuiying's marksmanship. How could marksmanship be this fast? The techniques he had mastered were renowned for their rapidity. When the pinnacle title-level power, the divine weapon of flying snow, and the master of marksmanship converged with the profound ice spear technique, what magnitude of speed could be achieved? This scene before them provided the answer. Ah, the fury of the divine messenger has finally been unleashed. As he skillfully maneuvers, he swings his axe with unrestrained ferocity, channeling all his might into a single, explosive attack. The clash of the spear and axe reverberates through the air, bending the frost god spear wielded by Dong Bo Shuiying, whose design allows for a flexible buildup of force. In the blink of an eye, he utilizes the spear's curvature to launch a fierce counterstrike. Die, die, die. The divine messenger bellows, his dual axes becoming formidable shields as his form diminishes in size, making it increasingly difficult for Dong Bo Shuiying to land an effective blow. With each encounter, Dong Bo Shuiying is compelled to adapt, either forced to retreat or pivot to leverage the momentum of his spear. Though he remains under relentless pressure, he retaliates time and again with a flurry of spear techniques. Blood axe, annihilation of worlds. The divine messenger roars, dark energy coiling around his bloodied weapon. A sense of dread washes over Dong Bo Shuiying as he thrusts his spear, only to find the encircling dark aura smooth yet resilient. Amplify the blood axe's range and power. With a sweeping motion, the blood axe extends its reach further still. Dong Bo Shuiying stumbles backward, shaken by the force. Die. The divine messenger lunges forward with blinding speed, his axe descending with greater intensity. Dong Bo Shuiying, fearing a direct confrontation, narrowly evades the strike. The ground erupts beneath the impact, fissures stretching 30 meters in its wake. The divine messenger, intent on swiftly vanquishing his opponent, unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. Dong Bo Shuiying struggles to keep pace, desperately attempting to deflect the overwhelming force of each blow with his spear. Yet, the disparity in strength proves insurmountable. One violent push sends him crashing into the wall, leaving cracks in its surface. He scrambles to regain his footing, concern etched on the faces of his companions. Yu Jingqiu and Si Bai Rong, who watch in anxious disbelief. Lu Huairu, hidden at a distance, observes the unfolding chaos. Trapped by the sealed gates of the Grand Hall, silently hoping for the divine messenger's victory. As the relentless onslaught continues, Dong Boxuang finds himself increasingly beleaguered. A desperate roll on the ground barely allows him to evade another strike. The gap in their power is glaring. He realizes he must unleash the full strength of his bloodline. In a sudden burst, he propels himself into the air, where a faint crimson aura begins to envelop him. Awakening the primal power within, his eyes glinting with a fierce resolve. Thank you all for taking a moment to cast your votes. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 47. Life and Death perish before me. The divine envoy, possessing an overwhelming advantage, showed no mercy to Dong Boxuang. Charging forward with a pair of axes raised high. In midair, Dong Boxuang swiftly twisted his body, his spear striking out like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair. Whoosh! With a single-handed thrust, the spear flew forth with astonishing speed, aiming directly at the divine envoy's face. Such ferocity and swiftness. The pursuing divine envoy was taken aback by the lethal thrust. How had his opponent's technique accelerated so dramatically? It had not been this rapid before. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively brought his blood-red axes together, as if closing two great gates to block the spear's advance. Clang! The spear tip collided with the axe blade, and though the thrust was executed with remarkable speed and surprise, it lacked the power of sweeping or cleaving attacks. Yet, the divine envoy still felt a tremor reverberate through his axes. You shall be the one to die. Upon landing, Dong Boxuang charged once more at the divine envoy, snowflakes swirling around him as his spear transformed into a phantom of relentless assault. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, 100 spear shadows enveloped the space, faster than before. The divine envoy was momentarily disoriented, instinctively defending himself in a frantic manner. He dared not counterattack. For the speed of Dong Boxuang's spear made it apparent that engaging directly might leave him vulnerable. How could his technique have improved so drastically? Had he been concealing his true strength? Cursed be this young adversary. How could he possess such power? Bang! Following a series of furious thrusts, Dong Boxuang spun his spear and delivered a furious strike toward the divine envoy. The divine envoy met the incoming blow with his blood-red axes, but was immediately met with a surge of overwhelming force that compelled him to stagger backward. Bang, bang, bang. Dong Boxuang alternated between furious strikes and thrusts, his spear moving like a dragon entwined with him, executing a relentless barrage of attacks. The divine envoy found himself continuously retreating, his movements growing increasingly awkward. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Whoosh! The sound of the air being sliced apart filled his ears as a spear tip suddenly pierced through the gap between the intersecting axes. Thud! The divine envoy's eyes widened in shock as his axes clattered to the ground, the noise echoing throughout the grand hall. Gasping, Dong Boxuang withdrew his spear, revealing a gaping wound in the divine envoy's throat, blood gushing forth. He clutched his throat in disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at the young man in black before him, exuding a terrifying aura. Once a mere guardian of a prominent family, he had clawed his way to power, infamous for his brutality, and was even revered as the Blood Axe Knight. He had sacrificed everything for strength. To acquire a superior combat technique, he had slaughtered a team led by a young master of a noble family, torturing them for information. For the sake of the divine weapon, the Blood Axe, he had massacred an innocent family. After being sent to serve his sentence in the Ember World, he was approached by the demon god's minions, who promised to aid his escape and bestowed upon him a forbidden technique. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and chose to betray the entire Xia clan, aligning himself with the demon god to become one of his emissaries. You. The emissary stared intently at Dong Boxuang, and suddenly he noticed the faint crimson aura swirling around the young man in black. So, ancient. His eyes widened in shock, but darkness engulfed his vision, blood gushing from his mouth. The emissary's eyes bulged as he fixated on Dong Boxuang. Remember, my name is Blood. In an instant, his body convulsed, and he weakened, collapsing to his knees before falling flat on the ground. Blood seeping across the floor. A once great hero, a figure akin to a demonic tyrant to mortals, the Blood Axe Knight, Cho Fan, met his demise. The others present were oblivious to his identity, including the temple protector, Lu Huairu, who remained unaware of this emissary's true origins. This was largely due to Cho Fan's evasion after escaping from the Ember World, as the Xia clan relentlessly pursued him, preventing him from revealing any information about himself. The only one who recognized Chou Fan was Tang Xiong, who had lived for over 160 years, but regrettably, Tang Xiong was already dead. As for Dong Bo Shuiying, Yu Jingqiu, and Si Bo Rong, they failed to recognize his identity, for he was a formidable figure from long ago. Did you say blood? Dong Bo Shuiying, unable to comprehend clearly, shook his head slightly as he gazed upon the lifeless body of the emissary. Whoever you were my first encounter with a title-level being, and I shall remember you. With that, Dong Bo Shuiying swiftly removed the 2 rings from the emissary's fingers, both of which were storage treasures easily refined with his fighting spirit. What a vast space, Dong Bo Shuiying marveled. The dimensions of both rings were impressively large, each approximately 3 meters in length, width, and height. Such size was quite significant among storage artifacts. Previously, he had to disassemble his flying snow spear and carry it due to a lack of sufficiently large storage treasures. After all, disassembly required time, which could be detrimental in critical moments. Now, there was no need for disassembly, and he could carry additional short spears as well. A smile crept across Dong Bo Shuiying's face. This was indeed a delightful turn of events. He then began to inspect the contents within the 2 rings: gold tickets, darts, shields, axes, jars, food, and wine. The items were plentiful, considering the 3-meter dimensions, essentially a mobile storage unit. The grand hall fell into silence. Yu Jingqiu and Si Bo Rong, who had been hiding behind a pillar, held their breath as they watched the scene unfold. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, the terrifying emissary, enveloped in black energy, had his throat pierced by a long spear. Dong Bo Shuiying stood nearby, withdrawing his spear. Had Dong Bo Shuiying actually won? Si Bo Rong held his breath. When the emissary unleashed the forbidden technique, and Dong Bo Shuiying's bloodline power erupted, the battle between them became incomprehensible to him. It was simply too swift. Below the title level, one was but an ant in the presence of such might. The title level marks the true beginning of one's journey along their own path, with some of the elite rivaling extraordinary beings. How formidable! This Dong Bo Shuiying is exceedingly powerful. And he is merely 22 years old? Yu Jingqiu was equally astounded, having witnessed numerous young prodigies at the Changfeng Academy, where she herself was lauded as a paragon of excellence. She realized that this Dong Bo Shuiying is the most remarkable genius she has ever encountered, a title-level powerhouse at the tender age of 22. Moreover, just moments ago, he had decisively slain another formidable title-level existence. A sense of admiration blossomed within Yu Jingqiu. In truth, she felt a surge of gratitude as Dong Bo Shuiying had, in a sense, saved her. The esteemed divine envoy, the great divine envoy has fallen? Perished? Lu Huairu, lurking at a distance, was rendered speechless, his heart chilled as he beheld the lifeless body of the divine envoy, bleeding on the ground. The triple gates of the grand hall had already descended, completely sealing off any escape for the intruders. To reopen the gates would take too long, and the powerful beings dispatched by the Longshan Lu, particularly that Dong Bo Shuiying, could undoubtedly eliminate him in an instant. It was over. Lu Huairu had never considered pleading for mercy. As a demon god and the master of the Qing County branch, his status ensured that no one would dare to spare him. Cursed be the Longshan Lu. Lu Huairu cast a venomous glare at the 3 figures outside, and in his hand appeared a peculiar disc. He let out a maniacal, piercing laugh that echoed through the grand hall. Ha ha, let us perish together. Great demon god, I am coming. With that, he abruptly twisted the disc in his grasp. Chapter 48. Are you alright? To assume the role of a sub-forum master is undoubtedly the mark of a fanatic. A grim expression swept across Dong Bo Shuiying's face as he turned his gaze towards the distant Lu Huairu, who appeared utterly deranged, her visage a mask of hysteria. Boom. The vast hall's floor surged violently, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. The pillars within the hall toppled one by one, some shattering under the tremendous force. In a corner of the hall, Yu Jingqiu and Si Bo Rong were both stricken with terror. Focus, focus, focus. Yu Jingqiu had no time to cast any formidable spells. She could only unleash a series of weaker ones in haste. The icy armor she donned was the strongest defense she could muster, capable of withstanding even a Silver Moon Knight's assault for a brief moment. As she instantaneously conjured her spells, a flurry of ice formations emerged before her, their surfaces slanted. Yu Jingqiu took refuge behind the inclined icy surface, clearly attempting to dissipate the dreadful shockwave. Yet, The overwhelming force of the hall's demolition instilled a sense of dread within her. Would she be able to endure it? No, I cannot perish. I must survive. Si Borong's eyes mirrored her fear, and he too crouched behind the icy slope. His gaze fell upon Yu Jingqiu, entirely enveloped in her icy armor. A glint flickered in his eyes as he seized one of her arms and thrust her before him, using her as a shield. The defense of a Silver Moon-level mage could absorb a significant amount of force. Si Borong. Yu Jingqiu's eyes blazed with a mixture of anger and disbelief. Jingqiu, sacrifice yourself for me. I shall safeguard your Yu family, Si Borong declared, completely shielding himself behind her, treating her as a human shield. The icy armor had a self-dissipating effect. Otherwise, a night strike would have easily claimed the life of a mage. It was precisely because the icy armor could absorb the shock that Si Borong deemed Yu Jingqiu the ideal shield. With Yu Jingqiu in front of him, his chances of survival significantly increased, while her fate mattered little to him. Although he had long pursued her for her power and beauty, when confronted with death, he naturally valued his own life above all else. He had yet to live enough. Damn it, Si Borong. Yu Jingqiu felt both astonished and enraged. Initially crouching at the base of the icy slope with her arm raised for protection, she now found herself grasped, rendering her defense inadequate and increasing her likelihood of death. Her fury was palpable. Yet, how could a mere mage hope to break free from the overwhelming strength of a Silverman Knight? To escape the terrifying grasp of that divine envoy only to perish at the hands of Si Borong would be a cruel fate. This is not good. Dongbo swaying instantaneously sensed the earth trembling as it began to erupt. With a swift mental command, a black square shield materialized in his left hand. It was one of the artifacts contained within the divine envoy's storage rings. With a spear in his right hand and a shield in his left, he surged forth like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, he had fully awakened the power of his bloodline. A faint crimson aura enveloped him, propelling his speed to unfathomable heights. As he dashed forward, the hall exploded beneath him, sending a torrent of stones hurtling through the air. Stones, whether large or small, moved with astonishing speed, their impact formidable. Clang, clang, clang. With a shield in his left hand, he deflected numerous stones while the snow-falling divine spear in his right struck fiercely against the colossal boulders and the thundering walls, evading the onslaught as best as he could. Amidst the chaos, Dongbo Shuang dashed to where Yu Jingqiu was hiding behind an icy slope, barely 100 meters away. Despite wielding both shield and spear, he still endured some hits from the stones. The explosive force was omnipresent and relentless. In his haste to reach his destination, he had to withstand some blows with his body. Nevertheless, as a pinnacle figure with a powerful bloodline, bolstered by the protection of battle energy, he could withstand the explosion's impact, suffering only severe injuries at most. A few stones struck him, shattering his protective energy and leaving small holes in his already resilient clothing. But ultimately, Dongbo Shuiying's physical form proved superior. He easily withstood the shockwave. In that moment, Dongbo Shuiying noticed Si Borong shamelessly using Yu Jingqiu as a shield. A flash of cold light flickered in his eyes. How despicable. He seized Yu Jingqiu with one hand and delivered a powerful kick to Si Borong. The latter's eyes widened in shock. With such force, Si Borong was sent spiraling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Although he had grasped Yu Jingqiu's arm before, the icy armor had effortlessly neutralized the force of his grip, leaving her unharmed. Yu Jingqiu stared wide-eyed at Dongbo Shuiying as he swiftly retracted the snow-falling divine spear. He cradled her in front of him with one arm, while positioning the largest square shield behind them to absorb the explosive force. Yu Jingqiu, who had been held by Si Borong as a shield, felt despair as the explosion loomed. Suddenly, a figure clad in black darted through the explosive zone with terrifying speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. To Yu Jingqiu, it appeared as if countless phantoms of Dongbo Shuiying filled her vision. With a shield in one hand and the snow-falling divine spear in the other, his gaze remained calm and sharp, utterly devoid of panic. The detonating boulders and countless flying debris could not impede his advance. In that moment, Yu Jingqiu felt as if Dongbo Shuiying radiated light, resembling a remarkable hero. Her heart surged with emotion. With a powerful kick, he sent Si Borong flying, instantly grasping her and using his chest to shield her, though separated by a layer of icy armor. Yu Jingqiu felt an unexpected sense of security, reminiscent of being in her father's embrace during her childhood. At this moment, Dongbo Shuiying was focused solely on the task at hand, the shield raised behind them. Boom! Countless stones surged in all directions. The force of the explosion amplified by the completely sealed hall. The pressure reverberated within, causing the overhead rocks to collapse. And the walls of the grand hall crumbled under the relentless onslaught of stones, large and small, violently crashing down. No! A piercing scream echoed amidst the tumult. As Si Baorong, clutching a shield, struggled valiantly against the onslaught, only to be violently tossed aside by the force. Subsequently, he was besieged by a cascade of stones, shattering his protective aura, rendering his body even more vulnerable. In an instant, numerous wounds erupted upon him. His head struck repeatedly in rapid succession, and darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to his fate. In the face of such a cataclysmic explosion, survival became an arduous endeavor. Perhaps only the title-level warriors could hope to endure. Humph! Dongbo Shuiying crouched low, shielding Yu Jingxiu with his body, striving to envelop her completely within his protection. His left hand plunged deep into the earth, while his shield was tilted to absorb the force. The ground trembled as an overwhelming wave of impact surged forth. The icy slope crumbled instantaneously, with a deluge of stones crashing against the shield, some even striking Dongbo Shuiying's feet. Humph! With his left hand gripping the depths of the ground for stability, and his right hand wielding the shield to fend off the force, he withstood the onslaught with unwavering might. Under his guardianship, Yu Jingxiu remained unaffected, her head bowed, catching sight of Dongbo Shuiying's powerful hand firmly anchored in the earth. The sight of that resolute hand brought her a sense of reassurance. Be careful! A sudden, urgent voice pierced the air. With a thunderous roar, the grand hall collapsed. Massive stones plummeting from above. Dongbo Shuiying instinctively enveloped Yu Jingxiu entirely with his body, positioning the shield directly overhead. As countless stones rained down, the hall disintegrated entirely. And in a heartbeat, both Dongbo Shuiying and Yu Jingxiu found themselves buried beneath several meters of rubble. Gradually, silence enveloped the outside world. The shield remained aloft. While Dongbo Shuiying and Yu Jingxiu lay beneath, the echoes of the explosion fading into the abyss of darkness. Humph! Dongbo Shuiying furrowed his brow slightly, feeling the weight of debris upon his right leg. However, his formidable physique rendered this merely a flesh wound. Are you all right? Yu Jingxiu inquired with concern upon hearing Dongbo Shuiying's voice. I am fine, he replied calmly. His right arm steadfastly upheld the shield, resisting the enormous weight of the stones above, which must have weighed tens of thousands of pounds. In a moment, I shall clear this debris and we will be free. Chapter 49. Harvest and return in the enveloping darkness. Yu Jingxiu found herself in an extraordinary predicament. Initially, under the oppressive aura of the divine envoy, she had succumbed to despair, preparing to embrace her demise. Yet, the unassuming Dongbo Shuiying emerged, revealing a stunning power that directly vanquished the divine envoy. At that moment, Lu Huairu, in a frenzied act of desperation, chose to perish alongside her, using Yu Jingxiu as a shield, plunging her once more into an almost certain death. And yet, she was saved again. Amidst the darkness, buried beneath a multitude of scattered stones, Yu Jingxiu's heart was awash with a myriad of emotions. With a resounding crash, Dongbo Shuiying summoned his strength, lifting the countless stones pressing upon the shield, sending them soaring into the air. Let us go, he declared, swiftly encircling Yu Jingxiu's waist with one arm, leaping upward in an instant. Simultaneously, the shield struck with lightning speed, delivering multiple blows that sent all falling debris flying away. Cradling the waist of a beautiful sorceress appeared aesthetically pleasing, yet the icy armor enveloping Yu Jingxiu rendered the embrace rather uncomfortable, rigid and frigid, devoid of warmth. Thud! They landed atop a nearby pile of rubble, and Dongbo Shuiying gently set her down. Be cautious, the entire hall could collapse at any moment. And you must not remove your icy armor, he cautioned, his gaze scanning the surroundings where many areas had completely crumbled. The inner castle's first and second levels bore the scars of falling pillars and walls, precariously supporting the stones above. The supporting structures were either leaning or had already collapsed, with stones occasionally tumbling down. For the more formidable knights, these falling rocks posed little threat, yet for physically weaker sorcerers, they represented a deadly peril, necessitating the continuous maintenance of protective spells. Understood, Yu Jingxiu nodded, but before she could finish her thought, Dongbo Shuiying had already darted away, his spear deftly clearing the debris as he evidently sought the bodies. The devastation was such that even the remains of the divine envoy lay in utter disarray. The explosive force was sufficient to obliterate Silver Moon Knights. Without protective aura, Both Tang Xiong and the divine envoy, as well as Lu Huairu, were rendered unrecognizable in their shattered forms. Even Si Borong had not escaped without losing his corporeal integrity. We have located their remnants. Let us depart. Dongbua Shuiying announced as he returned to Yu Jingqiu's side. Very well, she affirmed, stepping alongside him as they made their exit. The hall's walls had been obliterated, and the upper level had collapsed, allowing for an effortless escape. Even in the absence of a clear path, Dongbua Shuiying, a powerhouse of tidal-level prowess, could forge one. Thank you, Dongbua Shuiying, Yu Jingqiu expressed, her voice imbued with gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Had it not been for you, I would surely have perished. In that harrowing moment, it would have been entirely justifiable for Dongbua Shuiying to refrain from rescuing her. It was nothing, merely a trivial matter for me. Yet it meant the difference between life and death for you. In Dongbua Shuiying's eyes flickered a glint of cold light, for he had not anticipated the sheer audacity of Si Bairong, a knight, wielding a mage as a shield. Dongbua Shuiying had indeed witnessed such shamelessness. He was equally astonished by the depths of Si Bairong's depravity. Yu Jingqiu's animosity towards Si Bairong began to dissipate, for the adversary was already deceased. Rest assured, Dongbua Shuiying, I shall refrain from divulging further details regarding Si Bairong. The intricacies of the matter shall remain unspoken, she asserted. Yu Jingqiu believed that since the opponent had concealed his true strength until the pivotal moment, there was no necessity for her to assist in revealing it. Dongbua Shuiying smiled at her. Ah, your foot is bleeding. Yu Jingqiu suddenly noticed the bloodstains on Dongbua Shuiying's leg, remnants of the earlier explosion. Huh. It has long ceased to bleed. The blood has dried. Merely a trivial wound, Dongbua Shuiying replied. As his physical prowess grew, so too did his remarkable healing abilities. That minor flesh wound had completely mended, leaving no trace of a scar upon his skin. The two walked side by side. The man clad in black and the woman in a blue robe, both enveloped in frost-covered armor. It was Liang Yong. After a brief stroll, they stumbled upon Liang Yong's lifeless form. The entire inner castle spanned a considerable area, and the explosion had merely obliterated the underground palace, causing partial collapse of the first and second floors. Overall, the inner castle still retained some semblance of its former glory. At the very least, the corridor where Liang Yong had been was relatively intact. He has left behind a complete corpse, Dongbua Shuiying remarked. The duo soon exited the inner castle, which was entirely encased in ice, while the servants and soldiers had retreated to a safe distance. Dongbua Shuiying and his companion gazed upwards, despite the enveloping darkness. Dongbua Shuiying's formidable vision discerned a flying vessel hovering hundreds of meters above. The silver craft, which had been monitoring from the skies, swiftly descended to land on the open ground before them. Just the two of you? Where are the others? What of Si Bairong? Inquired the personnel from Longshan Tower. They are all dead, Dongbua Shuiying replied, producing 3 storage artifacts. This armlet belonged to Liang Yong, this bracer to Si Bairong, and this ring to Tang Xiong. Please ensure they are returned to their families. All dead? What transpired? The members of Longshan Tower were taken aback. One knight accepted the 3 storage artifacts. Aware that many had perished while undertaking missions for Longshan Tower, it was customary for relics to be returned to their respective families. Naturally, the question of whether comrades might pilfer some treasures remained uncertain. The knight cast a glance at Dongbua Shuiying, but said nothing further. Even if some gold notes and other valuables were taken, there was no evidence to substantiate such claims. In truth, Dongbua Shuiying had not appropriated a single item from the 3 storage artifacts. He had discovered Liang Yong's armlet within Si Bairong's storage treasure. Had it not been for Dongbua Shuiying, Liang Yong's belongings might have fallen prey to Si Bairong's greed. I had thought Si Bairong possessed a wealth of treasures. Yet he was quite destitute, Dongbua Shuiying mused inwardly, for he had refined and explored the contents and understood that Si Bairong's riches paled in comparison to Tang Xiong's. Evidently, the illustrious Si family exercises stringent control over wealth, and their reckless scions possess only a limited sum. Though their attire appears ostentatiously luxurious, their pockets are quite barren, far inferior to individuals like Tang Xiong, who has risen through countless life and death trials. Indeed, the combined treasures of these 3 pale in comparison to a mere fraction of the divine envoy's possessions. Little do they know of the divine envoy's ascent, which even involved the demise of a formidable tidal-level powerhouse, thus granting him 2 spacious storage rings. Spell scrolls can instantaneously summon celestial forces to unleash powerful spells, yet they require the guidance of a mage. Thus, knights are unable to wield them. Of course, against title-level beings who achieve unity with heaven and earth. Spell scrolls cannot summon even a whisper of celestial power, rendering them useless. To pose a threat to a title-level entity, one must either possess equivalent combat strength or transcend the ordinary. Furthermore, I shall fortify my snowstone castle, and, yes, I will procure a fine staff for that girl, Yue. In all these years, Dongbua Shuiying has never been so extravagantly wealthy. The accumulated treasures of a long-lived divine envoy surpass even those of many ordinary title-level families. It was Lu Huiru who instigated the explosion of the underground palace in a bid for mutual destruction. A glance would suffice to confirm this. Yu Jingxiu refrained from elaborating. Very well. Both Dongbua Shuiying and Yu Jingxiu nodded and stepped aboard the flying vessel. Indeed, Dongbua Shuiying acknowledged with a nod. Where do you reside in Qinghe County? Yu Jingxiu inquired with curiosity. In the Snow Eagle territory of Yishui City, I will always welcome you, Mage Jingxiu, to my humble domain, Dongbua Shuiying replied with a smile. Yishui City? Yu Jingxiu gently nodded. Outside the flying vessel, the night sky was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any moonlight. The vessel soared at high speed. The sound of the wind faintly echoing. Yu Jingxiu felt a surge of emotions and gradually closed her eyes, entering a state of tranquility. The events of this day would be indelibly etched in her memory. Chapter 50. Mage Communication. As dawn broke the following day, the flying vessel descended upon the Dragon Mountain Tower within the county city. I had yet to visit the Long Wind Academy. I must make time for it, remarked Dongbua Shuiying casually. Indeed, Yu Jingxiu replied without further comment. The crimson-feathered magical beast took flight, and Yu Jingxiu, draped in a flowing azure robe, swiftly vanished into the horizon. Dongbua Shuiying dismounted his snow-stepping steed and made his way from the Dragon Mountain Tower to a local establishment that specialized in the sale of magical artifacts. The shop exuded a tranquil ambience, with only a handful of patrons present. After all, the number of mages was inherently limited, resulting in fewer customers seeking to procure such treasures. Upon dismounting, Dongbua Shuiying handed his steed to a servant. This esteemed sir, a female attendant greeted him promptly. Please present to me an overview of your shop's heavenly tier mage tools, particularly those related to ice. Dongbua Shuiying spoke nonchalantly, prompting a peculiar look from the attendant. Was this guest truly formidable or merely testing her patience? Nevertheless, she complied, guiding him through a series of succinct descriptions. The Winter Handring, a pinnacle heavenly tier artifact. It contains a modified miniature frost domain model, boasting a potency equivalent to 30% of a meteor-level mage's frost domain, the attendant described proficiently. With this, even an ordinary mage can instantaneously invoke a miniature frost domain. Proceed. Dongbua Shuiying decided immediately to acquire this item. This hand ring is a mid-tier heavenly artifact, embedded with a magical array that, when activated with force, yields power comparable to a heavenly tier mage's arrow storm. Dongbua Shuiying listened attentively, sifting through the options. The spell models within the mage tools were fixed and stable. Mages merely needed to channel their magical energy to activate them, making them exceedingly convenient. However, the efficacy of the spells cast through these tools could not be enhanced. A powerful mage must rely on their own research and understanding to establish more potent spell models. Even a Silver Moon level mage, despite possessing formidable mage tools, could not harness spells under the mastery of the title level forces. Thus, personal strength remained paramount. Of course, the probability of encountering a title level mage was exceedingly low. His younger brother was merely an ordinary mage, capable of activating heavenly tier mage tools at most. As for meteor level mage tools, they were beyond his reach. Very well, Dongbua Shuiying meticulously selected this one, this one, this one, and that one as well. I will take them all. The attendant's eyes widened in astonishment. Dongbua Shuiying's selections were all pinnacle heavenly tier artifacts. What defines a pinnacle heavenly tier artifact? Generally, their power equated to 3 or 4/10 of a meteor level spell, or they were uniquely crafted tools. Calculate the total cost in gold coins, Dongbua Shuiying instructed. Oh, and also add that staff and the mage robe to my purchase. He chose a staff and robe for you as well. The staff was relatively inexpensive at merely 2,000 gold coins, for a staff primarily assists a mage in casting spells, and for a mage of insufficient strength. Even the finest staff would hold little utility. The mage robe, in truth, is a celestial tier artifact, considerably more expensive, priced at 18,000 gold coins. Dongbua Shuiying believed that given his relationship with Yu, This amount was appropriate, though it did not quite equate to the finest gifts one might bestow upon a brother. At that moment, the shopkeeper was immediately drawn over, exclaiming that these 5 celestial-grade artifacts were rather costly, and with the minor details omitted, the total would amount to 200,000 gold coins. As for the other mage robe and staff, they would cost an additional 20,000 gold coins. All told, the sum would indeed be 200,000 gold coins. I hope you will frequent our establishment in the future. The prices I offer you, while I cannot claim them to be the absolute lowest in the entirety of Chinga County, are certainly not far from it. In the entire county, there are few who would dare to spend 200,000 gold coins in a single transaction. How many gold coins does someone like the notorious Gaibin of the Curved Blade Alliance possess after years of reckless plundering? One might need a fortune of 1,000,000 gold coins to so casually toss around such a sum. It is imperative to cultivate relationships with such esteemed clientele. Dong Bo Shuang nodded in agreement. Might I inquire your name, my lord? The shopkeeper asked in a hushed tone. Dong Bo will suffice, replied Dong Bo Shuang. Lord Dong Bo, our Crimson Moon Pavilion has numerous branches throughout the Anyang province. Here is a token. In the future, even when purchasing the most modest items, you shall receive a 10% discount. The shopkeeper promptly presented a violet gold plaque, evidently crafted by mages. In truth, even with the discounts applied to Dong Bo Shuiying's purchases, the total just barely exceeded 200,000 gold coins. Subsequently, Dong Bo Shuiying procured some alchemical tools, as his own robes and armor were rather subpar, inferior even to many silver moon knights. Furthermore, his Uncle Zong and Uncle Tong deserved some fine treasures as well. After completing his purchases, that very day, Dong Bo Shuiying mounted his snow-stepping horse and set forth towards Yishui City. After 2 days of relentless travel, he arrived at the Snow Eagle territory by the evening of the second day. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as he swiftly approached the castle. Soon, the entire castle became abuzz with activity. The drawbridge began to descend, and the city gates slowly opened. Zhong Ling and the Lion Man Tong San greeted him at the gates, their faces alight with joy. Uncle Zong, Uncle Tong, Dong Bo Shuiying dismounted, smiling warmly. He had prepared gifts for them, after all. By the way, I have something to inform you. A talented mage from the Si family, Si Chun, has arrived in our midst, Zhong Ling announced. The Si family? Dong Bo Shuiying furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was related to the death of Si Bo Rong. However, it seemed implausible that the Si family would be aware of the names of the 5 individuals who undertook the task. Longshan Tower would not dare to divulge such information, and Yu Jingqiu could not possibly share it, especially since Yu Jingqiu had long departed for Changfeng Academy. Dong Bo Shuiying nodded. What a coincidence. I just encountered Si Bo Rong during the mission, and now another mage, Si Chen, arrives here. Nevertheless, since he has been here for 2 days already, it should not pertain to the matter of Si Bo Rong. It appears that I have quite the connection with the Si family, Dong Bo Shuiying mused inwardly. Uncle Zong, please send someone to extend an invitation. Let us host this young master from the Si family for a banquet tomorrow, Dong Bo Shuiying instructed. Chapter 51. Ji Rong that evening, within the Snowstone Castle. A grand long table was adorned with numerous exquisite dishes, presenting a lavish feast. Dong Bo Shuiying occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Zhong Ling and Tong San, while opposite sat his younger brother, Qing Shi, alongside his petite girlfriend. Kong Yue was seated with the young lady as well. Brother, this is Ji Rong, a disciple of our teacher who resides in Yishui City. Qing Shi introduced, his cheeks slightly flushed, yet he spoke with clarity. Ji Rong. Haha. Dong Bo Shuiying chuckled. You two may call me elder brother, just like Qing Shi. I have met brother Shuiying. Ji Rong replied with a melodious voice, her tone delightful to the ear. The young woman named Ji Rong appeared somewhat youthful, likely of similar age to his brother. She was not particularly tall, yet her delicate frame and striking eyes rendered her quite charming, a petite beauty, indeed. It seemed fitting that she was with Qing Shi. Unbeknownst to him, his younger brother had already transitioned from a chubby little boy to someone with a girlfriend. Conversely, he himself had yet to experience a genuine romantic relationship. Although he shared a close bond with Yu Yue, the burden of his parents' plight had prevented him from expressing his feelings. Upon our first meeting, I have prepared a gift for you. I hope it meets your approval, Dong Bo Shuiying said, revealing a white crystal box from his hand. Do hurry, Qing Shi urged his girlfriend. Ji Rong promptly rose and approached, accepting the gift from Dong Bo Shuiying. Thank you, brother Shuiying. Haha, Dong Bo Shuiying laughed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had purchased significant treasures for his brother, Yue, Uncle Zong, and Uncle Tong, but had completely overlooked his brother's girlfriend, having never met her before. Upon learning that his brother had brought her along for dinner, he hastily rummaged through his belongings. Fortunately, his recent outing had yielded substantial rewards, and within the depths of the storage ring belonging to the divine envoy, he discovered a chest filled with jewels, likely acquired by the envoy at some point. The entire collection was worth over 100,000 gold coins. Dongbua Shuiying selected a particularly exquisite piece and placed it in a fine crystal box, estimating its value to be around 1,000 gold coins. After all, this was merely his brother's girlfriend, not a bride of the family. Thus, 1,000 gold coins were sufficiently generous. Many territories would yield only about 1,000 gold coins in a year. Brother, you returned quite promptly. I thought it would take you at least half a month, Qingsha remarked. I went to the county city and brought back gifts for you and Yue. Dongbua Shuiying replied with a smile. Yue, this is for you. With that, he produced a staff and a set of purple robes. Brother Shuiying, are these truly for me? Kong Yue hesitated, her eyes widening at the apparent value of the staff and the craftsmanship of the robes. The staff was crafted from the rare wind whisper wood, making it quite valuable. I just accept them, Dongbua Shuiying insisted with a gentle shake of his head. The staff is worth only 2,000 gold coins, while the robes are valued at a staggering 18,000 gold coins. They are indeed protective garments for a heavenly tier mage. Should this young lady discover that the robes were of heavenly tier quality, she might very well refuse to accept them, Dongbua Shuiying mused with a hidden smile. Very well. Kong Yue finally acquiesced, accepting the gifts. Ji Rong sat beside Kong Yue, gazing at the staff and then at the robe, her expression suddenly shifting slightly. Brother, what about me? What did you bring for me? You said you had a gift for me too. Qing Shi, unable to contain himself, interjected. What is the rush? Dongbua Shuiying glanced at him, observing his eagerness. I'll give it to you after dinner. You're doing this on purpose, Qing Shi replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I am indeed, just to temper your character. As a mage, you ought to possess a modicum of patience. Dongbua Shuiying gently shook his head. Oh. Qing Shi could only obediently lower his head. After dinner, Yue took residence within the castle, where a small courtyard had already been prepared for her. Ji Rong, let me see what my brother gave you as a welcoming gift, Qing Shi said as he walked alongside Ji Rong. It was then that Ji Rong opened the crystal box. Inside lay a stunning necklace crafted entirely of emerald, the rich green gem emanating a faint glow even in the night. An exquisite emerald necklace, Ji Rong remarked. This must be worth nearly 1,000 gold coins. As a mage, she was naturally well versed in various materials and jewels. Is it really that expensive? Qing Shi exclaimed, then added with pride, my brother is quite generous. Isn't he? Generous is an understatement, Ji Rong replied, putting away the jade box. After a moment of silence, she quietly said, Dongbua Qing Shi, do you have any idea how much your brother's gift to Kong Yue is worth? The staff? Made of wind whisper wood? I'd estimate around 2,000 gold coins. Qing Shi replied nonchalantly. Sister Yue has been in our snowstone castle for quite some time and has a good relationship with my brother. It's only natural for him to give her a quality staff. Humph, Ji Rong scoffed lightly. I'm not talking about the staff. I'm referring to that robe. The mage's robe. Mage's gear? Qing Shi widened his eyes in disbelief. You must be mistaken. Kong Yue is right beside me. I saw it clearly. The robe is indeed mage's gear. It even bears the insignia of Master Yin One, the alchemy master. The equipment crafted by Master Yin One is at least of earth tier quality, if not predominantly of heaven tier. Ji Rong coldly snorted. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Qing Shi asked, unable to believe it. I am, after all, a mage. How could I possibly be wrong? A mysterious glint sparkled in Ji Rong's eyes. If it's from Master Yin One, even if it's earth tier, it must be of exceptional quality. That robe alone is worth a minimum of 5,000 gold coins. Possibly even more. And when you add the staff, your brother's gift to Kong Yue is likely around 10,000 gold coins. Dongbua Qing Shi, your brother is truly exceptionally generous. Qing Shi grinned. My brother is quite close to Yue. Don't be foolish, Ji Rong urged, lowering her voice. You and your brother are blood relatives, and you are the heir of the Snow Eagle domain. Are you really going to stand by and watch your brother give away such treasures? Qing Shi was momentarily taken aback. Today marks your 16th birthday. You cannot always rely on your brother, can you? You must become independent, Ji Rong stated. Even blood brothers should keep accounts clear. Why are you saying this? Qing Shi frowned, a hint of annoyance creeping into his expression. I'm saying this for your own good. Ji-rong spoke. I have long been aware of this. Years ago, my father toiled tirelessly in commerce, all because he placed immense trust in my uncle. The wealth he amassed was deemed the family's collective fortune, and after 2 decades of relentless effort, nearly the entirety of that wealth belonged to my father. Yet in the end, my uncle turned against him, casting him out with nothing to his name, not even a place to stay, forcing him to seek refuge at my mother's home. I share this to convey that while you harbor no malice, it is prudent to remain vigilant. I have heard you speak of your brother's rigorous training and how he immerses himself in medicinal baths to maintain his health. But do you comprehend the cost of such indulgences? The expense for a year of those baths amounts to 5,000 gold coins. From the age of 6 to 16. Over a decade, that totals 50,000 gold coins solely for this purpose. Ji-rong continued, your parents invested heavily in acquiring noble titles, lands, and a plethora of broken star crossbows. They also prepared your brother for years of medicinal baths, alongside armor, castles, and various expenses, which altogether sum to nearly 200,000 gold coins. This indicates that your parents must have acquired a significant fortune through their perilous ventures. Your lavish spending and your brother's reluctance to earn before confronting the Silver Moon Wolf King have always drawn from the wealth your parents left behind. Do you even know how much they bequeathed to you? You do not. Ji-rong scoffed. Such a vast fortune may very well include a relic of title-level significance, or perhaps even an extraordinary artifact. The possibilities are endless. Yet, all of this remains under your brother's control, and you are oblivious to everything your parents have left behind. All of this is in his possession, and now he casually bestows treasures worth thousands of gold coins upon Kong Yue. Thousands of gold coins, which my father earned after 20 years of hard work. Ji-rong looked at Qing Shi, reminding him that, strictly speaking, these riches do not solely belong to your brother. They are the inheritance of your parents and should rightfully be considered the shared legacy of you siblings. Chapter 52. The thoughts of Qing Shi as the legitimate heir of the Dongbo family. It is disappointing that you have received nothing. Yet you should at least be aware of the immense wealth your parents left behind, shouldn't you? Ji-rong shook her head, acknowledging that perhaps she was being petty. But it is wise to remain vigilant. Enough of this. Qing Shi retorted, his irritation evident. You cannot possibly comprehend the bond one share with my brother. When your brother casts you aside, you will be utterly taken aback. Ji-rong shook her head in response. Silence, woman. Qing Shi's eyes glistened with tears, his voice trembling with emotion. He is my brother, my most cherished kin. Do you understand? Ji-rong, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the youth before her whose eyes were now red-rimmed. She lowered her head and grasped Qing Shi's hand gently. I apologize, I have erred. You know nothing of the depth of my relationship with my brother. Please refrain from such comments in the future, as they unsettle me. With a quivering voice, Qing Shi turned and walked towards the castle, leaving Ji-rong to silently contemplate his retreating figure. She had not anticipated the high regard he held for his brother. Furrowing her brow slightly, she reflected on her relationship with Dongbo Qing Shi, having studied sorcery with him and become his girlfriend for nearly half a year. It was only on this occasion that she had found an opportunity to speak so candidly. Yet she had merely stated the obvious, not realizing it would provoke such a reaction from him. What immense fortune has the Dongbo family acquired? If only I could uncover the truth. A faint, mischievous smile graced Ji-rong's lips, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Although the bond between the brothers was profound, today had nonetheless revealed a crack, a potential for blossoming consequences. Dongbo Qing Shi was far too naive and innocent. His brother's overprotectiveness was excessive. If he could not handle even this minor challenge, it would indeed be a source of ridicule. My brother has never deceived me. Qing Shi kicked a stone with force, sending it soaring before it tumbled down the mountainside. When I first pledged myself to my teacher, the conditions stipulated were 50,000 gold coins or the heart of a Silver Moon Wolf King. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Qing Shi's eyes. His brother had once mentioned that news would arrive within a month, after which he had ventured into the Destruction Mountains. He had eradicated the Curved Blade Alliance and successfully slain the Silver Moon Wolf King, earning the title of the foremost expert in Yushui City. I recall, Qing Shi continued, his eyes brightening further. When I accompanied my brother to purchase the Flying Snow Divine Spear, he even wrote an IOU for 10,000 gold coins. The realization struck him with clarity. Yes, indeed. If their parents had truly left behind vast riches, why would his brother have risked life and limb in the Destruction Mountains rather than simply providing the 50,000 gold coins? Why would he write an IOU for 10,000 gold coins? As he grew older, he would come to understand the perilous nature of the Destruction Mountains. He would also learn of the stringent conditions imposed by his teacher for accepting direct disciples, the 50,000 gold coins, or the heart of a Silver Moon Wolf King, though Dongbua Shuiying had never openly shared this. It was hardly a secret. Qingshi, ever the direct disciple, quickly grasped these realities. Coupled with his brother's dangerous mission to slay the Silver Moon Wolf King, the conclusion was all but inevitable. Thus, he felt a profound sense of gratitude within his heart. He felt as if his elder brother were a towering mountain, ever shielding him. It is often said that a father's love is akin to a mountain. Yet, in the recesses of his memory, his parents appeared rather hazy and indistinct. What remained clear was the unwavering care his brother had bestowed upon him over the years. The notion of being wary of others was foreign to him. His brother would never harbor such intentions. Is the human heart truly inscrutable? Even if his brother were to cast him out from the Snow Eagle territory, he would accept it willingly. Dongbua Qingshi gritted his teeth. Undeniably, Ji Rong's admonitions about vigilance had impacted him, awakening the realization that as he matured, he must ultimately rely on himself. After all, perpetually depending on his brother would render life rather mundane. Damn it, how frustrating. Dongbua Qingshi felt an unsettling discomfort. For years he had lived without a care, yet Ji Rong's words had stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within him. In the study of the Snowstone Castle, Dongbua Shuiying sat with a smile, observing his uncles, Zongshu and Tongshu, as they experimented with various alchemical armors and battle boots. Shuiying, you are truly extravagant, Zhongling remarked, unable to restrain himself. How many gold coins have you spent on all this? Ha ha ha. It's nothing of consequence, Dongbua Shuiying replied with a grin. During my recent mission, I encountered some unexpected challenges and surprisingly faced a foe of title rank. Title rank? Zhongling and Tong Sen gasped in astonishment. Heavens! To them, a title rank represented an unattainable pinnacle, a realm beyond reach. Thus, they had long felt a sense of pride and excitement in Dongbua Shuiying's achievement of title rank. However, they also believed he was still too young, lacking the comprehension of heaven and man as one. Compared to the legendary title rank masters of previous generations, he was likely still somewhat deficient. Unexpectedly, an encounter with a title rank adversary had arisen during the mission. Both Zhongling and Tong San felt a surge of excitement and pride for Dongbua Shuiying. Shuiying, Zhongling expressed with concern. Who would have thought that even a black iron level mission could lead to such unforeseen events? You mentioned needing to accumulate 20,000 merit points to rescue Dongbua, you, and the others. But 20,000 merit points, even for a comparatively simple bronze level task, you've indicated it only yields about 1,000 merit points, while a dangerous bronze level task could require as much as 10,000 merit points. If a black iron level mission can present such perils, how could you possibly complete two such tasks? Zhongling's unease was palpable. It seemed far too perilous. Perhaps you should wait until your strength has increased further. Rest assured, Uncle Zhong, I will manage it well, Dongbua Shuiying reassured him. Manage it? Zhongling remained apprehensive. How can you be so certain? If a title rank presence can emerge during a black iron level mission, what if an extraordinary life were to appear in a particularly challenging bronze level task? Although Longshan Tower does not assign missions that are guaranteed to be fatal, the unexpected is notoriously unpredictable. Brother, came Dongbua Qingshi's voice from outside. Qingshi has arrived. Dongbua Shuiying smiled as the door to his study swung open, revealing Dongbua Qingshi, who entered with an air of excitement. Brother, did you not promise me a gift? What is it? Wow, Uncle Zhong, Uncle Tong, how have you both changed? The armor you wear seems extraordinary. And these boots, I've never seen them before. I had some significant gains during my recent travels, so I procured a few presents, Dongbua Shuiying replied with a grin. I also brought you some. With a flourish of his hand, treasures began to materialize around them, each one a magnificent artifact of celestial grade. This robe contains a complete model of the Ice Water Armor spell, a simplified protective incantation formed by the fusion of the Ice Armor and Water Ripple spells. It possesses both strength and grace, capable of instantaneous activation. Its power rivals 50% of the protective spells wielded by meteor-level mages. Dongbua Shuiying introduced each item with a hint of pride. This bracelet holds a miniature Frost Domain spell model, boasting 30% of a meteor-level spell's might. In this ring, Qingshi was both awestruck and elated. He finally understood why his brother had gifted Kong Yue a staff and mage's robe this time, especially considering he had not done so in the past few years. It was evident that Dongbua Shuiying's recent conquests had been remarkable. Even the alchemical treasures worn by Uncle Zhong and Uncle Tong far surpassed those of Kong Yue. The value of his own acquisitions was even greater. Each item was a celestial-grade mage's artifact, something he had never even dared to dream of before. Chapter 53, Dongwu Shuiying, Title Level. This is the final and most significant piece of magical apparatus. Dongwu Shuiying lifted a pendant, its lid opening to reveal a transparent orb within, capable of storing magical energy equivalent to the total mana of a celestial tier mage. However, your mana is ultimately too limited. Utilizing these magical tools may prove arduous. It is essential to accumulate more mana in your daily endeavors, allowing for greater spellcasting capabilities in critical moments. Indeed, Qingshi nodded in agreement. Brother has considered everything so thoroughly. Yet, these are ultimately external aids. Dongwu Shuiying cautioned, emphasizing that one's own strength is paramount. Although these tools may appear numerous, true formidable knights, like the Meteor Knight, can still pose a threat to Qingshi's life. These magical apparatuses can only dominate below the meteor level. They do possess the advantage of instant activation, allowing for a struggle against a Meteor Knight, albeit a difficult one. I understand, brother. These tools are already quite impressive. Even our teacher does not possess such an array of magical artifacts. Qingshi responded earnestly. This storage ring is something I have recently acquired. Its vast space is invaluable and must not be revealed. Dongwu Shuiying produced a black ring, which at first glance resembled a simple loop of wire. You are a formal mage now. Remember to disguise the appearance of this ring slightly to prevent recognition. Though the ring appeared unremarkable on the outside, Dongwu Shuiying remained cautious. One must realize that a small spatial storage ring, merely 3 feet in diameter, can be valued at tens of thousands of gold coins. A ring with dimensions of 3 meters in length, width, and height is astonishingly spacious, typically worth nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. Such a figure is daunting. Storage rings of this caliber are generally in the possession of title-level beings. Ordinary nobles or merchants lack the capability to safeguard such precious items. In fact, within the title level, many storage rings do not boast such expansive space. Very large? Qingshi exclaimed upon receiving it, his mana easily refining the ring. Indeed, it is magnificent. Creating a storage treasure is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Smaller spaces can be achieved through specific alchemical techniques. However, larger spatial rings require the expertise of extraordinary archmages specializing in spatial manipulation to carve out stable spaces. For some extraordinary beings, cutting through space may be feasible, yet stabilizing and securing it within a storage treasure is immensely difficult. Thus, each large spatial ring is exceedingly costly. As a mage, Qingshi certainly understood the rarity of such a storage ring. Brother, how did you come by this? Qingshi inquired eagerly. This is simply astonishing. Haha. As I mentioned, I had significant gains during my recent excursion, Dongwu Shuiying chuckled. You should also examine the spell scrolls contained within the storage ring. These scrolls, which neither Uncle Zong nor Uncle Tong can utilize, are all for you. The collective value of these scrolls is quite remarkable. You must study each one, as they are vital for your survival. Spell scrolls are exceedingly powerful. By casting a scroll and directing its mana, one can unleash a formidable spell. Of course, the scroll is consumed in the process. Thus, casting spell scrolls is akin to tossing away gold coins. Spell scrolls possess significant market value in critical moments. When wizards cannot afford the time to recite incantations for powerful spells, the instantaneous use of these scrolls can be a matter of life and death. These are among the spoils that the esteemed deity has accumulated over the years, and Dongwu Shuiying has decided to bestow them all upon his younger brother. These spell scrolls are incredibly precious, Qingshi remarked, sensing their extraordinary nature with just a slight touch. Some of these scrolls appeared to be 5th tier, while the potential existence of 6th tier scrolls warranted further investigation. I am somewhat apprehensive, Qingshi confessed, feeling overwhelmed by the treasure before him. What is there to fear? Dongwu Shuiying replied, shaking his head. Categorize the spell scrolls according to their potency and refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. When faced with life and death situations, preserving one's life is paramount. Understood, Qingshi nodded. Conceal the scrolls within the ring, as long as you remain silent. Neither Uncle Zong nor Uncle Tong will betray you, and no one will be the wiser, Dongwu Shuiying instructed. Remember, do not reveal this to anyone. Not even your little girlfriend within the Snowstone Castle. Dongwu Shuiying placed his utmost trust in these 3 individuals before him. Uncle Zong and Uncle Tong needed no further elaboration. The bond they shared with his parents was one of genuine life-and-death loyalty, akin to that of family. The affection between him and his brother was even more profound, though he worried that his younger brother might naively boast about their treasures to others, hence his earnest admonition. "Brother, rest assured. I know better than to speak of this to anyone," Qingshi promised earnestly. Do not be anxious. These are merely external possessions. Your own strength is what truly matters," Dongbo Shuiying chuckled, as he had never placed much importance on material wealth. However, Qingshi's thoughts were tumultuous. Earlier, his girlfriend had prattled on about trivial matters, yet now, the gift his brother had bestowed upon him was of unimaginable value. Had the years of toil endured by his teacher Bai Yuan truly paled in comparison to this wealth? "Brother," Qingshi approached and enveloped Dongbo Shuiying in an embrace. "I wish to hold you for a moment." "You rascal," Dongbo Shuiying was momentarily taken aback by the embrace, but then gently stroked his brother's head. In their childhood, Qingshi often clung to him, even preferring to sleep in his arms. Yet, as time had passed, such moments had become rare. Observing the open study door, Dongbo Shuiying's brow furrowed slightly. "It is time for us to depart, Shuiying. You should retire early," Uncle Tong suggested. "Please, close the door first. I have something to discuss," Dongbo Shuiying insisted, his expression serious. Uncle Zong promptly shut the door, and both he and Uncle Tong turned their attention to Dongbo Shuiying. "I sense something is amiss with Qingshi today," Dongbo Shuiying said, frowning. "Though he feigns a natural demeanor, I have watched him grow. I can discern his thoughts with a mere blink of his eyes. He cannot deceive me." And then he embraced me that only heightened my suspicions. "Oh." Uncle Zong and Uncle Tong exchanged puzzled glances. "Uncle Zong," Dongbo Shuiying continued, "I will draft a letter immediately. Please arrange for someone to deliver it to the Longshan Tower in Yishui City from Master Xian. Please assist me. I need to thoroughly investigate everything about my brother's girlfriend, Ji Rong. I require information about her family relations, her activities from birth to the present, and all pertinent details. I must ascertain what kind of person Ji Rong truly is. Even without my brother's current emotional turmoil, he would still seek to uncover her background. How can Dongbo Shuiying be at ease with his brother's involvement with someone of unknown origins, let alone consider the prospect of them living together in the future? Very well, I shall dispatch someone today." Zhongling nodded and smiled. "Shuiying, now that you have attained title-level strength, why haven't you informed Qingshi?" "Indeed. Shuiying, you are on the cusp of undertaking bronze-level missions. Why the secrecy?" Tongson added. Dongbo Shuiying gently shook his head. "This boy, Qingshi, has experienced too little and remains quite innocent. If he were to learn of my title-level status, who knows how inflated his ego might become. He could easily transform into a flamboyant dandy, which is something I would prefer to avoid. Qingshi has yet to dedicate himself earnestly to his magical studies. Even Yu has advanced to the earth stage, while he remains merely an ordinary mage. Let us not set expectations too high. He is only 16, Zhongling chuckled. Dongbo Shuiying now stood at the pinnacle of mortal achievement, striving towards extraordinary existence. Yet, his greatest concern remained his brother. The following morning, in Yishui City, at Longshan Tower, the tower master received a letter. "Master, this is a personal letter delivered by Dongbo Shuiying, the white-haired elder. You too." Placed the letter on the long table. Lord Xian was seated there and perked up upon hearing this. A personal letter from Dongbo Shuiying? It arrived so early? "It was delivered overnight," Yu Tu replied. "What could be so urgent as to warrant an overnight delivery? Why didn't you inform me sooner?" Lord Xian promptly picked it up to read. Yu Tu chuckled. I glanced at it. "It's not a matter of great importance. Dongbo Shuiying is requesting your assistance in investigating the background of his brother's girlfriend, Ji Rong. Since it was late, I refrained from disturbing you. From now on, any matters concerning Dongbo Shuiying must be relayed to me immediately," Lord Xian stated seriously. Understood," Yu Tu replied, somewhat perplexed. Was the inquiry into a mere girlfriend's background of such significance that it required immediate attention? Was the esteemed master of Longshan Tower truly that inexpensive? By the way, he also included a gold note for 1,000 coins, Yu Tu added. Dongbo Shuiying is indeed generous, Lord Xian smiled. It was acceptable for these powerful individuals to seek assistance from Longshan Tower, but since this was not an official matter, a service fee was typically expected. Offering 1,000 coins for a background check was quite a substantial sum. Ji Rong, Lord Xian immediately instructed. Arrange for the highest priority investigation into all information regarding Ji Rong, her parents, all relatives and friends. Gather every detail from her birth to the present. Ensure it is done swiftly. highest priority? Yu was taken aback. Longshan Tower was already the foremost in monitoring the world. Did such a trivial matter truly require the utmost urgency? This was absurd. Yes, go ahead, Lord Xian commanded. Understood. The envoy could only comply with the command and immediately set about making arrangements. Lord Xian, seated nearby, picked up a scroll and began to examine its contents. Keep a close watch on Dongbo Shuiying, he instructed, monitor all his movements. This individual is suspected to possess the strength of a title-level warrior. With a likelihood of 50%, this directive had originated from the county city, accompanied by a wealth of detailed intelligence. Title level? Is it true? Lord Xian could not help but murmur, still shaken by the news he had received a day prior. Yet, the evidence from the county city was substantial. For instance, Dongbo Shuiying had spent 500,000 gold coins while shopping in the county city, a fact that served merely as supplementary information. The crux of the matter lay in the battle at the Liu family castle, which involved the demon god, prompting the Longshan Tower to conduct a meticulous investigation. They discovered a short spear embedded deep within a massive rock. Among the 5 exceptional warriors dispatched, only Dongbo Shuiying had wielded a short spear. At the tender age of 15, he had previously used one to vanquish numerous bandits from the Curved Blade Alliance. Furthermore, they found curved throwing darts deeply lodged in the stone, each crafted by a formidable alchemist and valued at 1,000 gold coins. Such extravagance would be uncommon even for a Silver Moon Knight. Moreover, analyzing the depth to which the spear and darts penetrated the rock suggested that only a title-level strength could achieve such a feat. An explosion would not have been capable of driving the spear and darts so deeply. Additionally, the estimated power of the explosion indicated that a Silver Moon Knight would have faced almost certain death, yet Dongbo Shuiying emerged unscathed. And even Yu Jingxiu had survived. There were numerous other subtle clues, such as remnants of battle on the collapsed boulders, which hinted at a confrontation of title-level caliber having taken place. It was likely that one side had perished, while the young Dongbo Shuiying had survived. Therefore, it was no surprise that he had amassed great wealth, allowing him to spend 500,000 gold coins with ease in the county city. Could he truly be a title-level knight at such a young age? If so, it would be utterly terrifying. Lord Xian pondered to himself. As the entire Longshan Tower in the Anyang province had begun to closely monitor Dongbo Shuiying. Chapter 54. Unity of Man and Nature. Dongbo Shuiying hosted a banquet in honor of the young mage from the Xi family, Xichen. Upon meeting him, Dongbo Shuiying couldn't help but nod in silent acknowledgement. To attain the status of a meteor-level mage at such a young age is truly remarkable. A stark contrast to Xi Bairong. It is understandable, for the Xi family has thrived in Qinghe County for centuries, producing a multitude of descendants. Both commendable and less so. While there are wayward individuals like Xi Bairong, there are also genuine elites like Xichen. Knights, before ascending to the title level, place great emphasis on physical talent. Those endowed with superior physicality, when coupled with ample resources and effective combat techniques, can seamlessly progress to the Silver Moon Knight level. Thus, among Silver Moon Knights, one can find many who are more aesthetically pleasing than practical. Mages, however, are different. They must delve into the analysis of the natural world, demanding a high degree of wisdom and knowledge. Any formidable mage should never be underestimated. Dongbo Shuiying reflected on this, noting that every mage he had encountered was astute and clever. Knights, in contrast, vary greatly. Some are brave, others reckless, and some downright foolish. Nonetheless, the journey to the title level is equally arduous for both knights and mages. Dongbo Shuiying nodded slightly, acknowledging the immense difficulty of reaching the title level. A young Silver Moon Knight may not garner much attention, as it largely hinges on physical aptitude. Yet, the requirements for the title level demand a profound mental fortitude. Despite being a master of marksmanship for many years, Dongbo Shuiying had yet to achieve the unity of man and nature. He relied solely on his ancient bloodline to possess title-level strength, illustrating just how challenging the unity of man and nature truly is. Every individual at the title level, whether knight or mage, is genuinely remarkable, embodying an exceptionally high level of spiritual cultivation. They may be heroes, tyrants, or dark lords, each exceptional in their own right. Only such beings hold the potential to ascend to extraordinary life forms. In such a time, they would transcend the mundane, evoking trepidation even among the divine. As days passed, Dongbo Shuiying did not rush to undertake any tasks, sensing that a pivotal moment in his spiritual journey was approaching. After practicing his marksmanship at the training ground and loosening his muscles, he felt invigorated and leaped into action. In an instant, he landed atop the main building of the nearby castle. The castle, expansive in size, boasted a vast roof made of colossal rocks. Dong Bo Shuang casually settled on a stone step, leaning against the massive rock behind him, gazing at the distant scenery. This was the highest point of the castle, offering an unobstructed view. The castle walls in the distance appeared diminutive, presenting no obstacle, while surrounding peaks lay within his line of sight. The Mage's Tower was also clearly visible. Below, fields and humble villages inhabited by common folk sprawled across the landscape. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a magnificent white ribbon flowed beneath the mountains. This was the very river that lent its name to the entire Qinghe County, the Qinghe, stretching over 10,000 miles. It serves as the mother river of the region, its width often exceeding several kilometers. Though high above, Dong Bo Shuang felt as if he could still hear the mighty rush of the river. How beautiful! A smile graced Dong Bo Shuang's face. The castle, the peaks, and the countless villages below resembling stars scattered across the landscape, along with the meandering azure river, create an enchanting panorama. From a young age, Dong Bo Shuang has cherished the view of his entire domain from above. It is truly beautiful. This is his home, and he adores it. He casually retrieves an iron flask of wine and takes a gentle sip. The liquor is fiery, igniting warmth within his heart. Typically, Dong Bo Shuang indulges only in tea and fruit wines, abstaining from strong spirits, except during moments of great joy or despair, and clearly, he is in high spirits now. Having vanquished the divine envoy has granted him a clearer understanding of his own identity. There is hope for rescuing his parents. His younger brother has also grown, further elevating his spirits. As for trivial matters, he finds them unworthy of his attention. In the face of his overwhelming power, who would dare to stir trouble in the Snow Eagle territory? They would be crushed without hesitation. With a deep inhale and exhale, Dong Bo Shuang gradually slows his breathing. His heartbeat eases, and the flow of his blood slows, approaching a near standstill. His heart grows increasingly calm, and his awareness of the surroundings sharpens. He can faintly hear the movements of servants within the castle and the distant laughter of soldiers. The wind around him howls. The mountain-top's breeze is robust and invigorating. The fragrance of flowers and grass fills the air. Nature, in all its glory, is truly beautiful. Dong Bo Shuang revels in this experience. Suddenly, within his perception, the entire world seems to tremble, or rather, it is his heart that stirs. It is as if a chick has cracked its shell or a blade of grass has broken through the earth. In an instant, Dong Bo Shuang feels his spirit, once confined by the flesh, finally break free, merging seamlessly with the surrounding universe. Previously, he appreciated the beauty of nature through a veil, but now, having transcended that barrier, he feels completely unified with the cosmos, and the sensation is utterly transformative. The wind blows, and he feels as if he has become the wind itself. Countless gentle breezes chasing one another, either merging into a singular entity or dispersing chaotically. There are subtler forces at play: the power of fire, the essence of water, the strength of the earth, the force of wind, the might of thunder and lightning, the brilliance of light, and the depths of darkness. All these fundamental energies emanating from the world resonate within him with crystal clarity. This is the true essence of cosmic power. While mages must construct spell models through magical energy to channel the forces of the universe, one who achieves unity with nature can directly command these powers. This distinction is profound. Thus, before the level of titles, all below it are incapable of harnessing even a fragment of cosmic energy, rendering formidable spells unattainable. How delightful it is! As his spirit breaks free and unites with the universe, he is instantly nourished by the powers of the cosmos. It feels akin to a sapling being watered, beginning to flourish. With the nurturing of cosmic forces and the fortification of his spirit, he genuinely harbors the hope of transcending the ordinary. Unity with the cosmos. Dong Bo Shuang's thoughts ignite. Boom! Suddenly, the fiery essence surged into his body, cleansing his flesh directly, bypassing the need for the guidance of martial techniques, a process exponentially faster than usual. Dong Bo Shuang, whose cultivation progress had been exceedingly slow, began to strengthen immediately under the fervent influx of this wild flame energy. The magnitude of his enhancement was distinctly perceptible. It was no wonder that knights without the awakening of ancient bloodlines required the unity of heaven and man to harness the power of the cosmos for their accumulation. enabling their martial energy to undergo a qualitative transformation, thus ascending to the rank of tidal level. Dongbo Shuang felt elated. At this moment, his body was absorbing external forces, while his internal martial energy was also being drawn in, transforming into a liquid state that grew increasingly potent with each intake. After a brief interval, his dantian began to ache, signaling that he could no longer absorb anymore. Even after half an hour, the body awakened with ancient bloodlines could scarcely endure further absorption. One cannot become overweight in an instant. Clearly, the supply of cosmic energy was boundless. Yet it had already filled his dantian and body to capacity. Dongbo Shuiying's physique required a natural process of metamorphosis. At this rate, it was estimated that his martial energy would ascend to the rank of Silver Moon Knight within half a month. He was filled with joy, realizing that his physical strength could grow daily, and within 2 months, it might very well double again. Once he achieved the unity of heaven and man, Dongbo Shuiying's body would continue to evolve until it reached the true limits of his ancient bloodline beneath the realm of the extraordinary. That was a power of terrifying magnitude. At the age of 22, Dongbo Shuiying finally attained this unity. He stood upon the rooftop, gazing out into the vast expanse of the universe, observing the boundless earth and the rushing azure river in the distance, filled with an overwhelming sense of ambition. He felt a genuine hope of eventually transcending into the extraordinary. The extraordinary life, soaring through the skies, sharing drinks with deities, and tearing apart demons. Having witnessed the 3,000 titled powerhouses on the Longshan ranking, Dongbo Shuiying understood how extraordinary it was to achieve unity at such a young age. His mental growth was remarkably swift. He had over a century to discover his own path to transcendence. With a deep breath, Dongbo Shuiying released his spirit in harmony with the universe, perceiving everything around him with unparalleled clarity. He could even sense the soldiers and their families in the outer castle, munching within their quarters. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, he quickly redirected his awareness and sensed the location of Yu Yu. At that moment, Yu Yu was in her small courtyard, conversing with another young man. Oh, has Yu Yu's brother also arrived? Dongbo Shuiying mused with surprise. Chapter 55, Severing the Threads of Worry. Yu Kong, too, noticed her brother's arrival without a word. It seemed they would be adding more dishes today. Suddenly, Dongbo Shuiying's brows furrowed slightly. Under the enveloping aura of harmony between heaven and man, every sound, even the flutter of a fly's wings, was discernible. The conversation between Kong Yue and her brother, Kong Hao, was crystal clear. Inside Yo Yue's chamber, she softly inquired, "Is this why Father sent you?" "Indeed," Kong Hao replied earnestly. Father emphasized that the Si family holds an extraordinarily high status throughout the Qinghe prefecture, regardless of military officers. The governor of the prefecture, the lords of various cities, or even the fierce bandits, affluent merchant guilds, and clandestine factions, all powers, both overt and covert, must submit to the Si family. The Si family is the very essence of Qinghe prefecture. Whoever they declare guilty is deemed guilty, and even the innocent may find themselves so. He continued, Si Chun is the true prodigy of the Si family, having become a meteor-grade mage at the tender age of 20, and is deeply cherished by the family's ancestors. Once he ascends to the rank of Silver Moon Mage, his stature will be even more formidable. Father mentioned that he does not insist you marry Dongbo Shuiying. It would be even better if you could wed Si Chen. If our Kong family can forge a connection with the Si family, it would indeed be a leap to greatness, Kong Hao stated. He then scoffed, "But sister, I think Father is being overly pragmatic. I support your choices. You really need not worry about him. After all, marrying Si Chen is not a guarantee." With a light scoff, Kong Yue commented, "Father has always been this way." She refrained from adding more. Sighing softly, she confessed, "Father's strict orders have made me wish to draw nearer to Dongbo Shuiying all these years. Despite my efforts and our growing closeness, he has yet to publicly acknowledge me as his girlfriend." "Does he not like you?" Kong Hao queried. "Not exactly. He is solely focused on his marksmanship. Aside from me and a few maids in the castle, he hardly speaks to any other young women," Kong Yue explained. "Dongbo Shuiying may appear cold on the outside, but I believe that with time, given his nature, he will eventually come to marry me. Yet, being with him is rather dull." She shook her head. "He doesn't seem to realize it. He lacks the ability to charm and is utterly devoid of romantic sensibilities. The male disciples at the Mage Tower are far more adept at winning hearts." "Sister, do you not like Dongbo Shuiying?" Kong Hao asked, astonished. "I admired him when I first arrived here as a child, but after studying magic under my teacher and realizing the vastness of the world, He seemed rather ordinary. A mere gun-crazed martial enthusiast, she replied. On the rooftop of the city tower. The harmony between heaven and man allowed even the subtle nuances of Kong Yue's expressions and glances to be perceived clearly. The trace of disdain that curled her lips when she referred to him as a martial madman was distinctly felt. Dongbo Shuang's complexion grew slightly pale. He indeed did not harbor any profound affection for Kong Yue. There were no fervent feelings or passionate emotions, and he had no intention of laying his feelings bare. After all, the impending bronze-level tasks were fraught with peril, where one could very well lose their life. Yet, after 6 years of companionship, one is not a cold-blooded creature. Inevitably, some feelings would arise. Upon hearing Kong Yue's words, Dongbo Shuang was incredulous. How could she be such a person? It felt as though a colossal stone pressed upon his heart, creating a sense of discomfort. Deception. He realized he had been ensnared in a web of lies. It was ludicrous that he had believed Yue was wholeheartedly devoted to him, and that if he wished to marry her, it would be a simple endeavor. The stark reality was that Kong Yue had never truly harbored feelings for him. Indeed, he lacked charm, always fixated on his marksmanship, utterly oblivious to how to woo someone. But why had she continually deceived him? Damn it, damn it, damn it. A conflagration of rage blazed within Dongbo Shuang. What he had perceived as pure feelings over the past 6 years were neither love nor even friendship, but mere illusions. It had all been a fade. To discover she was such a person was revolting. Initially, he had thought Kong Yue to be quite astute and perceptive, yet now he found her repulsive. Yes, he had few friends, and Kong Yue was considered one of them. Yet, it turned out to be nothing but a masquerade of deceit, as if she believed him merely a martial maniac. Why was he so enraged? What was there to be angry about? He had never truly held fervent feelings for her. Dongbo Shuang forced a self-deprecating smile. Yet no matter how he consoled himself, the realization that these 6 years had been a deception left him profoundly unsettled. Kong Yue smiled, contrasting the situation with the cleverness of Master Sichin from the Si family, who, despite his occasional folly, at least possessed the intent to charm. Sichin is pursuing you? Kong Hao exclaimed. Indeed, Kong Yue replied with a gentle nod. She certainly possessed the allure to attract admirers. Her beauty striking and her demeanor endearing. Moreover, having been accustomed to the intricacies of human nature from a young age, she possessed an extraordinary ability to read hearts. Under her subtle guidance over time, Master Sichin had indeed begun to take notice of Kong Yue and had commenced his pursuit, albeit she maintained a deliberate distance. Teasing him. Do you like Sichin? Kong Hao inquired, astonished. Kong Yue paused slightly before responding. A bit, perhaps. How could that be? How could she so easily develop feelings for a man? Yet, she did consider Sichin to be a more appealing prospect than Dongbo Shuang. Younger, more handsome, and most importantly, possessing a promising background. In comparison, Dongbo Shuang seemed like a clumsy block of wood, devoid of charm, and showed little interest in her, utterly bland. Sister, what do you plan to do? Kong Hao asked curiously. I haven't completely decided yet. I'll let things unfold naturally, Kong Yue replied, having already made her decision. However, in front of her younger brother, certain truths must remain concealed. Otherwise, he might perceive his sister as too heartless and harsh, which would not bode well. As Dongbo Shuang traversed the cobbled path within the castle, an aura of coldness surrounded him, causing the servants to shy away, sensing that their lord appeared to be in a foul mood. Soon, Dongbo Shuang arrived at the entrance of Kong Yue's small courtyard. With a swift motion, he placed his hand on the gate, instantly shattering the latch and pushing the door open. Who is it? Kong Yue's voice remained gentle and curious as she and Kong Hao emerged from within the house. Upon seeing Dongbo Shuang standing in the courtyard, Kong Yue exclaimed joyfully, Brother Shuang. However, Dongbo Shuang stood there, the atmosphere around him seemingly frozen, an oppressive sensation enveloping the space, causing both Kong Yue and Kong Hao to tremble. I never expected you to be this kind of person, Kong Yue. Dongbo Shuang's voice came out somewhat hoarse. Indeed, I lack an appreciation for subtlety. I am merely a madman devoted to martial arts. Kong Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Kong Yue felt a chill in her heart. How did he come to know? The phrase's lack of subtlety and madman indicated that Dongbo Shuang was aware of their previous conversation, and any attempts at concealment were now futile. Brother Shuang, I apologize. It was my father who compelled me to act this way, Kong Yue hurriedly explained. I did not wish for this. Dongbo Shuang merely observed her, his gaze icy and unwavering. In their previous moment of unity, He distinctly remembered the disdainful expression on Kong Yue's face when she referred to him as a madman. That demeanor had never surfaced during their interactions, but during their brief connection, he had glimpsed it, and now, in this moment, her attempts at pretense were transparent. Under Donghua Shuiying's intense gaze, Kong Yue felt an intangible pressure that unsettled her, causing her previously calm heart to quiver. She was astute and understood human nature, adept at navigating situations. Yet, in this moment, she was rendered anxious and flustered under his scrutiny. Unbeknownst to her, this was a manifestation of mental dominance. After the union of heaven and man, Donghua Shuiying's spiritual power was formidable, and being fixed under his gaze was akin to being observed by a multitude. "I shall depart now," Kong Yue stated firmly, ceasing her explanations and turning to gather her belongings indoors. Donghua Shuiying remained silently in the courtyard, and shortly after, he witnessed Kong Yue and Kong Hao each carrying a box, hastily exiting the courtyard. "Miss Yue," the soldiers at the city gate greeted them politely. Kong Yue managed a strained smile, leading her brother out of the castle and towards the mage's tower. It is done, and regret serves no purpose now, she thought. Humph. What is there to be proud of for a madman? He is merely somewhat renowned in this small place of Yushui City, in the eyes of the Xi family. He is insignificant. However, it is not without merit. I have obtained a staff and a piece of mage attire from him, Kong Yue reflected inwardly. Such a person. My ability to judge character is indeed lacking, Donghua Shuiying mused as he leapt onto the rooftop of the castle. Gazing down at the expansive territory of the Snow Eagle domain, his interactions had been too limited, leading him to be deceived so easily. Well, this too shall serve as a form of training, he concluded, as a master of marksmanship. Donghua Shuiying's ascension to the unity of heaven and man stemmed from the profound heights of his martial arts, gradually allowing him to comprehend the essence of the world. His temperament was as sharp as a spear, cutting through the chaos with swift precision. Since this woman harbors deceitful intentions, she should be expelled from the Snowstone Castle, thus eliminating any further entanglements. She is herself, and I am myself, perhaps, akin to the love shared by my parents, a bond forged in the face of life and death. Only a connection that genuinely encompasses the essence of life and death is truly suitable for me. Donghua Shuiying suddenly chuckled, raising his cup to drink. Having cultivated his spirit to such a profound state, he found that severing a common emotional bond was as simple as cutting through air. I have already achieved a unity of man and heaven. Which path to transcendence is most fitting for me? Donghua Shuiying began to contemplate the future path of transcending the ordinary, for it is the extraordinary life that he fervently seeks. Chapter 56. Blood Rain of the Profound Ice Spear Technique in the Training Ground of Snowstone Castle. The air was filled with the sound of whistling winds. As the divine spear of flying snow was executed, it naturally danced with flurries of snowflakes. The rotational force intensified, drawing forth a significant amount of celestial energy that converged at the spear's tip. Countless spear shadows and threads emerged, cascading like fine rain, embodying the second layer of the profound ice spear technique, blood rain. This move nearly epitomized the utilization of celestial energy to an extraordinary degree, pushing the boundaries of possibility. By harnessing the full potential of heavenly forces, the speed of the spear technique was remarkably enhanced. Donghua Shuiying marveled at the pursuit of speed in this technique by the esteemed predecessor Gu Yuan Han. Indeed, it reached a level of awe-inspiring excellence. Although he had achieved harmony with the universe, mastering this single technique alone consumed 6 full days. Were he to create such a technique himself, the demands on physical strength, internal energy circulation, and manipulation of celestial forces would be exceedingly high, making it seemingly unattainable. Of course, the Ice Knight Gu Yuan Han had only documented this spear technique after attaining a position of extraordinary prowess, intending to pass it down to future generations. With the mastery of the blood rain from the profound ice spear technique, his spear technique had become swifter. Should he encounter that divine messenger again, defeating him would be significantly easier. A smile graced Donghua Shuiying's face. With a sufficiently rapid spear technique, it would render the enemy's defense arduous, inevitably revealing vulnerabilities that he could exploit to deliver a fatal strike. Just then, a figure entered the training ground. It was Zhongling remarked. Your spear technique has already reached perfection, yet you still practice daily. It makes me feel rather ashamed. I must put in more effort myself. The more one practices the spear technique, the more one feels their own insignificance. Donghua Shuiying gazed skyward, contemplating the natural world. which is infinitely profound. We are but mere mortals. The longer I practice, the more I occasionally feel a sense of bewilderment regarding the mysteries of my spear technique. In comparison to the wonders of nature, it feels woefully inadequate, almost insignificant. Haha. Well, what do we truly understand of the natural world? Isn't that more pitiable? Zhongling jested. Dong Shuang chuckled in response. It was only after achieving harmony with the universe that he could more clearly perceive the marvels of nature. His spirit could soar with the wind, rise with the flames, feel the earth's weight, and flow with the waters. The clearer his perceptions became, the more he recognized the vast mysteries of the world, fostering a deep sense of reverence within him. For instance, in his spear technique, there was an implicit elegance akin to flowing water, yet his spirit merged entirely with the water, sensing its natural ebb and flow, only to realize how rudimentary his spear technique truly was. The disparity was akin to the difference between a child's doodle and the grandeur of the natural world. Of course, without achieving harmony with the universe, such sensations would not be so pronounced. He had heard from the soldiers that Qing Shi and his young lady had descended the mountain early, accompanied by some soldiers, to visit Yishui City. Zhongling, wielding 6 curved blades with his 6 arms, began to practice his sword techniques in a simple warm-up. Ah, the vigor of youth. Dong Shuang nodded, acknowledging the strong bond between Qing Shi and his young girlfriend. Their excursions to Yishui City were frequent, occurring every few days, which did not surprise him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a group of soldiers stood vigil by the roadside, while a young couple strolled leisurely, reveling in the beauty of the surrounding flora. This couple was none other than Qing Shi and Ji Rong. This little flower is truly exquisite. Here, we can only catch glimpses of such blossoms during the summer. The rest of the year is mostly cold, often blanketed in snow. Ji Rong plucked a small yellow flower and tucked it into her hair, turning to Qing Shi with a radiant smile. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed, though the entire Yishui City is rather lacking in stunning beauties, Qing Shi replied with a grin. Despite a minor discord between them days prior, Ji Rong had since refrained from bringing it up, naturally allowing their relationship to mend. Their spirits were high as they enjoyed their time together in Yishui City. You have such a sweet tongue, Ji Rong teased. How did I not notice your charm before? But speaking of beauty, Sister Yue surpasses me in allure. By the way, I've noticed that Sister Yue hasn't visited the castle in days. Is there something amiss between her and your brother? It seems they may have parted ways, Ji Rong speculated. Perhaps, Qing Shi laughed, but truthfully, my brother and Sister Yue never truly began anything. Ji Rong chuckled, feeling a mix of pride and relief. Among the female disciples at Baiyuan Gate, she was confident in her own beauty and grace, yet she often felt overshadowed by Kong Yue. Ji Rong was indeed lovely, with captivating eyes, though slightly shorter in stature. Her proportions were nonetheless delightful, petite and charming. In contrast, Kong Yue was taller and more slender, universally adored for her kindness towards everyone, which endeared her to many disciples. Additionally, her enigmatic connection to Dong Shuang further cemented her status as a leader among the female disciples. Suddenly, the sound of heavy hooves echoed along the road. A battalion of dark red armored cavalry advanced, led by a flamboyantly dressed young man with triangular eyes, who surveyed his surroundings with exuberance. Zhao Gu. This Yishui City is indeed a remote little place. Compared to our county town, it pales in comparison. Though the 2 lovely ladies sent by the Lord of Yishui City are quite appealing, the young man remarked with a chuckle. Beside him stood a stern, gray-robed knight. Young master, you've had your fun. Once we join the army, you'll have to adhere to the rules. Out there, our Lord can protect you. But the military will not tolerate any mischief. Rest assured, once in the army, I will behave, the young man replied. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted Ji Rong with Dong Qing Shi in the distance, a hint of desire flickering across his face. Zhao Gu. Look at that pretty young lady. She's quite captivating. At merely 16 years of age, Ji Rong exudes a hint of youthful innocence, yet her figure is already quite striking. As a female mage, her demeanor is incomparable to that of ordinary women. Adorning her head is a delicate wildflower, which only intensifies the intrigue of the young man in the white attire with triangular eyes. The number of female mages is scant, and those who possess beauty are even rarer, often pursued by the scions of the affluent nobility. Hey, my lady, the young man called out as a steed, the snow-step horse, veered off the main road towards her, a grin spreading across his face. How about I take you for a bit of fun? The fool beside you is far too young to comprehend the pleasures of a beautiful woman, I shall enlighten him. Humph. Qing Shi and Ji Rong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. The soldiers from the Snow Eagle territory nearby erupted in anger, many already gripping their broken star crossbows. Who are you? Qing Shi retorted coldly, for no one in Yushui City dared to provoke him. My lord, a gray-robed knight recognized the insignia on the soldier's armor and approached, lowering his voice. These are soldiers from the Snow Eagle territory, led by Dong Bo Shuiying, who, at the tender age of 15, ventured into the Destruction Mountains to slay the Silver Moon Wolf King. He is now a Silver Moon Knight. We are not far from the Legion. It would be wise to avoid trouble. Snow Eagle territory, Dong Bo Shuiying? The young man in white furrowed his brow. If this were in Qinghai County, he would not care for a Dong Bo Shuiying. His family held considerable influence within the county, despite having to heed the words of the Xi family. Nevertheless, they were a formidable force, looking down upon the families of these remote towns. Yet, he was merely accompanied by a contingent of guards, and their leader was a meteor knight, which made confronting the Snow Eagle territory somewhat daunting. Though he felt the urge to retreat, the young man was unwilling to diminish his bravado. With a scoff, he exclaimed, "Who am I? Humph, your obscure little families have yet to earn the right to know. Have you heard clearly?" Ji Rong, standing beside Qing Shi, was equally incensed. He is Qing Shi of the Snow Eagle territory. His brother is none other than Dong Bo Shuiying, the lord of the Snow Eagle territory. How dare you insult me? Qing Shi, will you not react? Will you allow him to mock me? Apologize to her. Qing Shi could not bear to lose face before his beloved and bellowed in anger. Otherwise, you shall not leave the confines of Yushui City. Oh, quite formidable indeed. The young man in white, who had considered retreating, was now incensed. Accustomed to arrogance, he felt a surge of anger as he glared with icy eyes. A mere family from a backwater region dares to act so brazenly before me? Truly deluded. Kill all the men, and bring the young beauty to me. Resolute, he commanded his group of blood-red armored soldiers, well-versed in the art of slaughter, to follow suit. You dare? Qing Shi exclaimed in shock. Merely for an apology, they sought to kill? The gray-robed knight's brow furrowed slightly, but he immediately dismounted, a layer of azure protective aura enveloping him as he dashed forward with remarkable speed. The soldiers of the Snow Eagle territory were taken aback at the sight. A meteor knight? The soldiers of Snow Eagle territory, armed with the Broken Star crossbows, exhibited signs of panic. Indeed, the Broken Star crossbows posed a significant threat to the meteor knights. However, it typically required over 100 of these crossbows to effectively mount an assault. Otherwise, the swift movements of the meteor knights made it exceedingly difficult to aim accurately, quickly disperse, scatter, and target that man in white. The soldiers, seasoned and astute, promptly began to spread out. Yet, the soldiers clad in dark crimson armor charged forth. In the distance, the young man with triangular eyes, clad in white, effortlessly conjured a shield to protect himself. With a shield in hand and at a safe distance, he harbored no fear of the Broken Star crossbows. He sneered at the unfolding scene. You dare to be arrogant with me? Such folly. The meteor knight, when confronting ordinary soldiers, was a harbinger of death. In an instant, one of the Snow Eagle territory soldiers attempting to scatter was ruthlessly slain by a single stroke. More dark crimson armored soldiers surged directly towards Dong Bo Qing Shi. Qing Shi had never encountered such a scenario. Anxiety gripped him tightly. His magical apparatus could not possibly overwhelm so many adversaries at once, especially with a meteor knight among them. In a moment of desperation, he produced a spell scroll, one of the numerous fifth-tier spell scrolls bestowed upon him by Dong Bo Shuiying. Chapter 57 Origins. A sense of dread enveloped the gray-robed meteor knight as he beheld the youth casting a scroll, a powerful spell evidently aimed at him. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, immense azure lightning streaked across the heavens, striking the earth like colossal trees. A multitude of these lightning bolts, 8 in total, twisted and struck the meteor knight, who was utterly unable to evade the onslaught. In an instant, his entire being was reduced to charred remains. The formidable fifth-tier lightning spell, even when conjured by a Silver Moon Grand Mage, demanded incantation and time. Its might was beyond comprehension. No, the young man in white with triangular eyes, who had been cowering at the back with his shield, widened his eyes in terror. Boom. His body shattered instantaneously. His power was far too feeble to withstand such force. These colossal azure lightning strikes descended like towering trees, a total of 99 bolts, constituting the fifth-tier spell known as the Lightning Forest. With the guidance of the Blue Stone, It was only just manageable to focus the spell on the meteor knight. The other lightning trees could not be precisely directed. All he could do was strive to redirect them elsewhere, hoping to spare the soldiers of the Snow Eagle domain. Alas, one of the lightning trees struck the triangular-eyed youth, marking him as unfortunate. Ah, ah, ah. Several of the crimson-armored soldiers were also caught in the blast, succumbing instantly to the fifth-tier spell. The soldiers of the Snow Eagle domain, already dispersed and few in number, were spared as Qing Shi maneuvered the lightning forest to avoid them, resulting in none being struck. Flee! Flee! The 20 or so soldiers who narrowly escaped the lightning forest were all in a state of panic, hastily mounting their steeds and galloping away. Whoosh! 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 The soldiers of the Snow Eagle domain immediately pursued with their star-breaking crossbows. Are you all right? Qing Shi grasped his girlfriend's hand. Iig Rome was somewhat shaken, nearly at the brink of despair. Thankfully, Qing Shi possessed that formidable spell scroll. It is a life-saving artifact bestowed upon me by my brother. Qing Shi refrained from elaborating further, as the orders from Dongbo Shuang strictly forbade any information leakage. Today, they had been forced into a desperate situation. Young Master Qing Shi, they have escaped with a considerable number of soldiers. The star-breaking crossbows are cumbersome to reload, and they managed to flee with 16. The leading captain reported promptly. As dusk approached, at the castle entrance, Dongbo Shuang, along with Zhong Ling and Tong San, gathered upon receiving word from a servant. The drawbridge slowly descended, and the castle gates began to open. Indeed, Qing Shi nodded. The gates have opened. He approached Dongbo Shuang, bowing his head. Brother, follow me, Dongbo Shuang instructed, casting a glance at the captain, who then respectfully followed suit. The group traversed the castle's interior. My lord, today, as always, we have protected the young master and Miss Ji Rong en route to Yushui City. Captain Wu began to narrate the entire incident in meticulous detail. After concluding his account, he let out a deep sigh, expressing relief that young Master Qing Shi had employed his magical prowess. Otherwise, we would have lost more than just 2 brothers. The gray-robed knight was exceedingly swift, having already slain 2 soldiers from the Snow Eagle before the spell struck in the Thunder Forest. Dongbo Shuang nodded, stating that the fallen soldiers would receive double compensation, their families and estates would be supported, and each surviving soldier would receive 10 silver coins. Thank you, my lord. Captain Wu expressed gratefully. Do you recognize that young man in white? Dongbo Shuang inquired. I do not, and from his tone, he does not seem to be from our Yushui city, Captain Wu replied. Dongbo Shuang furrowed his brow, sensing the complications ahead. His brother had killed a noble scion. This situation was not trivial. Even from the perspective of imperial law, the opposing party had initiated the attack, making his brother's actions a response. If the adversary were merely an ordinary noble, it would be manageable. However, if he hailed from a prominent family, the resolution would not be so straightforward, likely leading to serious trouble. Shuang, since he is not from Yushui City, tracing his identity will be challenging. The entire Qinghe prefecture is vast, filled with nobles. Who can tell which family he belongs to? Zhong Ling expressed his concerns. Do we have their corpses? Dongbo Shuang asked. Any captives? He further inquired. All the brothers were enraged and acted without mercy, and nearly all were struck down by the breaking star crossbow. Those who were gravely wounded were also killed by the furious brothers. Captain Wu lamented, there are no survivors. A flicker of ferocity crossed Dongbo Shuang's brow. Unraveling the identity of the adversary would indeed pose a challenge. Regardless, looking across the entirety of Qinghe Prefecture, in plain sight, my brother's actions can be deemed a counterattack. In the shadows, even the formidable Si Liao Hong or the fearsome Xiang Pangyun do not instill fear in me, Dongbo Shuang boldly asserted, convinced that the background of the slain noble youth would not be overly exaggerated. Investigate, he commanded, instructing to examine the belongings of the deceased for any clues that might reveal their identities. I will arrange that immediately, Zhong Ling responded, his mind sharp and his methods prudent. 3 hours would suffice. If we cannot uncover anything, we shall have to enlist the assistance of Longshan Tower. Dongbo Shuang concluded. The 3rd Division, stationed within the borders of Qinghe Prefecture, lay at the edge of the Destruction Mountain Range. Typically, local garrison troops, like those throughout Qinghe Prefecture, are under the control of the Si family. However, the forces stationed around the Destruction Mountain are directly affiliated with the Empire. These imperial troops are even more formidable and enigmatic. The Si family can only exert limited influence over the imperial forces within their own territory through their network of connections, failing to truly command them. Moreover, The Imperial Army has vast backing, often accompanied by extraordinary beings when embarking on large-scale operations into the Destruction Mountain. Inside a spacious room of the 3rd Division, a soldier reported, "Second Master, the young master has perished." A group of soldiers stood there, looking utterly disheveled. Seated there was a one-eyed officer, his countenance dark as though drenched in shadows, gritting his teeth in fury. "The young master is dead? You worthless fools! My brother will surely go mad. He will. Tell me, who was responsible for this, and how did it come to pass?" The soldiers hastily recounted everything, their words tumbling over one another. The officer's face contorted with rage as he listened. His position as a logistics supervisor in the 3rd Division was secured through his brother's considerable wealth and connections, for his brother was a man of madness. Often described in Qinghe County as the loyal hound of the Xi family. The term hound was apt, for his brother was indeed deranged, frequently engaging in reckless acts. The deceased young master, Cui Hu, was his brother's sole heir. The Snow Eagle territory, home to Dongbua Shuiying's brother, Dongbua Qingshi. The one-eyed officer clenched his teeth, filled with indignation at the audacity to harm a member of the Cui family. Dongbua Qingshi must die. His brother too. The entire Snow Eagle territory must pay the price. Initially, these soldiers were only aware that the perpetrator was from the Snow Eagle territory until Ji Rong had loudly proclaimed that it was Dongbua Qingshi, brother to Dongbua Shuiying, who had threatened them. Naturally, the ordinary soldiers soon grasped the full extent of the adversary's identity. "The message must swiftly reach my brother." Without a moment's hesitation, the one-eyed officer rose and made his way to transmit the news to Qinghe County through the Imperial Military Communications System. As a logistics chief, maintaining contact with his family was a trivial matter. On a mountain some 10 miles from the 3rd Division, a small wolf, entirely white yet with pitch-black hooves, exuding an aura of darkness, gazed longingly at the distant encampment of the 3rd Division. This small wolf appeared to be merely a few months old, still tender in form, yet its eyes were filled with sorrow and unending hatred. Shortly after its birth, its mother had been slain by humans. Just moments ago, its father met the same fate, taken by those soldiers to their encampment. The wolf had stealthily followed, but now, it dared not proceed further, for ahead lay the human military base. "Child," a gentle voice resonated as dark energy coalesced beside it, forming an elder in a black robe with white hair, his eyes brimming with compassion. "Do you harbor deep hatred for humans?" The small wolf looked at the elder and felt a sense of familiarity, emitting a low growl. "Hatred. Indeed, hatred. Your parents were merely ordinary magical beasts. Yet you possess extraordinary power. However, such power must be mastered completely if you wish to take your revenge upon humanity." The elder extended his hand, revealing an enigmatic staff of white bones. "I grant you this opportunity." With a hum, a crimson glow emanated from the staff, enveloping the small wolf. As the sanguine energy enveloped it, the wolf's form began to transform. It stood upright, its fur receding, hooves morphing into limbs, and its head reshaping into that of a human visage. In mere moments, a seemingly 5 or 6-year-old naked human child stood in its place. "This is your human form. A true embodiment of humanity, impervious to any scrutiny," declared the elderly figure clad in a black robe, his hair as white as snow. "Only by fully integrating into the human realm can one seek vengeance more effectively in the future. Come, before you step into the world of humans. You must accompany me for another decade. You may refer to me as Father." "Yes, Father," replied the child, his speech slightly hesitant yet unmistakably clear. "Truly remarkable." The old man mused with a hint of a smile, to articulate so soon after assuming human shape. With that, an enveloping darkness shrouded both the elder and the child, causing them to vanish into thin air. Chapter 58. Inside the Bloodblade Tavern, night enveloped the grand estate within Qinghe County, sprawling over an area exceeding a mile. Numerous formidable guards patrolled the perimeter, and even within the estate, squads of sentinels maintained a vigilant watch. This opulent residence belonged to Cui Jinping, the undisputed overlord of the underworld in Qinghe County, orchestrating a myriad of nefarious and sordid affairs with ruthless precision, a loyal hound to the Xi family. Many aspired to usurp his position, yearning to claim the title of underworld sovereign, leading to frequent bloodshed and conflict. The servants within the estate stifled their breaths, suppressing their fear, and only exhaled slowly when the tension became unbearable, their backs slick with perspiration. For tonight, their master had already executed 12 of his subordinates. Damn it! All others in the grand hall had retreated, waiting outside with bated breath. Horror, my horror! Cui Jinping's heart trembled. He was ferocious, he was mad. Born in the squalor of a slum, his mother a wretched figure, he had no father. His mother cared little for his existence. From a young age, he was akin to a wild dog, clawing his way up, stepping over the corpses and blood of countless individuals. In this dark realm, he ascended to great heights, earning the favor of the crownless monarch of Qinghe County, Si Lianghong. Having traversed the abyss of darkness for countless years, he was notorious for his heinous deeds. Yet, his most cherished was his only son, for whom he prepared everything, even arranging for beautiful women to be captured and delivered to him. His excessive indulgence, coupled with his inability to guide his son, had bred a growing arrogance. Unable to rein him in, he had sent the boy into the military for discipline. Little did he anticipate death. Horror, my horror, how shall I survive without you? Tears streamed down Cui Jinping's face. The once mad tyrant of the underworld now engulfed in profound sorrow. I shall have them perish. They shall accompany you to the grave, the Shuiying clan and that accursed Dongwu Qingshi, along with his brother, Dongwu Shuiying, and everyone in that castle. They shall pay for your loss. An unquenchable madness glimmered in Cui Jinping's eyes. He craved vengeance. Suddenly, a figure burst into the room, a man with a visage covered in hair, his body similarly adorned, possessing eyes that glowed with a green luminescence, revealing his lineage as a werewolf. He was the second in command of their faction, a formidable Silver Moon Knight, known as the Mad Dog by enemies. While he bore the moniker Wild Wolf, "Brother, give the word, and we shall strike." The werewolf growled menacingly. "Do we have any assurance of success?" Cui Jinping retorted, his expression fierce. "Did you not hear? Huer and Zhao Laowu perished under a single spell scroll. Even the Meteor Knight could not withstand such a spell, succumbing instantly. It must be a fifth-tier magic. That Dongwu Shuiying ought to be a Silver Moon Knight. He resides within his fortress, and our entire guild possesses merely 3 Silver Moon level members. Do we have any assurance of annihilating them? That is their stronghold. What shall we do?" The werewolf inquired anxiously. "A bounty." Cui Jinping's expression was frigid. "The Blood Blade Tavern." The werewolf gasped in surprise. The Blood Blade Tavern is an exceedingly ancient and venerable force. Its existence nearly as old as the history of the entire plane. It is the place where tasks are issued, and the bounty is determined by the Blood Blade Tavern itself. Furthermore, the tavern retains 80% of the bounty, leaving only 20% for the assassin. Thus, the prices are often exorbitant. The cost will be exceedingly high. The werewolf could not help but remark, "I want them dead. I desire the annihilation of the entire Dongwu family. I will spare no expense to see them perish." Cui Jinping gritted his teeth. This information was relayed to him by his second brother through the imperial army, and he knew he must act swiftly. Should Dongwu Shuiying discover that it was his son, he might strike first. Indeed, the werewolf nodded. They navigate the underground world, well aware of the necessity of striking preemptively. "Issue the order. The death of my son must remain confidential. All those privy to the information will be detained," Cui Jinping declared coldly. "Once the entire Dongwu family is extinguished, they shall be released. I shall set forth immediately to the Blood Blade Tavern. Once we engage, we cannot afford to grant them any opportunity to retaliate." Nightfall at the Blood Blade Tavern. This establishment was quite bustling, frequented by numerous adventurers and other individuals living on the edge. Not even the aristocracy dared to act recklessly here, for the patrons are those whose lives are at stake. They care little for your status. Should someone be slain, these individuals would likely flee immediately, and many assassins roam from place to place, making it exceedingly difficult to trace their identities after a kill. Ascending the stairs, the tavern had a side door designated for task issuance. One must accept a mission to gain access to the upper levels. Wrapped in his dark cloak, Cui Jinping presented a Bloodblade token. For one must possess a Bloodblade token or a Black Iron token or a Bronze token issued by Longshan Tower to validate their strength and identity. On the second floor of the tavern, it was notably quiet. Though a few individuals were present, each concealed their identities or donned masks. It was evident that those willing to reveal themselves as assassins were exceedingly rare. Individuals as ostentatious as the renowned Xiang Pangyun, the strongest in the entire Qinghe County, were few and far between. If Xiang Pangyun were to establish a family, the standing of the Si family in Qinghe County would surely be jeopardized. "I wish to issue a bounty," Cui Jinping declared as he entered a room and sat down opposite a woman in a purple robe. "Please proceed." The woman in the purple robe smiled. "I wish to eliminate the Dongwu family residing in the snowy fortress of Yishui City. I desire the complete destruction of the Dongwu family, particularly Dongwu Qingshi and Dongwu Shuiying." The two brothers must perish. A murderous intent laced Cui Jinping's voice. Very well, please hold on. We will need to calculate the bounty, the woman in purple replied. To kill? Even if one were to slay extraordinary beings, the Bloodblade Tavern would still accept the task, provided you can offer a sufficient price. Humph, Cui Jinping, suppressing his impatience, awaited with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. He could hardly contain his desire to eradicate the entire Dongbua family in vengeance for his son. At that moment, the woman in the purple robe glanced at the crystal orb in her hand, upon which some words began to materialize. She nodded gently and then stated, to annihilate the Dongbua family of Yushui City, 3 million gold coins are required. 3 million? Cui Jinping abruptly rose to his feet, incredulous at the exorbitance. How could it be so high? This is madness. Dongbua Shuiying is merely a silver moon knight. To extinguish such a family demands 3 million gold coins? Even if the Bloodblade Tavern takes 80%, the remaining 20% still amounts to 600,000 gold coins. Is such a price truly warranted for a mere assassination? The pricing at the Bloodblade Tavern is exceedingly stringent. Though the information regarding Dongbua Shuiying from Longshan Tower is confidential, the Bloodblade Tavern has gathered intelligence indicating that at the age of 15, he had already slain the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Shadow Leopard. While the slaying of the Shadow Leopard remains somewhat clandestine, it is still gradually being disseminated. However, factions like the Bloodblade Tavern and Longshan Tower are capable of uncovering such details. The Bloodblade Tavern posits that Dongbua Shuiying at 15 is quite likely a Silver Moon Knight. Furthermore, he has recently expended over 500,000 gold coins. Such extravagant spending implies that one cannot be without several million gold coins. The Bloodblade Tavern believes there is a 30% chance that Dongbua Shuiying has already attained a title-level status. Hence, they have established this pricing. And if one were to confirm it with certainty, the price would double. This. Cui Jinping could hardly believe it. The price was too steep. The assets of an ordinary title-level powerhouse family might only amount to 2 or 3 million gold coins. This implies that even a typical title-level expert would find themselves destitute and unable to afford such a sum. Although Cui Jinping is the leader of the underworld, he is still beholden to the Xi family above him. After years of accumulation, he could barely muster 100,000 gold coins. Our prices at the Bloodblade Tavern are non-negotiable. If you cannot afford it, please leave, the woman in the purple robe stated calmly. Chapter 59. The assassin Cui Jinping's expression was grim. Before the Bloodblade Tavern, no one could act arrogantly. Even the illustrious founding emperor who unified the realm to establish the Longshan Empire, revered as a deity, upheld the esteemed status of the Bloodblade Tavern and the Temple of the Earth. Yet, 300,000 gold coins were a sum he simply could not muster. Was he to forego vengeance? He could not resign himself to such a fate. I will amend the task. Cui Jinping gritted his teeth, declaring that while others could be disregarded, he demanded the death of the assassin, Dong Bo Qingshi. Assassin? The woman in the purple robe raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Cui Jinping. However, adhering to the rules of the Bloodblade Tavern, she refrained from probing further or disclosing any information. Indeed, the assassin. Cui Jinping affirmed, his trust in the tavern's reputation unwavering. I want that damned assassin dead. His name is Dong Bo Qingshi. Tell me, how much gold is required to eliminate such a mage? It must be done swiftly. I fear that Dong Bo Shuiying may uncover the truth and complications could arise. Rest assured, we at the Bloodblade Tavern pride ourselves on our efficiency. The woman in the purple robe smiled. Please hold for a moment. The price for eliminating the assassin Dong Bo Qingshi will be provided shortly. She glanced at the crystal orb resting on the table before her. To eliminate this assassin within a day, the cost is 1 million gold coins. She announced. 1 million gold coins? He is but an ordinary mage. Not even a low-tier mage. Cui Jinping exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Surely, dispatching a capable assassin to infiltrate and eliminate him should be a trivial task. Snowstone Castle is undoubtedly on high alert, and Dong Bo Qingshi is likely to remain within the castle's confines for a time, the woman in purple explained. Should you grant a year for this task, it might only require 100,000 gold coins. However, your time frame of a single day necessitates us to relay the task to the assassin, who must then prepare and travel. Such a brief period is quite challenging, and we might also face obstacles from others within Snowstone Castle. The woman smiled, observing Cui Jinping's clenched jaw. The policies of the Bloodblade Tavern were inflexible. He could either place the bounty or take his leave. Very well. Cui Jinping's face contorted with rage. Act swiftly and resolve this matter. Payment is required. The woman in purple stated, her gaze fixed upon him. Though Cui Jinping felt a pang of anguish, the pain of losing his son had driven him to madness. Willing to sacrifice anything, he produced a substantial stack of gold notes, precisely amounting to 1 million. This was the culmination of his years of struggle within the underworld. A thrill he relished in counting. A pleasurable transaction, the woman in purple remarked with a smile. We will promptly arrange for a suitable assassin. Indeed, Cui Jinping nodded. His eyes ablaze with hatred. He envisioned the demise of Dong Bo Qingshi and placed unwavering faith in the prowess of the Bloodblade Tavern. Typically, the tavern fulfilled its contracts unless faced with extraordinary circumstances, such as being tasked to eliminate a named individual, only to discover they were an extraordinary being. In such cases, the Bloodblade Tavern would temporarily withdraw the mission and demand a higher price, with no refunds issued. Such were the regulations of the Bloodblade Tavern. Those who could not accept them need not apply. In truth, the Bloodblade Tavern has already established a remarkable reputation. This task, obstructed by Dong Shuiying, who may very well possess title-level strength, is thus assigned only to those who have attained such formidable capabilities. As there is no necessity to eliminate Dong Shuiying, the reward stands at 1 million gold coins. Should the mission require the death of Dong Shuiying, only one assassin in the entire Qinghai County, named Xiang Pengyun, is deemed worthy to undertake such a task. He is the most powerful being in Qinghai County, possessing an overwhelming force that can annihilate an ordinary title-level opponent in a mere exchange. His might instills terror in the hearts of many. Even Si Lianghong, the ancient witch who has lived for centuries and transformed into a blood demon, is ranked beneath Xiang Pengyun on the Longshan ranking. The rankings on the Longshan list are exceptionally precise. Soon, the assassin was confirmed to be an exceptionally skilled individual, codenamed Wind Demon. In a modest yet spacious courtyard within the county city, 5 figures congregated, illuminated by bright lights, engaged in earnest discussion. Brother, I will simply bring the third along with me, said a lean man clad in silver-gray armor, his chest adorned with a peculiar bronze breastplate, half of his face obscured by a silver-gray mask. He urged, this assassination task is exceedingly simple. Although the intel suggests that Dong Shuiying may be title level, he is merely 22 years old. A title level at such a young age? How could that be? Even if he truly is, he poses no threat to me. The lean man grinned. Brother, you need not concern yourself. He is Wind Demon, a formidable assassin of title-level prowess. Indeed, brother, and we 3 shall assist as well. Chimed in a white-haired mage, who, despite his pride as a silver moon mage, felt a sense of humility in the presence of their elder brother. The figure seated at the head of the table was a robust man clad in a loose, dark red robe, which slightly exposed his chest. Though he stood approximately 6 feet tall and was quite muscular, he paled in comparison to the divine envoy encountered by Dong Shuiying, who possessed a monstrous physique. Yet, the invisible pressure emanating from this robust man far surpassed that of the previous divine envoy. The latter seemed akin to a mere kitten, while this man exuded the aura of an unparalleled beast. His malevolence was palpable, forged through countless acts of slaughter. While assassins typically conceal their identities, he openly embraced his, as his killings were sanctioned by the Bloodblade Tavern, rendering it impossible for anyone to confront him publicly. Wind Demon, although a formidable expert in his own right, dared not breathe audibly in the presence of his elder brother, displaying great deference. The ancient witch Si Lianghong had been evading capture, refusing to emerge even when provoked. It had been a while since she had exercised her skills, and the robust man felt a pang of restlessness. This time, I shall accompany you to observe. If the task is indeed straightforward, you shall handle it. However, if Dong Shuiying truly possesses title-level strength, then I shall have a worthy plaything, he remarked casually, his blood-red eyes reflecting the essence of his martial training. He is none other than the foremost powerhouse of the entire Qinghai County, as well as the most fearsome assassin. Xiang Pengyun. Very well, since my elder brother wishes to go, then let it be. This task is, in fact, rather straightforward. It is unlikely that my elder brother will even need to intervene, Fema jested with a smile. Since it has been decided, we shall depart for Yishui City, Snow Eagle territory, at dawn tomorrow. Xiang Pengyun rose and issued the command. Understood. Fema and the other 3 responded in unison. Chapter 60. Threat on the following morning. A black alchemical airship, exceeding 30 meters in length, ascended into the mist, soaring swiftly towards Yishui City. Aboard the vessel, apart from the 2 servants tasked with piloting, there were 5 individuals, including Xiang Pengyun. He reclined casually on the deck, gazing at the ethereal clouds, occasionally piercing through the fog to glimpse the vast expanse of the earth below. Dong Wuxueying, merely 22 years of age? A peculiar smile graced Xiang Pongyun's lips. A title-level individual so young was indeed a rare and intriguing spectacle. At the peak of Shuesher Mountain, near the castle's edge by the cliff, a young man clad in black stood alone, surveying the landscape below. His mere presence instilled a subtle sense of pressure among the ordinary soldiers. Typically, Dong Wuxueying was quite restrained, yet at this moment, his displeasure emanated an aura that felt oppressive to those around him. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as three knights raced down the mountain path. They had arrived. Dong Wuxueying turned his gaze towards them. The knights, upon spotting their lord waiting outside the castle, dismounted, with the foremost knight hastening toward Dong Wuxueying. My lord, the knight bowed respectfully. Is there news from Lord Xian? Dong Wuxueying inquired. Lord Xian has reported that there have been no rumors of any noble young master suddenly passing away in Yishui City. He has conveyed the information to Longshan Tower in Qinghe County and believes there will be results within 3 days, the knight replied dutifully. Dong Wuxueying furrowed his brow. This aligned precisely with his expectations. Lord Xian was ultimately only responsible for matters within Yishui City. He had sent messengers late at night to expedite inquiries, and his subordinates were awaiting news. Yet the outcome was, Lord Xian could not ascertain the truth and had to escalate the matter. 3 days. Dong Wuxueying mused silently, hoping no complications would arise. Regardless of who it was, none shall harm sure to. He had devoted himself to caring for his brother since infancy, and their bond had long since penetrated the marrow of his being. For his brother, he had unhesitatingly ventured into the Desolation Mountains. In the past, he could not comprehend why some individuals would risk everything for others, even to the point of forsaking their lives. However, having cared for his brother, witnessing him joyfully calling out brother and seeking comfort in his embrace, he understood that when feelings run deep enough, they transcend even death. Such was his devotion to his brother. My lord, this is a document from Lord Xian. The knight reverently presented a scroll from his bosom. Dong Wuxueying accepted the scroll and made his way into the castle. The soldiers at the gate greeted him with respectful bows. Convey my orders for the next 3 days. Qin Shi is to remain within the castle and not step outside. Dong Wuxueying commanded. Yes, my lord, the soldiers replied in unison, their respect palpable. Whether his brother would be allowed to emerge after 3 days depended on the resolution of this troubling matter. As he wandered within the castle, Dong Wuxueying perused the documents in his hand. A furrow creased his brow upon encountering information regarding his brother's young girlfriend, Ji Rong. Previously, he had requested the Dragon Mountain Tower to investigate all matters concerning Ji Rong, and although they had been unable to ascertain the identity of that noble young master, the master of the sea and tower had sent Ji Rong's intelligence ahead. Oh, Dong Wuxueying contemplated the details. Ji Rong's father, Ji Wuhai, had toiled tirelessly for his family during his youth, laboring for 2 decades to establish a substantial family estate. And he had also taken a wife and fathered a daughter, this daughter being Ji Rong. During her early years, Ji Rong lived a life of considerable affluence. However, things took a turn when her uncle, who had taken over the family, turned against them and cast Ji Rong's family out. Ji Rong's parents, reduced to a state of disgrace, sought refuge with her maternal family, the Yin clan. Within the confines of the Yin family, they faced discrimination and contempt, rendering Ji Rong's childhood quite miserable and tragic, while her father succumbed to despair through alcohol. When Ji Rong was 9 years old, Dong Wuxueying continued to read. The dossier was meticulously detailed, revealing numerous circumstances. Upon thorough investigation, it was suspected that Ji Wuhai was a follower of some malevolent deity. His wife and daughter might also be adherents of this dark faith. Definitive evidence still required verification. As Dong Wuxueying absorbed this information, his pupils contracted involuntarily. Followers of malevolent deities? The Dragon Mountain Tower has relentlessly pursued inquiries into such sinister entities. Should this be validated, they would likely take decisive action. In fact, prior to this, the Dragon Mountain Tower had been oblivious to any issues concerning Ji Wuhai. It was only due to Dong Wuxueying's request to investigate his brother's girlfriend that the tower undertook a comprehensive examination of Ji Wuhai's family at the highest level. This thorough scrutiny, encompassing various aspects, promptly unearthed several alarming issues. Nevertheless, for now, it remained a suspicion without sufficient evidence. Dong Wuxueying scrutinized the details further. The latter sections chronicled many facts that served as the basis for the Dragon Mountain Tower's deductions. Even if Ji Wuhai were not a follower of a malevolent deity, he was undeniably a hypocritical and cruel individual. Dongbo Shuiying was taken aback. Ji Wuhai had suffered at the hands of his elder brother, having been cast out and looked down upon by his wife's family. Yet, his subsequent vengeance was exceedingly ruthless and insidious. So much so that the Dragon Mountain Tower had previously possessed no inkling of it. Only through this meticulous investigation had the truth come to light. A mere beggar child, having accidentally offended him, was killed by Ji Rong's servant? Certain revelations obtained corroborated that not only was Ji Wuhai hypocritically cruel, but his wife and daughter also harbored a sinister side, albeit well concealed. The Dragon Mountain Tower's inquiries had even uncovered the death of a beggar. This was unacceptable. Such a woman should not remain associated with Qingshi. Dongbo Shuiying made an immediate resolution. A woman adept in cunning, skilled in disguise, and inherently cruel. In comparison, his brother was far too innocent and naive, and he would likely be played to his demise, perhaps even expressing gratitude towards his manipulator. In the afternoon, Dongbo Shuiying sat atop the castle's main building, his spirit wholly entwined with the cosmos, savoring the profound mysteries of nature. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed toward the castle gate. Is that Miss Ji? Please, come in. The castle guards did not impede her entry, and Ji Rong stepped into the fortress. With a sweet smile gracing her lips, she felt a twinge of confusion within. Usually, Dongbo Qingshi would seek her out by day, yet today he had not come to find her. Was it due to the previous conflict with that noble young master? Nevertheless, Ji Rong resolved to visit him, wishing to convey her concern. As she traversed a corridor, she encountered Dongbo Shuiying, clad in black, standing there. Ji Rong was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "Brother Shuiying, do you remember the unfortunate beggar who met a tragic end 6 years ago?" Dongbo Shuiying replied coldly. A shiver coursed through Ji Rong's heart. How could he possibly know? Few were aware of this matter. She lifted her gaze to meet Dongbo Shuiying's icy, blade-like eyes, and an unsettling dread washed over her. The mental prowess of a transcendent being is formidable. Being scrutinized felt akin to a mere ant under the gaze of a dragon. This instinctive fear of the disparity in their life levels overwhelmed her further. Under the oppressive force of his mental might, Ji Rong felt anxious and terrified, even contemplating the revelation of her concealed past. If Qingshi were merely an innocent lad, his brother was truly a terrifying presence. It was evident that refusal would lead to bloodshed. It was crucial to acknowledge that this gun-wielding madman, at merely 15 years of age, had already annihilated the entire Blade Alliance. Chapter 61. The breakup. Though filled with trepidation, Ji Rong hurriedly defended herself. Brother Shuiying, you are gravely mistaken. It was a servant from my household who, unbeknownst to me, took the life of that young beggar. I only learned of it later. There is no need for your defense in my presence, Dongbo Shuiying replied coldly. I command you to remove yourself from my brother's side. He remained fixated on the facts, dismissing the empty words of others. Furthermore, according to the investigations conducted by Longshan Tower, Ji Wuhai and his family were exceptionally skilled in the art of disguise. Ji Rong hesitated, tears glistening in her eyes. You have 3 days, Dongbo Shuiying declared before turning to leave. If, after 3 days, you have not succeeded, I shall intervene on your behalf. But my methods will be rather direct. Since the age of 8, he had relentlessly trained with firearms, often breaking down in tears yet resolutely persisting. Through such trials, his will had become formidable. What kind of determination must one possess to withstand such hardships? How could a mere girl like Ji Rong hope to sway him with a few words? Even with someone like Kong Yue, Dongbo Shuiying had only felt anger for the betrayal of trust, swiftly severing that connection without hesitation. Dongbo Shuiying was known for his straightforwardness. He was ruthless to himself, and even more so to his adversaries. Yes, Ji Rong muttered, watching his retreating figure, her head bowed in defeat. She walked slowly towards Qingshi's quarters, pondering her next move. How can I ensure that Qingshi stands firmly by my side? Instilling a sense of caution in Dongbo Shuiying, Ji Rong contemplated. No, this Dongbo Shuiying is a man of decisive action. He will not be ensnared by such trivial schemes. He could easily deceive his brother and extinguish the entire Ji family without a trace. What should I do? I have yet to uncover the extent of Dongbo Shuiying's familial wealth. No achievements have been attributed to him. Ji Rong continued her musings as she walked. Relying on Qingshi? In terms of emotional bonds, it is likely that Qingshi is far closer to his brother. Even if he temporarily allies with me, he will ultimately side with his brother. Cursed be this predicament. Ji Rong could think of no means to remain close to Qingshi. For Donghua Shuiying exerted his influence through sheer strength. Dare you defy me? Then face annihilation. The curved dagger alliance had once instilled dread in all the nobility of Yishui City, yet Donghua Shuiying single-handedly dismantled it at the tender age of 15. Now, he was far more formidable than he had been then. Resignation settled in. Ji Rong quickly resolved to abandon her pursuit. Ji Rong, you actually came to see me. I am overjoyed. Qing Shi exclaimed. Alas, you know, we caused quite a stir yesterday. My brother has forbidden me from leaving the castle for 3 days, so I cannot seek you out during this time. Qing Shi stepped out of the castle's main building, walking alongside Ji Rong on a cobblestone path within the castle, recounting the events and adding, it's no wonder my brother is concerned. That deceased noble certainly had a formidable background. At that moment, my intention was never to kill that noble youth. It was merely that I could not precisely control the extensive spell I unleashed. Who could have anticipated that the young aristocrat would be struck by a bolt of lightning? This is not your fault, Ji Rong reassured. Had we not retaliated, you would have perished, and I would have suffered greatly. I truly shudder to think of the consequences of being captured. No one can harm you, Qing Shi declared, gripping Ji Rong's hand with resolve. I promise. Ji Rong smiled faintly, saying nothing further. What troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Qing Shi inquired, sensing his girlfriend's distress. Is it because of yesterday's incident with the nobleman? Do not worry. My brother is handling everything and will surely resolve the matter. It is not that, Ji Rong replied. Then what is it? Qing Shi pressed, urging her to speak. Perhaps I can assist you. Ji Rong suddenly said, Qing Shi, let us break up. Qing Shi was taken aback, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, utterly bewildered. What jest is this? Qing Shi chuckled, finding no amusement in such matters. I am serious. We should part ways, Ji Rong stated, gazing earnestly at him. As Qing Shi looked into Ji Rong's eyes, he realized this was no jest. It was genuine. Why? Qing Shi struggled to comprehend. Just yesterday, we were well and truly happy, despite the conflict with that nobleman. What did that have to do with our relationship? Why the sudden desire to end things? I have developed feelings for someone else. Is that not permissible? Ji Rong replied. What is the underlying reason? Speak, please. Qing Shi implored, his anxiety mounting. Ji Rong lowered her head, enveloped in silence. Please, you must tell me. Qing Shi was nearly beside himself with worry. Your brother is your most important kin, is he not? Ji Rong observed. Qing Shi furrowed his brow, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Your brother has investigated my background, Ji Rong continued. He believes I am not a suitable girl for you, and he has issued an ultimatum for me to leave you. Qing Shi was taken aback. Your brother opposes this. Can you defy his wishes? Ji Rong looked at him intently. I Qing Shi stammered, gritting his teeth. Who I choose to love cannot be obstructed by my brother. Do not deceive yourself. I am well aware of the bond you share with him. Whoever you choose must receive his approval and blessing, Ji Rong asserted. Panic gripped Qing Shi. What would he do if his brother vehemently opposed this relationship? There must be some misunderstanding. Why would he intervene? You mentioned he investigated you and deemed you unworthy. What exactly transpired? Qing Shi questioned, desperate for clarity. But your brother believes I commanded the servants to act against you. Thinking I was cruel even at the age of 10, that I am not a good person, Ji Rong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What can I do? I have been living on Snowstone Mountain since I was 11, apprenticed to master by Yuan. After all these years, do you not know who I truly am? Yet your brother insists that I am not a suitable girl for you and demands I depart from your life. Ji Rong whispered. Your brother was the foremost master of Yishui City in his youth, and now he is even more unfathomable. I dare not offend him, and our Ji family cannot afford to do so either. Thus, we must part ways. Qing Shi, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, How can this be? How could my brother do such a thing? If Donghua Shuiying opposes this, the Ji family will surely retreat. Stay here. I will go find my brother. Qing Shi insisted. Wait for me. I will surely persuade him. It is futile, Ji Rong replied, shaking her head. Yet, Donghua Qing Shi turned away, hurrying towards the training grounds. Inside the training grounds, Qing Shi burst in, finding Donghua Shuiying, clad in black, practicing his spear techniques. The spear's shadows danced amidst swirling snowflakes, appearing ethereal and elusive, devoid of the past ferocity. Instead harmonizing with the essence of heaven and earth. Brother, Qing Shi called out, unable to contain his impatience. With a swift motion, the spear shadows dissipated and Donghua Shuiying halted. Turning with a smile as he regarded his younger brother. Ah, it's Qing Shi. What brings you here? Before his brother, Qing Shi felt diminished hesitating before finally mustering the courage to say, "Brother, did you compel Jirong to leave me?" Dongbo Shuiying was taken aback. It appeared Jirong was not easily dissuaded. He had granted her 3 days to end things with Qingshi. Yet she had acted so decisively. "Yes, I did," he confirmed with a nod. "Why? Why would you do this?" Qingshi struggled to suppress his anger. Yearning for an explanation, "She is not suitable for you," Dongbo Shuiying replied. "Not suitable? Simply because, as a child, she inadvertently caused the death of a young beggar," Qingshi retorted. Dongbo Shuiying furrowed his brow, but continued, "Because a mere clash led to a servant torturing a young beggar to death in secret. How could she, at such a tender age, possess the temperament befitting of you? Haha, how absurd, brother. She was merely 10 years old then. That was 6 years ago. How can you be so certain that your investigation is entirely accurate?" Qingshi argued. "The one who acted was a servant, and you have stated it was a clandestine torment. How can you be certain it was Jirong's command and not the servant's own initiative?" "There are indeed other corroborative evidences," Dongbo Shuiying replied, frowning as he produced a document from his possession. He perused it briefly before extracting a page, which contained the final conclusion. "The Longshan Tower suspects they are followers of an evil deity. This matter cannot be disclosed to you, for your emotions are currently volatile. If this reaches Jirong's ears, the Ji family will immediately become wary. Look, this is the intelligence gathered by Longshan Tower regarding the Ji family. Examine it for yourself and determine whether she is fit to be your wife." Dongbo Shuiying offered the document to his brother. Dongbo Qingshi accepted it, fighting against his rising fury. He scrutinized the contents carefully. Much of it echoed what Jirong had previously shared, such as being cast out by her uncle, residing with her maternal family, and being bullied during her childhood. Yet, there were numerous details that were new to him. For instance, Jirong's father, Ji Wuhai, is indeed the sinister force behind the downfall of both his uncle's family and the Yin family. Many from his uncle's household and the Yin family met tragic ends, all pointing towards Ji Wuhai. Dongbo Qingshi found himself increasingly repulsed by Ji Wuhai. After concluding his reading, he gathered his thoughts. "What do you think?" Dongbo Shuiying inquired. "Not much," Dongbo Qingshi retorted angrily. "The intelligence is detailed, but does that guarantee its absolute veracity? Even if it is true, it implicates Ji Wuhai alone. What does this have to do with Jirong? During their family's temporary stay with the Yin family, they were constantly bullied, and her father, drowning his sorrows in drink, paid little attention to his family. It was only after a year of commerce that he returned. Subsequently, he sent his daughter to study under a teacher. Jirong had little time with her father. Moreover, she is genuinely pitiable. Before the age of 10, she lived a wretched life. After her father returned with immense wealth, she enjoyed nearly a year of noble lady's life before coming under the tutelage of a teacher." Dongbo Qingshi exclaimed. "She experienced nearly a year of opulence. Yet for the rest of the time, she was either bullied or leading the life of a mage under her teacher. She is a most unfortunate person. How can one label her as malicious?" Dongbo Shuiying frowned. According to the inferences of Longshan Tower, these conclusions are drawn by their intelligence experts based on scant clues. There is insufficient evidence. She has been at the Mage Tower, alongside me. I know not who she truly is, even if her father is a villain. We need not concern ourselves with him. Does our Dongbo family fear a mere merchant?" Qingshi continued. "Brother, I do not know about her father, but Jirong is undoubtedly innocent. She is the first girl I have ever cherished, and perhaps the last. Please, do not be so harsh." Dongbo Shuiying's expression shifted slightly. "Perhaps the last," he mused, as Jirong had clearly captivated his younger brother deeply. He said gravely, "Qingshi, the credibility of Longshan Tower's intelligence is exceedingly high. They would not dare to document such claims without sufficient assurance. From her youth until now, she has lived at the Mage Tower. I do not know what kind of person she is." Qingshi retorted furiously. "Mages are incredibly astute individuals. Do not underestimate them, even the young ones." Dongbo Shuiying added, "He has just been deceived by Kong Yue. I trust her," Qingshi asserted. Dongbo Shuiying also believed that with Longshan Tower's capabilities, if they suspected Ji Wuhai, 3 years would suffice to uncover the truth. Moreover, the 3-year time frame was likely intended to prevent his brother from resisting too vehemently, if all hope were to be extinguished. Given his brother's feelings for Jirong, he might very well go mad. 3 years? Qingshi exclaimed, wide-eyed. 3 years? That is far too long. Are you going to send her away? Brother, how can you be so cruel? How can you treat her this way? And you say we must part? This is between Jirong and me. Can you dictate that we must part? We must part. Dongbo Shuiying was taken aback to discover that his younger brother had been unable to endure for 3 consecutive years. Anger surged within him. He could not abide the thought of his brother associating with a follower of an evil deity. If this individual were indeed a devotee of such a malevolent entity, it would undoubtedly lead his brother towards an abyss of despair. Who could fathom the actions of a follower of an evil god? He would be left with nothing but regret. You must break off this relationship, Dongbo Shuiying declared coldly. No, Qing Shi retorted, seething with indignation. No one can oppose you. You know that if I utter a single word, the Baiyuan Association will expel Ji Rong, and the Ji family will have to vacate Yishui City. Dongbo Shuiying's voice was frigid. Thus, whether you wish to or not, you shall comply. This matter leaves no room for your insubordination. You. Qing Shi felt blood rush to his head, his eyes reddening, his heart racing uncontrollably. His elder brother possessed the power to forcibly dismantle his relationship with Ji Rong, a force he could not resist. His voice trembled as he looked at Dongbo Shuiying, his gaze evoking a tremor of fear in his brother's heart. In a hoarse roar, he cried, "Brother, you are my brother. I have always taken pride in you. Though I can barely recall our parents, I have always believed I had the finest brother in the world. But I was mistaken. I never anticipated you would turn out to be this kind of person. You have disappointed me immensely. You truly have. I never imagined my brother could be such an individual. You are nothing but an arrogant fool. You have brought me such disillusionment." When the most significant person in his life, the one he would willingly sacrifice himself to protect, uttered such words to him, Dongbo Shuiying felt his heart convulse. Had his brother truly lost faith in him? I never thought you would be this kind of person. My brother could become such a person. Qing Shi's face was already streaked with tears as he turned and fled, dashing past Zhong Ling, who had evidently approached upon hearing the brothers' quarrel. With tears streaming down his face, Qing Shi rushed by Zhong Ling. Dongbo Shuiying's heart ached. Even his usually steady hands trembled slightly, the muscles in his palms twitching uncontrollably, causing him pain. Yes, the heart could truly ache. I have always been proud of you, but I was wrong. I never expected you to be this kind of person. My brother could become such a person. Dongbo Shuiying's breath became erratic. Just then, Zhong Ling approached and asked, "Shuiying, keep an eye on Qing Shi for me. Remember, he must not leave the castle for 3 days. If he insists on going out and you cannot stop him, come and inform me. I will intervene," Dongbo Shuiying instructed. Zhong Ling observed Dongbo Shuiying's demeanor. In the past, Dongbo Shuiying stood like a towering mountain, a steadfast spear that commanded respect and fear, an aura befitting a formidable warrior. Yet at this moment, he seemed diminished, as if that indomitable presence had waned, leaving him vulnerable. "Shuiying?" Zhong Ling gazed at Dongbo Shuiying's face, which appeared somewhat pale, as if there were tears glistening in his eyes. "I have heard everything you said just now. Do not be disheartened. This child, Qing Shi, has yet to experience significant adversity. In due time, he will come to understand the depth of your intentions." Zhong Ling consoled. "You have cherished him since childhood, even going so far as to risk your life to annihilate mountains in pursuit of a worthy mentor for him. He will eventually recognize your kindness towards him. Enough of this sorrow. Do not let it weigh upon you. I am untroubled. I have faith in Qing Shi." With that, Dongbo Shuiying turned and walked away. On the rooftop of the castle's main building, Dongbo Shuiying sat alone, sipping wine while gazing at the vast expanse of the sky and earth. His brother was deeply saddened. This was the first time in their lives that he had been so profoundly affected. As for the hurtful words his brother had spoken, they had pierced Dongbo Shuiying's heart at the moment. Yet now his sole concern was for his sibling. "This phase shall pass," he murmured softly, wiping away the moisture from his eyes, surprised that after all these years, tears could still flow. He laughed lightly and took another sip of his drink. The mountain breeze blew gently. Dongbo Shuiying found himself lost in thought, sitting there with his wine. Gradually, darkness enveloped the sky as night began to fall. During dinner, Dongbo Shuiying anticipated seeing his brother, yet his brother did not join him for the meal. After finishing his dinner, he retreated to his study, immersed himself in books. As night descended, a waning moon hung high above, casting a faint glow upon the earth. Amidst the clouds in the lofty sky, a black alchemical airship quietly approached the Snowstone Castle. Chapter 62. Infiltration within the alchemical airship. One of the servants steering the vessel respectfully announced, "Master, we have arrived at the Snowstone Castle." With his eyes closed in quiet contemplation, Xiang Pengyun opened them, and the 4 companions, including Feng Ma, began to rise. "Brother, we shall descend now," Feng Ma said with a smile. Indeed, Xiang Pengyan replied with a slight nod. The four swiftly exited the cabin and emerged onto the deck. Among them, a white-haired sorcerer brandished a violet staff and commenced casting spells. Rays of light erupted from the staff, enveloping Feng Ma and the others in a series of enhancement incantations. Instantly, their auras were entirely concealed, an invisible barrier forming around the trio, warping even the light around them. Previously, Dongbo Shuiying and his companions had attempted to infiltrate the Lu family's castle, but they had been discovered almost immediately upon arrival. In contrast, these assassins were masters of their craft, adept in the art of stealth. "Let us proceed," Feng Ma instructed. With a whoosh, the four leaped simultaneously from the airship, plummeting downward. As they descended, the magical energies encircled them, slowing their fall significantly. After a considerable time, they landed silently in a clearing adjacent to the castle's main building. The assassins understood that the main structure was typically under heavy surveillance, likely protected by various magical arrays, making direct descent perilous. Open spaces, however, appeared devoid of such enchantments at first glance. "Old Third is here. The three of us will infiltrate," Feng Ma commanded. "Be cautious. If you encounter any alerting arrays, withdraw immediately, and I will complete the task." Rest assured, second brother, the two Silver Moon Knights, a man and a woman, nodded. They were exceedingly proficient. With a whoosh, the trio swiftly approached the main building, their encircling spells rendering them nearly invisible even to those nearby under the cover of night. By day, they would only appear as indistinct shadows. Inside the study, Dongbo Shuiying was perusing a book, though his mind was restless, merely flipping through the pages. Dongbo Shuiying suddenly furrowed his brow. A master of the unity of man and nature. Even in ordinary times, one's mental energy resonates naturally with the surrounding world, making any disturbance detectable within a certain range. Should one consciously merge their mental energy with the environment, they could sense activity within several miles, even detecting the alchemical airship above. Yet, most individuals do not maintain such a state of unity constantly, as complete harmony with the cosmos requires a focused concentration of mental power. Someone has arrived. The noble's retaliation is swift indeed. A cold glint appeared in Dongbo Shuiying's eyes. It had been many years since anyone dared to intrude upon Snowstone Castle, since his parents were taken away in his childhood. The enigmatic young noble had just perished, and now there were intruders. Dongbo Shuiying found it hard to believe this was unrelated to the noble's family. Creak. Dongbo Shuiying opened the door and stepped outside. Feng Ma silently ascended the corridor of the castle's main building. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. A terrifying force enveloped the castle, extending for hundreds of meters. The Silver Moon Mage, the two knights, and even the Wind Demon were all utterly suppressed by this overwhelming power of nature. This feeling of complete subjugation instilled a profound terror within them. Once the Silver Moon Mage was restrained and unable to harness the forces of heaven and earth, he found himself utterly defenseless, incapable of casting even the most formidable spells. How absurd it was that the young Dongbo Shuiying, merely 22 years of age, was recognized as a formidable being of celestial unity. The two Silver Moon Knights, a man and a woman, were equally stricken with fear, their legs trembling. They were acutely aware of the vast chasm in strength between themselves and a title-level warrior, and under the pressure of natural forces. They felt that if Dongbo Shuiying chose to confront them, they would meet their demise in the blink of an eye. Panic gripped their hearts, and they contemplated escape. They fervently hoped that Dongbo Shuiying would direct his attention towards the Wind Demon instead, who possessed sufficient strength to withstand the onslaught. Soon, their elder brother would arrive, and with him, their lives would be spared. The two knights hastily retreated, their fear palpable. Meanwhile, the Wind Demon, though not afraid, was nonetheless astonished. Celestial unity? It had been many years since a title-level warrior of merely 22 years had emerged in the Anyang province. Such an extraordinary event was truly remarkable. The Wind Demon found himself overwhelmed by the forces of nature, utterly astonished. To achieve title-level status at such a young age was not only rare in Anyang province, but also an extraordinary feat within the entire Longshan Empire. In truth, even the Bloodblade Tavern had only speculated, while the intelligence from Longshan Tower was more comprehensive. However, they had not witnessed the battle themselves and questioned whether the signs of conflict within the Lu family castle might be attributed to other causes. Thus, they assessed the possibility of Dongbo Shuiying being a title-level warrior at only 50%. Even if Dongbo Shuiying truly possessed title-level prowess, they suspected he had acquired powerful alchemical armor or similar artifacts. They found it hard to believe that a title-level warrior could emerge in such a remote location as Ushuaia City. Achieving title-level status through one's own strength is exceedingly arduous. Celestial unity? A formidable challenge. The awakening of ancient bloodlines? Equally difficult. Even for the royal family of the Longshan Empire, nurturing a title-level warrior at the tender age of 22 was an immensely daunting task. After years of cultivation, I have yet to attain celestial unity. It is only through my body's enhancements and the alchemical treasures bestowed by my elder brother that I have attained title-level strength. The Wind Demon was shocked. Could it be that Dong Bo Shui-ing had genuinely achieved celestial unity through sheer personal strength? Many had relied on external forces to barely reach title level, like Dong Bo Shui-ing's adversary, Emoyang Chunbai, and even the Wind Demon himself. However, the Wind Demon was relentless with himself. Having undergone modifications by a master alchemist and wielding alchemical treasures, coupled with years of honing his abilities between life and death, his power surpassed that of Emoyang Chunbai. He was not far off from true title-level warriors in combat prowess. As the pressure of the natural forces intensified and the air distorted, illuminated by the flickering light of the fire crystal lamp, a figure clad in black appeared in the corridor. The Wind Demon gazed upon this individual before him. Beneath the distortion of air, the visage of the opponent appeared somewhat blurred. However, the youth's age and general appearance led Feng Emo to recognize him as Dong Bo Shui-ing. Who sent you? The young man in black approached him menacingly. Flee. Feng Emo hesitated to engage, for he lacked the strength to confront someone of such formidable stature. All he needed was to buy some time until his elder brother could arrive. The black-clad youth, noticing Feng Mo's intention to escape, let out a barely audible scoff. If you refuse to speak, then prepare to meet your demise. In an instant, a long spear materialized in the youth's hand, arcing through the air with an astonishing curvature, indicative of its overwhelming power. How swift! Feng Emo felt a jolt of fear surge through him as he instinctively turned, wielding his curved blades in defense. He knew he could not adequately block the attack, relying solely on instinct as he raised both blades to shield himself. Clang! The spear's tip, infused with terrifying force and rotational momentum, left Feng Mo's hands numb, forcing him to stagger back in involuntary terror. Indeed, such power had even felled the illustrious divine envoy after employing forbidden techniques. How could Feng Emo possibly withstand it? Too strong. How could it be? His blades trembled as he desperately braced for a second strike. He had barely managed to deflect the first, but the impact had sent him reeling. The second thrust came, and by sheer luck, he managed to intercept it again. However, his arms were rendered completely numb, his grip on the blades distorted. The third strike. Puff. I. Feng Emo clutched his throat, attempting to stanch the flow of blood, desperately clinging to life. He never anticipated that even when facing an opponent of such caliber, he would meet his end so swiftly. Dong Bo Shui-ing observed the masked assassin, now slowly collapsing while clutching his neck. You managed to barely withstand 2 strikes. It seems you possess some measure of title-level strength. There were still 3 insignificant insects left. Under the influence of his celestial power, Dong Bo Shui-ing kept a watchful eye on the movements of the remaining assassins, ready to extinguish them at a moment's notice. Speak, who sent you? Dong Bo Shui-ying's voice echoed in the ears of the 3 assassins. We don't know. We have no idea. We accepted a mission from the Bloodblade Tavern, but we are unaware of who issued it. The 3 assassins trembled in fear. Dong Bo Shui-ing furrowed his brow. A mission from the Bloodblade Tavern? The noble youth's family had actually placed a bounty? Such a lead would make it nearly impossible to trace the task's origin. Puff, puff, puff. 3 streaks of cold light flashed. Under the shroud of celestial power and darkness, the assassins' eyes widened as small holes appeared in their foreheads. Since you have dared to come to my home and have proven useless, do you still wish to escape? Dong Bo Shui-ing glanced at the 3 fallen bodies. The projectiles he had thrown were 3 dart-shaped throwing knives. He had procured a fine batch of materials for short spears when he was in the county city. He had also acquired a substantial quantity of well-crafted throwing knives, as utilizing short spears against weaker opponents was simply impractical. Thus, he had filled an entire box with these throwing knives, stowed safely in his storage ring. In the celestial expanse above, Xiang Pangyun gazed downwards with a detached expression from his alchemical airship. Suddenly, a surge of elemental energy emanated from the castle below, and with his remarkable vision, Xiang Pangyun discerned through the distorted air a young man clad in black approaching the Wind Demon. In a flash, a spear materialized in the youth's hand, and he struck with astonishing swiftness, 3 shots in quick succession, resulting in the demise of the wind demon. A moment of surprise flickered in Xiang Pongyun's eyes, followed by a widening grin. His blood-red irises sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. A celestial being at just 22? Moreover, he eliminated the wind demon in a single encounter? This is simply splendid. I never anticipated that my venture for fortune would yield such a rare specimen. To achieve celestial unity at such a tender age, coupled with formidable strength, he possesses ample time to chart his own course, with a high likelihood of transcending to the extraordinary realm. Should the Dragon Mountain Tower ascertain Dongbua Shuiying's prowess, the extraordinary organizations would undoubtedly seek to recruit such a prodigy. Or perhaps he has already aligned himself with one of those organizations. Xiang Pengyun mused quietly. He had lived long enough to uncover many secrets. This world is inhabited by extraordinary beings. The armies of mundane humanity hold no significance against the extraordinary. It is they who are the true rulers of this realm. The 6 great extraordinary organizations stand as the embodiment of this dominance, their existence steeped in antiquity. The Earth God Temple and the Bloodblade Tavern are among the more unique of these organizations. The future of extraordinary life is bright, yet alas, you shall not have the opportunity to cross into the extraordinary realm. Excitement danced in Xiang Pongyun's eyes. Wait for me, he commanded. Understood, master. The servants steering the airship replied respectfully. With a leap, Xiang Pengyun descended. Though it seemed slow, he merely took a moment to ponder before plunging downwards. In the castle's courtyard, Dongbua Shuiying had just slain the wind demon and looked with curiosity at the corpse, particularly at the chest area where an enigmatic bronze heart-protecting mirror lay. The intricate patterns on the mirror struck him as extraordinary. This bronze artifact appeared to be the finest alchemical treasure he had ever encountered. Suddenly, Dongbua Shuiying's expression shifted as he raised his gaze skyward. In the high altitude, a burly figure clad in dark crimson robes descended rapidly. His visage chiseled as if sculpted from stone. The robes billowed dramatically, and a palpable crimson wave of energy radiated from him, crashing downwards with ferocity. Like a demon descending upon the earth, Dongbua Shuiying immediately recognized him. The likeness of such a formidable expert had long been captured in illustrations. Xiang Pengyun. With a scoff, Dongbua Shuiying's thoughts surged, and the elemental forces he commanded surged forth to collide directly with the crimson wave at a height of 100 meters. The 2 torrents of power clashed violently, and in that fleeting moment of impact, Dongbua Shuiying sensed the endless murderous intent embedded within the blood-red energy. Kill, kill, kill. How astonishing it is to unify murderous intent with the forces of heaven and earth. The crimson aura emanating from him not only bore the impact of these celestial forces, but also the ferocity of lethal intent. Dongbua Shuiying was taken aback. It was said that Xiang Pengyun was a madman, a terrifying assassin, and the sheer intensity of his murderous aura was simply unfathomable. Shuiying, what is the matter? What has transpired? Many within the castle were stirred. After all, when Dongbua Shuiying wielded the forces of heaven and earth, even the air itself warped, and that intangible power, though not harming his allies, certainly alarmed many. Moreover, the clash between his spear and the curved blade of Fengma produced a cacophony with each collision, further disturbing the inhabitants of the castle. Not to mention the astounding spectacle of Dongbua Shuiying's forces colliding with that crimson aura above, each clash resonated like thunder. Zongshu. Dongbua Shuiying called out, as Zongling, the meteor knight, hastened to his side. This bronze heart-protecting mirror on the corpse is a rather unique alchemical treasure, he remarked. You may find it of use. Those of higher title levels found diminishing benefits from such treasures. Zongling nodded, swiftly removing the bronze mirror and continuing to gather other treasures, weapons, and armor. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Xiang Pengyun descended from hundreds of meters above, landing upon the castle walls. Standing atop the battlements, the crimson aura surged forth, instantly overwhelming some soldiers stationed there, who were pressed down and emitted cries of terror. Weaker soldiers turned pale, blood seeping from their mouths, noses, and ears. In truth, the forces of heaven and earth merely suppressed Silvermoon Knights and Meteor Knights, yet posed a lethal threat to ordinary soldiers. Dare you resist before me? Xiang Pengyun looked down upon Dongbua Shuiying. You truly possess remarkable courage. Boom, boom, boom. The forces of heaven and earth, manipulated by Dongbua Shuiying, formed an enormous invisible shield, enveloping a vast area and clashing continuously with Xiang Pengyun's crimson aura. Xiang Pengyun? Zongling's expression changed dramatically. That terrifying demon? The title-level powerhouse who has dominated the entire Qinghe County for nearly a century? Zongshu, please assist in looking after Qingshi. Dongbua Shuiying instructed, observing the puzzled Qingshi emerging from his room. Understood. Zongling, disregarding further scavenging, leapt to the third floor of the castle, reaching Dongbua Qingshi's side. What has happened? Qingshi was dazed. He had been sorrowfully asleep under his blanket, feeling abandoned by his brother for so many years. As he wept, he gradually drifted into slumber. The surging forces of heaven and earth, the thunderous clash of massive weapons, and the collision of two title-level powers, along with distant screams, roused Dongbua Qingshi from his stupor, prompting him to rush outside. As soon as he emerged, he beheld his elder brother, Dongbua Shuiying, standing below, next to a lifeless body, while three more corpses lay in the distance. The surrounding scene was eerily distorted. The very air seemed to twist. A vast, invisible barrier enveloped the area around his brother, while the crimson-robed figure of the demon, perched atop the city wall, radiated a wave of blood-red energy that clashed with the unseen shield. The mere sight of that blood-red aura instilled a sense of dread. Qingshi, having faced few tribulations, paled visibly. "It is Xiang Pangyun," Zongling declared solemnly. "The most fearsome assassin in all of Qinghe County, even more terrifying than the ancestral figure Si Lianghong of the Si family. Even those of title rank would scarcely survive a single strike before him." What? Qingshi was momentarily bewildered. A title rank, how formidable? To perish in a single blow before Xiang Pangyun? One must understand that the Si family held absolute power in Qinghe County, relying on their ancestor. Yet, Xiang Pangyun was stronger than the Si family's patriarch? Dongbua Shuiying, the reason for my presence is, in fact, a task from the Bloodblade Tavern. To take the life of your brother, Dongbua Qingshi, Xiang Pangyun's voice echoed ominously from the city wall. I have no particular interest in killing you. Simply step aside, and I shall take your brother's life before departing. After all, the Bloodblade Tavern hasn't offered me a bounty for your demise. Xiang Pangyun was deliberate in his taunts. This mission had originally been taken on by Feng Yimou. Even if Xiang Pangyun succeeded, he would not receive the bounty. His words were a means to toy with Dongbua Shuiying, to manipulate his emotions, hoping to destabilize his resolve. For a madman assassin who openly revealed his identity, murder was not merely about the reward, it was an indulgence in itself. Kill me? A task from the Bloodblade Tavern? Qingshi was taken aback, realizing this terrifying scene was all for his own demise. To kill my brother? Dongbua Shuiying glared at Xiang Pangyun atop the city wall, his voice cold as ice. Unless I, Dongbua Shuiying, perish, no one shall harm my brother. Not even you, Xiang Pangyun. Brother. Qingshi, watching all this from the railing of the castle's main building, felt a pang in his heart. He gazed at his brother's somewhat blurred figure, distorted by the twisted air below, and was reminded of that towering presence that had always shielded him throughout his life, like a mountain. For the sake of his brother, you would forsake your own life. How poignant. If that is the case, then you shall die? Xiang Pangyun's expression suddenly contorted into one of savagery, and with a fierce shout, he charged forth. A blood-red figure surged from the city wall like a tempest, a chilling blade of light slicing through the air. All who beheld that pristine white blade, arcing across the sky for dozens of meters, felt their hearts tremble in fear. Brother. Qingshi trembled with anxiety. Standing beside Zongling, Chapter 64. Confrontation. The snow-white blade, slicing through the air with a fierce brilliance, suddenly appeared before Xiang Pangyun, whose face twisted in a grimace. Is this all you can do? Dongbua Shuiying's spear shot upwards with tremendous force, colliding head-on with the descending white blade, which bore the ferocity of a diving dragon. The clash produced a resounding explosion, sending visible shockwaves radiating outward, though they gradually diminished and vanished under the protective aura of the natural forces surrounding them. In that moment of collision, Dongbua Shuiying's feet sank deeply into the ground, settling to his knees, yet with a powerful push from his legs. He sent dirt and debris flying. Conversely, Xiang Pangyun used the recoil to land gracefully. Impressive strength. Xiang Pangyun grinned, but suddenly, a blood-red dart materialized in his left hand. With a swift motion, the dart zipped through the air, aimed directly at Dongbua Qingshi, who was anxiously observing from the main tower of the castle. The dart, initially as swift as lightning, encountered the protective barrier of natural forces maintained by Dongbua Shuiying, which shielded his brother, Zongshu, and Tongshu. While there exists a disparity among those of title-level strength, the natural forces wielded by both Dongbua Shuiying and Xiang Pangyun were identical, rendering one unable to overpower the other. If one was resolute in defending a certain area, the opponent would find it impossible to breach. As the dart flew, it was met with continual resistance from the natural forces, causing its speed to wane and altering its trajectory. Donghua Shuiying distinctly sensed the dart's flight path curving. With a thud, the dart struck the wall of the distant castle tower, landing over 3 meters away from Donghua Qingshi and Zhongling. It is said that you, Xiang Pengyun, are the foremost expert in Qinghe County, yet you resort to using my brother to distract me in our duel. Donghua Shuiying scoffed, feeling a sense of disdain. TSK, 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 still so arrogant at this moment. I shall ensure you are thoroughly humbled. Xiang Pengyun swiftly drew his blade once more. The speed of his strikes was astonishing. However, Donghua Shuiying's spear technique was equally rapid. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two transformed into phantoms. Engaging in a fierce exchange, their footwork shifting continuously. Xiang Pengyun pressed forward relentlessly, seeking to close the distance between them. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Donghua Shuiying, on the other hand, consistently fell back. The adage holds true, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Utilizing a spear, a long-range weapon, necessitates maintaining sufficient distance from one's opponent to fully exploit its advantages. Should they engage in close combat, the blade-wielding Xiang Pengyun would undoubtedly gain a significant upper hand. Xiang Pengyun advanced, striving to close in on Donghua Shuiying, while the latter continuously retreated to maintain their separation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. How swift were their movements. One pressed forward while the other fell back. In mere exchanges, they even clashed atop the castle walls before breaching them, emerging outside the entire fortress. Quick, quick, quick. Let us hurry and follow. Qingshi exclaimed, anxious and urgent. We cannot go. Tong Sen interjected hastily. Qingshi, we shall watch from here. Zhongling stood resolute, observing the elevated terrain that afforded a glimpse of the distant battlefield. The looming threat, however, was not without its escape routes. Should the situation grow dire, they could retreat into the castle's main structure and navigate through the underground passages to safety. Yet, proximity to the battlefield posed a perilous risk, especially for individuals of his brother's caliber, such as Xiang Pengyun. A mere miscalculation could spell disaster, potentially taking the life of a Silver Moon tier combatant. At this moment, an unprecedented tension enveloped him, for the danger this time was directed toward his brother. My brother is formidable. He will surely prevail, he reassured himself. Qingshi stood at the railing, gazing into the distance where two swift figures darted outside the castle walls, their forms obscured, appearing merely as fleeting shadows. The sounds of combat reverberated through the air, thuds and clashes, each distinct depending on the force exerted, whether in defense or offense. The resonance of weaponry echoed differently. A symphony of conflict. Simultaneously, the forces of heaven and earth manipulated by both sides collided. One wielded an invisible protective barrier, while the other unleashed a crimson wave of energy. Donghua Shuiying staggered back several steps, his expression grave. Oh, you have already ventured beyond your castle? Xiang Pengyun remarked with a hint of amusement, eyeing the distant Shueshi castle from a mile away. Impressive indeed. You've managed to retreat during our duel. Leading me out of your fortress, are you concerned that our clash might endanger your subordinates or loved ones? Are you not distressed or enraged by their demise? Donghua Shuiying suddenly inquired, sensing no trace of sorrow or fury emanating from Xiang Pengyun regarding the deaths of Fengmao and the other 3 assassins. Anger? What is there to be angry about? Choosing the path of an assassin entails a readiness for death. Moreover, their demise bears no relation to me, Xiang Pengyun replied nonchalantly. Had I not accompanied them, would they not have met the same fate? My presence affords them a chance for vengeance. They ought to be grateful to me. Their elder brother, haha. According to the descriptions provided by certain powerful individuals on the Longshan rankings, Donghua Shuiying believed he could barely secure a place on the list before achieving the unity of heaven and man, likely placing within the 2,000 to 3,000 range. Now, having attained the unity of heaven and man, his body absorbed the powers of the cosmos daily, enhancing his overall strength. With the mastery of the blood rain spear technique, he felt confident he could breach the top 1,000. The gap between him and the likes of Siliang Hong and Xiang Pengyun had diminished considerably. Winning may prove challenging, yet the likelihood of his adversary successfully taking his life appeared rather low. Of course, these were mere conjectures based on external information. The true measure of life and death would only reveal itself in the throes of battle. You exhibit a rather unusual confidence in my presence, Xiang Pengyun scoffed. Indeed. Achieving the unity of heaven and man at the age of 22, and as a master of the spear technique, to boot. Remarkable how swiftly you attained such perfection. Did you achieve the unity of heaven and man first, or perfect your strength? Which do you think? Dongbo Shuiying retorted. The mastery of strength in perfect unison is an arduous milestone to reach. The esteemed divine envoy had long achieved the unity of heaven and man, yet had not attained the pinnacle of strength. The unity of heaven and man signifies the refinement of the spirit, while the perfect unison of strength represents the zenith of skill. Many formidable individuals have attained their titles by first mastering the unity of heaven and man, subsequently enhancing their mental prowess to attain a clearer perception of themselves, and gradually achieving a harmonious perfection of strength. In contrast, Dongbo Shuiying has not traversed the path of trials between life and death. Rather, he has established an exceptionally solid foundation, continually refining himself. His terrifyingly robust foundation and astonishing comprehension have propelled him to the pinnacle of strength. His spear techniques have reached an extraordinary level of skill. Mastery of technique does not inherently equate to ample combat experience. Thus, when Dongbo Shuiying first entered the Destruction Mountains, he initially felt constrained. However, he quickly regained his composure, allowing his skills to emerge progressively. The peak of technique approaches the realm of the Tao. Beyond this pinnacle lies an even higher echelon, where spear and blade techniques become truly exceptional, typically attainable only by extraordinary beings. If one could achieve such perfection and strength before mastering the unity of heaven and man, they would indeed be a prodigy. A cold glint flickered in Xiang Pang Yun's blood-red eyes. Yet, no matter how monstrous one may be, it is futile, for tonight, your demise is certain. With that declaration, Xiang Pang Yun surged forward, enveloped in a crimson aura. In an instant, Dongbo Shuiying unleashed his spear, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, executing a flurry of 3 strikes aimed at Xiang Pang Yun's face, heart, and throat. Meanwhile, atop the Snowstone Mountain, the Mage Tower was abuzz with activity. As a multitude of individuals, including Mage Bai Yuan and Kong Yue, emerged. The commotion within the Snowstone Castle had already sparked curiosity and astonishment among those in the Mage Tower. And as Dongbo Shuiying and Xiang Pang Yun clashed outside the castle, the uproar intensified, drawing the attention of all within the Mage Tower. Chapter 65. Stunned and bewildered, Kong Yue stepped out of the Mage Tower, her heart heavy with confusion, only to find a throng of people gathered outside. The clash of title-level powerhouses was unfolding. 2 title-level beings. The youthful mages around her were brimming with excitement. Kong Yue gazed into the distance, where, illuminated by the moonlight, colossal waves of crimson energy collided with a formless, colorless barrier. The scene appeared somewhat distorted, with the force of their confrontation affecting a radius of 200 to 300 meters. The reverberations echoed like thunder, sending shivers through Kong Yue. As a mage, her knowledge was extensive. She recognized at once that these were indeed title-level warriors harnessing the forces of heaven and earth. Title level? Kong Yue could hardly believe her eyes as she focused on the 2 figures engaged in combat. How could 2 such formidable entities be battling at the summit of Shuesher Mountain? Were they merely passing through? Despite their blinding speed, the combatants occasionally halted or were forced back by the shockwaves, allowing Kong Yue to discern their features. One of them, Xiang Pang Yun, was unfamiliar to her, yet the other, a young man cloaked in black and wielding a silver-gray spear, was all too familiar. Dongbo Shuiying. Kong Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a title-level powerhouse? How could this be? He was only 22 years old. In her youth, her father, the shrewd merchant Kong Hai, had insisted she find a way to marry Dongbo Shuiying. Deep down, Kong Yue had felt a sense of frustration, for her father had always dismissed her, believing that a girl's ultimate fate was to marry. He had even hesitated to hire a distinguished mage as her teacher, only sending her to Bai Yuan Academy to foster a connection with Dongbo Shuiying. Upon becoming a mage, Kong Yue worked diligently, and her horizons gradually broadened. She realized the vastness of the world. What was Dongbo Shuiying, the dominant figure of the remote town of Yishui, in the grand scheme of things? Yet, she remained patient, for Dongbo Shuiying could serve as a viable backup plan. Finally, the illustrious scion of the Si family, Si Chun, arrived. The Si family wielded immense influence in Qinghe County and held a significant standing throughout the Anyang province. Gaining entry into such a family could potentially elevate her to greater heights. In her eyes, Dongbo Shuiying paled in comparison to Si Chun. Si Chun represented a stepping stone to a higher realm, and once Dongbo Shuiying uncovered her true intentions, she would be indifferent. He was merely a madman from a small place. What significance did he hold? Kong Yue watched the two figures, reminiscent of deities engaged in battle, as rocks crumbled and tumbled down the mountainside. One of those figures was someone she had once known intimately. "Everyone, quickly, take cover!" roared the venerable master who from Baiyuan Academy, his beard trembling with urgency. "Hurry, the one wielding the blade is Xiang Pangyun. It is Xiang Pangyun. Are you all standing there foolishly courting death? Once it affects you, your lives will be extinguished in an instant." Xiang Pangyun. Is it the formidable Xiang Pangyun of Qinghe County? The one even more powerful than the ancestral elder of the Xi family? The disciples of the mages gasped in disbelief. Their instructor had previously spoken of the formidable figures in Qinghe County, particularly emphasizing Xiang Pangyun and Si Lianhong. These two were the titans of the entire region. Each could effortlessly slay an ordinary title-level fighter. Their prowess was unimaginable. "Get inside now," roared Bai Yuanji. The other disciples hurried towards the mage tower. Yet, with a wave of his hand, Bai Yuanji summoned a massive black sculpture beside the mage tower, which suddenly came to life. It resembled a centipede-like alchemical creature. Its flat black, sinuous body edged with flexible membranes. "Sichin, the situation is perilous. The mage tower is not an absolute sanctuary either. Let us ride this black moon centipede and ascend into the skies. Up there, we need not worry about being affected," Bai Yuanji advised. "Thank you, Brother Bai," Sichin replied, his handsome visage reflecting concern. "If possible, please bring Kong Yue along as well." "Very well." Bai Yuanji glanced at Kong Yue and Ji Rong before instructing, "You too. Come here. We shall retrieve Qingshi from Shuesher Castle later." Bai Yuanji had his own considerations. Witnessing the earth-shattering clash between Xiang Pangyun and Dongbo Shuiying left him in awe. My goodness, Dongbo Shuiying is actually battling head-on with the notorious Xiang Pangyun? Although he believed the odds were against Dongbo Shuiying, one could never tell. Perhaps he might prevail, or at least save his own life. Such a powerful individual must be befriended. To Bai Yuanji, Kong Yue was closely associated with Dongbo Shuiying, while Ji Rong shared a close relationship with Qingshi. It was prudent to have these two women accompany them. "Yes, master," both Kong Yue and Ji Rong obediently complied. Another disciple under Bai Yuanji had already ventured forth to explore the world. With a swift motion, the Black Moon Centipede, under Bai Yuanji's control, coiled and soared into the sky, carrying Bai Yuanji, Si Chun, Kong Yue, and Ji Rong. Ascending to several hundred meters in altitude, they directed their course towards Shuesher Castle. Xiang Pangyun was indeed present. Si Chun gazed down at the titanic duel below, still trembling in astonishment. Dongbo Shuiying was remarkably matching Xiang Pangyun blow for blow. How could this be? Xiang Pangyun was a figure of equal stature to my ancestral elder. As far as I knew, Xiang Pangyun had been a killer who had slain several title-level fighters, typically dispatching them with a single encounter. How could this battle last so long? Si Chun, you still lack experience, Bai Yuanji remarked. Observe the commotion below. The surrounding mountains and stones are crumbling. Based on my calculations, the force unleashed by their clash exceeds that of an ordinary title-level confrontation. Sichin nodded slightly, reluctant to believe, yet the evidence was undeniable. It was truly remarkable. Sichin marveled, truly remarkable. To achieve such prowess at the tender age of 22 is indeed a rarity within our entire Longshan Empire. Perhaps he is destined to ascend to the extraordinary. Both of them were in awe. Beside them, Kong Yue and Ji Rong were struck with shock. Ji Rong's complexion paled. She realized her previous notions were utterly misguided. The wealth of the Snowstone Castle was but an illusion. The most formidable and terrifying force was none other than Dongbo Shuiying. Kong Yue was equally astounded. The combatant facing Dongbo Shuiying was none other than Xiang Pangyun. Kong Yue felt somewhat dazed. Xiang Pangyun, the foremost powerhouse of Qinghe County. Dongbo Shuiying is already capable of engaging him at such a level? At merely 22, he may well tread into the realm of the legendary extraordinary. A hollow feeling engulfed Kong Yue, a mixture of anxiety and helplessness. An opportunity to soar to great heights once lay before her, yet she let it slip away. With a slow exhale, Kong Yue felt a profound sense of loss. Had she wholeheartedly followed Dongbo Shuiying, she might have reached unparalleled heights, even aspiring to the pinnacle of the Longshan Empire, a level she could scarcely fathom at present. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She may have irrevocably missed the most crucial opportunity of her life. It would be exceedingly difficult to encounter such a chance again. Not good. Xiang Pangyun has unleashed his full power. The mage Bai Yuan exclaimed in alarm. Boom, boom, boom. The intensity of the battle surged dramatically. Whether it was the high-altitude Black Moon Centipede or those in Snowstone Castle, every heart was gripped with tension. The escalation of the combat was evident to all. Dongbua Shuiying was violently hurled back, colliding against the rocky mountain. The ground trembled and fissures appeared. He evaded frantically as a chilling blade of light descended from above. Boom! Dongbua Shuiying staggered backward, reeling from the impact. Haraha! Dongbua Shuiying, I was merely toying with you earlier. A plaything like you I may encounter only once or twice in a lifetime. But now, the game is over. It's time to send you to your demise. Xiang Pongyun's laughter echoed through the skies, his power and speed drastically enhanced, completely overwhelming Dongbua Shuiying. Engaging with a master such as yourself has been immensely enlightening. I had hoped to continue this duel for a while longer. Alas, you seem unwilling to play. After a clumsy roll, Dongbua Shuiying leapt onto a large stone. His eyes devoid of fear, only of fervent excitement. Let us determine our fates. Blood-red energy began to shimmer around Dongbua Shuiying, his life force surging dramatically. Bloodline power, unleash. Take this. Boom. A terrifying shadow of a spear, imbued with the might to sweep across the heavens, surged forward, spanning over 100 meters. Xiang Pangyun, with a fierce snarl, retaliated with a furious slash, resulting in a resounding explosion. To his astonishment, he found himself stumbling back 6 steps, each one causing the mountaintop to tremble, until he collided with a great tree, which shattered upon impact. Xiang Pangyun could scarcely believe it. He was at a disadvantage. What? Above in the night sky, the mage Bai Yuan and others atop the Black Moon centipede stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Well done. Amidst the tension at the Snowstone Castle, Qingshi, Zhongling, and Tongsan found themselves enveloped in exhilaration. Chapter 66. A dire situation. The formidable spear, sweeping through the air with a thunderous might, collided with Xiang Pangyun's battle blade. In that moment, Dongbua Shuiying exerted his strength, causing the spear's shaft to twist and turn, creating an astonishing arc reminiscent of a dragon leaping from water, relentlessly thrusting towards Xiang Pangyun. Clang! Xiang Pangyun, wary of a direct confrontation, retreated swiftly while parrying with his dual blades, attempting to dissipate the force of the attack. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. It was akin to a confrontation between 2 ordinary soldiers, one possessing 100 pounds of force and the other 200. The stronger wielder could easily dominate the weaker. Now, with one boasting a staggering 50,000 pounds of power and the other 100,000, the difference was even more pronounced. In the heat of battle, the gulf in strength became glaringly apparent, and if skill levels were comparable, the weaker side might find themselves facing death within mere exchanges. Die! Dongbua Shuiying surged forward, his spear moving like a dragon, launching a relentless assault. Whoosh! The spear tore through the air, aimed menacingly at Xiang Pangyun's face. In a panic, Xiang Pangyun dodged and blocked with his blade. With a swift thrust, the spear transformed into a crushing force, sending Xiang Pangyun hurtling into a nearby rock, which shattered into countless fragments. Perish! Dongbua Shuiying's strikes came in rapid succession, each thrust infused with lethal intent. Having gained the upper hand in strength, the continuous barrage from Dongbua Shuiying exuded an oppressive sense of dread, as if death loomed ever closer. Meanwhile, the Black Moon centipede descended swiftly upon the Snowstone Castle. Bai Yuan urged, Zhongling, Tong, and Qingshi, ascend quickly. We must rise into the sky, only then can our lord engage Xiang Pangyun with greater assurance. If you remain here, should Xiang Pangyun falter, he may turn his wrath upon you to threaten our lord. Thank you, Master Xia, Zhongling replied, rallying Tongsan and Qingshi to hasten their ascent. The Black Moon centipede, a substantial alchemical creature, possessed an elongated body capable of accommodating 7 individuals on its back. And with some adjustment, even 10 could be seated. Zhongling, Tongsan, and Qingshi swiftly mounted and settled in. Whoosh! The Black Moon centipede began to undulate and soar towards the heavens. Qingshi, Ji Rong whispered softly, on the back of the centipede. Qingshi glanced at Ji Rong beside him, his mood markedly different from that of the day prior. Previously carefree, burdened only by his girlfriend's matters and his elder brother's dominance, he had spoken words that wounded his brother's heart. Yet now, having witnessed the fierce battle, especially the perilous situation his brother faced, where life hung by a thread, he felt only anxiety and concern. Realizing the gravity of the trouble he had inadvertently caused, I once believed my brother's words to be one-sided, filled with conjecture. But in truth, Ji Rong's perspective is also singular. In contrast, my brother's assertions are backed by the intelligence of Longshan Tower, which monitors the world. Their information is far more credible. Qingshi pondered quietly, realizing that young individuals, especially those experiencing their first love at the tender age of 16, often succumb to impulsive emotions. However, in the face of his brother's life-threatening crisis, he regained his composure. Though innocent, he was far from foolish. In fact, he was quite astute. If the intelligence from Longshan Tower was entirely accurate, Ji Rong's parents were exceedingly hypocritical and ruthless, and Ji Rong herself harbored a certain ferocity. What kind of family was this, all possessing such traits? A shiver ran down Qingshi's spine. Suddenly, danger loomed as the Black Moon's centipede soared into the sky. Before Qishi could exchange a word with Ji Rong, Master Bai Yuan's expression shifted drastically. Qishi, Zhongling, and Tong San all gazed downward, recognizing that the situation had indeed transformed once more. Xiang Pengyun, donned in a dark crimson robe, was initially enveloped in a layer of sanguine radiance, giving him the appearance of a blood-colored specter. This blood-like glow represented his protective, fighting energy. Yet now, that protective aura had entirely dissipated, and his presence had markedly intensified. Even at such heights, an involuntary dread gripped them. I have not fought with my full strength for 30 years. Even that old coot, Si Lianhong, would not engage me in a true battle. Dongbo Shuiying, you have compelled me to unleash my full power. Death shall be your reward. Xiang Pengyun's malevolent aura surged, transforming his once faintly blood-colored eyes into a vivid crimson. The fighting energy within him erupted violently, its consumption escalating exponentially, leading to a significant surge in his strength. Boom! The two forces clashed. Dongbo Shuiying was repeatedly forced to retreat and evade. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he realized. Was this Xiang Pengyun's true power? His current strength was still lacking compared to the top 500 on the Longshan list. He had already unleashed the full potential of his bloodline, exerting every ounce of his might. Whoosh! A streak of white light flashed by. Dongbo Shuiying, equally swift as lightning, desperately dodged. The tip of his spear collided with the white light, causing it to slightly veer off course, slicing through the surroundings. Rocks and trees were impeccably severed with precision. What a swift blade! Dongbo Shuiying strained to evade. Xiang Pengyun had long since achieved a perfect mastery of his power, his weaponry rivaling Dongbo Shuiying's. And his sword techniques were equally formidable, not inferior to the Xianbing spear technique. Moreover, his experience far surpassed that of Dongbo Shuiying. Feeling the overwhelming threat as he gained the upper hand, Dongbo Shuiying sensed a crisis. Each time he defended, it felt increasingly arduous. In the high skies, Qingshe, Zhongling, and Master Bai Yuan atop the Black Moon centipede grew tense, while Kong Yue and Ji Rong harbored complex emotions, anxiously observing below. Would they perish? Despite her anxiety, Ji Rong felt a flicker of anticipation. Dongbo Shuiying. Kong Yue's thoughts were conflicted. If he were to fall in battle, then her earlier decision to abandon him might appear wise. Yet, on the other hand, she held no deep resentment towards him. After all, he had become a familiar presence in her life. The prospect of his demise weighed heavily on her heart. Brother, Qishi was immensely anxious, as were Zhongling and Tong San. The three of them were the most apprehensive among all. Dongbo Shuiying is an irreplaceable figure in the lives of the three. Zhongling and Tong San have watched him grow since childhood, regarding him as if he were their own child. How could they not be anxious and concerned? Yet, there was nothing they could do but watch helplessly. With a swift motion, Dongbo Shuiying moved like lightning. Following an explosive surge of power, his speed was astonishing, and his marksmanship transformed into mere phantoms as he deftly parried attacks, pushing himself to the utmost limits. However, Xiang Pengyun was even swifter, wielding his blade with greater ferocity and speed. The summit of Shueshi Mountain lay in ruins, with numerous trees and rocks shattered. This could not continue. Beads of sweat trickled down Dongbo Shuiying's forehead. The struggle was exhausting, and he could lose his life at any moment. He needed to escape. Throughout the battle, he kept a vigilant eye on his brother and the others. Once Master Bai Yuan had taken his brother, Uncle Zong, and Uncle Tong aboard the Black Moon centipede and ascended into the sky, Dongbo Shuiying felt a measure of relief. His priority now was to preserve his own life. With a sudden clash of weapons, Dongbo Shuiying seized the momentum to propel himself forward, covering 200 to 300 meters in an instant, rapidly fleeing into the distance. He was escaping. Escape? Do you truly believe you can get away? Xiang Pengyun sneered as he flickered and pursued, his speed noticeably quicker. Chapter 67. The chase. Dongbo Shuiying raced with all his might, leaving behind a blurred afterimage as the forces of heaven and earth surged around him, thwarting the onslaught of the crimson energy wave that pursued him. Xiang Pengyun. with a sinister expression, relentlessly followed, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. Although he could not see what lay behind, the forces of heaven and earth sensed Xiang Pangyun's relentless approach. His speed surpassed mine. Dong Boishuiying's velocity was astonishing, propelling him to the edge of a cliff on Snowstone Mountain in mere moments. With a powerful push from his legs, he leapt from the precipice, soaring through the air toward another towering mountain in the distance. Xiang Pangyun, too, surged forth, leaping from the high mountain in pursuit of Dong Boishuiying. At their level of prowess, aided by the forces of heaven and earth, falling from great heights posed no danger. Moreover, the assistance from these forces typically exerted a pressure of 1,000 pounds, as long as one's body weight did not exceed that limit. They could even achieve a form of slow flight. However, such flight was excessively sluggish. It is worth noting that a meteor-class avian beast could generate tens of thousands of pounds of force with a single flap of its wings, allowing its speed to soar to near sonic levels. For those of Dong Boishuiying's caliber, relying solely on the meager support of heaven and earth resulted in a flight speed that paled in comparison, rendering them far outpaced by airships, avian alchemical devices, and even ordinary birds. Furthermore, maneuvering in midair was quite challenging. Power emanates from the ground. The feet are the foundation. For instance, thrusting a spear or swinging a blade typically channels force from the feet. However, in the air, one cannot exert force from their feet. After all, the forces of heaven and earth could only withstand 1,000 pounds of pressure. For beings of such formidable caliber, any push from their feet would exceed that limit, rendering their strength ineffective in aerial combat. Thus, they seldom engaged in battles above the ground. With a mighty surge propelled by the forces of heaven and earth, Dong Boishuiying leapt over 300 meters, landing with a resounding thud on the mountainside of the opposing peak, shaking the ground beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he continued his rapid flight. Xiang Pangyun also landed on the mountainside, furiously in pursuit. They fled. Their speeds reached their utmost limits. Mountains and rivers appeared as mere flat terrain to them. In fact, as Dong Boishuiying dashed past, he swept his spear against some nearby boulders, sending them crashing towards Xiang Pangyun. Yet, with a deft movement, Xiang Pangyun merely stepped atop the boulder and continued his chase. Wisely avoiding the folly of cleaving through the rock, such an action would waste precious time. The distance between them continued to shrink. In just a few breaths, they traversed 3 great mountains, and as they leapt from the 4th, Xiang Pangyun closed in, initiating yet another confrontation midair. With a swift turn, Dong Boishuiying faced Xiang Pangyun. In the air, with the momentum of his charge, Xiang Pangyun's battle blade transformed into a streak of white light. Dong Boishuiying aimed to counter with his spear, yet Xiang Pangyun deftly shifted his technique, denying Dong Boishuiying the chance for a direct clash. Both were astute combatants. As the clash intensified, Xiang Pangyun found himself at a disadvantage, suffering from a significant reduction in speed due to the recoil of a direct confrontation. Conversely, Dong Boishuiying adeptly harnessed this force to gain considerable distance. "You think you can kill me without a direct confrontation?" Dong Boishuiying scoffed, as his spear transformed into a graceful arc, its tip resembling a swirling stream, continuously spiraling, or striking with the swiftness of lightning. The surrounding snowflakes impeded Xiang Pangyun's advance, rendering his attempts futile. Relying solely on skill and speed to breach Dong Boishuiying's spear defense without the use of brute force proved exceedingly challenging, especially given the disparity between their strengths was not yet insurmountable. In midair, they exchanged dozens of blows. Thud! Dong Boishuiying landed on the mountainside with precision, immediately redirecting his momentum to dash sideways. Xiang Pangyun, who followed closely, found himself in a relentless pursuit. Damn it! Without the ability to exert overwhelming pressure through sheer strength, killing him becomes exceedingly difficult, he mused, conceding that he must engage with all his might. Even if he momentarily allowed Dong Boishuiying to escape by leveraging his strength, every encounter presented a chance for victory. With a shift in strategy, the atmosphere transformed entirely. Boom! On a rocky terrain adjacent to a roaring azure river stretching thousands of meters wide, Dong Boishuiying and Xiang Pangyun clashed once more. In this exchange, Dong Boishuiying dared not turn his back, resolutely facing his opponent. The battle escalated, with both warriors unleashing a flurry of strikes. Dong Boishuiying constantly sought an opportunity, understanding that a direct confrontation didn't always allow for the advantage of leverage, especially when faced with a downward strike from his opponent. Despite Xiang Pangyun's attempts to suppress him, he was determined to prevent Dong Boishuiying from fleeing. However, amidst the multitude of exchanges, opportunities inevitably arose. In the chaos of life and death combat, many actions were instinctual, leaving no room for meticulous consideration. In a fleeting moment, Dongbo Shuiying spotted another opportunity. Using the recoil to propel himself 200 to 300 meters forward, sprinting across the surface of the surging Azure River. Damn it, he escaped again. Xiang Pongyun's blood-red eyes brimmed with madness. With every encounter, you dance on the edge of death. Let us see how long you can endure. The two pursued each other relentlessly across the tumultuous waters, as if traversing solid ground. In the night sky, the black moon centipede soared desperately. Enveloped in a faint luminescent shield, within which were the esteemed mages by Yuan, Qing Shi, Zhong Ling, Tong San, Kong Yue, Si Chun, and Ji Rong. They anxiously observed the extraordinary chase unfolding below, witnessing the two figures darting across the river's surface like phantoms. The intensity of their confrontation unleashed a power that left the onlookers in awe. Xiang Pangyun had been compelled to employ his secret techniques, while Dongbo Shuiying had already unleashed the full potential of his bloodline. Typically, such an outburst would lead to rapid exhaustion for both combatants. However, their unique state of unity with the heavens allowed a continuous influx of celestial energy to replenish their strength, thereby extending their endurance. Without such explosive efforts, they could engage in battle for days and nights without depleting their power. Their speed was astonishing, leaving Bai Yuan, Sichen, and the others in a state of profound shock. They continued to chase and engage in combat. Sichen marveled at the fact that even on this frenzied path, there existed towering mountains, flowing rivers, and dense forests. Yet, we have been pursuing in a straight line through the air, and it has proven to be quite arduous. The speed of the Black Moon centipede must be nearly half the speed of sound, perhaps close to half, considering the number of individuals above, which is somewhat unusual. As usually, we could exceed that threshold. Bai Yuan nodded. Approaching half the speed of sound while flying in a straight line is indeed taxing, which leads one to imagine just how rapid the two formidable entities below must be. Is this the extent of his power? Kong Yue gazed at the two figures below, almost like phantoms in pursuit, holding her breath. She had long regarded Dongbo Shuiying as merely a martial lunatic, but now she realized how profoundly mistaken she had been. Such strength was enough to instill despair in mortals. Even an army of 100,000 or 1,000,000 would appear as mere jesters in the face of such power. Although they were not extraordinary, they were perilously close to it. Bai Yuan remarked that he had heard the individuals ranked at the forefront of the Longshan list possessed the ability to slay some weaker extraordinary beings. Xiang Pangyun, ranked 500th, should be nearly extraordinary in strength. Approaching the extraordinary, the others gazed in awe at the two engaged in the chase below. Brother. Qing Shi clenched his fists tightly, looking down with a mix of pride and anxiety for having such a brother, coupled with an overwhelming sense of guilt. For this battle was precipitated by his actions. Although Dongbo Shuiying never blamed him, and even considered the younger brother's defensive counterattack in such circumstances entirely reasonable, Qing Shi could not shake the feeling of guilt and self-reproach, especially after having quarreled with his brother earlier in the day. Brother, you must survive, you must. Qing Shi had never felt such intense anxiety and worry throughout his life. If his brother were to perish, he could hardly fathom how to cope with it. A fate he dared not even contemplate. Dongbo Shuiying was fleeing with fervor. The wind howled in his ears, and the surrounding scenery receded at a blinding speed. Only Xiang Pangyun continued to close in. In an instant, they had clashed 9 times during the pursuit, having fled over 100 miles. It was almost there. Dongbo Shuiying beheld a towering mountain that pierced the clouds ahead, realizing that his only chance of survival lay within. Chapter 68. At the Black Wind Cliff, Dongbo Shuiying swiftly arrived at the foot of the mountain and began his rapid ascent. With a flicker of movement, he soared upwards, quickly attaining an altitude of 200 to 300 meters. Behind him, Xiang Pangyun pursued without hesitation, the two of them drawing closer to the mountain's peak, which appeared as a mere flat path before their prowess. To Dongbo Shuiying's surprise, he was indeed heading towards the Black Wind Cliff. Xiang Pangyun immediately grasped the intent of his adversary, while the Black Wind Cliff itself posed minimal danger. It was adjacent to the infamous abyss known as the Black Wind Abyss. It is important to note that the Desolation Mountain Range is renowned as the gathering place of the most formidable beasts in the land, where the clash between humanity and these extraordinary creatures has endured for countless ages, even during epochs that birthed exceptional beings such as the Dragon Mountain Emperor. The annihilation of the monstrous race has yet to be achieved. The beasts yearn for human flesh, while humanity seeks to vanquish the beasts. Mortal armies have repeatedly swept through the vicinity, and encounters between extraordinary beings have occurred on occasion. Consequently, the Desolation Mountain Range bears the scars of terrible battles, leading to the emergence of hazardous zones, some of which pose threats even to the extraordinary. Most of these perilous areas lie deep within the heart of the Desolation Mountain Range, yet there are also numerous regions outside its confines, among which the Black Wind Abyss stands as a notorious peril located several hundred miles from the range. Long ago, the Black Wind Abyss appeared in its current form, a true abyss of despair. Are you truly venturing to the Black Wind Cliff? Xiang Pongyun's expression twisted with rage as he pursued fervently. You fear it? Dongbo Shuiying taunted. Soaring ahead. Damn it. Xiang Pongyun's determination intensified as they ascended the mountainside. Reaching an elevation of over 2,000 meters, they clashed once more. This time, Xiang Pongyun harbored a fierce desire to eliminate Dongbo Shuiying. Although he held the advantage, the disparity between them was not insurmountable. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Dongbo Shuiying's fighting spirit surged, compelling him to resist with all his might. After a fierce exchange, Dongbo Shuiying continued his ascent. The winds grew stronger, swirling around them with increasing ferocity, and the air turned a foreboding gray, thickening with darkness as they ascended. Almost there, Dongbo Shuiying thought. Having never before visited this place but aware of its dreadful reputation, I cannot catch up, Xiang Pongyun lamented. Realizing that he would not reach Dongbo Shuiying before another confrontation could occur, with a swift motion, Dongbo Shuiying propelled himself to the mountain summit. A barren peak soaring 200 to 300 meters high, devoid of any vegetation. The surrounding area was engulfed by a swirling tempest of black winds. The Black Wind Cliff, Dongbo Shuiying stood triumphantly atop this desolate pinnacle. Next to the cliff, a colossal whirlpool of black wind roared, its reach spanning thousands of meters, seemingly consuming all in its vicinity. The sight was profoundly awe-inspiring, rendering even the mightiest of champions feeling minuscule in its presence. This black whirlpool led to the very depths of the mountain's source. What a powerful wind! Even standing atop the Black Wind Cliff, Dongbo Shuiying felt as though an immense force, akin to thousands of pounds, was perpetually pressing upon him. The closer he approached the edge of the cliff, the fiercer the gale became, even surpassing 10,000 pounds of pressure. Only those of the tidal level could maintain their footing on the Black Wind Cliff. Even a silver moon-level knight, despite possessing strength far exceeding 10,000 pounds, would find it impossible to stand firm against such a tempest, risking being swept away into the abyss of the Black Wind. Haha, Xiang Pongyun. Do you dare to engage in a life-or-death battle with me on the Black Wind Cliff? Dongbo Shuiying brandished the Snowfall Divine Spear. His gaze locked onto Xiang Pongyun, who had also ascended. Xiang Pongyun surveyed the surroundings, his expression darkening. They could both stand firmly on the Black Wind Cliff. Yet in the throes of mortal combat, with both parties moving at high speed, especially during the clash of weapons, a moment's miscalculation could send one plummeting off the cliff. Once airborne, the force of nature would no longer assist, and the gale would render one powerless against the fierce winds of the Black Wind Abyss, leading to inevitable engulfment. You are aware of the perils of the Black Wind Abyss, are you not? It is a place of absolute danger, with a history spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Should one fall within, perhaps a transcendent being might escape, but those below the transcendent level, tidal level fighters, countless have ventured into its depths over the millennia. Yet none have returned alive from the heart of it, Dongbo Shuiying asserted. Those below the transcendent level who dared to delve deeper have met their demise. While there may be unknown survivors, no recorded account indicates anyone has emerged unscathed, underscoring its terrifying danger. Transcendent beings have spoken of the Black Wind Abyss, claiming that once caught in its whirlpool, one would descend uncontrollably, accelerating to a speed that could spell doom even for tidal-level fighters. Dongbo Shuiying continued to elaborate on these horrifying dangers, hoping to instill caution in Xiang Pongyun. Indeed, it was true. Under normal circumstances, tidal-level fighters would not succumb to death from a fall. However, in the Black Wind Abyss, once ensnared, the gale's ferocity would cause one to plummet at an ever-increasing speed, soon surpassing the speed of sound, reaching an utterly terrifying velocity. Tidal-level warriors would find it impossible to decelerate, and the minimal assistance of natural forces would be futile in the depths of the whirlpool. Should one collide with the abyss's bottom, a tidal-level fighter would perish instantly. Thus, those who had previously explored the abyss typically descended along the cliff face cautiously, retreating if they felt compelled. Otherwise, those who dared to venture deeper all perished. Clearly, the dangers of the Black Wind Abyss extended far beyond mere gale force. You are formidable, Xiang Pangyun's blood-red eyes gleamed with murderous intent. It has been an eternity since I have been pushed to such extremes, reminiscent of my youth when I faced similar dangers with lesser strength. However, having lived over 100 years, what is death to me? Haha, moreover, as an assassin, I have never feared death. Today, I shall accompany you, Dongbo Shuang, in a battle upon the Black Wind Cliff, and we shall see who among us will meet their end. Xiang Pangyun began to stride towards Dongbo Shuang, initially moving slowly but gradually quickening his pace, clearly adapting to the influence of the tempest. The forces of nature continued to clash between them, yet this feeble power paled against the might of the storm. Indeed, you possess courage. Dongbo Shuang's eyes glimmered with battle intent. Let us see who shall live and who shall die. This place is the only glimmer of hope he can conceive. After all, even if he were to flee, he could not escape too far. Xiang Pangyun has been relentlessly pursuing and battling, and he could only manage to escape within a radius of a couple hundred miles. Fleeing towards Yishui City? To Xiang Pangyun, it poses no threat whatsoever. Delving into the depths of the Destruction Mountain Range is a daunting prospect, especially considering that Shuesher Castle is nearly 1,000 miles from the outskirts of the range. And the depths are even farther. His own strength would not sustain him until then. The Black Wind Cliff is the only option he has contemplated. A place fraught with peril. If Xiang Pangyun chooses to retreat in the face of adversity, it would be for the best. However, if he persists in his assault, the clash between them might inadvertently lead one of them into the Black Wind Abyss. Here, external factors loom larger, and therein lies his chance for survival. With a fierce resolve, Xiang Pangyun lunges forward, instantly darting low, wielding his battle blade in a horizontal slash aimed at Dongbo Shuang's legs. Clang! The long spear swiftly blocks the attack, and he attempts to retreat to dissipate the force. The impact of their weapons is exceedingly powerful, compounded by the wild winds around them, forcing him to retreat rapidly to the point where his feet momentarily leave the ground, and he finds himself on the brink of being swallowed by the Black Wind Abyss. However, Dongbo Shuang swiftly pivots, his spear flashing as it strikes the ground, using the momentum to rebound and evade to safety. Fighting atop the Black Wind Cliff is indeed an entirely different experience. Dongbo Shuang is taken aback. He is aware of the perils here and has prepared himself mentally, yet he has never fought in such an environment before. Dongbo Shuang, when it comes to combat experience, I am far more seasoned than you. Xiang Pangyun sneers as he continues his relentless assault. At the summit of the Black Wind Cliff, amidst the raging winds, the two engage in a frenzied battle. Boom! Xiang Pangyun is knocked back, but he retaliates by striking his blade against the mountain rock to gain leverage, then resumes his frenzied attack on Dongbo Shuang. Dongbo Shuang thrusts his spear upward, aiming to lift Xiang Pangyun off the ground, rendering him unable to find footing and pulling him into the abyss. Yet, Xiang Pangyun refuses to engage, for he holds the upper hand, and the initiative is his. Both combatants are desperate to vanquish the other, and the summit of the Black Wind Cliff is marred by numerous fissures and crevices, as countless stones are hurled into the depths of the Black Wind Abyss by the unrelenting winds. Chapter 69. Great Achievements. The Black Wind Cliff loomed so high that it pierced through the clouds. Above the cloud layer, the Black Moon Centipede hovered, with the sorcerers by Yuanji, Qing Shi, Zhong Ling, Tong San, Kong Yuiwei, Ji Rong, and Si Chen anxiously observing the fierce battle below. The life and death struggle unfolded upon the precipice of the Black Wind Cliff, a sight that left by Yuanji in awe. Above the adjacent Black Wind Abyss, a colossal vortex churned, unleashing relentless gales that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth, instilling a sense of fear in all who witnessed it. Amidst the howling winds, two figures were engaged in a frenzied clash upon the cliff. They found themselves in grave danger. Should they lose their footing, they would be swept into the Black Wind Abyss. If we are drawn into the abyss, we mere mortals are surely doomed, by Yuanji remarked. Only extraordinary beings might emerge unscathed. Why does Xiang Pangyun relentlessly pursue my brother? Qing Shi's voice trembled with urgency. Isn't he intent on killing me? My brother has no enmity with him. Why would he risk everything to battle my brother at Black Wind Cliff? Indeed, Bai Yuanji responded, shaking his head. While the relentless pursuit was one matter, the peril of Black Wind Cliff is undeniable, yet Xiang Pangyun remains undeterred. Alas, it's no wonder they call him a madman, reveling in slaughter. His perspective is vastly different from ours. Perhaps, to him, your brother is simply the finest prey. Cursed be this fate. Qing Shi lamented, his gaze fixated on the figure of his brother, the young man clad in black wielding a spear. He was his most cherished kin. Time slipped by, each second stretching into eternity. Dongbua Shuiying teetered on the brink of life and death, deliberately edging close to the precipice to instill greater caution in Xiang Pangyun. With a resounding clash, the two warriors separated momentarily. Xiang Pangyun refrained from further assault, instead fixating his gaze on Dongbua Shuiying. "Your fighting spirit has not yet been completely expended?" Xiang Pangyun questioned, a hint of reluctance in his tone. "What? Is your fighting spirit nearly depleted?" Dongbua Shuiying retorted, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. He had successfully utilized the treacherous environment of Black Wind Cliff to keep Xiang Pangyun on edge, allowing him to endure longer. As time dragged on, both combatants were in a state of explosive exertion. Xiang Pangyun unleashed his fighting techniques, causing his energy to deplete at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, Dongbua Shuiying's bloodline power surged, yet his stamina gradually waned. Despite the replenishment from the forces of nature, it could not keep pace with the rapid consumption. At last, Xiang Pangyun's fighting spirit began to falter. This slender thread of hope was finally within his grasp. "How can your fighting spirit surpass mine?" Xiang Pangyun exclaimed in disbelief. He had lived for so long, his training and fighting spirit reaching a state of perfection beneath the extraordinary. The techniques he wielded were imparted by his father, and it was exceedingly rare for someone of his caliber to possess more fighting spirit, let alone a fledgling who had only recently ascended to the title level. Little did he know, Dongbua Shuiying was merely exhausting his physical stamina. In terms of endurance, he evidently surpassed the explosive nature of fighting spirit. "Your energy is nearly depleted. To continue would mean your demise." Dongbua Shuiying fixed his gaze upon his opponent. Xiang Pangyun was swifter, and with residual energy remaining, he could easily escape and leave Dongbua far behind. However, Xiang Pangyun displayed no hint of panic. His crimson eyes regarded the young man in black before him. "I hold great admiration for you. At merely 22 years of age, you have achieved a remarkable unity of spirit and power. To have fought me to this extent is commendable. While your strength may not quite match that of myself or Si Liang Hong, you are undoubtedly ranked within the top 1,000 on the Longshan list. At such a tender age, your potential is vast. You possess nearly an 80 to 90% chance of transcending into the extraordinary. Once you transcend, it signifies an entirely different realm of existence." Yet, Dongbua Shuiying felt a sense of foreboding. Something was amiss. Logically, with his energy nearly exhausted, Xiang Pangyun should either seize the moment to attack or retreat immediately. Why was he engaging in this idle chatter? A future extraordinary being eliminating you would be a significant accomplishment. Xiang Pangyun suddenly grinned wickedly, and in an instant, his entire form began to undergo a transformation, expanding rapidly as black scales erupted across his skin. Within the blink of an eye, the figure of Xiang Pangyun morphed into a fearsome beast exceeding 10 meters in length. This four-legged creature bore scaled wings, with blood-red eyes and a body cloaked in black scales that shimmered with a faint crimson hue, exuding an aura that instilled profound dread in Dongbua Shuiying. Standing at an imposing height of 6 meters, the sight of such a formidable beast rendered Dongbua utterly astounded. "Hey, monster, you are no longer human." Dongbua Shuiying struggled to comprehend the reality before him. This was no ordinary beast, but a terrifying 6th-tier creature, and an aberration at that. 6th-tier beasts were on par with those of the title level. Typically, the category of beasts was well documented in human literature, easily identifiable. However, aberrations referred to those extraordinary beasts not even mentioned in the texts, possessing awakened ancient bloodlines. Ancient beings from the primordial era included giants and beasts alike. Thus, among monsters, there existed exceedingly rare creatures capable of awakening such bloodlines. Unlike humans, who relied primarily on their energy, monsters depended on their formidable physicality. Hence, those aberrations awakened to ancient bloodlines were immensely fearsome. The four-legged black-scaled beast's blood-red eyes glimmered with madness. It had received a gift from its father, merging with the human realm. This time, the wind demon had undertaken a mission. In truth, Xiang Pangyun had been reluctant to involve himself. However, upon hearing the Bloodblade Tavern's intelligence indicating that Dongbua Shuiying might possess the strength of a title-level warrior, he felt a surge of interest. At just 22 years old, such youth, the Bloodblade Tavern would not make baseless claims. If Dongbua Shuiying were indeed a title-level warrior, his potential for transcending into the extraordinary was immense. Eliminating such a prodigy would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. The magnitude of this achievement surpasses that of vanquishing 10 or 20 other title-level foes, compelling Xiang Pangyun to take the initiative to follow. The reality proved even more astonishing than he had anticipated. This Dong Bo Shuiying not only achieved the unity of heaven and man, but also possessed a flawless and harmonious strength, elevating his prowess to a level nearly akin to his own. Such a formidable prodigy is indeed a rarity throughout the Longshan Empire. How could he possibly forsake such a monumental opportunity? Thus, he resolved to eliminate Dong Bo Shuiying at all costs. From the very outset, his intent was solely focused on this human genius. Dong Bo Shuiying, prepare to meet your demise. In an instant, the four-hoofed black-armored beast charged forth, revealing itself to be a formidable magical creature. Dong Bo Shuiying sensed the impending danger and reacted with lightning speed, launching a thrust. However, the four-hoofed black-armored beast remained unfazed, allowing the strike to land upon its chest scales. Though cracks appeared, it failed to penetrate completely. The scales upon the beast's form were layered, requiring multiple penetrations to breach its formidable defenses. With a fierce roar, the creature lunged forward with its claws. Each of its hooves measured over 3 meters in length. Robust and powerful, with razor-sharp talons akin to blades. The simultaneous assault of its 2 front claws was overwhelming. Dong Bo Shuiying barely managed to evade, scrambling desperately across the ground. Its power was even greater than in its human form. A sense of despair enveloped Dong Bo Shuiying. The disparity was insurmountable. The magical beast, Xiang Pengyun, boasted an extraordinarily high defense, rendering his spear ineffective. How could he contend with such overwhelming strength? If Xiang Pengyun were ranked around 500 on the Longshan list in his human state, he would likely now be among the top 200, if not higher. This was only to be expected. Magical beasts, in their true forms, were undeniably stronger, as the human body is inherently weaker. With a rapid succession of 3 ferocious lunges, the four-hooved black-armored beast demonstrated the sheer force of its scaled wings. When airborne, its speed could easily surpass the sound barrier. A flying magical creature was unconcerned by the turbulent winds surrounding it. Swift and massive, it was impossible for Dong Bo Shuiying to evade after just 3 attacks. With a resounding crash, despite the spear braced before him in defense, the beast's claws struck with such force that Dong Bo Shuiying was propelled backward. He was sent flying, yet managed to thrust his spear into the ground, embedding it over a meter deep into the rock. Although cracks radiated outward from the impact, he managed to halt his backward trajectory. Do not struggle, Dong Bo Shuiying. The four-hoofed black-armored beast was already upon him once more. Chapter 70. The Desire Beyond Life High Above. On the back of the Black Moon Centipede, the mage by Yuan, along with Qing Shi and a group of others, stood in stunned silence as they beheld Xiang Pengyun suddenly transform into a colossal 4-legged black-armored beast atop Black Wind Cliff. It was a beast of extraordinary nature, a 6th-tier magical creature. Xichen gasped, realizing that Xiang Pengyun had morphed into a magical beast. Boom, boom, boom. Below, the 4-legged black-armored beast lunged thrice, plunging Dong Bo Shuiying into a dire predicament. No, don't. Tears streamed down Qing Shi's face, his heart breaking at the thought of losing his most cherished kin. Shuang, Zhongling and Tong San were equally frantic. We must flee at once, or upon the Lord's demise, we too shall perish. Bai Yuan's expression shifted drastically as he noticed the pair of wings sprouting from the beast's back. Fear gripped him. The Black Moon Centipede, moving at half the speed of sound, could hardly compare to even a slightly faster 4th-tier avian magical beast, some of which could exceed that speed. 5th-tier avian magical beasts would effortlessly surpass the Black Moon Centipede, and as for the 6th tier, with Xiang Pengyun's true form being a magical beast, its speed would be utterly terrifying. They had to escape swiftly, otherwise, before that dreadful beast, they would all meet their demise. Bai Yuan was acutely aware that once Xiang Pengyun revealed his true form, Dong Bo Shuiying had no means of resistance left, and the window for their escape was perilously brief. They had to seize every fleeting moment. Whoosh! The Black Moon Centipede veered sharply, racing away into the distance. Brother! Qing Shi, tears streaming down his cheeks, fixed his gaze longingly toward the Black Wind Cliff below, praying for a miracle, yearning for his brother's survival. The spear plunged over a meter deep into the rock, halting Dong Bo Shuiying's backward flight, yet the 4-legged black-armored beast charged at him once more. Gritting his teeth, Dong Bo Shuiying summoned all his strength to leap aside, yanking the flying snow spear from the stone, desperately dodging the beast's assault. The blood-red eyes of the beast glimmered with murderous intent. Boom! Its massive, scaled wings flared open, the span vast enough to encompass the surroundings. The colossal body surged past Dong Bo Shuiying, he narrowly evaded its charge, but a moment later, the gigantic wings came crashing toward him, their surface shimmering with blood. Before he could ready his weapon, the wings struck him with a resounding thud, propelling him backward with overwhelming force. With that one blow, Dongbo Shui-ing was sent flying beyond the confines of Black Wind Cliff, hurtling backward as the immense black vortex continued to engulf him. The disparity was insurmountable. After Xiang Pangyan regained his beastly form, his strength was utterly dominant, and the fierce winds atop Black Wind Cliff, combined with the sheer size of the four-legged black-armored beast, made evasion nearly impossible. As the four-legged black-armored beast beat its wings, it too soared beyond Black Wind Cliff, rising into the air, yet with another flap. It effortlessly hovered, even as it neared the black vortex, where the winds grew ever stronger. Yet, how formidable is the power of the four-hoofed black-armored beast's wings? As a creature capable of flight, it is innately adept at harnessing the winds. With a mere flap of its wings, its strength becomes unfathomable. Even at the heart of the black wind vortex, it can withstand the onslaught without being swept away, let alone from a distance. The four-hoofed black-armored beast and Dongbo Shui locked eyes, with Dongbo Shui being propelled backwards by the swirling force. However, the beast refrained from pursuing further, as doing so would necessitate delving deeper into the vortex, escalating the peril it would face, a fate it was unwilling to embrace. Moreover, the black wind abyss was more than sufficient to obliterate Dongbo Shui. Dongbo Shui, once you perish, I shall ensure that your brother and the rest accompany you. So you shall not die alone. The four-hoofed black-armored beast flapped its wings, preparing to soar into the sky in pursuit of the Black Moon centipede. Intent on exterminating all the humans aboard it. Time seemed to slow. Dongbo Shui's gaze caught sight of the Black Moon centipede fleeing in the distance. His keen vision discerned the anxious and anguished expressions of his Uncle Zong and Uncle Tong on its back, as well as his younger brother Qingshi, who was on the verge of breaking down, desperately attempting to escape the confines of the centipede. Uncle Zong and Uncle Tong clutched Qingshi tightly, preventing him from falling. Brother, my younger brother Qingshi on the back of the Black Moon centipede has completely lost his composure, reaching out his hand towards Dongbo Shui, who was soaring towards the center of the vortex. That was his brother. Brother, little stone. In an instant, tears streamed down Dongbo Shui's face, memories flooding back to him. When their parents were still alive, little stone would giggle and cling to his thigh, saying, "Brother, hold me. Brother, bad man." He would exclaim after being teased, "Brother, I'll share half with you." The greedy little rascal, reluctant to share his treats with others, would willingly offer them to his brother. The little one had grown, learning magic. "Brother, I am a mage now." The young lad would cheer. "Qingshi is amazing." Dongbo Shui would respond with a smile. Scenes from their life together resurfaced vividly in his mind, regardless of whether he was mischievous or a tad willful. Qingshi was the most vital family member in Dongbo Shui's life, a kin he would protect with his very existence. An overwhelmingly intense resolve coursed through his soul. No one shall take my brother's life. It must not happen. I, Dongbo Shui, even if it means death, will claw my way back from the depths of hell. Dongbo Shui suddenly unleashed a roar of unimaginable fury, a cry emanating from the deepest recesses of his being. In that moment, a spear materialized in his right hand as he surged toward the vortex, unable to approach the four-hoofed black-armored beast. His only recourse lay with the spear, which, despite appearing trivial, became his sole means of seizing any opportunity. The flames of rage ignited within his chest, a boundless fury filling every fiber of his being, as if the very flames consumed him entirely. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant flame erupted from the surface of Dongbo Shui's body, engulfing the surrounding air in a fiery radiance. The spear in his hand was similarly surrounded by flames, and amidst the swirling black winds, the crimson fire shone with unparalleled brightness and allure. At that moment, he appeared as a deity amidst the flames. With a thunderous roar, he arched backward in midair, then exerted tremendous force, transforming the spear into a streak of fire, akin to a shooting star. The four-hoofed black-armored beast turned its head, startled by Dongbo Shui's furious roar, and beheld him, completely enveloped in flames, along with the spear that shot forth like a meteor. The four-hoofed black-armored beast was instantly alarmed and hastily attempted to defend itself. Thud! Its hooves barely managed to block the attack. But the streak of light still pierced through the beast's chest, with the spear completely embedding itself within its body, even protruding from the back of its neck. Die! Dongbo Shui conjured a second and then a third spear in quick succession. Boom! Boom. The second spear pierced through the creature's lower abdomen, creating a gaping hole, while the third spear shot straight through its skull, cleanly exiting the other side. All things. The four-hoofed black-armored beast gazed in disbelief at the figure amidst the flames, fully convinced at that moment that this formidable human genius had long since achieved a perfect mastery of power. In the realm of all things, when skill reaches its pinnacle, further progression begins to unlock the mysteries of the universe. According to the hierarchy of realms, a master of marksmanship represents the apex of mortal skill. The realm of all things signifies the beginning of extraordinary beings' enlightenment of the natural world, merely the initial step in comprehending the cosmos. Typically, only extraordinary beings can attain this level, and among the titled individuals throughout the entire Longshan Empire, including those over a century old, perhaps only about 50 have reached this realm. A master of marksmanship signifies the completeness of one's own power, followed by a divine understanding, enabling the perception of the natural world and the learning of its mysteries. By the age of 15, Dongbua Shuiying had already achieved a perfect mastery of his power. Subsequently, he built a bamboo house on the mountain's rear and began to contemplate the natural world, gradually refining his marksmanship, which seemed to embody an essence of nature. This indeed reflects the process of learning the mysteries of the universe. Tianrenhei, the unity of heaven and man, merely allows practitioners to observe the natural world with greater clarity. However, even before reaching this state, one can still sense the natural world, albeit with a more nebulous understanding, as if viewing through a thin veil. Yet, over the course of 6 years, his marksmanship has increasingly evolved towards the essence of nature, a culmination of more than 6 years of diligent accumulation. In the final moments, a surge of life force erupted, a manifestation of will, an endless fury intertwined with desire. It propelled him to transcend the realm of a master marksman, reaching the state of all things. It is said that the essence of heaven and earth is the genesis of all things, and Dongbua Shuiying grasped a fragment of the mystery of fire within this vastness. Yet, this power was the profound essence of the universe, a force only accessible to those ranked within the top 50 of the Longshan list, a force potent enough to obliterate the false extraordinary. Bathed in flames, Dongbua Shuiying felt the energy of fire swirling around him, striving to counteract the violent vortex of wind. However, the flames merely possessed a force equivalent to tens of thousands of pounds. As he hurled his spear, his body was thrust backward, approaching the very heart of the cyclone, where the howling black winds amassed a force of several 100,000 pounds, an onslaught he could not withstand. This true prodigy, merely 22 years of age and already ranked among the top 50 on the Longshan list, was destined to shine brilliantly in an instant before ultimately succumbing. As he gazed at the black moon centipede fleeing in the sky, a smile of relief graced Dongbua Shuiying's face. Enough. This was sufficient. The survival of his brother was all that mattered. With the wild winds swirling around him, Dongbua Shuiying continued to descend, yet he held his head high. Smiling at the retreating black moon centipede, his gaze fixed upon the loved ones he would have gladly protected with his life. Chapter 71. The Fall, final chapter of this volume. The black moon centipede fled in panic from the heights, while the great mage Bai Yuan gazed anxiously at the monstrous creature below. Suddenly, he was struck dumb. Zhongling, Tongsan, Jin Shi, Kong Yue, Ji Rong, and Xichen were all transfixed, as Xiang Pangyun transformed into a monstrous beast, hurling Dongbua Shuiying from the black wind cliff. The latter was swept away by the howling winds towards the vortex. In an instant, Dongbua Shuiying unleashed a roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. His body leaned back as a short spear materialized in his right hand, and flames erupted from his entire being, surrounding him in a dazzling blaze reminiscent of a beautiful fiery lotus. Dongbua Shuiying appeared as a god of flames. He hurled the spear. It transformed into a shooting star. 1, 2, 3. Each spear pierced the heart of the beast, which could not withstand the onslaught, collapsing lifelessly as its once powerful wings faltered. The massive body succumbed to the force of the whirlwind, drifting towards the black wind vortex. It was dead. The beast was slain. Bai Yuan, the mage, was elated yet astonished. Quick, save Shuiying, hurry. Zhongling, having faced life and death numerous times, knew that time was of the essence and reacted swiftly. Qin Shi quickly followed suit, shouting, "Save my brother, teacher, save my brother." Oh. Bai Yuan immediately grasped the urgency. He deftly maneuvered the black moon centipede, drawing an arc as he dove downwards, accelerating to nearly half the speed of sound. Despite the distance exceeding 1,000 meters, he rapidly closed in. However, Dongbua Shuiying had already been engulfed by the vortex, being swept downward. There was no time left. Bai Yuan shook his head quietly, even if they were timely. The Black Moon Centipede would not dare approach too closely. At that moment, he refrained from voicing this reality. As they all understood it was too late, yet they would give their all regardless. Was Donghua Shuiying destined to perish? Kong You's thoughts were tumultuous. She had never imagined Donghua Shuiying could wield such power, even slaying Xiang Peng and after he revealed his monstrous form. Ji Rong's eyes sparkled with a hint of fervor. Is he going to die? Good. It's for the best. The only obstacle between Qing Shi and me is him. With his demise, I believe it won't be long before Qing Shi will be mine. The treasures left by this unparalleled powerhouse. I will surely acquire them, to offer to the great deity. As she watched the descending Black Moon Centipede, Donghua Shuiying caught sight of the colossal corpse of the four-legged black-armored beast nearby. A surge of inspiration coursed through him as an iron hook and rope materialized in his hand, and he swiftly swung it. His strength was formidable. Even within the black wind vortex, the hook transformed into a blur, rapidly ensnaring the corpse of the four-legged beast, wrapping tightly around its neck. This rope had been left behind in the storage ring of that divine envoy, renowned for its incredible resilience. With a mighty tug, the great corpse of the four-legged beast plummeted downwards, while Donghua Shuiying ascended. In the blink of an eye, he landed atop the beast's carcass. Standing atop the corpse of the four-hoofed beast, feeling the surrounding tempest, Donghua Shuiying suddenly surged with power in his legs. His entire being was enveloped in flames. Boom! He soared into the sky. However, the force of the black wind vortex was too formidable, causing his speed to plummet. Even with the aid of the fiery energy, he could only leap over 50 meters before beginning to descend. The Black Moon Centipede dove swiftly downward, halting merely hundreds of meters from the black wind vortex. Daunted by the proximity, "Get closer," urged Qing Shi anxiously. "We cannot approach any further. The winds are too fierce. Even my Black Moon Centipede cannot withstand it." Bai Yuanji replied, the howling winds around them making it difficult for the centipede to manage. If they ventured closer, it would likely succumb to the gale as well. On the back of the centipede, Qing Shi, Zhong Ling, and others anxiously watched the distant black wind vortex. Suddenly, in the center of the vortex, the four-hoofed beast's corpse sank dramatically, while a fiery figure shot upward, surrounded by a sea of crimson flames, desperately attempting to weaken the force of the gale. "Brother!" Qing Shi cried out, tears streaming down his face. "Shuang!" Zhong Ling and Tong Sen exclaimed, equally distressed, yet powerless to assist. Bathed in flames, Donghua Shuiying lifted his head, gazing at his brother Qing Shi and the others atop the Black Moon Centipede in the distant sky. His body began to descend uncontrollably. "Qing Shi, live well, do not let me down." Donghua Shuiying's voice resonated with strength, echoing through the heavens. His greatest concern remained for his brother, fearing that if he perished, Qing Shi would crumble under despair, an outcome he could not bear. "Haha, rest assured Donghua Shuiying, will not perish so easily. Even if I fall into the black wind abyss, I shall emerge alive." His voice brimmed with confidence and combat spirit. His gaze swept across the others on the centipede's back, suddenly landing on Ji Rong, startling him. This Ji Rong had been suspected by Longshan Lu of being a follower of the dark deity, and now she was getting close to his brother on the centipede. "Qing Shi, remember this. Do not associate with Ji Rong," Donghua Shuiying commanded firmly. "Bai Yuanji, ensure she leaves my Shi mountain by tomorrow and forbids her from stepping foot on my land." The Ji Rong on the centipede was taken aback, realizing that Qing Shi's elder brother was granting her no chance whatsoever. "Rest assured, my lord," Bai Yuanji immediately promised, filled with respect and admiration for such a heroic figure. "Haha, thank you. Once I return from the Black Wind Abyss, I shall share a drink with you, master," Donghua Shuiying declared with exuberance. "I await your return eagerly," Bai Yuanji responded loudly. As they spoke, Donghua Shuiying's body continued to descend. And within the black wind vortex, his fiery figure became increasingly difficult to discern, growing ever more indistinct. As he fell, he looked at his brother Qing Shi, a smile gracing his face. The winds continued to howl. There were no other sounds in the world. The black-clad youth enveloped in flames had completely plunged into the depths of the black wind vortex, beyond sight. Qing Shi's body trembled, his outstretched hand yearning to grasp something elusive. The silhouette of his brother flickered within the flames, hauntingly present before him. Why? Qing Shi's emotions shattered completely. Pain and sorrow surged within him like a relentless tide. This anguish was unfamiliar, a torment he had never before experienced. It felt as though his very life was being torn asunder. Zhong Ling and Tong San embraced Qing Shi on either side, tears streaming down their faces. After more than 2 decades of companionship, Dongbo Shuiying was like their own child. How could they not grieve? Yet, having faced more farewells and life and death moments, they remained steadfast. Their own composure unbroken. Shuiying, rest assured, Tong San and I will take good care of Qing Shi, Zhong Ling silently vowed. Nearby, the mage Bai Yuan and mage Sichen sighed in unison. Remarkable, Bai Yuan mused. At just 22, that Xiang Pangyun revealed his true beast form to unleash greater power. Yet he was still slain by Dongbo Shuiying. In the end, he even managed to command the flames of heaven and earth. Has he not reached the realm of all things? The legendary realm of all things, within the vast Dragon Mountain Empire, there are fewer than 50 who have attained it. Even among those over 100 years old, Mage Sichen echoed his sentiment. Once one reaches the realm of all things, they are guaranteed a place among the top 50. Even my ancestors would stand no chance against Dongbo Shuiying at this moment. Like Xiang Pangyun, despite his surge in strength, he was still easily vanquished. Such power was sufficient to slay the pseudo-supernatural. Bai Yuan lamented. A genius like this emerges only once every century in the entire Dragon Mountain Empire. Mage Sichen felt no desire to compare himself to Dongbo Shuiying. Only admiration and regret. Though rare, there were still a dozen or so who achieved harmony with the heavens in the Dragon Mountain Empire by the age of 22. Yet, to reach the realm of all things at such a tender age, indeed, a true prodigy, appearing only once every 1 or 200 years. Such an extraordinary figure, having just begun to shine, had now fallen. Bai Yuan sighed, what a pity. Indeed, had he lived, his future would have been destined for extraordinary existence. Mage Sichen shook his head. The two had battled and pursued for over 100 miles, creating such a ruckus that the Dragon Mountain Tower would soon come seeking them. Once word of this battle spread, Dongbo Shuiying would surely gain true renown. Yet alas, it was too late. Yes, Bai Yuan nodded, considering the news of this battle would cause a great stir. What was meant to be a path to endless glory for Dongbo Shuiying, potentially elevating him to the higher echelons of the Dragon Mountain Empire, would now be forever beyond his reach. In the black wind abyss, the howling winds intensified as he descended deeper. Surrounding Dongbo Shuiying were flames, as he summoned the powers of heaven and earth to manifest as fire, striving to slow his descent. Yet, he continued to accelerate uncontrollably. It was too swift. My speed has already surpassed the sound barrier. If I continue this way, I fear a fall to the depths of the black wind abyss might very well be fatal. Dongbo Shuiying was filled with urgency. Suddenly, he caught sight of the corpse of a four-legged, black-armored beast below. This beast was significantly larger and sported 2 massive wings. Clearly, during its descent, the drag from its wings was substantial, causing it to fall slower than Dongbo Shuiying, who swiftly overtook it. A thought struck Dongbo Shuiying. Flames enveloped the beast's corpse, desperately attempting to slow its descent. In contrast, he did not use the flames to resist the speed. Instead, he accelerated. Before long, he landed atop the carcass of the four-legged beast. With a slight probe, he discovered a storage ring nestled within the layered scales of the beast's chest. He quickly retrieved it and began the process of refining and sensing its contents. The storage ring contained a wealth of treasures, including food, a sizable stack of gold notes, and various jewels and coins. However, Dongbo Shuiying found nothing that could assist him in this perilous fall. Clearly, under normal circumstances, beings of a tidal level would not perish from such a fall. Neither Xiang Pangyun nor the divine envoy had prepared any items to mitigate the fall's impact. His gaze turned to the corpse of the four-legged beast. Its scales were extraordinarily hard, even more so than the rocks and soil surrounding them, rendering its ability to absorb impact minimal. With a swift motion, Dongbo Shuiying summoned the flying snow divine spear, its tip flat and sharp, and swiftly severed the beast's wings. The scales of the wings, devoid of their crimson glow, had diminished in defensive capability. That crimson glow had been a manifestation of the primal bloodline of the four-legged beast. Soon enough, one entire wing, measuring over 10 meters in length and considerable in width, was severed. Despite its size, its weight was manageable, indicating an internal hollow structure. Dongbo Shuiying, on the wing, promptly pierced through some scales, allowing him to grasp the support of bones. His survival hinged on this desperate gamble. He sheathed the flying snow divine spear and, with both hands, grasped the resilient skeletal structure through the punctured scales. The immense wing, now held aloft by him, was over 10 meters long and more than 5 meters wide. As he lifted it, his descent accelerated beyond the speed of sound, while the surrounding gales relentlessly pulled him down. Yet, with the wing raised, The resultant air pressure significantly reduced his speed, causing him to separate from the four-legged beast's corpse below. With both hands bracing against the gigantic scaled wing and surrounded by flames, his speed was indeed diminished. Nevertheless, as he descended further, the force of the wind intensified, propelling him beyond the speed of sound. The swirling winds occasionally tossed him about, making it a struggle to maintain his grip on the wing. He fought valiantly, desperately seeking a chance for survival. How deep was this black wind abyss? It felt as though he had plummeted 7,000 or 8,000 meters. Dong Bo Shuang twisted and turned, plummeting at an alarming rate. As Dong Bo Shuang peered through the surrounding black tempest, he beheld a colossal ebony creature perched upon a mountain wall approximately 2 miles distant. This vaguely discernible being bore a resemblance to a dragon. Yet its formidable length exceeded 1,000 meters, surpassing that of any ordinary dragon. The immense creature's golden eyes cast a sweeping glance, sending a shiver through Dong Bo Shuang's very soul. The disparity in power was palpable. It felt as though a mere breath from this entity could obliterate him. In that moment, Dong Bo Shuang comprehended the grim fate of those who ventured into the realm of the extraordinary. Those beneath the threshold of the transcendent had long been doomed to perish. With a swift descent, he soon lost sight of the gargantuan black beast, continuing his plunge into the deeper, darker abyss. End of this volume. The curtain of the novel is gradually rising. Chapter 72. Descent. As I descended, through the tumultuous black winds, fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures emerged, some colossal, others resembling ordinary humans. The oppressive presence around me varied in intensity. Some were overwhelmingly powerful, capable of extinguishing my life with a mere glance, while others, though weaker, undeniably possessed extraordinary strength. This realization tightened a knot of anxiety in my heart. I had no choice but to proceed step by step, resolved to find a way to preserve my life during the fall. Gripping the massive skeletal wings of my armored form, I spread them wide. The wind howled unpredictably, and I exerted all my strength to maximize the resistance of my wings, striving to slow my descent. Yet, I was still falling too swiftly. The acceleration was alarming. At this rate, I could very well meet my demise upon impact. Suddenly, my heart sank as I caught sight of the ground below, so close. An urgent sense of dread enveloped me. Regardless of the perils lurking in the abyss of black winds, if I were to perish upon landing, I would have no chance to fight back. In an instant, as I was approximately 100 meters from the valley floor, the fierce winds abruptly ceased. It was as if an enigmatic barrier had formed, for at this height, there were no gusts. Above me, however, the winds raged with relentless ferocity, obscuring the sky. I tore through the air, sonic booms trailing in my wake, plummeting directly into the calm zone below. Once within this 100-meter range, the resistance from the enormous wings surged dramatically. My arms shuddered violently under the strain, but my robust physique allowed me to maintain my strength, absorbing the impact. As I descended, my speed decreased rapidly, yet it was still too great for the short distance. In the blink of an eye, I crashed into the rocky ground with a thunderous boom. Although my velocity had diminished considerably, I still broke the sound barrier, creating a vast crater upon impact. My feet struck the ground first, followed by my entire body. The rocks felt as pliable as water against my formidable strength. To put it simply, the stones were fragile in comparison to my terrifying physicality. When I struck the surface, it was akin to an ordinary person leaping into water. However, at such high speeds and heights, even water can prove fatal. As I fell, the force of the impact disoriented me. A cacophony of cracking bones echoed throughout my body, and blood erupted from my mouth. I was injured. My left arm was fractured, 3 ribs were broken, and the most concerning was the damage inflicted upon my internal organs. My finely tuned awareness of my own body allowed me to appreciate the fortunate reduction in my speed during the last 100 meters. Otherwise, the force of the impact would have been fatal, even with my armored wings. Now, with significant injuries and internal trauma, I understood the urgency of finding a safe place to recuperate. With my body's remarkable regenerative abilities, I could return to full health within 3 hours. The flesh heals the quickest, followed by the bones, while the internal organs recover the slowest. Regardless, Dong Bo Shuang felt a glimmer of joy, at the very least. He had survived the descent. He swiftly surged upwards, reaching the surface, and crouched down to survey the distance. His eyes first fell upon the remnants of a 4-legged black-armored corpse, shattered to pieces, with only fragments visible. Suddenly, a black-armored soldier appeared in the distance, rushing towards him with a speed akin to a phantom. "This is bad. I have been detected." Dong Bo Shuang did not dare to hesitate, and immediately flickered away. With swift movements, he retreated, yet soon he found himself puzzled and took refuge behind a large rock 2 miles away, observing from a concealed position. At that moment, the black-armored soldier had arrived at the massive pit where Dongbo Shui-Ying had fallen. Upon closer examination, Dongbo Shui-Ying's extraordinary vision discerned that beneath the soldier's armor, its form was composed of swirling black mist. Even the eyes visible through its mask glowed with a faint red light. It was neither human nor beast, it seemed, devoid of life. Dongbo Shui-Ying pondered, initially thinking it had discovered him and was in pursuit. Logically, a being of its caliber should have easily spotted him from such a distance. Yet, it merely investigated the large pit created by the impact, failing to notice his presence. It appears its observational abilities are rather mediocre. Or perhaps it does not rely on sight at all. Various hypotheses raced through Dongbo Shui-Ying's mind. Nevertheless, judging by the soldier's speed, it completely surpassed Xiang Pengyun. I must find a place to recuperate. Scanning his surroundings, Dongbo Shui-Ying soon discovered a small cave nestled in the mountainside. Once the black-armored soldier had finished its search and turned away, he quietly leapt over 50 meters into the cave. He had previously sensed the area with the power of heaven and earth, confirming it held no other entities. Positioned at the cave's edge, he cautiously peered in the direction from which the black-armored soldier had come. Standing high, he could see far. To his astonishment, approximately 50 to 60 miles away, a palace emanating a faint azure light was visible, surrounded by numerous patrolling black-armored soldiers who seemed tireless in their vigilance. Alongside them were other, albeit fewer, oppressive black creatures. Whether it was the suspected black dragon-like beings perched high on the mountainside or the various other dark entities, including even the weakest black-armored soldiers, Dongbo Shui-Ying nodded slightly, realizing they were all there to guard the palace. If I were to approach, I would likely be easily killed, he mused. Regardless, I must first tend to my injuries. The bones and flesh were among the provisions found within Xiang Pengyun's storage treasure, which, in fact, contained a substantial supply of food and water. Dongbo Shui-Ying thought to himself, perhaps beings of such caliber always carry provisions for sustenance? Regarding the aroma of the barbecue, Dongbo Shui-Ying harbored no concerns. He possessed the ability to manipulate the forces of heaven and earth, which completely isolated any sense from escaping the confines of the cave. Ah, how delightful. It appears that Pengyun is quite the gourmet. Dongbo Shui-Ying savored the food with great enthusiasm, as the fractured bones within his body naturally began to realign and grow under his control, while his internal organs gradually healed as well. That night was long and arduous. While Zhongling Tong San managed to keep his emotions in check, Qing Shi was on the verge of a complete breakdown. Suddenly, a cavalry unit arrived at the Snowstone Castle in the dead of night, led by Lord Xian of Longshan Tower. The news of the fierce battle between Xiang Pengyun and Dongbo Shui-Ying was astonishing. The scouts stationed here by Longshan Tower swiftly relayed the information to Longshan Tower in Yishui City, prompting Lord Xian to hastily abandon his rest and rush here with all due speed. With a thunderous sound, the drawbridge descended and the city gates swung open. Lord Xian, Zhongling personally came out to welcome him. What news? How fares Dongbo Shui-Ying? And what of Xiang Pengyun? Lord Xian inquired earnestly. Chapter 73. A night passed. As the night unfolded, Xiang Pengyun sought to slay Dongbo Shui-Ying. Lord Xian and Zhongling walked side by side, unable to suppress their astonishment at the gravity of the situation. Zhongling nodded, stating, a group of assassins, dispatched due to a mission from the Bloodblade Tavern, aimed to kill Qin Shi. However, all these assassins fell to the hands of Shui-Ying. At that moment, Xiang Pengyun appeared and engaged Shui-Ying in battle. Their fierce clash spanned from our Shuesher Mountain all the way to Hafeng Cliff. Hafeng Cliff? Lord Xian gasped. As the chief administrator of Longshan Tower in a small county, he was acutely aware of the dreadfulness of his territory's perilous locations. They had pursued and fought for over 100 miles? Xian was astounded. The thought was almost unbelievable. The disparity between the combatants was evidently not insurmountable. Dongbo Shui-Ying's prowess must surely be within the top 1,000 of the Longshan ranking. Otherwise, how could he have endured for so long? He remained incredulous. How old was Dongbo Shui-Ying? Such a prodigious talent. What was the outcome? Xian inquired. Zhongling gazed at the night sky, pausing in contemplation before replying. Shui-Ying could have survived, had it not been for the revelation that Xiang Pengyun was not human but rather a beast of monstrous origin. A beast of monstrous origin transforming into a human? Xian's expression shifted. The Witch Temple? What is the Witch Temple? Zhongling questioned. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Xian replied hastily. The true rulers behind this world are those formidable transcendent beings. Numerous secrets remain undisclosed. As a lowly master of Longshan Tower, I am privy to certain mysteries. I am acutely aware of the profound legacy of the Witch Temple, which has contended with the entirety of humanity since antiquity. The Witch Temple has consistently dispatched various beasts to infiltrate human society. Fortunately, transforming a beast into a human incurs a significant cost, keeping everything within manageable bounds. And what transpired next? Lord Xian pressed. Did Xiang Pangyun reveal his true form and slay Dongbua Shuiying? Not quite, Zhongling continued. Shuiying was forcefully hurled from Hafen Cliff, perilously close to being swept into the black wind abyss. At that critical moment, Shuiying hurled a spear into the air, his entire being suddenly igniting in flames. The spear transformed into a fiery meteor, piercing directly into the body of the four-legged beast that Xiang Pangyun had assumed. 3 consecutive spears struck true, each finding its mark. The beast succumbed instantly. Fire? A spear slaying? Lord Xian was taken aback. The realm of all things? Indeed, the essence of all creation, Zhongling marveled. Shuiying has undoubtedly grasped some of the intricate principles of fire within the realm of all things. As a meteor-level expert, he was well-versed in the Longshan ranking and understood the significance of the realm of all things. He is merely 22 years old. The realm of all things? Lord Xian was flabbergasted. This is monumental news. An unparalleled prodigy such as this may only emerge once in a century within the Longshan Empire. And he is almost certain to ascend to the transcendent realm. Could this be false? Lord Xian queried anxiously, aware that once this information was reported, it would undoubtedly alert the transcendent beings. The emergence of each transcendent individual was a rarity, and the entire empire's count of transcendent beings was limited. How could it possibly be false? If it were not for the snow eagle slaying that four-legged aberration, do you believe we could remain at ease in the Snowstone Castle? Zhongling remarked, if you doubt this, you may inquire with Mage Bai Yuan or Mage Sichen. The inquiries would undoubtedly persist. Xian nodded, confident that these individuals would not dare to fabricate lies, as it was likely that extraordinary beings would soon arrive, and before such powers, mortals would speak with utmost candor. What about Dongbua Shuiying? Xian pressed further. A hint of sorrow flickered in Zhongling's eyes as he replied with calmness. He could not withstand the force of the black wind vortex and was swept into the abyss of black winds. Xian fell silent. He had known Dongbua Shuiying since the latter was 15. He vividly recalled that young man cloaked in black, exuding a certain brilliance. Even then, he sensed that Dongbua Shuiying would achieve greatness. In just over 6 years, the once black-clad youth had grown taller, though his aura was subdued. It seemed as formidable as a mountain, unyielding. At that moment, he received intelligence from above, leading him to suspect that Dongbua had attained a tidal level. Yet, what was the reality? He was even more dazzling, locked in a fierce struggle with Xiang Pangyun, ultimately slaying him with a short spear in the throes of life and death. At the tender age of 22, he had entered the top 50 of the Dragon Mountain rankings. Such brilliance, such radiance. He was all but destined to ascend to the extraordinary realm, yet he fell. What a pity, what a lament. Xian shook his head gently, feeling a profound sense of regret. As a core member of the Dragon Mountain Tower, he understood the magnitude of what it meant to step into the extraordinary. It represented a true elevation in the hierarchy of life. Even the most formidable tidal-level beings remained mere mortals, separated from the extraordinary by what seemed a chasm. Of course, pseudo-extraordinaries were not to be counted. A talent like Dongbua Shuiying's, as long as he lived, was nearly assured of reaching true extraordinariness. I will escort you, my lord, Zhongling said, accompanying Xian as they exited the castle gates. He watched as Xian and his entourage hastily made their way towards the adjacent mage tower. Zhongling noticed a figure standing not far off, a petite girl named Ji Rong, who appeared forlorn. Aren't you leaving? Zhongling's expression darkened as he coldly reprimanded her. I wish to see Qingshi, Ji Rong insisted. With a derisive snort, Zhongling turned to depart. Dongbua Shuiying's final request before plunging into the abyss of black winds had been for his brother to distance himself from Ji Rong. Naturally, Zhongling stood firmly with Dongbua Shuiying and harbored no fondness for Ji Rong. Inside the castle, within the study, he could not forget his brother's words. Qingshi, live well, do not let me down. As Dongbua Shuiying began his descent into the black wind vortex, he continued to gaze upon him. With a soft thud, tears fell, shattering upon the desk. Only in loss does one come to regret. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sound at the door. Qingshi, Zongling's voice called from outside. That Ji Rong is still at the castle entrance, insisting on seeing you. Qingshi rose and opened the study door. Zongling stood waiting. Let us go, Qingshi said calmly. Zongling nodded, having watched Qingshi grow up. He understood that although Qingshi was somewhat naive, he was a good child. Trusting Qingshi, he chose to inform him, urging him to bring an end to the matter. On the castle walls, Qingshi stood overlooking the solitary figure below Ji Rong. As Ji Rong gazed upward, her eyes shimmered with reluctance and pain. Is what my brother told me truly the case? Qingshi's voice was frigid. Ji Rong hastily replied, No, it is not true. I shall ask once more, is it really true? Qingshi's piercing gaze bore down upon Ji Rong, his eyes sharp as blades. Under his intense scrutiny, Ji Rong hesitated momentarily before insisting, Qingshi, do you not trust me? Do you think I would still believe you? Huh. I allowed my brother to be hurt because of you. How foolish and ridiculous of me. Ha ha. Qingshi laughed maniacally. Zongling observed silently, knowing it was time for Qingshi to vent his frustrations. Leave, Qingshi declared coldly. My brother has said you must depart from Shueshi Mountain by dawn tomorrow, and from now on, you are forbidden to set foot upon it ever again. Tears filled Ji Rong's eyes as she pleaded, Qingshi, do you truly intend to obey my command? If Miss Ji Rong remains on Shueshi Mountain by noon tomorrow, she shall be forcibly thrown down the mountain. Understood. The patrolling soldiers and guards below acknowledged in unison. Qingshi then turned and departed. Qingshi, Qingshi, Ji Rong called out, but she could only watch as he left the walls, never to be seen again. Her expression soured, filled with anger and resentment. Dong Bo Shuang, how dare you ruin my plans even as you face death? That night, Lord Xian swiftly reported the news, which was dispatched overnight to the Longshan Tower in Anyang Province. The tower's master, fearing negligence, promptly relayed the information to the extraordinary beings. An extraordinary night finally passed, and the dawn of the next day arrived. In the depths of the black wind abyss, Dong Bo Shuang, having meditated through the night, opened his eyes. His injuries completely healed. He rose and approached the cave's entrance. Though the sun was obscured by the swirling black winds above, the valley floor was illuminated, revealing some flora. Compared to the darkness of the night, the valley now appeared almost ethereal, with moss-covered walls and the distant, majestic palace radiating a soft azure glow. During the day, the azure light from the palace was more subdued, its brilliance flowing with an endless mystery. Yet, regrettably, approaching it could lead to immediate demise. Dong Bo Shuang pondered. The divine envoy and Xiang Peng Yun left a considerable supply of food and water in their storage treasures. While I can now absorb the world's energy, my consumption of food is minimal. However, it may only sustain me for a year. If I cannot find a way out within that time, I shall perish from starvation. Although it is perilous, one must find a path to survival. Dong Bo Shuang meticulously observes the surroundings, deep in contemplation. Chapter 74. Traces and battles. Crouching within the confines of the cave, one ultimately meets a fate of starvation, having resolved to seek a path to survival. On that very morning, Dong Bo Shuang stealthily descended from the cavern to commence his exploration. With remarkable agility aided by the forces of heaven and earth, Dong Bo Shuang moved with utmost silence. Approaching the enigmatic palace was perilous, for the guards were extraordinarily formidable. Even the weakest of the black-armored soldiers appeared daunting. Dong Bo Shuang mused that these soldiers seemed to surpass Xiang Peng Yun in strength. Certainly, having attained the realm of all things, his power had ascended to great heights, enabling him to effortlessly vanquish Xiang Peng Yun. However, engaging the black-armored soldiers, the outcome remained uncertain. With no confidence against the weakest, one could only imagine the prowess of the more powerful sentinels. With silent determination, he veered away from the palace, cautiously probing the other regions of the Black Wind Abyss Valley. This valley was exceedingly vast, stretching over 10 miles at its widest and narrowing to 7 or 8 miles in some areas. Overgrown with weeds and moss, it seemed untouched by human presence for countless millennia. As Dong Bo Shuang traversed this desolation, he suddenly beheld a colossal fissure in the ground, where two cracks intersected. One fissure appeared 3 to 4 meters wide, extending far beyond the horizon, its length estimated at 20 to 30 miles. The other crack was narrower, measuring only 1 to 2 meters in width and merely 5 to 6 miles long, yet its terminus carved a gaping wound into the valley's wall, plunging nearly 100 meters upwards toward the black wind layer above. These fissures? Dong Bo Shuang felt a tremor of foreboding, having reached the realm of all things. He could sense an ominous aura emanating from within the cracks. They were cleaved by weaponry. He was instantly convinced of this. Approaching the edge of the fissure, he gazed downward. What met his eyes was a dark abyss, the fissure widening as it descended, evidently carved from the depths beneath. Dong Bo Shuiying, deducing from the evidence, recognized the immense power that had cleaved the earth, piercing through to the valley floor and leaving behind a chasm stretching 20 to 30 miles. The realization struck him with dread. Good heavens! This was a blow originating from the depths of the earth. The residual force alone had generated fissures of such magnitude. How terrifying was this power? It suggested that even the towering mountains, thousands of meters high, could be effortlessly split in two by a mere gesture of such a formidable being. Even a human city would likely be obliterated in an instant under such might. This level of strength was indeed unfathomable. In his fierce battle with Xiang Pengyan atop the Snowstone Mountain, they had merely destroyed some boulders and trees, the mountain itself remaining largely unscathed. This stark contrast illustrated the vast chasm between their powers. He felt like an ant compared to a dragon in the face of such a being. Could this be the remnant of a battle left by a transcendent life form? Dong Bo Shuiying pondered. No wonder in the biographical tales, some formidable extraordinary beings could share a drink with deities. Even the gods held them in reverence. He and Xiang Pengyun, with their level of power, lacked the qualifications to command the attention of the divine. The pseudo-extraordinary were hardly worthy of mention. Was true extraordinary strength truly so overwhelming? Dong Bo Shuiying could scarcely believe it. His understanding of extraordinary beings was woefully insufficient, primarily derived from a handful of biographical stories. The description in the profound eye spear technique was rather cursory, merely outlining some methods to attain extraordinary status. Yet, it offered no insights into what life was like after becoming extraordinary. What was it like to be extraordinary? He had no idea. The extraordinary were so rare that mortals seldom encountered them. Whenever an extraordinary being appeared in a locale, establishments like the Dragon Mountain Tower would urgently warn the surrounding areas, advising them to keep a low profile and avoid offending the extraordinary, for doing so could spell doom for an entire family. Even the Xi family, and even the pseudo-extraordinary Mo Yang clan, would tremble in the presence of a genuine extraordinary being. Such power must surely place one at an exalted height among the extraordinary, Dong Bo Shuiying mused. As Dong Bo Shuiying meticulously observed the fissure, absorbing its astonishing sharpness and malevolent aura, black mist began to swirl throughout nearly every corner of the black wind abyss, manifesting into a black armored soldier every 10 miles. Similarly, in the air just 5 or 6 miles away, black mist coalesced into another black armored soldier, clad in a mask. The soldier's eyes glowed red as it casually surveyed its surroundings. Each day, the entire valley was to be scoured, a rule set by the master of the cave palace long ago. Though the master had perished eons past, this routine had persisted unchanged through the millennia. Outsiders? Upon the emergence of a black armored soldier, its eyes, shrouded in a red glow, perceived the outside world with a degree of obscurity. Yet it nonetheless detected Dong Bo Shuiying standing at a distance. Whoosh! The black-armored soldier descended gracefully and transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Dong Bo Shuiying. Observing the fissure, Dong Bo Shuiying felt the forces of nature enveloping him, remaining ever vigilant towards the cave palace. Should any disturbance arise, he would flee as if startled by an arrow. Huh? Dong Bo Shuiying's ears twitched, and he abruptly turned his gaze. A black-armored soldier was sprinting towards him, now less than a mile away. A distance of merely 300 or 400 meters was inconsequential at their level. How could a black-armored soldier suddenly appear? Dong Bo Shuiying was taken aback. He had anticipated some peculiarities in the realm of the extraordinary and had exercised considerable caution. At this juncture, it was too late to hide. He had to eliminate it swiftly. The commotion from their confrontation could attract more black-armored soldiers and even stronger guardians. In an instant, the flying snow divine spear materialized in Dong Bo Shuiying's hand as he stood his ground, watching the black-armored soldier charge towards him. Boom! The spear suddenly thrust forward. Like a meteor of flames, a series of fiery gunshots pierced through the air towards the black-armored soldier. The soldier, wielding a black blade with a single hand, deflected the strikes with a series of clangs, his body shrouded in an ethereal black mist. His arms, too, were condensed with this dark vapor, moving with an elusive grace, effortlessly blocking the onslaught. The speed was astonishing. Without hesitation, Dong Bo Shuiying altered his technique, shifting from rapid strikes to a powerful assault. With a resounding crash, the once thrusting spear suddenly swept sideways, unleashing the full force of his might and the fiery essence of his bloodline. The spear traced a grand arc, accumulating tremendous power as it approached the indifferent black-armored soldier, who raised a solitary blade in defense. A tremendous impact resonated through the air as the soldier's body trembled violently, the dark mist surrounding him beginning to dissipate, rendering him increasingly indistinct. Observing this, Dongbo Shuiying seized the moment, delivering 2 swift strikes with his spear that landed heavily upon the black-armored soldier, who ultimately succumbed, disintegrating into a cloud of black mist. Before the entrance of the palace, amidst numerous black-armored soldiers, stood other formidable guards. One, adorned in resplendent armor and leaning upon a gigantic sword, suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a silvery light. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of black light, surging through the air with an alarming velocity towards Dongbo Shuiying. Though separated by nearly 100 miles, the black light raced forward, covering more than 10 miles in the blink of an eye. Dongbo Shuiying remained vigilant towards the palace, and upon defeating the black-armored soldier, he immediately spotted the rapidly approaching black light. Flight through the air? Among humans, only extraordinary beings possess the true ability to soar. Those who rely on the powers of nature or spell-casting mages fly at a significantly slower pace, unable to match the speed of avian beasts. The flight of extraordinary beings is truly fearsome. Upon seeing the black streak, Dongbo Shuiying felt a wave of dread. It was on an entirely different level. There was no escape. He glanced at the vast chasm beneath him, previously curious about the powerful being that had carved such a fissure in the ground, indicating an epic battleground below. He had been contemplating methods of exploration, but now he had no time to indulge in caution. Grasping the snowfall divine spear, Dongbo Shuiying leaped directly into the abyss. Chapter 75, Alchemical Beast. In an instant, a streak of black light descended rapidly, landing beside the fissure on the ground. The silver-eyed armored guardian lowered its head coldly, staring at the crack with no trace of emotional fluctuation in its gaze. After a prolonged observation, it propped its massive sword and stood vigil. The master of the palace had long since left orders. Their patrols were confined to a specific range, and if intruders ventured beyond this limit, they would not pursue. With the sound of rushing wind in his ears, Dongbo Shuiying plummeted downward, his entire being enveloped in flames, illuminating the underground fissure. He landed with a thud. Gazing ahead, he noticed that the subterranean crack extended towards the palace. Could that battle have occurred within the palace itself? Without hesitation, Dongbo Shuiying sprinted in that direction, moving at an astonishing speed. After a brief moment, he glanced back, relieved that the guardian had not pursued him. Following the trajectory of the underground fissure, he raced onward until he finally halted. Before him lay a wall radiating a silvery hue, resembling glistening crystal amidst the rocky terrain. However, a colossal gash marred its surface. The wound was at least 7 or 8 meters wide, still emanating a residual malevolent energy that sent a shiver down Dongbo Shuiying's spine. This dark aura, lingering for countless millennia, was still capable of instilling a sense of pressure in someone of his caliber. It appeared that an unfathomable battle had transpired within this subterranean structure, where a formidable entity had unleashed their wrath, cleaving through the wall and tearing apart the earth for over 100 miles, ultimately manifesting on the valley floor and leaving a vast rift stretching for 30 miles. Dongbo Shuiying nodded to himself, overwhelmed by the revelation. The thought of penetrating through 100 miles of solid rock with a single strike was nothing short of earth-shattering. Pausing momentarily before the silver wall, he realized he had no other choice. Venturing into the Black Wind Abyss Valley would be a certain death. While he was acutely aware of the potential dangers lurking within the silvery edifice, there was also the possibility of unexpected discoveries. He could only take the plunge. Gripping the flying snow divine spear, flames enveloped his form as the forces of heaven and earth surged around him. With determination, Dongbo Shuiying stepped into the fissure. Upon entering, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him loomed a colossal hall, towering over 300 meters high, its grandeur strikingly magnificent, with dimensions nearing 2 miles in length and width. Such a vast chamber was indeed breathtaking. Yet, the massive pillars within were either shattered or collapsed, and many areas of the hall lay in ruins, the once robust silver floor marred by grotesque wounds. In the distance, the silver walls bore a network of intersecting fissures. He had just traversed through one of them. It was evident that a terrifying battle had unfolded here. Dongbo Shuiying marveled as he scrutinized the entirety of the hall. The space was expansive and visible at a glance. However, he could not find a single door. The entrance he had come through, as well as any passageways to other locations, were conspicuously absent. The grand hall was entirely sealed off, and although it appeared dilapidated, the floor bore no remnants of any significant artifacts. It seemed that at least one side had survived that battle and had tidied up the hall. Dong Bo Shuang pondered quietly, wondering how they had entered and exited this hall. Surely, it could not be as I did, slipping through that crack, could it? There must be something I have yet to uncover. Dong Bo Shuang felt a sense of discontent. He did not wish to perish in the black wind abyss. He yearned to escape alive. As he traversed the hall, he observed attentively, while the forces of heaven and earth surged, cautiously scrutinizing every corner. His investigation was deliberate and meticulous. After a brief moment, as the energy swept over a vacant corner of the hall, ripples suddenly emerged in the space. A revelation. Dong Bo Shuaying's expression brightened with cautious excitement, and with a flick of his wrist, a silver coin materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he cast the silver coin, transforming it into a streak of light directed at the source of the ripples. The ripples stirred violently and burst like bubbles, revealing the scene within. The area, nearly 100 meters wide, dramatically transformed. There lay a stone bed, upon which rested a skeletal figure, faintly emanating a cerulean glow, adorned in a silver robe. Before the stone bed was an octagonal pool, its crystalline liquid flowing gently, enveloped in a delicate mist. The intricate array of patterns surrounding the pool continually summoned the forces of nature to maintain its presence. Flanking the pool were two golden beast sculptures, each towering 20 meters tall. One resembled a monkey ensnared in chains, while the other embodied a majestic golden rock. Alchemical beings? With his discerning eye, Dong Bo Shuaying immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of these golden sculptures. The long-deceased figure, whose bones still shimmered with an icy blue hue, suggested that this entity had likely been an extraordinary being. A normal mortal's corpse could not exhibit such phenomena. He contemplated the fate of the alchemical being, aware that it required an energy source to function. Without it, it would be rendered immobile. Yet, the alchemical creation left by an extraordinary being. Dong Bo Shuaying felt uncertain. Swiftly, he distanced himself, retreating to the crack through which he had entered. With a sudden gesture, he hurled a silver coin once more. The coin blazed like fire as it traversed over 500 meters, striking the monkey-like golden sculpture with precision. Unexpectedly, the golden figure opened its eyes, glowing with golden light. And in a flash, it extended its massive hand to seize the incoming silver coin, which disintegrated into powder as it slipped through its fingers. The golden monkey scanned its surroundings and caught sight of Dong Bo Shuaying at the distant crack. It roared, "Mortal, do not disturb my master." Dong Bo Shuaying's expression brightened. It could speak. The alchemical beings left by extraordinary beings were indeed remarkable, possessing the ability to communicate. As I cast forth the silver coin, it awakened before even making contact, seizing the coin with surprising swiftness. Dong Bo Shuaying mused quietly, concluding that an attack within a certain proximity would rouse it. Judging by its speed in grasping the coin, it seemed not to possess overwhelming strength. The silver coin was merely a tool for probing the alchemical creature's capabilities. After traversing a distance of over 500 meters, the coin had lost much of its potency, making it relatively easy to catch. Its speed in seizing the coin suggested that it was not significantly stronger than myself. Moreover, as it awakened, I felt no palpable pressure emanating from it. Dong Bo Shuaying harbored a flicker of anticipation, recalling the colossal black dragon-like creature encountered during his fall from the black wind abyss, which had rendered him weak with but a glance. The two golden alchemical beings before him did not exude an aura of invincibility. Perhaps I might seize the opportunity to acquire some relics left by that extraordinary being, which could potentially reveal a path to escape. With mounting excitement, Dong Bo Shuaying reasoned that since the creatures were present, there must be a connection to the outside world. He decided to give it another attempt. With a swift motion, he summoned a spear into his hand. The spear's might was incomparable to that of the silver coin. He inhaled deeply, leaning back as his innate power surged forth, seamlessly integrating the essence of fire into his being. The explosive nature of the flames augmented the spear's strength exponentially. With a thunderous roar, the spear tore through the air, producing a deafening sound as it traversed the distance of 500 meters to confront the golden ape. In a sudden display of fury, the golden ape retaliated with a powerful slap, creating a resounding impact that sent the spear careening to the ground, while the creature staggered back, revealing an expression of astonishment and rage. Ha ha ha, the disparity is not as vast as I imagined. Dong Bo Shuiying's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. Chapter 76. Capture with a swift whoosh. Dong Bo Shuiying's speed was astonishing. In just a few flashes, he had closed the distance. However, his pace began to decelerate. Mortal, stay away. The golden ape bared its teeth in a menacing display. Alchemical creatures are ultimately not true life forms. They must adhere to the commands of their master. Dong Bo Shuiying mused quietly to himself, noting how the two alchemical beings had remained obediently vigilant since their master's demise, clearly bound by strict orders. As Dong Bo Shuiying approached, the golden ape refrained from attacking. Upon stepping into the area enveloped by ripples, the golden ape suddenly roared and charged forward. Yet, Dong Bo Shuiying immediately took a step back, prompting the golden ape to halt, glaring furiously at him. A boundary? Dong Bo Shuiying smiled, observing the limits of the ripple's coverage. Does your master command you to attack anyone who intrudes upon this boundary? As I stand outside, you refrain from assaulting me? The golden ape growled. Mortal, what does it matter if you comprehend? You ought to retreat. Dong Bo Shuiying felt quite pleased, having anticipated that it would take several tests to ascertain the commands bestowed upon the alchemical beings by the extraordinary being before its death. But he had inadvertently confirmed the attack boundary in one fell swoop. Then let the battle commence. With the divine spear, flying snow, in hand, Dong Bo Shuiying suddenly surged into the boundary. The spear transformed into a blazing streak of fire, aiming for the golden ape, engulfing it in flames. The overwhelming might of the flames exerted a formidable pressure, yet the golden ape, a transcendent alchemical creature, remained unfazed by such power. Mortal, meet your demise. The golden ape swung its massive palm downwards, entirely disregarding Dong Bo Shuiying's spear. With a dull thud, the spear struck the golden ape's knee, leaving merely a faint mark. As an alchemical being, its body was composed of remarkably resilient materials. Even with tenfold strength, Dong Bo Shuiying would find it challenging to breach its defenses. A colossal palm descended, and Dong Bo Shuiying swiftly evaded. The physical defenses of this transcendent alchemical being are formidable, he noted. If piercing is futile, I must rely on sheer strength. Fortunately, its agility is somewhat inferior to mine. In the heat of battle, one quickly discerns the strengths and weaknesses of the opponent. Monkey, can you not handle a mere mortal? It seems I must intervene. Suddenly, the golden rock, which had remained motionless like a statue, opened its eyes, its golden gaze sweeping over the ape. Just watch, the golden ape retorted angrily, grabbing the chains coiled around it. With a swift motion, the chains flew out and lashed toward Dong Bo Shuiying. Dong Bo Shuiying was taken aback. The chains, as swift as a phantom, surged toward him. He thrust his spear forward, striking one of the chain links, but the chains immediately coiled around the spear. It can wield chains as well. Their power in the hands of the ape is quite formidable. Thankfully, the technique is relatively straightforward, otherwise, I would be at a loss. Dong Bo Shuiying's expression shifted slightly, compelling him to exercise caution. He wielded the chains, significantly expanding the attack range of the golden ape. Evading the assaults proved quite strenuous for Dong Bo Shuiying. Although the opponent's strength was not overwhelmingly superior, it still surpassed his own. With a slight edge in power and formidable defenses, the bizarre chains posed a considerable challenge, leaving Dong Bo Shuiying somewhat beleaguered. However, relying on his agility, he managed to endure. A mere mortal had fought to this point. Suddenly, the golden rock swooped down with astonishing speed, transforming into a blur. Dong Bo Shuiying was alarmed. How swift! The flapping wings whistled by, akin to sharp blades. In haste, he lowered his spear to defend against the onslaught. But the wings collided with the spear shaft, resulting in a resounding crash that sent Dong Bo flying backward. At that moment, a strange chain shot forth, attempting to ensnare him. With a swift thrust of his spear mid-air, Dong Bo redirected the chain's trajectory. He landed, retreating 3 steps, naturally beyond the boundary. Observing the distant golden ape and the golden rock, Dong Bo Shuiying felt a pang of frustration in terms of sheer strength. The golden ape was indeed superior to him. Its only weakness lay in its agility, making their encounters quite taxing. Conversely, the golden rock outpaced him significantly, and their combined efforts rendered him powerless. Against their duo, he could only anticipate a fate of being overwhelmed. Mortal, I concede you possess some strength. But you are far from defeating us. Your spear merely tickles me, the golden ape boasted triumphantly. The golden rock, however, remained taciturn. No rush, I have ample time. Dong Bo Shuiying remained composed. My body continues to grow stronger, and my fighting spirit is progressing. Once I reach my physical limit, my strength will likely increase significantly. Then, I shall see how I fare against these two extraordinary alchemical beings. In Yushui City, Dam Dong Bo Shuang. Ji Rong's countenance darkened, her eyes glinting with malice. It had been ages since she had encountered such misfortune. Those who had once bullied and belittled her had all faced her wrath. At Snowstone Mountain, she had been revered. After all, she was second only to Kong Yuyue in beauty. Dongbo Shuang? Ji Wuhai inquired, puzzled. What is it? Have you uncovered the Dongbo family's secret? No, Ji Rong replied coldly. The wealth of the Dongbo clan is inconsequential. What truly matters is, this Dongbo Shuang is an exceptionally formidable title-level expert. Just last night, he perished alongside Xiang Pangyun at Blackwind Cliff. The revelation astonished Ji Wuhai and his wife. Heavens! Although they had encountered some powerful figures, Xiang Pangyun was the strongest in the entire Qinghai County. How could Dongbo Shuang, at such a young age, be his equal? Is he truly title-level? This significant news must be reported to the Protector immediately. Ji Wuhai exclaimed. If Dongbo Shuang is dead, he must have left many treasures for Qingshi. Ji Rong seethed with indignation. I had intended to remain close to Qingshi, as acquiring those treasures would have been effortless. Little did I anticipate that before Dongbo Shuang plunged into the abyss of Black Wind, he would cast me out from Shuesher Mountain, instructing Qingshi to avoid my company. Such a plethora of treasures. If I could present them to the Guardian, the merits of my family would be substantial, and the great deity would surely bestow upon us even greater blessings. Anger and resentment flickered in Ji Rong's eyes. This matter is of utmost importance. I must promptly report to the Guardian. Ji Wuhai urged. The sooner, the better. At this moment, on the street outside the Ji family estate, throngs of knightly soldiers had assembled, led by Lord Xian, the master of Longshan Tower. With a subtle nod, Lord Xian remarked, Dongbo Shuang. A talent of such caliber will undoubtedly attract the attention of extraordinary beings. We must conduct all affairs with utmost finesse. The Ji family, suspected of being adherents of a malevolent deity, though not yet confirmed, has undeniably committed numerous grave offenses. We shall apprehend them all to prevent any communication with the minions of the Dark God, thus averting further complications. Your wisdom is commendable, my lord. Praised you too beside him. Proceed, arrest everyone in the Ji family, including the servants. Let not a single soul escape. Among these servants, there may yet be disciples of the malevolent deity, commanded Lord Xian. Understood. With a resounding thud, a multitude of soldiers swiftly surrounded the estate. The two guards at the entrance of the Ji family estate, gripped by fear and panic, dared not resist. Knights surged forth, kicking the grand door open with a thunderous crash, and a tide of knights and soldiers flooded into the Ji family estate. Chapter 77. The extraordinary powerhouse Ji Qiu Bai. On the expansive streets of Qinghai County, an ostensibly ordinary carriage moved forward at a languid pace. Inside the carriage, Cui Jinping, enveloped in a black cloak, bore a sullen expression, his eyes glinting with malice. The Bloodblade Tavern, renowned for its reputation, conducted its affairs with such unscrupulousness. Cui Jinping ground his teeth in frustration. Not only had he failed to complete his task, but he was also required to undertake a second bounty to eliminate Dongbo Qingshi. Early that morning, he had visited the Bloodblade Tavern, awaiting the outcome of his mission. The tavern finally responded. Dongbo Shuang's strength far exceeded our prior estimations, resulting in substantial losses among our dispatched assassins. Thus, the mission was deemed a failure. A failure? What of the reward? Non-refundable. Cui Jinping was infuriated beyond measure. Little did he know that the Bloodblade Tavern was equally dissatisfied. The task had proven excessively burdensome. The deaths of 3 Silver Moon-level assassins were tolerable, but the loss of Feng Yamo and Xiang Pangyun was intolerable. Xiang Pangyun, a beastmaster capable of transforming and infiltrating humanity, was a significant loss, but more importantly, Dongbo Shuang had exhibited extraordinary prowess at the mere age of 22. Such a prodigious talent held great promise for ascending into the realm of the extraordinary. To place a bounty on such an exceptional individual was to demand not mere gold coins, but something far more precious, extraordinary artifacts. This mission was a monumental loss. What is the cost for a renewed bounty on Dongbo Qingshi? Cui Jinping inquired. He turned on his heel and departed. A month later, the assassination of Dongbo Qingshi was priced at 500,000 gold coins. Within the confines of the carriage, Cui Jinping was nearly driven to madness. The Bloodblade Tavern was relentless in its pursuit of wealth, obsessed with monetary gain. He found himself nearly destitute, as the previous bounty had nearly depleted his resources. What was merely a feeble mage had now compelled him to personally lead a cadre of assassins. Gritting his teeth, Cui Jinping, as the leader of the underground world of the county, had some assassins and die-hard followers at his disposal. He had initially sought the Bloodblade Tavern to ensure a foolproof plan. He had not anticipated such an outcome. In truth, he was unaware that he had profited considerably, for all his lamenting over the mere million gold coins. The deaths of Feng Yamo, and even figures like Xiang Peng Yun would rouse the attention of extraordinary beings. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing Cui Jinping's expression to shift. "Why have we stopped?" he barked. "Cui Yego," came a raspy voice from outside. "Get out here." Cui Jinping's countenance changed as he swiftly opened the carriage door, only to behold 3 shadowy figures clad in black, one of whom was an elderly man with grizzled hair, a golden tooth, and a chilling gaze. "Ah, Steward Liu," Cui Jinping immediately fawned as he alighted from the carriage. The elderly man's cold eyes scanned the scene before him. "Seize him and take him away." "Steward Liu, what is the meaning of this?" Cui Jinping queried, bewildered and too intimidated to resist, allowing the 2 black-clad men to shackle his arms. He was acutely aware that the Steward Liu was the personal steward of the esteemed ancestor of the Si family, Si Liahong, wielding considerable influence. Cui Jinping had ascended to his position as the leader of the underground realm in the county largely due to Si Lianghong's endorsement. "Your master wishes to see you, Liu." The steward spoke briefly, offering no further elaboration. The old ancestor? Cui Jinping's complexion turned pale. Moments later, amidst a garden, Cui Jinping encountered the matriarch of the Si family. "Old ancestor," he said, kneeling in trepidation. Si Liahong, despite her many years, retained a striking beauty. Resembling an enchanting woman, she wore a flowing crimson robe. Her hair as red as her attire, and her skin was fair. Her presence evoked an involuntary surge of desire, for she embodied the blood demon, inherently alluring. "Is it because of you?" Si Liahong regarded Cui Jinping. "A mere insignificant wretch has caused the death of Xiang Peng Yun, an infiltrator sent by the witch god temple, and has led to the demise of the prodigious talent Dong Bo Shuiying, who was almost destined to transcend. The unpredictable nature of fate left her contemplative. A small pawn had led to the downfall of 2 formidable figures. The Si family reigned supreme in Qinghe County, wielding immense power, with a network of spies even within the underbelly of society. Cui Jinping was dubbed the loyal dog of the Si family, and with their eyes planted within his estate, he dared not oppose them. Consequently, they swiftly learned of his son Cui Hu's death and were aware of his visit to the Bloodblade Tavern. Many remarkable heroes have fallen due to the actions of a mere individual, and Si Lianghong sighed at this reality. "Very well, old Liu, the matter is seen to. Take him away and dispose of him cleanly." "Yes," Liu the steward replied respectfully. Old ancestor, I am utterly devoted to the Si family." Cui Jinping cried out in terror. Yet, Si Lianghong chose to ignore him, fully aware that extraordinary beings would soon arrive. It was imperative to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the incident, and as the root cause, Cui Jinping needed to be silenced before he could speak indiscriminately. Ultimately, this situation bore no relation to the Si family. It was entirely of Cui Jinping's own making. How tragic it was that a talent poised to transcend had perished. Although the witch god temple lost a covert piece, they had profited significantly. Si Lianghong felt a pang of anxiety. The fury of the extraordinary beings would surely be incensed. Qinghe County was under the Si family's governance, and she hoped they would not direct their wrath upon her family. The Si family was a dominant force among mortals. Yet before the extraordinary, they could be obliterated with ease. On that very day, Si Lianghong journeyed to Haifeng Cliff in Qinghe County, where she awaited the arrival of the extraordinary. To her astonishment, it was not until the 3rd day that she finally encountered the powerful being. With a tearing sound, the sky above Haifeng Cliff shimmered with sunlight, and a rift in space suddenly appeared, through which a figure emerged. Si Lianghong, seated in meditation at Haifeng Cliff, was shielded by spells that warded off the fierce winds. Sensing the spatial disturbance, she lifted her gaze, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she rose respectfully. "I pay my respects to Lord Changfeng." The newcomer was none other than the mightiest extraordinary being in the Anyang province, the Changfeng Knight, Qi Qiubai. Si Lianghong felt a surge of anxiety. She had anticipated the arrival of another extraordinary figure, but was taken aback by the presence of the formidable Changfeng Knight. The situation had escalated to a terrifying degree. "I have heard that Cui Jinping has been executed." Qi Qiubai, possessing a rather handsome visage with flowing white hair, stood gracefully in midair, clad in a flowing azure robe. Indeed, Si Lianghong replied respectfully. This incident arose from Cui Jinping's issuance of a bounty. I am already aware of the sequence of events. With a single step, Qi Qiubai positioned himself above the black wind abyss, where the once frenzied black winds were temporarily subdued. He gazed downward, where a terrifying energy surged from the abyss's profound depths, obscuring his vision of what lay beneath. Alas, it is a pity that our Anyang province was on the verge of giving birth to a new extraordinary being, only to have it extinguished by the minions of the witch god temple, Qi Qiubai lamented, gently shaking his head. You may withdraw now. Understood. Si Lianghong recognized that she had passed this trial. It was evident that Qi Qiubai bore her no ill will. She promptly retreated, leaping down from the black wind cliff. Qi Qiubai hovered above the abyss, an invisible force pressing down below. Is there a mortal who has fallen? Is he still alive? He inquired. Ah, yes. A young mortal did plummet down. Perhaps he has perished, the dragon's head replied. I am merely the first line of defense. Naturally, there are more formidable guardians stationed at the master's palace. I have no jurisdiction over the valley's depths or the palace. Qi Qiubai gazed downward, a quiet sigh escaping him. The recent matter concerning Dongbo Shuiying had been promptly reported to the extraordinary beings, yet the Black Wind Abyss posed a challenge even for them, ultimately leading to the report being directed to Qi Qiubai himself, which caused a delay of 2 or 3 days before he arrived personally. If he is alive, please assist in bringing him out, Qi Qiubai requested. How courteous, the dragon's head chuckled. If I were to witness him, I would gladly assist. After all, he is merely a mortal. The master's commands primarily concern extraordinary beings. Qi Qiubai subtly shook his head. The Black Wind Abyss was once shrouded in mystery. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, a human successfully ascended to divinity and ventured into the abyss for exploration. It was only then that the extraordinary beings of the human realm learned that the Black Wind Abyss was the lair of a formidable powerhouse. Only those extraordinary beings capable of vanquishing all guardians would be worthy of inheriting the treasures left by that predecessor. Although that deity, along with the later Dragon Mountain Emperor, had entered to observe, none attempted to seize the treasures forcefully. Firstly, such an act might provoke self-destruction. Secondly, they had already ascended to divinity and established unified empires in their respective eras, rendering them invincible in the human realm, thus devoid of any covetousness towards the treasures. Such a pity, Qi Qiubai mused softly. He too felt that Dongbo Shuiying's chances were grim. If he were to survive, our Anyang province would gain another extraordinary being in the future. Moreover, considering his innate talent, it is rare to come across one like him in a century. He might have achieved great heights among the extraordinary. What a shame. Qi Qiubai, do focus on your cultivation. I have high hopes for you. Perhaps one day you may attain the treasures left behind by my master, but as you are now, you still have a long way to go. The dragon's head laughed. Farewell. Qi Qiubai turned and departed. A rift materialized in the fabric of space, and Qi Qiubai stepped through it, vanishing from sight. Chapter 78. Parents. The news of Dongbo Shuiying and Xiang Pangyun's deadly clash over a distance of 100 miles at Black Wind Cliff gradually spread. Such sensational tidings traveled with remarkable speed. Of course, the secret of Xiang Pangyun being a transformed magical beast remained strictly confidential. How many years had it been since a formidable figure like this emerged from Yishui City? At merely 22 years of age, he engaged in an intense struggle against the legendary Xiang Pangyun, ultimately leading to their mutual demise. An elderly man in the tavern shook his head sorrowfully, lamenting the loss of such talent, which could have ascended to the status of a legendary being. It pained him to think of it. Song Lao. Who is Xiang Pangyun? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Truly ignorant. The old man scoffed, disinclined to elaborate further. Xiang Pangyun is the preeminent expert within our entire Qinghe County, surpassing even the centuries-old ancestor of the Xi family. It is said he is merely a step away from becoming an extraordinary being. Dongbo Shuiying, even if he had been training since birth, has only practiced for 22 years, yet he could contend with Xiang Pangyun to such an extent that they both perished. Would you not agree that Dongbo Shuiying is remarkable? In a small place like Yishui City, it is rare to find such a prodigy in millennia. The news of this battle resonated throughout Qinghe County, and even in other parts of Anyang Province, discussions occasionally arose. Although it was not widely reported that Dongbo Shuiying had mastered the realm of all things, the prospect of his mutual demise with Xiang Pangyun, at such a young age, made him an exceptional figure throughout the entire Long Mountain Empire. In the eastern domain province, at Thundertide Cliff, the sea roared repeatedly, crashing against the rocks and sending up countless white waves. Thundertide Cliff was dotted with caves, each securely locked, where certain prisoners of the Mo Yang family were held, those with particularly special identities, subjected to long-term confinement. With a clang, a heavy door swung open, and a maid entered to deliver food and drink. Thundertide Cliff was indeed a forbidden place, surrounded by magical arrays, leaving no concern for the prisoner's escape. Within the dim cave, a woman in a purple robe stood before a smooth stone wall, wielding a carving knife to effortlessly etch a magical model pattern onto the surface. She frowned slightly, deep in thought. Due to her confinement, she lacked proper experimental conditions, and her resources were scant. Having a carving knife was a privilege granted by her brother. The model carved onto the stone wall served merely as a reference. Most of her calculations unfolded within her mind through rigorous analysis. Although Mo Yang was imprisoned, she could still delve into the comprehension of magic. "Madam," the maid softly spoke as she set down the food. Mo Yang turned to look at the maid. "Why are you still here? Is there something you need?" Typically, the maid would quietly leave after delivering food and drink. "A certain lord sent me to convey a message," the maid replied. "A lord?" Mo Yang frowned. "Who?" "Lord Mo Yang Chunbai," the maid stated. "I'm curious to hear what he has to say," Mo Yang sneered. The maid took a deep breath and said, "Lord Mo Yang Chunbai mentioned. Mo Yang, you have given birth to an extraordinary son. At merely 22 years of age, he was able to engage in a fierce battle with the foremost expert of Qinga County, Xiang Pangyun. They fought tirelessly for over 100 miles, ultimately perishing together at Blackwind Cliff. With such a son, I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to you." The maid, feeling somewhat anxious, added, "Madam, I shall take my leave now." As a mere servant, she dared not refuse the command of Mo Yang Chunbai. However, Mo Yang stood frozen, tears streaming down her face. "Wait," she suddenly called out. The maid, who was about to step outside, halted. "Tell me, is what he said true?" Mo Yang could no longer contain herself. Gently waving her hand, the maid respectfully withdrew. Once the door was securely closed, Mo Yang's body crumpled to the ground, her fingers clutching the earth, turning pale as she trembled. "Shuang, I am so sorry, I have wronged you. My son." The scene of their separation years ago replayed vividly in her mind. Her eldest son, Dongbo Shuang, held the hand of her youngest. Qing Shi, standing at the castle gate. "I swear, I vow to save you both. No one can stop me." The youthful voice of her son seemed to echo in her ears. Mo Yang, already overwhelmed with tears, trembled as she lamented, "Shuang, my son. Why did it come to this? Why?" In the alchemy workshop by East Fragrant Lake, within the Mage Tower, Dongbo Lai exclaimed, "Quick! Move all of this." In a laboratory filled with charred remnants, a young male mage shouted, "Coming, coming." Dongbo Lai, dressed in tattered clothing, expertly began to tidy up the clutter. "Dongbo Lai, Mo Yang Chunbai asked me to convey a message to you," the young mage said, "regarding your son." Dongbo Shuang. "Shuang?" Dongbo Lai's body quivered. "Your son, Dongbo Shuang, is remarkable. He fought fiercely against Xiang Pangyun, battling from Shueshi Mountain all the way to Blackwind Cliff, a relentless struggle spanning over 100 miles, ultimately meeting his end alongside his opponent." As the young mage spoke, he turned to leave, adding, "I must say, I deeply admire your son. He truly is extraordinary, but alas, he died far too young. Remember to clean up this place thoroughly." Dongbo Lai felt as though the world around him had lost all color, mindlessly. The items he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He stood there, dazed, his body trembling slightly. At Changfeng Academy, after a month of seclusion, Yujing Qiu emerged from her mage tower, breathing in the fresh air, her face radiant with a smile. Each breakthrough amidst the sea of mages brought her genuine joy and a sense of accomplishment. "How embarrassing," murmured a slightly plump female mage, walking alongside another. "It's truly humiliating that in such a large academy, not a single student or teacher has matched the brilliance of Dongbo Shuang. Yet, it must be acknowledged, we indeed fall short in comparison. At merely 22 years of age, he could rival the formidable Xiang Pangyun, ultimately leading to their mutual demise. During my time at the academy, it was my first encounter with the esteemed Director Changfeng, and I had not anticipated his presence to be prompted by the incident involving Dongbo Shuang. The director often immerses himself in meditation for a decade or even 8 years at a time, leaving many students without the opportunity to witness his presence from their enrollment to graduation. To catch a glimpse of him is indeed a stroke of fortune. I could discern the sorrow in the director's voice regarding Dong Bo Shuiying. Perhaps he aimed to inspire us through his words. Indeed, it is remarkable that Dong Bo Shuiying, lacking a formidable mentor, managed to cultivate his strength independently. It is truly disheartening that such a prodigy met his untimely end. The two female mages continued their conversation, while Yu Jingqiu stood in stunned silence. The appearance of Director Chang Feng was a significant event, yet the revelation within their dialogue struck her with even greater astonishment. Dong Bo Shuiying, he has passed away? She vividly recalled the figure who, amidst her despair and the chaos of exploding debris, transformed into a fleeting shadow rushing towards her, a young man clad in black. He was the one who, in the depths of darkness, wielded a shield to guard against the collapsing stones, shielding her entirely. An unassuming figure, yet he bore the presence of a mountain. It cannot be. There must be some mistake in the news. Yu Jingqiu immediately dashed off to inquire with others at the academy. Meanwhile, Dong Bo Shuiying remained oblivious to the happenings beyond. Within the vast and crumbling hall, he sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating, as torrents of celestial energy surged into his being, absorbed by his body. Having descended into the abyss of black wind for nearly 5 months, he dedicated this time to enhancing his prowess. Finally, Dong Bo Shuiying opened his bright eyes. At last, I have reached the zenith of my physical potential. There is no further advancement possible. He sensed the immense power coursing through him, realizing that his speed and strength had attained truly astonishing levels. It was time to take a gamble. There should be a glimmer of hope in defeating those two extraordinary alchemical beings. Dong Bo Shuiying gazed at the distant golden monkey and the majestic golden rock. Over the span of 5 months, these two remarkable creatures had not ventured an inch beyond their confines.